In his previous life, he met an untimely demise, yet fate, in its benevolence, bestowed upon him the rare opportunity of rebirth. By a twist of fortune, he became a disciple of the preeminent and captivating demon lord of this era. Upon traversing the realm of cultivation, his initial desire was merely for longevity. However, he soon discerned that the gaze of his master towards him had begun to shift, laden with an unsettling intensity. The nature of their relationship gradually transformed, culminating in a pivotal moment when his master daringly pierced through the veil of unspoken feelings. "Please, master, do not do this. I only wish to cultivate diligently in pursuit of eternal life." Chapter 1. Rebirth without a destiny child. How frustrating. At the demon sect, at the summit of Mount Wending, throngs of thousands gathered outside the outer gates of the sect, their spirits alight with fervor. All eyes were fixated on a vague figure atop the highest peak, the demon lord of the age. The unparalleled force of destruction both above and below, at a voice, imbued with both chill and authority, resonated through the air. "For a millennium, my demon sect has stood as the foremost sect of this world. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist schools pride themselves on being the righteous paths, deriding my sect as heretical, a ludicrous jest indeed. The great path is boundless, the myriad paths represent avenues to enlightenment. What merit is there in discerning right from wrong? Any path leading to enlightenment is the true path. Today, you shall be the disciples of my demon sect." Observing the exuberance of those around him, Chu Ning found himself stifling a desire to scoff. Was this not mere platitude and empty promises? Was such fervor truly warranted? Yet, deep within, it was perhaps Chu Ning who felt the most exhilaration. This was a realm where cultivation could lead to immortality and eternal life. In his past existence, he had suffered from a terminal illness and passed away just as he gained admission to university. Little did he anticipate that the heavens would favor him with a chance at life in this realm. Having experienced death once, Chu Ning's yearning for longevity had reached its zenith. He did not wish to perish, he longed for everlasting existence, and the pursuit of immortality through cultivation became his singular goal. Gazing towards the heavens, he strained to catch a glimpse of the demon lord's form, yet her silhouette remained elusive. The ability to transmit sound across 1,000 miles spoke volumes of her formidable power. That is the demon lord, the mightiest of this land, who once single-handedly confronted the three holy figures of the teachings, instilling such fear that they dared not set foot. In the southern barbaric continent. The southern barbaric continent was the territory of the demon sect, a vast expanse where countless beings thrived. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist schools occupied their own domains, viewing the demon sect as an affront to their existence. However, the demon lord's overwhelming strength rendered their intentions futile. To Chu Ning, the distinction between righteous and demonic paths held little significance. After all, both merely sought a sect for cultivation. The means were inconsequential as long as they led to longevity. With resolute determination, Chu Ning, having been chosen as a disciple due to his spiritual roots, stood amidst the welcoming ceremony of the sect. The presence of the sect leader underscored the importance placed on these new disciples. The demon lord spoke once more. "Upon entering, you will undergo a spiritual platform test to assess the quality of your roots, categorizing disciples into inner and outer sections. All shall have access to the teachings of my demon sect. I and my sect. Strength reigns supreme. If you possess great power, you will gain access to greater resources and techniques. This demon sect is yours to claim. If one's strength wanes and they find themselves trampled underfoot, one must be prepared for such a fate. My demon sect does not accept the feeble." With that, the woman's figure flickered and vanished, as countless cultivators of the demon sect soared into the sky on their swords, hovering above the new disciples. "Proceed to the entrance examination in order." Chu Ning took a deep breath, overwhelmed by emotion. The ability to transmit thoughts across vast distances and soar through the skies on a sword. It is indeed the dream of every youth. What is more, as long as one possesses spiritual roots, one can cultivate, and through cultivation, attain immortality. From this moment forth, the trivialities of the mundane world are of no concern to me. I shall not gaze upon the entanglements of mortal emotions, but instead devote myself to the pursuit of eternal life, free from all distractions. With such thoughts, Chu Ning fell into line at the rear of the crowd. 17 years ago, Chu Ning had traversed into this world. He was a humble citizen of a small nation in the southern barbarian wilderness, orphaned and supported by the villagers, until the age of 17 when he witnessed the demon sect recruiting disciples, awakening him to the existence of cultivation in this realm. The disparity in knowledge is truly a pitfall that in truth. Chu Ning had little understanding of the art of cultivation, gleaning what he knew from the disciples accompanying him. Among the 4 great continents, the southern barbarian wilderness, home to the demon sect, is the largest, surpassing the combined territories of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and Chu Ning and his peers found themselves at the outer gate of the demon sect. At first glance, the tens of thousands of disciples appeared numerous, yet the moment they truly stepped through the mountain gates, they felt as insignificant as a lone boat. Adrift on a vast river, the sect was overwhelmingly grand, to an almost exaggerated degree. Otherwise, they would not be able to accept such a multitude of disciples each year. Chu Ning was immediately awestruck by the scene before him as he gazed across the horizon. The majestic mountains rose and fell, shrouded in ethereal mists, with unknown celestial beasts soaring around the peaks, and sword-wielding cultivators gliding through the air, a breathtaking spectacle of the mortal realm and his previous life. He could only imagine such scenes within the pages of novels. Ah, are there any fitting adjectives? Never mind, it's simply magnificent. With only a few disciples remaining ahead, Chu Ning silently listened to the murmurings of those around him. Only those with superior spiritual roots may enter the inner sanctum of the sect. If one possesses immortal grade roots, they might have the chance to become a disciple of an elder. A curious disciple inquired, "What about that great demon lord who just recruited disciples?" An elder scoffed derisively, "Unless you possess divine grade talent, in 1,000 years, my sect has only produced a handful. Thus, you might have a chance to be the disciple of the great demon lord. With your capabilities, do you dare to harbor such delusions? Common grade, inferior spiritual roots, shall remain in the outer court." As the results of the examination were announced, the disciple sighed despondently, accepting his disciple token and robes before entering the sect. When it was Chu Ning's turn, the elder scrutinized him for a moment, and seeing the youth's innocent visage, his expression softened slightly. For no particular reason, the lad was pleasing to the eye. "Place your palm upon the spiritual platform." Chu Ning nodded and complied. Touching the icy stone surface, he attentively followed the elder's instructions. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted into the sky, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers, illuminating the clear heavens. Where the golden light burst forth, the sounds of phoenixes echoed, and the elder stared in astonishment. Divine grade, after a century, our sect has produced another divine grade talent. Countless gazes turned towards the female disciple, adorned in a flowing white gown that exuded an ethereal grace, her exquisite beauty immediately capturing the attention of numerous elders. Take her to meet the sect master. She is destined to become his personal disciple. On the other hand, a sudden burst of derisive laughter erupted behind Chu Ning. "Ha ha ha! A waste of spiritual roots. This is utterly laughable. With such roots, even attempting cultivation is futile." The elder's countenance darkened with fury. "Cease your insolent chatter. What our kind lacks most is a sincere heart in pursuit of the Tao. No matter how extraordinary the talent, if the heart wavers, it amounts to nothing. Young man, fret not as long as you possess spiritual roots. Our demonic sect can offer you the chance to defy fate." Chu Ning gazed at the brilliance illuminating his spiritual platform. Waste, how utterly vexing. Having traversed realms, yet not embodying the essence of a heavenly progeny, it seems I failed to appease the king of hell. The elder's expression softened as he patted Chu Ning's shoulder. "There are no wasted spiritual roots, only wasted cultivators. Master, is that you?" Chu Ning chuckled and shook his head. "No worries. I simply need to collect my insignia and attire." "Correct." The elder scrutinized Chu Ning, detecting no hint of disappointment on his face, but rather an air of anticipation. "This lad possesses an extraordinary disposition." "Precisely. Upon entering the sect, fellow cultivators will guide you to your residence at the mountain gate, and subsequently, you will receive your cultivation methods for anything else. Simply inquire with the guiding cultivators." Chu Ning offered a respectful bow, embodying the spirit of a budding cultivator. "Thus begins my journey in the path of cultivation." The elder watched Chu Ning's retreating figure, stroking his beard with a smile. "Truly an intriguing youth. Elder, it is my turn." The elder's expression abruptly shifted. "Why the rush? Is your father or mother inside? Cannot you observe how others conduct themselves? Simply place your hand upon it." Chu Ning remained oblivious to the commotion behind him. Upon receiving his outer sect disciple token and garments, he spotted the guiding cultivator nearby and greeted them with a smile. Yet, suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him, as if his vision had been distorted. Sign-in task issued. Proceed to the summit of the demon sect's Mount Wending to sign in. The route has been provided. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Task reward, 10,000 contribution points. Note: contribution points can enhance spiritual roots and accelerate the progress of cultivation methods. Task deadline: 1 month. Please complete it promptly. Authors. Note: realms. Lower 3 realms: spiritual movement, subtlety, knowing destiny. Middle 3 realms: ascending the tower, gazing at the sea, forgetting the river. Upper 3 realms: breaking the void, boundless, celestial phenomena. Just a note, I'm not accustomed to categorizing realms, but this format is more convenient. Chapter 2. The Path to Immortality, a journey taken step by step. Before him, an ethereal system panel materialized, displaying only a few lines of text alongside a route to the demon sect's summit of inquiry. Nothing more was presented. Is this the system? Chu Ning momentarily lost himself in thought, only to be seized by exhilaration. As a seasoned bibliophile of the 21st century, he was well aware of the existence of such systems. It was only to be expected that upon his rebirth, he would receive a defective spiritual root. Without some form of compensation, he would indeed be rendered worthless. Yet now, this system appeared to be his recompense. The potential to enhance his spiritual root and accelerate his cultivation speed. While it may not be an extraordinary system, it was sufficiently remarkable for Chu Ning. Could it be that, with enough contribution points, he could elevate his spiritual root to a celestial quality? The summit of inquiry of the demon sect. After exchanging pleasantries with the guiding cultivator, Chu Ning immediately inquired about its location. The individual behind him had just remarked on his defective spiritual root, implying that cultivation would be quite arduous. It was imperative to acquire contribution points to enhance both his spiritual root and innate talent. The summit of inquiry. There it is. The cultivator pointed towards a majestic peak standing tall amidst the surrounding mountains. Chu Ning assessed the situation. Even if he managed to reach the foot of the mountain, scaling it seemed an insurmountable challenge. How could an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation, ascend such heights? Was there a beginner's gift pack? Perhaps something to aid in his ascent? Yet all he had was a single task to sign in, and it was time-limited. Chu Ning felt a wave of frustration. How long would it take to climb that mountain, senior brother? The cultivator appeared momentarily taken aback. Climb? Climb up there? The peak where the demon lord resided was a place no one dared to tread. This junior disciple actually wished to ascend? A smile crept across the cultivator's face. I do not know. No one has ever climbed it. However, if one were to fly with all their might on a sword, it would likely take about half an hour to arrive. Chu Ning furrowed his brow. Even if one could fly on a sword at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, it would still require at least an hour, suggesting a distance of no less than 300 kilometers. How on earth was he to make that ascent? Traversing 300 kilometers on foot in a month, along with the arduous climb and uncertain paths ahead. Chu Ning pressed on with his inquiries. Then, senior brother, what level of cultivation is required to learn sword flight? The cultivator dismissed the thought. At least the 3rd realm. Given that you are an outer disciple, it would likely take you a decade to reach that level. Chu Ning fell silent. It appeared that walking was his only option. To master sword flight, given his qualifications, would take 10 years. How long would it take to cultivate to the realm of immortality? By the time he reached that level, he might find his lifespan at an end without having achieved immortality. Clearly, this was not aligned with Chu Ning's assessment of his interests. Furthermore, with the system now in play, he had the chance to reverse his fate and enhance his qualifications. He would climb. No matter how arduous or exhausting the journey, nothing would deter him from pursuing immortality. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he found it to be a modest cave carved into the mountainside. Inside lay a wooden bed, adorned with a set of bedding and a tome of cultivation methods. This was the first 3 sections of the Devil Sect's 9 forms of the celestial demon, and only by cultivating to the 3rd realm could one hope to comprehend the subsequent techniques. With a nod, Chu Ning bid farewell to the guiding cultivator. Cultivation methods? As he gazed at the book in his hands, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. If he persisted in his practice, he could attain immortality. Having lived only 19 years in his previous life, this time he would do everything in his power to seek longevity and survive for eternity. Opening the tome, his enthusiasm surged, but in the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned. The phrases, concentrate energy in the dantian, channel chi through the 9 gates, and move in all directions were all comprehensible, yet the way they intertwined eluded him. It seemed that his innate talent was a limitation. With a subpar spiritual root, he indeed felt somewhat inadequate. Much like certain individuals in his former world who could grasp mathematics and physics with ease, he needed to learn painstakingly. The most disheartening aspect was that after a month of effort, one might still find their scores overshadowed by someone who studied for just a day. Thus, the system's offer to enhance his spiritual root and assist in his cultivation was akin to a timely downpour for Chu Ning. However, the prerequisite was that he must ascend to the peak of Mount Wending. Damn it! Let us go. It was merely climbing a mountain. If he couldn't endure such hardship, how could he aspire to become an immortal? Without further ado, he approached the steward responsible for their outer sect, inquiring about the possibility of visiting the inner sect. The steward appeared perplexed. There were no restrictions on that front, but having just entered the devil sect, if one did not diligently practice, how could they hope to excel in the newcomer competition after 6 months? That was an opportunity for outer sect disciples to defy fate, with a chance to enter the celestial pool and receive a drop of celestial essence to refine their roots. I suggest you.
Chu Ning understood.
This was the opportunity the elder had referred to regarding defying fate. However, he doubted he could achieve a top rank in the newcomer competition. Climbing the mountain remained essential. Relieved to learn there were no restrictions, he bid farewell to the steward and opened the map. With a self-deprecating murmur, he initiated his journey. He carried the cultivation tome with him. The mountain was abundant in resources. If need be, he could subsist within its confines. Traveling light would enable him to reach the pinnacle of Mount Wending more swiftly. Meanwhile, at the summit of Mount Wending, a woman in white knelt, her demeanor respectful as she bowed before the unassuming mountain gate. I, Zhou Yujin, pay my respects to my esteemed master, celestial grade talent? Zhou Yujin nodded respectfully. Your disciple is lacking. A light scoff echoed from within the gate, and in the next moment, a sword and a cultivation manual appeared on the ground. Among my disciples, the slowest achieves the 3rd realm within 3 months. Should you fail to do so in that time, you must return the sword and withdraw to another elder's tutelage. Zhou Yujin trembled all over, her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed at the sword, responding with utmost respect. Your disciple understands. Go forth, for this mountain gate is a sacred place of my profound meditation. There is no need to disturb my tranquility. Zhou Yujin grasped the sword, immediately sensing the overwhelming sword intent within it. To have acquired a celestial grade sword merely by serving under the demon lord is a remarkable fortune. How many celestial grade swords exist in this world? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she tightened her fists. One day, she vowed, she would stand beside the demon lord, ensuring that all would know Zhou Yujin as his disciple. Chu Ning embarked on his journey, tirelessly traveling from dawn till dusk. It took him a full 5 days to traverse from the outer gate to the inner gate. His walking pace was painfully slow, but there was no alternative. Present, Chu Ning was but an ordinary person. Each day left him utterly exhausted, his body aching, quenching his thirst with spring water from the mountains and appeasing his hunger by roasting wild rabbits, or relying on wild fruits when he could not catch anything. He understood well that if he missed this opportunity to complete the sign-in task, he might have to wait decades to reach the 3rd tier, with higher realms remaining an elusive dream. This was simply unacceptable. As the countdown dwindled day by day, with only about 10 days remaining, he finally arrived at the mountain gate. Along the way, few took notice of him. After all, who would regard the existence of an insignificant ant? What waves could a mere outer disciple with no cultivation create? With 10 days left on the countdown, Chu Ning cast a glance at the towering peak and felt a wave of despair. How could he possibly ascend such a high mountain? Yet suddenly, he spotted a narrow path nearby. Could he ascend via this trail? Chu Ning's spirits soared, and without a moment's hesitation, he set forth on the upward path. A month had passed, and he was merely half an hour away from reaching his goal. As he risked his life to cross the clouds and finally arrived at the summit, a voice echoed in his mind, signaling the system's notification. Sign-in task completed. Task reward. Contribution value 10,000. The host may use the contribution value to enhance spiritual root quality and comprehension of techniques. At last, his month's effort bore fruit. Glancing at his blistered feet, Chu Ning couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The path to immortality is indeed forged step by step, is it not? A month had elapsed in a flurry of urgency, fearing he might not reach the peak. Just half an hour more and thankfully he had made it. Without further delay, it was time to commence his cultivation. Chapter 3. The Man Who Intrigues the Demon Lord. Atop the mountain peak there lay an expansive level ground. Not far behind, a rudimentary mountain gate stood, appearing even less hospitable than his own dwelling, cloaked in dust and moss. It was likely that this place had not housed any inhabitants for quite some time. On the flat expanse, there was merely a stone table accompanied by several stone stools. Perhaps these remnants were left by some esteemed individual? Unperturbed, Chu Ning took a deep breath to regain his composure and settled into a meditative posture. The contribution value of 10,000 could be halved. Would you like to use 5,000 contribution points to enhance your foundational roots? Without hesitation, Chu Ning chose yes. In the next moment, a surge of vitality coursed through him, a warm current enveloping his body from head to toe. Initially, he felt no connection to the surrounding world. But upon hearing the system's notification, everything changed dramatically. Successfully used 10 contribution points. Foundation roots upgraded to inferior spiritual root. Successfully used 100 contribution points. Foundation roots upgraded to lower spiritual root. Successfully used 1,000 contribution points. Foundation roots upgraded to middle spiritual root. Contribution points refunded. 3,890 points. Upon reopening his eyes, the world before him seemed transformed. The air was now infused with a faint, purplish demonic energy. Moreover, this surrounding demonic essence appeared almost sentient. Tendrils of it coolly weaving towards Chu Ning's body. A wave of elation washed over him. No wonder the spiritual roots were easier to cultivate. With defective roots, one could hardly perceive the demonic energy. It was no wonder the previous individual had remarked on the futility of cultivation. A month's efforts had not been in vain. Chu Ning, cultivation level, mortal body, spiritual root, middle spiritual root, a total of 1110 contribution points had been utilized. It seemed that the leap from middle to upper spiritual roots required 10,000 points. With 8,890 contribution points remaining, it was evidently insufficient. However, possessing a middle spiritual root appeared quite commendable within the outer sect. Furthermore, if the contribution points were ample, could he not elevate them to upper or even celestial quality? Chu Ning felt increasingly invigorated, distinctly sensing his progress. As for the remaining contribution points, they should be directed towards enhancing his cultivation techniques. Chu Ning promptly retrieved the previous manual. The 9 demonic images of heaven. For cultivators at the 9th tier, each realm summoned a unique demonic image. Each demonic image could be independently summoned, allowing the practitioner to wield over 50% of their prowess. This meant that when facing a higher-tier cultivator, should they summon 9 demonic images, one would contend with 9 formidable entities, alongside the practitioner being a 9th-tier celestial figure themselves, an existence of bug-level prowess. Moreover, the demonic techniques themselves were exceptionally formidable. The summoned demonic images could amplify the practitioner's formidable prowess, rendering them even mightier. Truly, as a disciple of the demon sect, one was directly granted access to such high-caliber techniques upon entry. No wonder they were capable of defying fate. A subtle smile graced Chu Ning's lips. Since contribution points could be refunded, why not invest them entirely? Would a foundational technique of 3 volumes not be entirely consumable? Would you like to use 8,890 contribution points to master the 9 demonic images of heaven, lower 3 realms? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning agreed. Yet, in the following instant, he found himself utterly astonished. Detected incomplete cultivation method, consuming 8,000 contribution points to complete the Heavenly Demon 9 Elephant technique. Chu Ning exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? The subsequent techniques should be provided by the sect. I do not require your assistance in completing them. Using 800 contribution points, enhancing Heavenly Demon 9 Elephant Progress. 8. Contribution value refunded. 90. Chu Ning felt like crying. This is outrageous. Had I known, I would have acted differently. However, before Chu Ning could continue his complaints, the contents of the scroll imprinted directly into his mind. An abundance of knowledge seemed to integrate seamlessly, and those obscure acupoints in his body were suddenly illuminated. Absorb the heavenly demon chi. Condense the indestructible magic elephant. A torrent of demonic energy surged into Chu Ning's body, quickly manifesting as a foul, pitch-black filth enveloping him. The impurities expelled by the cleansing of his meridians. An immense pleasure radiated from every part of his being. The experience of cultivation far surpassed any sensation in this world. Forget it. No more curses. I shall learn from this lesson and consider it a means to enhance my cultivation. Chu Ning's heart ached. Yet, upon sensing the transformation within his body, he quickly became engrossed. He resumed his cultivation. Within the cave dwelling, Ji Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes, frowning. This year, there was not just one exceptional disciple. How is it that another has appeared atop the peak? The Wending Mountain, where she resided, was a forbidden area within the sect, off-limits to anyone without permission. Has her prolonged seclusion caused her to forget this rule? Moreover, this disciple has audaciously commenced their cultivation right outside her cave. Ji Qingqiu's frown deepened, the demonic energy swirling around her as her gaze sharpened. Today's disciples are utterly ignorant of the rules. She had no intention of directly eliminating this sect disciple. Simply allowing them to face the dangers of the mountain would serve as a lesson to others about the consequences of intruding upon her dwelling. Yet suddenly, her attention was drawn. Through the stone door, her perception clearly discerned that this disciple had already entered the first tier of the spirit movement realm. If they were merely a first-tier disciple, she would hardly spare them a glance, for to her, they were no more significant than ants. However, upon detecting the disciple's possessions, she was momentarily taken aback. An outer sect disciple? The attire, the insignia, and the simplified version of the heavenly demon 9 elephant? How did an outer sect disciple find their way to her? Furthermore, achieving such a high degree of demonic energy compatibility at such a rapid pace seems implausible, especially considering their middle-grade aptitude. What could be the reason for this? After millennia of silence, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless individuals, Ji Qingqiu found herself intrigued by this disciple for the first time. The stone door of the cave slowly creaked open. Chu Ning, cultivation level, first-tier spirit movement, spiritual root, middle-grade spiritual root, cultivation technique, heavenly demon 9 elephant progress. 8. Chu Ning gazed at the system panel before him. Although the system appeared to serve little purpose beyond check-ins, the attributes displayed on this panel were quite impressive, at least providing Chu Ning with insight into the extent of his cultivation. With merely 8 progress, has one already become an immortal cultivator? A sudden wave of foul odor assailed him, and Chu Ning cast a disdainful glance at the grime clinging to his body, sticky and revolting. It seemed to be impurities expelled from his body. Chu Ning quickly deduced the origin of this substance. After all, he had only just embarked on his cultivation journey, and the expulsion of impurities during body refinement was quite understandable. No wonder he felt such a significant change. These must be the filth within him. I should take a bath. Yet, in the next moment, just as Chu Ning was about to rise and seek a bathing spot, a refreshing chill enveloped him. The grime on his body vanished in the blink of an eye. The stench dissipated, replaced by a delightful fragrance. How refreshing! Chu Ning was instantly elated. Initially, he had thought the system was merely a supportive tool, but it turned out it could also facilitate bathing. However, this had nothing to do with the system at all. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my abode? Chapter 4. The 4 Fiends. The Gluttonous Demon Elephant. Chu Ning was suddenly taken aback. Upon regaining his senses, he beheld a tall woman clad in a black robe standing before him, towering over him by at least half a head. Her gaze was frigid, her countenance serene, and her beauty was unparalleled, exuding an aura that instilled trepidation in those who beheld her. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my lair? Hearing this, Chu Ning quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize. I merely found this location conducive for cultivation and was unaware of your presence here. I shall take my leave. Ji Qingqiu inclined her head slightly, yet curiosity lingered in her demeanor. Are you a disciple of the demon sect? I am Chu Ning, an outer disciple of the demon sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 3 types of individuals: esteemed seniors, fellow practitioners, and mere ants. Chu Ning identified himself as the latter. The imposing woman before him, regardless of her identity, had the presence of someone beyond his reckoning, especially in a place she claimed as her own sanctuary. Thus, he chose not to conceal anything. When one's strength pales in comparison to another's, sincerity is the better course. After all, he was merely a disciple who had wandered into this domain. It was unlikely that she would resort to violence without cause. Moreover, the woman exuded a certain familiarity, reminiscent of a kind, neighborly elder sister. Surely, she was a benevolent soul. As Chu Ning had anticipated, the woman merely scrutinized him for a moment. An outer disciple, and you have progressed so swiftly in your cultivation, reaching the first rank in less than a day? Her eyes narrowed as she regarded him, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, as though she suspected him of deceit. Chu Ning quickly reassured her. The concentration of demonic energy at the mountaintop facilitates rapid cultivation. He certainly could not disclose that he had come merely to check in. She would doubt him even more. Ji Qingqiu suppressed her smile and let out a cold snort. If I may be so bold, the demonic energy here pales in comparison to that of the outer sect. With your presence, the demonic energy at this mountain peak has long been depleted. There is scarcely any left. Clearing his throat, Chu Ning hastily waved his hand. However, I perceive this place as a treasure trove of feng shui. Otherwise, I would not have ventured so far to climb this mountain. He certainly could not admit that the system had compelled him to traverse a month's worth of mountainous terrain just to arrive here for a check-in. She would likely find that implausible. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. You climbed all this way by yourself? From the outer sect to this location? Indeed, I did. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment, sensing that he had yet to reach the level of sword mastery, and she chuckled lightly. This is rather intriguing. Given your rapid progress, why have you not yet cultivated the celestial demon elephant? That would truly signify an entry into the realm of techniques. With a wry smile, Chu Ning replied, I just expelled some impurities from my body and intended to wash up. I did not anticipate your arrival, for which I am grateful. As for cultivating the celestial demon elephant, I can attend to that upon my return, and I shall not impose further upon you, esteemed senior. Having said this, Chu Ning prepared to take his leave, wishing not to intrude any longer. Descending the mountain and returning to the outer gate requires a month's time. Your cultivation here is commendable, and I can offer you some advice. This individual is sincere in heart. The blisters on their feet are no deception. The journey from the outer gate to this place spans at least several hundred miles of mountainous terrain. Since you are eager to seek knowledge, I am more than willing to share a few words of guidance. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. He expressed his gratitude and immediately seated himself upon the ground, beginning to circulate the Heavenly Demon 9 Forms Heart technique. The refinement of the Heavenly Demon form is the initial step of this technique. Achieving it signifies the entry into the practice. Ji Qingqiu settled herself upon a nearby stone bench, casually releasing a wisp of demonic energy. In an instant, the mountaintop was enveloped in a thick shroud of demonic mist. Its density magnified several-fold. Her voice, cool and clear, instructed, hold your breath and concentrate. Draw the demonic energy into your body. Gratitude was bestowed upon the senior. Observing Chu Ning in his meditative state, diligently gathering the demonic form, Ji Qingqiu felt a flicker of speculation arise within her. Could he be a newly initiated disciple of the demon sect? It appeared he had recently been recruited during the sect's latest recruitment drive. A breakthrough to the first rank within a month is not unusual. What piqued Ji Qingqiu's interest was that this disciple possessed merely a medium-grade spiritual root. Yet he was able to advance to the first rank so swiftly. Such speed is indeed remarkable. Moreover, being an outer sect disciple, he traversed hundreds of miles on foot to reach the mountaintop, as evidenced by the blisters on his feet. It seems he has heard of her residing at the summit and sought to request an opportunity for cultivation. This earnest desire for knowledge is truly commendable. Seeing his sincerity, she decided to offer him some guidance. Thus, she abandoned the thought of sending Chu Ning back down the mountain. Helping this disciple would require little effort and would alleviate the monotony of her millennia-long cultivation journey. What kind of heavenly demon form could this young man manifest? Her curiosity was piqued. The manifestation of the heavenly demon form relies on one's comprehension of the technique. The deeper the understanding, the more formidable the demon form becomes. Most outer sect disciples conjure beast forms. The better ones manifest forms of tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears, while the lesser ones produce forms of chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits. Inner sect disciples typically embody various spiritual beasts or ferocious creatures. Among the sect's most gifted individuals, those with divine grade potential can even conjure mythical beasts that exist solely in ancient texts. These individuals now stand as the pinnacle of the demonic path, overshadowing the younger generation of the righteous sect for centuries. If this young man's manifestation of the demon form proves satisfactory, he might be introduced to the inner sect elders for further cultivation, thus not wasting the potential of such a disciple. As the demonic energy surged into his body, Chu Ning furrowed his brow. Ji Qingqiu's voice echoed beside him. Absorb the demonic energy without resistance. Circulate the heart technique, and through the demonic energy, perceive your true self, that will be your heavenly demon form. In utter silence, Chu Ning found himself engulfed in darkness. In the realm of existence, it felt as though he was utterly alone, surrounded by an expansive void of demonic energy. He felt somewhat lost, gazing into the boundless black mist that seemed to stretch infinitely before him, unsure of how to proceed. Was it not said to manifest the heavenly demon form? Why had he suddenly found himself in this situation? Suddenly, a chill enveloped his entire being. A pair of immense crimson eyes suddenly materialized before Chu Ning. The colossal fangs were bared, and an overwhelming surge of demonic energy poured into the maw of this gigantic entity. That gaping mouth, lined with formidable fangs, resembled an abyss, voraciously consuming the demonic essence. Recalling the words of his kind-hearted elder sister, Chu Ning understood. Was this not his celestial demon elephant? Simultaneously, Ji Qingqiu quickly sensed something amiss. Ancient black runes, etched upon Chu Ning's entire being, represented the primordial inscriptions. The four fiends Taotai. In an instant, the rate at which Chu Ning absorbed demonic energy accelerated exponentially. As the entire demonic essence of Mount Wending was drained, the colors of the runes began to fade ominously. This is bad. Ji Qingqiu immediately recognized the troubling sign. This was a symbol of the celestial demon elephant's failed condensation. Without sufficient demonic energy, it could not coalesce. The Taotai, notorious for its insatiable gluttony as recorded in ancient texts, would surely not be under Chu Ning's control without adequate sustenance. Quite intriguing. Ji Qingqiu narrowed her eyes, raising her hand, as dark mist enveloped the mountain peak. This extraordinary phenomenon, shrouding the summit, instantaneously captivated the attention of numerous disciples. What could it be? At the peak where the demon lord resided, was the demon lord attempting to transcend to the celestial phenomenon realm? No, it was not a transcendence. Should he reach the celestial phenomenon, a tremendous thunder calamity would ensue, and our demon sect would cease to exist. Perhaps it was another form of magical practice. Such a display truly incited envy. Meanwhile, the runes surrounding Chu Ning blazed brightly as he suddenly opened his eyes. The celestial demon elephant was complete. Chapter 5. Taking a master, the contemporary demon sovereign. Feeling the transformation within him, Chu Ning was somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, upon breaking through, both his physique and spiritual perception had experienced an elevation. After condensing the celestial demon idol, he found that it had further enhanced by an additional 10%. He could even sense the circulation of demonic energy within his body, and astonishingly, he could manipulate it. Let me give it a try. He suddenly raised his hand, as if guided by an inner intuition, and his fingers transformed into a sword-like gesture. Celestial demon idol. Condense. In an instant, dark demonic energy surged forth from his body, beginning to coalesce into a pitch-black idol. Chu Ning was filled with elation. The celestial demon idol was inherently a terrifying entity, and now it was being conjured by him. Although Chu Ning was not fond of fighting, having a means of self-preservation in dire situations was certainly advantageous. What kind of demon idol would it be? Brimming with anticipation and excitement, Chu Ning was soon taken aback. A small black sphere materialized before him. The exhilaration he had felt moments ago evaporated instantly. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. What on earth is this? He scrutinized the small black orb, which seemed to be examining him in return. Goodness. This thing appears utterly useless. Perhaps it could be thrown at someone during a fight? Ji Qingqiu, curious, stepped forward and grasped the small black orb, examining it for a moment, revealing a hint of surprise. It appeared that this object possessed a rudimentary form of intelligence and was of considerable quality. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Ning stood up. There is no need for you to console me, senior. This thing clearly lacks any combat power. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu chuckled derisively. Lacks combat power? Ah! Of course, an initial stage idol would not possess any fighting capabilities. As one's cultivation deepens, this idol will increasingly align with its true form. It is one of the ancient four fiends, Tao Tai, capable of devouring all of heaven and earth. Moreover, this celestial demon idol is quite peculiar. Merely condensing it consumed nearly 10% of my demonic energy. Keep in mind, my realm is the pinnacle of contemporary cultivators. Wuji, merely a step away from Tianxiang. For a mere first-stage cultivator to condense a celestial demon idol and expend such a vast amount of my energy? How many have achieved the condensation of ancient demon idols over the millennia in the demon sect? Furthermore, this is one of the four fiends among ancient extraordinary beasts. Even I did not anticipate that this disciple could achieve such a feat. Indeed, this young man is truly remarkable. However, Chu Ning was not disheartened. Instead, he laughed heartily. Combat power was of little concern. The ability to cultivate for longevity was what truly mattered. The enhancement of his innate roots and the deepening comprehension of demonic techniques had significantly improved his longevity compared to his prior wasteful spiritual roots. Thus, Chu Ning felt immensely satisfied, for he could at least cultivate now. Ji Qingqiu returned the small black orb, and Chu Ning held it in his hand. It was fluffy and cool to the touch. With a firm squeeze, the orb vanished with a soft pop. Wow! Chu Ning felt a surge of curiosity and intended to summon it again for further study. Hearing this, Ji Qingqiu suddenly appeared perplexed. From what you say, your desire is not for lethality, but for longevity? My greatest obsession with cultivation is indeed longevity. Chu Ning declared, his gaze resolute, fists clenched tightly. As long as I live long enough, I can outlast everyone. So why engage in conflict? He absolutely detests such violent affairs. What if an unfortunate accident occurs? The schemes within the realm of cultivation are numerous. One might start with the weak only to face the strong, and ultimately, one could encounter an ancestor who has been dead for countless years. As an outer disciple, Chu Ning lacks a mentor and must rely on self-cultivation, which makes it exceedingly difficult to compete. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ning, prompting him to bow respectfully. Disciple Chu Ning expresses his gratitude for the teachings of the immortal master. The kindness shown today will be forever remembered, and should there be any way I can be of assistance in the future, I shall undoubtedly repay it. Indeed, in the give and take of life, if you have aided me, I shall surely return the favor. Chu Ning is, after all, a very upright young man. Ji Qingqiu narrowed her eyes, surveying the youth before her from head to toe. The ancient fierce beast's heavenly demon avatar exhibits such rapid breakthrough speed and possesses such temperament. What level will this heavenly demon avatar attain in the future, and how swiftly will it grow? Moreover, this youth seems exceptionally compatible with demonic techniques. Currently, Ji Qingqiu is engrossed in the comprehension of the supreme celestial phenomena, yet has faced numerous setbacks with little progress. However, upon seeing this young man, a thought flickered in her mind. He bears a striking resemblance to what she sought in her youth. Furthermore, although his talent may not surpass hers, observing his cultivation could rekindle her own journey into the realm of cultivation, perhaps yielding new insights. The key is that this disciple is truly peculiar. Despite a lack of innate talent, his cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace. If this is the case, it would be wise to guide him for a while longer and observe his development. Regardless of whether he came seeking her out for opportunities at this moment, he has indeed found one. The outer sect of the demon sect does not recognize mentorship. Henceforth, if one wishes to comprehend techniques, one must rely solely on oneself. Chu Ning nodded, acknowledging this fact. However, with the assistance of a system that enables him to grasp the heavenly Demon 9 avatars so swiftly, having a master becomes inconsequential. What matters is the contribution points. Yet, it seems this elder sister has ulterior motives.
Suttenly, Chu Ning notiket I kingius milekentli.
When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. It is exceedingly beautiful. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. He is now a cultivator. How can he still entertain thoughts of beauty? Such distractions would hinder his pursuit of longevity. Does the esteemed elder have something to convey? Ji Qingxiu slightly nodded. Your aptitude is commendable. During this period, you may remain here to cultivate, as I happen to be free and can offer guidance on your cultivation. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to inquire of me, and it will be considered a form of mentorship. Chu Ning hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Ji Qingxiu from top to bottom. His intuition warned him that this elder was extraordinary, perhaps even formidable. Cultivating in another realm without a background can be quite troublesome. If he had a powerful figure as a support, even if it were merely a nominal master-disciple relationship, it would still serve as an advantage, would it not? Surely, it would facilitate a more prosperous journey towards immortality. The key lies in the undeniable beauty of this elder sister. Naturally, Chu Ning approached with the intention of becoming her disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning knelt down, proclaiming, "Disciple Chu Ning pays homage to the master." Ji Qingxiu appeared momentarily taken aback before chuckling softly. "I am merely here to provide guidance, not to accept a disciple. There is no need for such grand gestures." Chu Ning, with unwavering conviction, replied, "As a disciple of humble strength, I cannot claim to be a worthy student of a senior. However, once a teacher, forever a mother, I shall henceforth consider you my master." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxiu found herself at a loss for words. Although this disciple may not possess exceptional innate talents, he seemed to have a commendable aptitude for cultivation and an impressive understanding of martial arts. Moreover, the youth was indeed quite pleasing to the eye and appeared to possess a certain charm. Since he has already called me master, why not designate him as my last disciple? If you are willing, let it be so. Chu Ning was unaware of the true identity of the person before him. Nevertheless, throughout their interaction, the elder sister had consistently evoked a favorable impression, and her strength did not seem insignificant. She had even assisted him in consolidating his celestial devil form. Suddenly struck by an idea, Chu Ning hastily inquired, "Senior, Master, I am yet to learn your esteemed name." With genuine sincerity, he lifted his gaze, and the latter did not withhold her identity.
Yikingqiu.
The current demon sovereign. Among the heavens and the earth, in all three teachings and myriad schools, the foremost sword cultivator with unparalleled lethality. Chapter 6. The disciple remains unaware of my renown. The two exchanged glances for a moment, the wind atop the mountain rustling their garments. Ji Qingxiu was evidently awaiting something. Knowing my esteemed title, why does this disciple still bear such an expression? It is well known that I am the current demon sovereign. Is this disciple truly not astonished? After a prolonged silence, Chu Ning finally perceived something amiss. Master, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Observing the youth's expression, Ji Qingxiu was slightly taken aback. "Are you truly unaware of who I am? Do you not recognize the one who resides at the summit of this mountain?" It appeared that the disciple was oblivious, even after she had revealed her name. Logically speaking, among all cultivators in the realm, her reputation should be unparalleled. Ji Qingxiu detected no hint of deception in the youth's eyes, and for a moment, she was filled with confusion. "Ah! Since you refer to yourself as this esteemed being, you must be a formidable senior of the demon sect." Chu Ning hastily explained, "As a newcomer, I am not familiar with the internal matters of the demon sect. I beg for your forgiveness. I truly do not know who you are." Ji Qingqiu suddenly chuckled, narrowing her eyes. If you are unaware of my identity, why have you traveled such a great distance from the outer sect? Is it not to seek an opportunity from me? Chu Ning was rendered speechless, eventually responding, I genuinely came here because I found it conducive for cultivation. If it weren't for the purpose of signing in, would I have traversed such a long journey? When it came to apprenticeship, Chu Ning was quite discerning. Without a mentor in the outer sect, he would either have to rely on his own comprehension or depend on the system. Though the elder sister before him was enigmatic regarding her strength, it was evident that she possessed a significant standing within the sect. Moreover, she gave him a very favorable impression. There was an undeniable affinity. Thus, seeking her as a mentor would not be in vain. As it was all for the sake of cultivation and immortality, Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it seemed that this youth had been focused on his cultivation since ascending the mountain, seemingly without any intention of seeking out anyone. Had he truly not considered approaching her for an opportunity? In light of this, she thought it permissible to reveal I am the current demon sovereign. Expressing this title herself felt somewhat peculiar. However, she was unconcerned with such superficial renown, as the disciple would surely come to understand in due time. It seemed that this newly accepted disciple was rather endearing. She nonchalantly retrieved a pitch-black longsword from her storage pouch and placed it in Chu Ning's hands. To take me as your master, this sword shall serve as a token. Seeing this, Chu Ning quickly declined, shaking his head. It would be inappropriate for me to accept the master's token without first offering my apprenticeship gift. Let us forego this. Do you know what the sword is? Chu Ning pondered briefly. The master's token? Ji Qingqiu fell silent for a moment before retracting her hand. Since he was unaware of her identity, it was no surprise that he knew nothing of her sword. Nonetheless, she left the sword with him and added, Now that you recognize it as my token, carry it with you. In times of peril, it may safeguard your life. Moreover, diligently pursue your cultivation, for I would not wish to be embarrassed by you. This disciple, indeed, knew nothing at all. The look of utter bewilderment on his face clearly indicated that he could not comprehend even this celestial-grade long sword. This was the final sword of the 7 kills sword array, the extermination sword, a paragon among celestial artifacts. Not long ago, the 6th sword, the demon-dispersing sword, was bestowed upon Zhou Yujin. Additionally, within a millennium, she had taken on 5 disciples. When combined, the 7 swords form the 7 kills sword array, a masterpiece of divine quality, unparalleled in the contemporary world. The novice cultivator, naive and unversed, wore a particularly serious expression, which was somewhat endearing. Chu Ning appeared quite perplexed. The vague words spoken left him wondering about her true identity. Although such matters did not particularly concern him, as the level of cultivation within the sect had little bearing on his own practice, given the vast system in place. With contribution points, one could enhance their cultivation and mastery of demonic arts. After all, how could any teacher be as effective as this system? Thus, why did the teacher behave this way? Turning back, Chu Ning scrutinized the mountain gate. It was dilapidated, overgrown with moss, and clearly neglected. This stood in stark contrast to the opulent gates he had encountered within the demon sect. Suddenly, it dawned on him. His teacher was reluctant to speak due to a sense of inferiority. It seemed she had spent a long time in the demon sect, perhaps an elder with modest strength, choosing a reclusive path for cultivation. The long sword she wielded, lacking in discernible power, was likely the only asset she could present. If he were to refuse, would that not imply disdain for his teacher? Presently, Chu Ning indeed required guidance to navigate this world. Hence, he valued this teacher-student bond greatly. With that in mind, he resolved to accept the sword, not wanting to disappoint his solitary teacher. With a smile, Chu Ning declared, Then I shall accept this, and I thank you, master. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, offering a soft laugh. Once you have solidified your foundational skills, I shall impart to you a sword technique for self-defense and enhancement. Chu Ning bowed in respect. I shall return to my cultivation now. Should you have any matters to convey, master, I will come at once. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. What is it, master? Are you planning to return to the outer sect? Chu Ning shook his head. At this moment, he had already reached the first-tier spirit dynamic realm. He was no longer an ordinary person, During his breakthrough, every sinew in his body had been refined, his physical strength multiplied several times over, far beyond that of an average mortal. I can run back. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment, her brow still furrowed. Initially, she had intended for this disciple to remain, to observe his cultivation and see if any new insights could arise. However, upon hearing him unexpectedly refer to her as master, it was evident he wished to become her disciple. Recognizing his remarkable disposition and aptitude for cultivation, Ji Qingqiu did not reject him. Yet, she still wished to have Chu Ning stay for observation. Otherwise, each time she taught, would she need to traverse hundreds of miles? There is no need. The journey to the outer sect is long and fraught with travel that would hinder your cultivation. It is better to remain by my side. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at the mountain gate. Master, perhaps we should reconsider? Why? Chu Ning, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, it seems inappropriate for a disciple to reside with their master, especially in such a confined space as a cave. After all, I am a man, and should word of this circulate, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation, master. Ji Qingqiu waved her hand dismissively. There is no concern. This mountain gate sees no visitors. There remains an unoccupied cave within, where you may reside and cultivate in peace. Another cave. Chu Ning inhaled deeply, slightly disappointed at the thought of not living together. Clearing his throat, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. It spares me the trouble of traveling far, and with your guidance, my path to immortality feels significantly lighter. Truly, it is worth having you as my mentor. Turning his gaze, he beheld the breathtaking scenery atop Yunshan. To cultivate here is to elevate one's spirit. This is the essence of pursuing immortality. By the way, I still have some belongings left at the outer gate. May I retrieve them before settling down to cultivate? Ji Qingqiu inquired, which courtyard do you belong to at the outer gate? As Chu Ning prepared to check his token, it swiftly found its way into her hand. Allow me to fetch it for you. It will be more convenient. With a flash, she vanished. At the outer gate of the demon sect, in the courtyard where Chu Ning resided, Fang Siyuan stood before the entrance of the cave, furrowing his brow. He distinctly remembered that the boy was here. Why, then, was there no sign of him? Had he gone elsewhere? He was the elder who had assessed Chu Ning during the sect's examination. Finding the boy's temperament commendable, he appreciated how Chu Ning did not wallow in self-pity despite his inferior aptitude, but instead thrived. He had come intending to meet the youth and offer some guidance. However, how was it possible that he could not find him? Just as Fang Siyuan was about to inquire further, the space before him suddenly warped. The power of space, an ability of a sage. A sage of the 7 realms of the sect had arrived? Who could it be? In the next moment, a woman clad in dark robes appeared. Fang Siyuan was momentarily stunned and then knelt in reverence. Greetings, sect master. To his astonishment, it was the demon lord. Ji Qingqiu glanced at the disciple's token in her hand and then at the cave before her. Is this the cave of your outer disciple, Chu Ning? Indeed. Fang Siyuan was utterly astonished, never imagining the sect master would come here, seemingly in search of Chu Ning. Had the youth offended her? Hesitating, he asked sect master, may I inquire if Chu Ning has offended you? After all, he is young and may not be aware of the proper etiquette. With admiration for the boy, Fang Siyuan hoped to advocate for him, at least to utter a word on his behalf. Ji Qingqiu's expression remained impassive. Do not ask what should not be inquired about. My disciple does not require intervention from others. Fang Siyuan's heart sank. It was evident that the disciple was in grave danger. What a pity it was to have incurred the wrath of the demon lord. After Ji Qingqiu finished speaking, it seemed she had also realized something. Since you have taken Ning Er as your disciple, it is only fitting to inform the entire sect. Otherwise, the elders of the sect may incite her to continue accepting disciples, which could lead to considerable complications. Chapter 7. Is it really appropriate to live together right after becoming a disciple, master? On the summit of Mount Ding, Chu Ning sat at the edge of a precipice, meditating and familiarizing himself with his current physique and strength. Indeed, since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had experienced extraordinary changes. Both his senses and physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. This was merely the result of his demonic arts reaching 8 proficiency, and he possessed a medium-grade spiritual root. Above the medium grade, there existed high-grade, immortal grade, and divine-grade roots. What lay ahead? What would happen once his demonic arts reached perfection and his innate talent was elevated? The future seemed promising. Just as Chu Ning was envisioning a long and prosperous life, he suddenly heard a voice transmitting a message. I have now accepted 7 disciples and shall no longer recruit anyone else. This commotion, was it from the demon lord? Why did it sound so much like Master's voice? Could it be? No, Chu Ning quickly dismissed that thought. It was impossible. The demon lord wielded considerable influence. If he were to reside somewhere, it certainly would not be in such a dilapidated place. After all, it was far inferior to the cave abode he had previously occupied. Moreover, with his current lack of aptitude, how could the demon lord possibly take him as a disciple? That notion was absurd. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared beside Chu Ning without warning. He was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned around to rise. Master, you're here already? Such skill was rather impressive. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, handing over the luggage to Chu Ning, which was merely a single bundle. Chu Ning's belongings were minimal. A set of clothing, a bedding, and a pot. With a pot, he could have steaming hot meals wherever he went. This was an essential survival item in the realm of cultivation, for it is said that one should never be finicky about food. Even in cultivation, one must eat and drink well. Everything is here. Thank you, master. The young man felt a surge of emotion. Having initially thought his master's cultivation was not formidable, only to discover how extraordinary she truly was. What a worthwhile encounter. Observing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled and nodded, taking a moment to appraise Chu Ning before producing a pair of cloth shoes from her sleeve and presenting them to him. Your current pair has worn out. I have brought you a new set. Master, this. Do not worry. It is but a trivial matter compared to that sword. Upon seeing the shoes, Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. For reasons he could not comprehend, his eyes began to redden. He had not anticipated that the first person to show concern for him in this world would not be his biological parents, but rather the master he had just acknowledged. Thank you, master. Ji Qingqiu offered a gentle smile but said nothing further. After changing into the new cloth shoes, Chu Ning rubbed his eyes. Though they were merely a pair of cloth shoes, he felt compelled to express, Master is truly kind. Curiosity suddenly piqued. He inquired, Master, was that message just now from the demon lord? Indeed it was. Master just mentioned that she has accepted a disciple with divine-grade aptitude. Does that mean she has taken 2 disciples? Chu Ning recalled hearing that the demon lord was not one to take on disciples casually. In a millennium, she had only accepted a handful, hadn't she? Ji Qingqiu paused in silence, gazing at Chu Ning. The esteemed self believed it was not so casual after all. Your innate talent and disposition are commendable, and you are indeed quite intriguing. Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu was taken aback, realizing that Chu Ning was unaware of her true identity, and she smiled gently. What, are you envious? Chu Ning quickly shook her head, fearful that Ji Qingqiu might feel insecure. The demon lord is certainly not a virtuous being. Without a doubt, he is a malevolent fiend. What could I possibly envy? Of course, being a disciple of such a master would be far better. Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together. Was that an insult or a compliment? Never mind. The mountain gate swung wide open. The interior cave was identical to its exterior, remarkably simple. Chu Ning quietly followed Ji Qingqiu. Master, your kindness towards me is deeply appreciated. I assure you, I would never look down upon you. But observing your ability to flit about with such agility, your cultivation level seems quite impressive. Does it not? Surely, it would not be too difficult to have a more refined dwelling? I understand. In the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy is rigid. The higher one's cultivation, the more profound their power becomes. Perhaps at the level of a demon lord, one may require nothing more than a thought to obtain what they desire. So it appears, while my master seems formidable in my eyes, she is not invincible.
Chu Ning pondered curiously.
It seems this technique is something that an ordinary person could also accomplish. Could I possibly master it as well? Master, what is it? That method of traversing. Might you teach it to me? Chu Ning chuckled sheepishly, feeling somewhat shy. After all, it was her first time seeking to learn techniques from her master, and they were still not well acquainted. Perhaps later. For now, You are not yet ready to learn it. Chu Ning felt a bit aggrieved. Is my inability to learn due to my lack of talent or insufficient practice? Indeed, sword control requires 3 realms, and this method of traversing must certainly demand even higher cultivation. If the master says I cannot learn it, then I must diligently focus on my current practice, not aspire too high, and solidify my foundation to progress further, right? Inside the cave there were indeed 2 passageways. This is the dwelling of my esteemed self, and that one is yours. Chu Ning glanced at her modest little room and felt no disdain. The pursuit of immortality is fraught with challenges. Besides, the master is considerate, providing her with a dwelling to spare her from unnecessary toil. How could she possibly find fault? Chu Ning smiled and looked up, about to say something. However, upon raising her gaze, she found herself captivated by the alluring curves of Ji Qingqiu from the side. Perhaps seen from the front it was unremarkable, but from this angle it seemed to form a subtle peak. Her master truly possesses an alluring presence. Noticing Chu Ning's gaze, Ji Qingqiu looked over with a hint of curiosity. What is it? Chu Ning awkwardly smiled and quickly shook her head. This is my master. How could one think otherwise? You are here to seek wisdom and enlightenment. Yet, I cannot help but wonder whether it is pleasant to reside with such a beautiful elder sister as a master. Oh well, it's not as if we are sharing a bed. The master has assured me it is all fine, has she not? After tidying up her belongings, Chu Ning smiled and said, I am truly grateful to my master. From this moment forth, I shall diligently cultivate and ensure I do not bring shame upon you. My master has treated me with such kindness. It is only fitting that I strive even harder to provide you with a better dwelling. In an instant, Chu Ning felt invigorated, for as the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Chu Ning. Your intent is commendable. Continue your earnest cultivation. With that, she turned and returned to her own abode, delving into the profound mysteries of the celestial path. Chu Ning felt a surge of excitement, having entered the realm of immortality and joined the foremost sect of the age. And now with a master by her side, the path to eternal life truly felt ever closer. Chapter 8. The Moment of Life and Death. Stealing the master's apron? Within the cave, Ji Qingqiu left Chu Ning to tidy up the room and departed. Chu Ning retrieved a piece of dried pork from his bundle and took a bite. Should he venture down the mountain to procure some food? The ascent was quite treacherous. It had taken him 10 days previously, filled with trepidation. However, now he was familiar with the terrain, and his senses and stamina had amplified tremendously, making a swift trip seem feasible. When would he learn to ride the sword? Mastering sword flight would simplify matters considerably. With this thought, Chu Ning summoned the system panel. Chu Ning, spiritual root, medium grade, cultivation, first grade spiritual movement, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms progress. 8 contribution points could enhance his aptitude and the progress of his techniques, but could not elevate his cultivation level. To upgrade his spiritual root to a superior grade, he would require 10,000 points. If a single task rewarded 10,000 contribution points, completing just one more task would enable Chu Ning to elevate his spiritual root to a superior grade. The progress for the technique increased by 1, seemingly requiring only 100 points. Thus, 10,000 contribution points could max out the heavenly demon 9 forms. The next step was to undertake tasks to earn contribution points, enhancing both his foundations and understanding of the technique. Yet, when would these tasks refresh? Just as Chu Ning pondered this, a new message suddenly appeared before him. Sign-in task released. Chu Ning was immediately invigorated. Speak of the devil. Having completed the previous task, he expected a refresh soon. He fervently hoped it wouldn't be too far. Otherwise, it would be exhausting, and his newly acquired master might not take it well. Chu Ning quickly checked the details. Please proceed to sign in at Ji Qingqiu's cave.
Chu Ning.
Ji Qingqiu. My master? This must be a joke. Surely, it's a case of mistaken identity or typographical error. Or is there a malfunction in the system? Chu Ning stared at the text for what felt like an eternity. Damn it! The very master I had just pledged allegiance to, who had shown me such kindness. You dare send me to my master's cave? Isn't that akin to sending me to my doom? Chu Ning was immediately displeased and had no intention of complying. However, upon seeing the reward, he paused. Task reward, 10,000 contribution points 10,000? With these contribution points, it appeared that he could enhance either his technique or his aptitude. Chu Ning was taken aback, abruptly raising his head, wishing he could slap himself. How foolish of me to hesitate. A man like me to sign in at my master's cave? How could that be acceptable? His master had been solitary for so long. At last, he had someone to accompany him. If he were to see Chu Ning in his cave, would he not think ill of him? What if my new disciple turns out to be such a person? Barging into my private quarters uninvited? If he were to witness something inappropriate, Chu Ning doubted he would survive the night. That was his master's sanctuary. What was this ridiculous system thinking? Chu Ning grumbled, yet the system merely issued tasks, devoid of any alternatives. The crucial part was that this task was not time-limited. If it went uncompleted, it would not refresh. Chu Ning sighed heavily. The system possesses no wisdom. Even when Chu Ning was in a precarious situation, it failed to intervene. It appears to be merely a rudimentary auxiliary tool. Yet, even if offered 10,000 contribution points, Chu Ning would not dare to proceed. No, wait. Is there a supplementary task beneath this one? Chu Ning focused intently. Additional task. Life and death moment. Obtain Ji Qingxiu's undergarment. Task reward. 10,000 contribution points. Chu Ning suddenly sprang to his feet. Damn it. That is my master. I cannot even enter my master's private quarters. And you expect me to steal her undergarment? What if I get caught? How could I uphold the principles of respect for teachers and reverence for the way? Though he had been a disciple for less than a day, he was acutely aware of the kindness his elder sister had shown him. She had helped him refine the heavenly demon image, gifted him a sword, carried his belongings, and even cared for his shoes, presenting him with a pair. Where could one find such a remarkable master? Now, this system dares to demand such a deed from me. How is that even conceivable? The phrase life and death moment was starkly displayed before him. Indeed, it was a moment of life and death. Chu Ning immediately dismissed the thought. Yet the reward 20,000 contribution points was tantalizing. If he could secure that, he could fully enhance his skills and aptitude. Wouldn't that accelerate his cultivation? However, the idea of achieving his own advancement at the expense of another's dignity weighed heavily on his conscience. If it were someone else, perhaps Chu Ning could have shamelessly gone through with it, stealing without a second thought, hoping to avoid detection. At worst, he might be labeled a pervert if caught. But this was his master, who had just smiled at him today and encouraged him to cultivate diligently. And then, the very next day, he would be stealing her undergarment? So, you took me as your disciple not for the purpose of cultivation, nor for the sake of immortality, but merely for this? Absolutely not. Chu Ning was a man of integrity. He resolutely could not commit such a treacherous act against his master. At most, he could take advantage of her distraction to visit her cave and collect the 10,000 contribution points. The rest he would forgo. Chu Ning firmly rejected the idea. He would descend the mountain to procure food. That night, within the cave, the woman, emerging from her meditative state, took a deep breath. No wonder no one had broken through to the heavenly image for millennia. It was a flaw in the technique itself, which was fundamentally challenging to cultivate to perfection. Yet, the heavenly demon 9 images was a technique passed down through the ages in my demonic sect. How could it not be perfected? Even if the technique were flawed, why had the sages of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism not achieved breakthroughs to the heavenly image realm? This presented a significant dilemma. The inability to ascend to the heavenly image meant one could not stand at the pinnacle of the contemporary world. Even at the peak of the 8th rank, one could still perish under the siege of all the sages from the 3 teachings. Since Ji Qingxiu aspired to be invincible in this era, she must single-handedly dominate the world and stand resolutely for eternity. This was her path, the pursuit of her life. She found herself lost in contemplation. If that were the case, then neither the technique itself nor the practitioners harbored any flaws. Is it true that the celestial order has its flaws? She lifted her gaze, and through the stone wall, she could behold the myriad stars twinkling above. The celestial bodies revolved in their eternal dance. The heavens remained unchanged, and she discerned no anomalies. Where, then, lies the problem? As she regained her composure, a commotion nearby captured her attention. On the rugged path of the cliff, Chu Ning struggled to hoist a small wild boar, finally managing to ascend. Exhausted, he muttered, "Let us start a fire and cook." Ji Qingqiu slowly rose, pushed open the stone door, and regarded the wild boar resting on his shoulder with a look of mild perplexity. "Why do you abandon your cultivation to roam about at this late hour?" Chapter 9: The Confrontation. "Master, I wish to enter your chamber. At midnight, the hour of greatest malevolence, the texts of martial arts dictate the necessity of meditation and cultivation." Ji Qingqiu, with her perpetually frosty countenance, regarded Chu Ning but soon noticed the bloodstains upon him. With an awkward smile, Chu Ning replied, "Naturally, I am aware, master. However, the journey up and down the mountain is rather slow. After encountering a wild boar, I hastened back up the mountain, only to find that I had still squandered precious time." "A wild boar?" Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. "What purpose do you have for this creature?" "Master, I have not yet attained the level of fasting and abstaining from food, thus I must consume sustenance." "Ah yes," Ji Qingqiu realized, having forgotten that she had long since ceased to partake in earthly foods a millennium ago. She required no nourishment, merely drawing upon the celestial energies to sustain herself. Nevertheless, her disciple was still only at the first level of cultivation. With a casual gesture, she cleansed Chu Ning of his bloodied appearance, eliciting a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Master, I wish to learn." He had taken the time to properly prepare the wild boar before ascending, mindful of the lack of water on the mountain, yet he still ended up covered in blood. With such a technique, it would be quite simple, would it not? "You are not yet ready to learn it. I shall teach you at a later time."
Chu Ning sikhet.
Lamenting that such a remarkable skill was beyond his grasp at present. It seemed that the elevation of his cultivation was imminent. After a meal, he would diligently practice. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards the interior of the cave, as though guilt weighed upon him. Ji Qingqiu appeared to sense his distraction and inquired, "What troubles you?" Chu Ning hastily shook his head. "It is nothing, master." It would be rather inappropriate to admit that he wished to visit her chamber, would it not? "Beast, you truly wish to enter." Yet, upon reflection, Chu Ning pondered whether it would be prudent to directly communicate his intentions to Ji Qingqiu. After all, acting furtively might only arouse suspicion. Surely it was all in the pursuit of enhancing his cultivation, was it not? However, the present circumstances involved a solitary man and woman. What would transpire if he stated his desire to simply take a tour of her room? "What business do you have in my chamber? To rebel against your master? You show a lack of respect. You harbor ulterior motives." Death, without a valid justification, entry seemed highly improbable. Yet, Chu Ning and Ji Qingqiu had yet to know each other well enough. He merely perceived her as a beautiful and kind elder sister. In any case, the task did not specify a time limit. He could seek an opportunity in the future. When the master departed, perhaps he could discreetly enter for a brief exploration without consequence. Chu Ning promptly began to prepare the wild boar meat. He procured flint to start a fire, sliced the meat, fashioned a rack, and set it over the flames to roast. As he sprinkled on seasonings, a delightful aroma soon filled the air. He raised his gaze and smiled at Ji Qingqiu. "Master, would you care for a piece?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Ji Qingqiu shook her head. "I have long since forsaken grains, you may enjoy it." Upon finishing her words, she raised her hand and cast a spell to preserve the remaining meat. Thus, it would not spoil and could be stored for an extended period, eliminating the need for him to descend the mountain. "Focus on your cultivation, and when you attain the third level, I shall impart to you the sword mastery technique. At that time, you will be able to ascend and descend the mountain at will, swiftly." Chu Ning nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. The art of celestial cultivation is indeed extraordinary. The first level of spirituality merely distinguishes the mortal from the immortal, enabling the absorption of either spiritual or demonic energy to nourish oneself and refine one's physical form. Thus, the means available at this stage remain limited. As one ascends to the second and third levels, the methods become abundant. However, in the pursuit of longevity, it is essential to establish a solid foundation. One must not hastily seek elevation in cultivation, lest one ultimately suffers greater losses. As the meat gradually cooked to perfection, Chu Ning glanced at Ji Qingqiu. He noticed her gaze drifting away, seemingly lost in thought regarding the imperfections of the heavenly Tao. Yet, from Chu Ning's perspective, it appeared she was merely avoiding the temptation of the tantalizing meat. If she desired it, she should indulge. After all, the master is human too. Despite being an immortal, the aroma of this grilled meat is undeniably enticing. To honor her dignity, Chu Ning took the initiative to offer a piece. Master, please partake as well. I cannot finish it alone. Ji Qingqiu snapped back to reality, glanced at the piece of grilled meat in her hand, and accepted it. Chu Ning's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, she must have wanted it. He felt no restraint regarding propriety, for hunger had nearly overtaken him, and he devoured the meat eagerly. On the mountain summit, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing their garments to billow wildly. Ji Qingqiu looked up, and the tempest calmed. Chu Ning, witnessing this scene, nearly choked on his pork. Master, are you truly that formidable? You can resolve such matters with ease. You seem quite extraordinary. Ji Qingqiu merely took a bite of the grilled meat and nodded slightly. A trivial skill hardly worth mentioning. If you apply yourself diligently to your cultivation, you too may achieve it. Chu Ning chuckled. There is no need for you to remind me constantly, master. I assure you, I will be diligent in my practice, for I aspire to attain longevity. Ji Qingqiu suddenly turned her gaze toward him. What drives your desire for immortality? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ning replied, Perhaps it is my unwillingness to depart this world before I have beheld its wonders. In his previous life, he had strived diligently, achieving top scores and securing a place in university. Yet, it was only after entering this broader world that fate, marred by illness, cut his life short. Too many regrets accompanied the brevity of life. Thus, granted a second chance in this realm of cultivation, the pursuit of longevity naturally became paramount.
Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly.
Do you understand why immortals distance themselves from the mortal realm? Chu Ning was perplexed. The distinction between the immortal and the mortal is profound. Immortals enjoy extended lifespans and blessings, while mortals are confined to a mere century. For a cultivator, a millennium passes in the blink of an eye, yet that fleeting moment encapsulates an entire mortal existence. Many cultivators, lost in the mundane world, witness their youthful vigor fade, only to find themselves withered bones in the grave, suffering a loss in both resolve and practice. For some, an extended lifespan is not a blessing, for it exposes them to the relentless cycle of life and death. Ji Qingqiu's gaze became distant as she regarded the grilled meat in her hand, seemingly recalling a time from 1,000 years ago when she was still a child. Back then, her parents would offer her such treats, and she was genuinely tempted. Now, however, she felt little of that longing. Yet, a millennium has passed, and the visage has faded from memory, leaving only fragmented recollections. Had it not been for this moment, perhaps I would not have remembered at all. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning felt differently. I believe that a longer lifespan allows one to behold more vistas and to savor richer experiences. A prolonged existence may indeed embody a unique grace. Such a sentiment can only be expressed by one who has lived long enough to witness much. In my previous life, I barely reached 20 years, having seen little and never even held the delicate hand of a beautiful maiden. What a lamentable loss. Ji Qingqiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chu Ning's perspective. This is indeed the path you seek. Previously, thousands have pursued various paths. Though your spiritual roots may not be exceptional, the heavens reward diligence. With perseverance, you shall not fall short. Thank you for your guidance, master. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently, her gaze towards Chu Ning imbued with warmth. Is he perhaps her first disciple, unrelated to the sect's advancement? As the leader of the demonic sect, she bears the weighty responsibility of its development. Yet, cultivating disciples is equally paramount, albeit primarily for the sect's growth rather than personal desire. Now, gazing at the roasted meat in her hands, she finds herself genuinely inclined to nurture this young man. After all, it requires little effort. Meanwhile, Chu Ning, witnessing his master's tender and understanding demeanor, contemplates whether to confide in her. Perhaps this approach is indeed preferable to secrecy. Master, I wish to request something of you. Ji Qingqiu inclined her head slightly, Since you are my disciple, whatever you desire, I shall grant. Be it techniques or guidance, simply speak your mind. As a mentor, it is my duty to do so. Master, may I visit your room? Ji Qingqiu was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Chu Ning. What did you just say? To visit my room? Chapter 10. This disciple seems quite irreverent. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The master and disciple, who had been conversing amiably just moments before, exchanged bewildered glances. What did he just say? To go to the master's room? Ji Qingqiu stared at Chu Ning in astonishment, biting her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. She was not particularly adept at navigating such emotional entanglements. However, it seemed rather inappropriate for a disciple to visit their master's chamber, especially considering her gender. After a moment's contemplation, she indeed found it rather unreasonable and clenched her fists. Ninger, this is the demon sect, not some lecherous place like the Joyful Union sect. I am not that kind of person. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had intended to proceed gradually, but somehow, the conversation had veered into territory concerning the Joyful Union sect and the master's character. No, that was not right. The master had misunderstood. Chu Ning hurriedly clarified, Master, you are mistaken, I did not mean it that way. Ji Qingqiu remained expressionless. Then what do you mean? To go to my room? Do you expect me to allow you to serve me in bed? Unlike those unprincipled sects in the southern barbarian wilderness that disregard the ethics of master-disciple relationships, the demon sect, named after its founder from the demon clan, is not such a disreputable institution. There is no need for disciples to serve their masters, especially not new ones. Then provide me with an explanation. Chu Ning was prepared for this. With a sincere expression, he replied, Master, I possess a unique talent that allows me to perceive the densest concentrations of demonic energy within the sect. Others cannot sense it, but I can. If I can absorb that demonic energy, my cultivation will surely improve. Ji Qingqiu paused for a moment, scrutinizing Chu Ning with an unwavering gaze devoid of any pretense. Previously, she had consumed the meager demonic energy at the peak of Mount Wending, finding it insubstantial. Yet, this disciple had journeyed all the way to the summit to cultivate and had directly achieved a breakthrough in his realm. It seemed there might indeed be some truth to his claim. However, as the demon lord, she had not encountered such a concept in all her years of cultivation. Why was it that only he could perceive what she could not? Was this truly a unique opportunity granted solely to him? Yet, as Ji Qingqiu reconsidered, she realized it was not entirely implausible. After all, the world was filled with myriad opportunities, and everyone had their own path to tread. Could it be genuine? Chu Ning nodded fervently. I would never deceive you, Master. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate after I absorb the demonic energy. Seeing this, Ji Qingqiu fell into silence. If this indeed was the disciple's opportunity, then perhaps it was worth considering. But it was still inappropriate for a male disciple to enter her chamber. Even if he was a disciple, it seemed rather improper. No, it was indeed very improper. In the realm of cultivation, such things were unheard of. Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu rose to her feet. For today's events, I shall pretend I have not heard anything. You may focus solely on your cultivation. Regarding this matter, it shall not be mentioned again. With that, she turned in anger and returned to her chamber. Chu Ning was left utterly bewildered. The disciples had stated that it was sufficient to cultivate in his presence. So why did the master still harbor doubts? Moreover, judging by the master's demeanor, it seemed as though a misunderstanding had arisen. This could not be allowed. If the master were to misinterpret the situation, it could jeopardize their relationship. He had merely spoken to Ji Qingqiu openly, fearing that his secret attendance might be discovered. What could be more straightforward than that? Yet how had it devolved into this? Master. However, before Chu Ning could intervene, Ji Qingqiu vanished without a trace. Alas, it appeared that the master had indeed been misled. Chu Ning hurried to knock on the door to offer an explanation, yet he received no response. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the demonic sect, in a cultivation chamber saturated with dark energy, the events of the day continued to linger in Zhou Yujin's mind. The master had taken on a new disciple, yet among this new cohort, she stood alone with her divine-grade spiritual root. Had it not been stated that the demon lord did not accept disciples with lesser qualifications? Why then was there an exception? This implied that the master had made a special allowance. Zhou Yujin clenched her silver teeth, feeling a sense of injustice. Why should she, with her divine bloodline, have to share the title of disciple? Her relentless efforts in cultivation were aimed at proving her worthiness to be the master's student. Yet that new disciple, lacking in talent, surely did not exert the same diligence in their training. What, then, did her innate gifts and hard work amount to? And what of this new disciple? This only meant an additional rival had emerged. Since the master had made an exception in accepting disciples, it was certain that this new pupil would receive considerable favor. Yet, she knew that unless she advanced to the third realm within 3 months, she would not truly be recognized as a disciple. This was utterly unfair. Nevertheless, it did not hinder her progress. She had already attained the second stage of subtlety. Within 2 months, she would undoubtedly break through to the third realm. At that point, she could stand proudly beside the master, declaring to the world that she, Zhou Yujin, was the disciple of the demon lord. She would also have the opportunity to interact with the demon lord daily. The mere thought of this caused Zhou Yujin's cheeks to flush with anticipation. She resolved to continue her arduous cultivation, seeking the master's approval. At this moment, within Ji Qingxiu's cave dwelling, the woman sat alone upon a stone platform, her thoughts in disarray. Observing the actions of her disciple today, it seemed he was not a person who strayed from the righteous path. He possessed a resilient spirit and a cheerful disposition. Yet why had he spoken such words to her? As she heard Chu Ning's voice outside, attempting to explain, Ji Qingxiu chose to ignore him. She believed that he must have perceived this place as sinister, assuming that becoming a disciple necessitated some form of servitude. Although she had never experienced such a thing herself, she had eradicated several demon sects and had witnessed similar occurrences. Why would she require such an arrangement? Yet, there was a part of her that felt otherwise. Today, Chu Ning had indeed not come seeking her. He had simply come to the mountain to cultivate, transitioning from a powerless mortal to the path of immortality, achieving the first realm of spiritual vitality. Could it truly be, as he claimed, that he sought dark energy? Contemplating this, Ji Qingxiu expanded her consciousness, beginning to sense the surrounding energies. Within the confines of her secluded dwelling, there was evidently no trace of any other malevolent energy swirling about, nor could it possibly be the peculiar essence that Chu Ning had described. Was it truly only he who could perceive it? Could it be genuine? If that were indeed the case, it would not be entirely impossible, yet this place. After all, it was her sanctuary, her private chamber. Since she commenced her cultivation at the age of 16, she had devoted herself to her practice in this very spot. Allowing a man to enter, even if he were her disciple, would be rather inappropriate. A faint flush crept across her cheeks. Meanwhile, Chu Ning was outside, fervently explaining that he harbored no ulterior motives, that his intentions were solely for the sake of cultivation. If that were the truth, then she had indeed misjudged him. Ji Qingxiu slowly began to speak. The vastness of the demon sect offers ample opportunity for you to absorb malevolent energy and enhance your cultivation. As for my personal quarters, they are off limits. Chapter 11. Ning Air steals the master's bellyband. A sleepless night enveloped Chu Ning as he pondered the reasons behind the unfolding events. He believed he had acted with sufficient integrity, having taken the initiative to speak up to prevent any misunderstandings with his master. He had even provided explanations. Yet, his master had misconstrued his intentions. Nevertheless, such matters were indeed somewhat delicate, particularly given that he was a woman. Even with the utmost clarity in his purpose, his master might still perceive ulterior motives. Rather than feeling fatigued, Chu Ning found himself invigorated. Yet the transformations brought about by his cultivation only deepened his distress. If all else failed, he could only await the refresh of his tasks. Would these tasks indeed refresh if left uncompleted? Or would he need to grow more familiar with his master first? Yet, the master had expressly stated otherwise. As dawn broke, a rumble in his stomach signaled it was time to eat. Rising, he made his way along another passage to the entrance of Ji Qingxiu's cave dwelling. The stone door stood firmly shut, stirring a sense of trepidation within him. Just a step inside would allow him to check in and receive his rewards, but that last step remained elusive. Such a pity. Chu Ning pursed his lips and spoke softly, "Master, I am about to prepare a meal. Would you care to join me?" "I am not hungry," came the reply. With that, Chu Ning respectfully withdrew. On the mountain's summit, a gentle breeze caressed his face. In the distance, the sea of clouds stirred, and a dragon soared into the heavens, a sight of extraordinary beauty. Chu Ning observed the spectacle for a while before tending to the fire for cooking. How might he gain rightful entry into his master's chamber? Once inside, he could enhance his skills and progress. He had mentioned this yesterday, yet his master seemed skeptical. Even if he managed to enter, what of the belly band? "Master, I may require your belly band. It would greatly aid in my cultivation." "Very well, take it," his master replied. Then she would remove her clothing and untie the belly band for him? How could that be possible? He would surely incur her wrath. A mix of indignation and helplessness washed over Chu Ning. He felt that any justification for entering his master's quarters would brand him a rebellious disciple, something he wished to avoid at all costs. His master was undeniably beautiful without question, the most exquisite woman he had ever laid eyes upon. Yet, how could he entertain such thoughts about her? Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Chu Ning quickly stood. "Good morning, master. Did you not say you weren't eating?" Ji Qingqiu shook her head, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. "I must attend to a matter with a friend and will be away for a while." Chu Ning's heart raced at her words. His master, indeed, was still preoccupied with the matter of him entering her chamber. She had no pressing business as a sect leader. She entrusted responsibilities to her elders and focused solely on her cultivation. Perhaps she believed Chu Ning genuinely required that demonic energy, prompting her to clarify things with him. Furthermore, yesterday he had approached her with no ulterior motives, openly expressing his thoughts. If he truly harbored any ill intentions, he would have sneaked in without hesitation. After a night of contemplation, Ji Qingqiu, though outwardly still refusing, ultimately provided both herself and Chu Ning with a pathway forward. Perhaps she wouldn't return today. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning felt a surge of excitement. Yet he quickly reconsidered. If she truly went secretly and their master discovered it, would she be saddened? After all, their master had forbidden such actions. Thus, he should not go, especially not in a clandestine manner. Chu Ning awkwardly smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, master. Please carry on with your duties. I shall diligently cultivate."
Yi Qingqiu smiled faintly.
"Your current cultivation level is not high. While you may practice without sleep, it is the nature of all things to balance effort with rest. A harmonious approach leads to swifter progress."
Chu Ning nodded.
"Disciple understands." The figure of the woman vanished in a flash. As Chu Ning gazed at the spot where Ji Qingqiu had disappeared, he called out "Master" twice, but received no response. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, resting it on another passage within the cave. "Master has left. Does that mean I can sneak in for a quick visit?" His heart raced, tinged with the thrill of guilt. However, having resolved firmly, he knew he could not go unless Master permitted it. In matters of integrity, Chu Ning remained steadfast. If she forbade him, he would resolutely adhere to her wishes. Not far from Chu Ning, Ji Qingqiu, employing a secret technique to conceal her presence, silently observed him. When she departed moments ago, did he wish to enter? Yet he refrained, perhaps due to her prohibition from the previous day? Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. Such matters were not something she would willingly acquiesce to. Allowing a disciple, especially a male one, into her private quarters was simply inappropriate. For millennia, only her younger sister had been granted access, and that was due to their close bond. If Ninger truly sought to cultivate and absorb that dark energy, Ji Qingqiu had already provided a path forward, even removing the cave's restrictions. Did he expect to wait for her explicit consent? What would that imply? That she would allow a man into her sanctum? As she watched Chu Ning finish his meal and settle down to cultivate, Ji Qingqiu, intent on uncovering the truth, raised her head and slowly pushed open the cave's entrance. Today, she was determined to see if he was genuinely practicing. Upon hearing the noise, Chu Ning turned abruptly. "What the? Why is the door opening? Master?" He stood to investigate, realizing that the stone door ajar was not his doing, but that of Ji Qingqiu. What on earth? How did this door open? I knocked for ages last night, and now it's open just because she left? From a distance, he could vaguely see the furnishings within the cave. His heart raced anew. Since the door was open, shouldn't he take a quick peek? Just to sign in and then exit immediately. The door was definitely not opened by him. If anyone doubted it, they could check for fingerprints, though such things likely held no significance in the realm of cultivation. Chu Ning began to waver. Upon entering, one is bestowed with a contribution value of 10,000, akin to merely clocking in. Takes but a few fleeting seconds, does it not? As for the belly band, it had never crossed his mind. The master would never leave such an item in the chamber. Besides, how could he take it if it were left behind? That would indeed render him a treacherous disciple. Furthermore, his cultivation was not solely for the sake of longevity. It was also to ensure that his master could reside in a more splendid abode. After all, it is unlikely that another like Ji Qingqiu, who treats his master with such earnestness, exists in the entire world. As he observed Chu Ning rise and walk heavily toward the cave dwelling, muttering something under his breath, Ji Qingqiu bit her lip. Were it not for her presence, even someone of saintly cultivation would not gain entry to that abode. But what did he mean by not intentional? Could it be that this newly accepted disciple was not genuinely seeking the path of immortality, but rather a pawn sent by other sects to poison him? Ji Qingqiu's heart sank at the thought.
What jest?
Ji Qingqiu, the foremost cultivator of this era, with unparalleled killing prowess, would fear such trivial poisons? Yet, could it be that this seemingly affable disciple was a spy? If he merely sought to enter her cave, she would not harbor any murderous intent toward him. But if he intended to poison her, then it would only mean she had misjudged him. Ji Qingqiu's expression grew increasingly frigid. How naive she was to think of guiding Chu Ning, even considering granting him residence atop the mountain, only to discover he was preparing to poison her. Yet, she recalled the warning of an old friend. Think thrice before acting. Otherwise, one might find themselves regretfully taking a life without discernment. Very well, she would observe for now. Ji Qingqiu concealed her presence, shadowing Chu Ning, who was but a step away, entirely oblivious to her existence. Outside Ji Qingqiu's cave, Chu Ning continuously reassured himself. It was merely a matter of signing in, doing nothing else. Master, my respect for you is genuine.
Ji Qingqiu scoffed inwardly.
If he genuinely revered her, would he dare to poison her in her absence? His claim of entering her dwelling for cultivation was likely a ruse to administer poison. With bated breath, Chu Ning stepped inside. A faint, somber aroma enveloped him. The interior, distinct from the outside world, was adorned with a certain elegance, yet unmistakably bore the mark of a woman's quarters.
Chu Ning's anxiety intensified.
In broad daylight, he found himself in the private chamber of his female master, a situation he could hardly explain. System. Sign in. Ji Qingqiu focused on the wooden table. The next step might indeed involve poisoning her teacup. Having lived for millennia, she had encountered myriad tactics. This was far too rudimentary. Yet, Chu Ning stood frozen in place, prompting Ji Qingqiu to feel a peculiar disquiet. What was he doing? Standing there? Was he not here to poison her? Beep. Congratulations on a successful sign-in. Reward contribution points. 10,000. Chu Ning exhaled sharply, relief washing over him. Panic surged within her, prompting a hasty retreat. As for the undergarment, it was best not to entertain such thoughts. Having concluded her words, she intended to flee. Ji Qingqiu observed the scene with an increasingly peculiar expression. Was it truly the case that one glance was all it took to leave? Could it be that the intent was to absorb demonic energy rather than to poison? Yet, she felt no trace of such energy throughout. How strange. Perhaps she had misjudged, and this disciple was, in fact, a good person? However, at this moment, Ji Qingqiu's gaze sharpened. Chu Ning came to a halt.
Ji Qingqiu smirked disdainfully.
Surely, the intention was still to administer poison. Yet, at this moment, Chu Ning's eyes widened in realization. Was that not an undergarment hanging by the bedside? A single azure undergarment lay forlornly on the clothes rack at the head of the bed, its fabric of exquisite quality, albeit crumpled. It was evident that it had been recently discarded. The mere thought of Ji Qingqiu's figure, coupled with the presence of this undergarment, filled the air with an intoxicating allure. Truly, one might traverse mountains and rivers in search of something elusive. Ugh, I was not even looking for it. Chu Ning found himself in a quandary. If he chose not to take it, he would only receive a meager contribution of 10,000 points. This would merely elevate his aptitude to attain a superior spiritual root, without any enhancement in demonic skills. Conversely, acquiring the additional reward of 10,000 points would allow him to fully maximize his demonic abilities. The outcome would undoubtedly be vastly improved. With this thought, Chu Ning's resolve solidified. Master, this is all for the sake of ensuring your well-being. He knelt fervently, bowing 3 times toward the direction where Ji Qingqiu had departed. Master, I am truly sorry. Coincidentally, he faced the very spot where Ji Qingqiu stood. The demon sovereign had already begun to coalesce demonic energy in hand. Was she about to poison him? Once this poison was unleashed, the bond between master and disciple would reach its conclusion. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon her choice of path, betraying the affections of the true sovereign. After all, she was the first disciple he had wished to accept after all these years. Chu Ning rose. Ji Qingqiu's heart ached, yet she was fully prepared to act. Nevertheless, he merely approached the clothes rack by the bed. Extending his sinful hands, Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. She could only watch in disbelief as Chu Ning slowly retrieved her undergarment. Even after he departed and closed the stone door, she remained frozen in place. Why did he take my personal belongings? Chapter 12. Senior Sister. I am your devoted junior sister. In the enchanting realm of the demon sex Wanhualin, the wind rustled through the branches as the delicate peach blossoms danced gracefully, their petals cascading to the ground, forming a thick carpet of blossoms that resembled an ethereal paradise. At the foot of a mountain, before a cave dwelling amidst this floral sea, Ji Qingqiu gazed at the scene before her, her expression tinged with complexity. Initially, she had assumed Ninger had come to poison her, and thus felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, she ultimately heeded the words of that extraordinary being and refrained from taking immediate action. To her surprise, Ninger had not come with ill intent. Instead, her mind momentarily faltered, lips pursed, revealing a conflict that had not surfaced in centuries. What could be the reason for Ninger to steal her personal garments? In the next instant, a pair of arms encircled her from behind, pressing warmly against her body as a voice whispered intimately in her ear, "Senior sister, why do I sense such turmoil within you? Has something transpired?" Casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting figure beside her, Ji Qingqiu hesitated before responding. "I have recently accepted a disciple." The alluring woman displayed a flicker of curiosity, transforming into her true form and nestling against Ji Qingqiu's shoulder, gazing up at her. "Strangely enough, I heard there was only one disciple with divine talent this year. How is it that you have taken in 2, completing the 7 disciples?" Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. "I had no intention of accepting disciples. Those I have taken in over the years were merely to ensure the continuation of the demon sex legacy. The new disciple, while lacking in aptitude, possesses a sincere heart for the Tao, which is why I have chosen to accept him." The great fox was instantly astonished. "To have you accept a disciple despite his inadequate qualifications, what exceptional quality does he possess?" Ji Qingqiu pondered for a considerable time. "Perhaps he bears a resemblance to my former self." The great fox arched an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her narrowed eyes. "Is he a man or a woman?" With an impassive expression, Ji Qingqiu replied, "A man." "Oh my, and you speak of sincerity in seeking the Tao. Could it be that sincerity was the reason for your acceptance?" Mu Li teased, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially. "You, who have taken in only women as disciples, suddenly accept a man lacking in qualifications, if this were to be revealed." Ji Qingqiu dismissed her concerns with a glance, her expression unchanged. Observing this, Mu Li's curiosity intensified. "If you are not enamored with this disciple as a potential partner, what could the reason be?" Finally, Ji Qingqiu responded slowly, "In my eyes, his character is relatively sincere. Although his qualifications are lacking, he comprehended the introductory method of the heavenly demon 9 forms in just 1 day, stepping into the realm of spirit movement. 1 day. Is that what you consider insufficient talent? What then do you deem adequate?" Mu Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before transforming into her human form and whispering conspiratorially, "If he truly advanced into spirit movement in a single day, his talent is indeed comparable to divine quality. Could certainly inspire your desire to take on disciples. Why is it that none of my disciples possess such intriguing qualities, especially male disciples?" Ji Qingqiu cast a cold glance in her direction. "If you truly have this intention, will the future disciples of our sect's cultivation be entrusted to you?" Mu Li chuckled lightly. "Such matters should naturally be entrusted to senior sister. I would prefer to remain a leisurely elder." As she spoke, her expression gradually turned serious. "Given your temperament, it seems you would not hastily accept disciples. It appears that this disciple indeed possesses some merit. I shall arrange to meet them one day." Ji Qingqiu did not refuse but merely cast a glance her way. Mu Li raised her head, blinking her eyes. "Do you have something to say?" Ji Qingqiu indeed had something on her mind, yet at that moment, she was uncertain how to articulate it.
Mu Li smiled.
"After all these years of camaraderie between us, I know you better than you know me. Speak your mind freely." This was indeed true. 1,000 years ago, when Mu Li was still a little fox, she had followed Ji Qingqiu closely, who had always taken on the role of the elder sister. However, having wandered the mortal realm for many years, Mu Li might know a bit more than her. Because of this matter, Ji Qingqiu found herself unable to make a judgment. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke slowly. "I have a question." "I know you do. Go ahead and say it." "If someone were to steal your intimate garments," Ji Qingqiu felt a tinge of embarrassment as she uttered these words. It was difficult to fathom what Ning Er, who committed such an act, could possibly be thinking. In an instant, Mu Li's gaze turned fierce. "To dare to steal my intimate garments, that person deserves death." Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brows and shook her head slightly. "Death is not necessary. I hold no murderous intent towards Chu Ning." She merely wondered why Chu Ning would do such a thing. What could possibly be going through her mind to steal the intimate garment of her master? What I mean is, what kind of person would resort to stealing a woman's intimate garments? Mu Li looked at Ji Qingqiu, perplexed by her sudden inquiry. It was quite apparent, perhaps desiring her, if unable to possess the person, then to obtain her intimate garments to soothe the longing within? In that moment, Mu Li understood why Ji Qingqiu had posed this question. Although she had lived for over 1,000 years, throughout that time, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation since joining the sect. She had left the sect once, seemingly to visit her parents, but returned shortly thereafter, having heard that her parents had passed away and that her ancestral home was now overgrown and dilapidated. Since then, her life had revolved solely around cultivation and slaying, having dispatched countless individuals from the 3 teachings of the southern barbarian wilderness. In those years, the demonic sect's standing was not as formidable as it is now.
Yi Qingqiu,
armed with the 7-killing sword array, had slain the 8th-rank Buddha with her cultivation at the saint level. Countless saints of the same realm had fallen to her blade, instilling terror in the hearts of those from the 3 teachings, who dared not to set foot in the southern barbarian wilderness, establishing the current stature of the demonic sect. Indeed, she had little understanding of these worldly affections. Originally, Mu Li intended to speak candidly about the issue, but suddenly sensed something. Her senior sister would never ask such a question without reason. Did she truly need to consider whether someone might steal her intimate garments? How many dare to venture to the summit? Among the entire sect, only Ji Qingqiu's disciple and she herself possessed the audacity to take a step forward. The astute Mu Li suddenly recalled Ji Qingqiu's newly accepted male disciple, her eyes sparkling with realization. With a smile, she inquired, "Why this sudden interest? Has your new disciple pilfered your intimate garments?" Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted dramatically, her fists clenching tightly. "No, it cannot be. Then that must be it." Mu Li's smile broadened. "A disciple has dared to steal their master's intimate garments? Such an occurrence has not been seen in the demon sect for a millennium. After all, while it is indeed the demon sect, it is more accurately a sword sect, is it not? Moreover, the stolen items belong to the demon sovereign. How intriguing!" Thus, Mu Li deftly shifted the conversation, offering a plausible explanation. "Surely, that disciple harbors admiration for you. They seek your intimate garments as motivation for their arduous cultivation." Her fox-like eyes narrowed mischievously, full of playful intent. Yet, Ji Qingqiu found herself believing it. She did not suspect her junior sister would deceive her, though her expression remained somewhat perplexed. Why would one desire my intimate garments as motivation? A master, too, must cultivate and cannot always attend to their disciples' needs. They require encouragement, a gentle pat on the head. When faced with difficulties in their cultivation, and finding their master absent, would it not be fitting to take out those garments for a whiff? It would feel akin to being embraced by their master for comfort and reassurance. Ji Qingqiu paused, her face betraying a hint of confusion. Is it truly like that?
Muli nodded emphatically.
Indeed, I would never deceive you. Fox does not lie. The same cannot be said for a fox spirit. Ji Qingqiu pondered the statement thoughtfully, her cool cheeks tinged with a slight blush. When confronted with challenges, one would take it out to breathe in its scent? That sounds rather ambiguous. Does it not? Is Ninger the same? Ji Qingqiu slowly rose, emphasizing before her departure. This matter bears no connection to me. You need not dwell on it. Mu Li's grin widened. Sister, you are indeed not one to navigate matters of the heart. Yet, I am now even more curious about that disciple. To have the audacity to steal the master's intimate garments. Such boldness deserves to be witnessed. Chapter 13. The Words of the Apron. The esteemed one is not particularly concerned. At the summit of Mount Wending, Chu Ning sits cross-legged. Chu Ning. Spiritual root. Mid-grade spiritual root. Cultivation. First-grade spirit motion. Technique. Celestial demon 9 forms progress. 8. Observing his contribution points, he finds them to be unprecedentedly high 20,090. Contemplating this, Chu Ning silently tucks the apron into his pocket. Master, I beg your forgiveness. It is all for the sake of longevity, and to ensure that your days are a touch better. He had initially intended to return the contribution points upon acquiring them. However, as soon as he received them, the system remained unresponsive. Only after leaving did it notify him of his success. With the contribution points in hand, Chu Ning certainly wished to return them. Yet, the door suddenly closed, and it was utterly unyielding. A mere task of signing in had catapulted his contribution value to 20,000. Chu Ning felt an unprecedented sense of security. Not only could he enhance his roots, but he could also elevate the progress of his technique, maximizing it instantly. As for the apron, Chu Ning let out a wry smile. He could only seek another opportunity to return it, hoping that master would remain oblivious. He must strive diligently in his cultivation, for only then would he not have let his master down. Adjusting his breath, Chu Ning entered a meditative state, preparing to commence his training. Would you like to use 10,000 contribution points to enhance your spiritual root? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning proceeded. Successfully used 10,000 contribution points, breaking through to a superior spiritual root. Just as anticipated, upon reopening his eyes, Chu Ning felt an immense transformation. The chaotic demonic energy surged wildly, attempting to invade his body, only to be restrained by him. With the 6 meridians wide open, the demonic energy flowed in torrents. There was no need for active absorption. It simply gravitated towards him. No wonder it is said that those with high talent in cultivation are truly formidable. A mere difference of 2 roots results in such a vast disparity in cultivation speed. What would it be like with a divine-grade talent? Chu Ning dared not even imagine. In the world of cultivation, it seems that talent dictates much. Chu Ning pondered deeply, a newfound determination igniting in his gaze. What does it matter if talent varies? The path to immortality shall be his to pursue. Moreover, he must ensure his master enjoys a good life. He allocated all remaining contribution points to fully comprehend the Celestial Demon 9 Forms technique. After receiving another system notification, night had fallen. Detected that the Celestial Demon 9 Forms technique is perfected, returning 890 contribution points. Remaining contribution points, 890 at this moment. Countless insights within the technique merged seamlessly within Chu Ning. The principles of the heavenly path, the origins and applications of demonic power, as well as myriad offensive and defensive techniques utilizing demonic energy, all barriers shattered. Numerous insights that would typically take years to master now seemed imprinted upon his soul, as if innate. This system is utterly overpowered.
Chu Ning e spiritual root. Superior spiritual road.
Cultivation. First realm spirit motion. Technique. Celestial demon 9 forms progress. 100, consuming 10,000 contribution points, unlocks the supreme celestial demon physique. Chu Ning was taken aback. The supreme celestial demon physique? This was indeed something he had never heard of before. Out of curiosity, he clicked to read the description. Supreme celestial demon physique, a body of the heavenly Tao. One can directly convert spiritual energy into demonic energy without the need to operate demonic techniques, transforming it into means of attack and defense. Cultivating in accordance with the heavenly Tao, one is favored by the heavenly Tao, breaking through without any bottlenecks. Greatly enhances both the physical body and the soul, perfectly aligning with the celestial demon 9 forms. There were no further details provided, just these brief sentences. It seemed that only after unlocking it could one fully comprehend its essence. Yet, even with this scant information, Chu Ning was already profoundly astonished. Cultivating demonic techniques was distinctly different from the methods of the 3 teachings. It involved converting the spiritual energy that permeates the world into demonic energy for further cultivation. Although the process was intricate, the cultivation was indeed rapid, representing an unconventional path. However, the operation of demonic techniques required a certain expenditure of energy, and not all converted spiritual energy could become demonic energy. Each battle, though ferocious, necessitated prior conversion and storage of spiritual energy. In other words, while combat was fierce, once the energy was depleted, one needed to replenish it. As one's cultivation advanced, although the storage capacity increased, limitations still existed. Yet, if one were to attain the supreme celestial demon physique, would there not be no need to concern oneself with such matters, as demonic energy would be continuously and effortlessly transformed? This was indeed a bug-like existence. Furthermore, Chu Ning was particularly intrigued by this heavenly Tao body. It appeared that the heavenly Tao body was independent of spiritual roots and qualities. How did it compare to divine-grade talents? If one day he possessed both the heavenly Tao body and a divine-grade talent, what would that entail? In that moment, Chu Ning felt a surge of motivation. However, his current contribution points were insufficient, so he could only wait until the next opportunity to enhance himself further. Chu Ning continued his cultivation and contemplation. With a cultivation level of 100 in demonic techniques, his comprehension had reached an almost terrifying level. His physique was now significantly more formidable than before, and the foundation of his first realm had been solidified to an unknown extent. Such diligent practice was indeed worthy of his master's apron. The thought of this made Chu Ning feel a mix of sorrow and anger. How could he have stolen his master's apron for the sake of cultivation? I am truly a wretch. Master, I am deeply sorry. Just then, Ji Qingqiu returned. She looked at Chu Ning with a look of astonishment. Why was Ninger so highly attuned to the celestial demon 9 forms? In such a short period, it seemed he had already perfected the technique. As for what Chu Ning had previously mentioned about going to her room to absorb demonic energy, if he hadn't stolen her apron, perhaps Ji Qingqiu would have believed him. But now she was not convinced. It seemed her disciple's motives were not about any so-called demonic energy at all. It was simply about her apron. Yet, Ninger's progress in cultivation was undeniably rapid. It appeared he was nearing the completion of his first realm. Such talent was indeed extraordinary, and watching him cultivate inexplicably filled her with a sense of accomplishment. This is indeed the first disciple she genuinely wishes to accept. Contemplating this, Ji Qingqiu's expression became intricate as she pressed her lips together. Initially, she was quite concerned about her undergarments, particularly since a disciple had pilfered them. However, after hearing Mu Li's words, she realized that this disciple was in dire need of affection. Was it not the case that when one requires motivation in their cultivation, they might inquire and yearn for the warmth of concern? After all, upon stealing the undergarment, the disciple indeed found the impetus to advance swiftly in her practice. Recalling yesterday, when she bestowed the celestial sword upon Ninger, there had been little commotion. Yet, a mere pair of inconsequential cloth shoes had nearly brought her disciple to tears. It seemed evident that she had grown up devoid of love and support.
Yi Qingqiu smiled softly.
With this understanding, she knew how to relate to her disciple. Ninger, how fares your cultivation? Chapter 14. the finest master in the world. Ning was startled by the sudden presence behind her. The voice that emerged from the shadows could belong to no one other than her master. Had the master overheard? A chill of sweat broke out on Chu Ning's back as she stiffly turned around, her gaze meeting the serene and cold countenance of Ji Qingqiu. Master.
Chu Ning.
Feeling guilty and flustered, forced a smile as she looked at Ji Qingqiu. Why have you returned so late? Ji Qingqiu's expression remained impassive as he regarded her silently. I took a brief respite at your martial uncle's. Chu Ning quickly inquired with a cheerful demeanor, and what of my martial uncle? I have never heard of them before. It appears you share a close bond. Yes, they are the only one who has survived all these years. Chu Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Master, are you hungry? I could prepare some roasted meat for you? She was eager to concoct an excuse to slip away, feeling utterly embarrassed to face her master after pilfering their undergarment. If discovered. As she made to leave, Ji Qingqiu suddenly called out to her, Ning what is it, master? Ji Qingqiu's expression was laden with complexity. I am already aware of your transgression regarding my undergarment. Please refrain from such actions in the future. After all, we are master and disciple. If you seek care, come directly to me. Ji Qingqiu found herself in a quandary. Should she voice her thoughts? As Mu Li had suggested, Ning encountered difficulties in her training and sought motivation through unconventional means. Would revealing this cause her disciple embarrassment? Yet, to remain silent felt rather inappropriate. The notion of her disciple taking her undergarment to inhale its scent, if discovered by others. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that no one else would find out. If anyone dared to gossip, she would take measures to silence them. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to continue the conversation with Ning as it seemed her disciple's feelings were rather too attached to herself. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. The affection her disciple held for her as a mentor was indeed profound. Your aura seems to have deepened considerably. It appears your understanding of the techniques has progressed swiftly. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, bracing herself as she replied, Since your departure, I have diligently devoted myself to my training. Nonsense, you clearly went to retrieve my undergarment. Ji Qingqiu's face flushed momentarily before she raised her hand, conjuring a standard long sword from the sect. Chu Ning's eyes widened in surprise. Master, training is not merely an insular endeavor. One cannot hope to advance in isolation. Allow me to spar with you, to help solidify your understanding of your techniques and realm. Chu Ning was taken aback but soon felt relieved, thinking her master would unleash violence. She did not refuse the offer, as she had been seeking someone to practice with. Although her master's cultivation might not be as high, their skill was undoubtedly superior to her own. Chu Ning drew her own Zuzhen sword. The sword was drawn from its sheath, its blade glinting brightly under the moonlight, casting a cold shimmer across the faces of the two individuals. Grasped firmly in hand, it seemed to convey a will of its own, intensifying the resolve to strike. This was the first time Chu Ning wielded a sword, and from that moment, he felt destined to become the greatest in the world. In this instant, all thoughts were cast aside, leaving only the singular drive to unleash the sword. Master, forgive my rudeness. Chu Ning suddenly lunged forward, the blade enveloped in a dark aura, exuding a palpable killing intent. At that moment, he truly embodied the title of the world's greatest. Moments later, after being thoroughly defeated and questioning his existence, Chu Ning crouched on the ground, cradling his head in surrender. Master, I concede. Please stop. A look of satisfaction clearly flickered in Ji Qingqiu's eyes. Your understanding of the 9 manifestations of the celestial demon is evidently profound, and you seem to grasp the techniques recorded in the demonic arts without needing my instruction, far surpassing many of my previous disciples. However, in future contests, do not speak of defeat. If one is outmatched, it simply means they are outmatched. There is no shame in that.
Chu Ning timidly replied.
But what if I truly cannot win? What if they intend to kill me? With me here, no one dares to harm you, Ji Qingqiu reassured him. Chu Ning thought her words were somewhat boastful, yet he refrained from calling her out. Feeling a bit stubborn, he retorted, But what if you are not here? Ji Qingqiu suddenly smiled. Your talent surpasses that of any disciple I have ever had. Until you are capable of standing on your own, I shall always be by your side. Thus, Do not perceive cultivation as a daunting endeavor. If you encounter difficulties, simply communicate them to me. After saying this, she took a step closer. Chu Ning, who had relaxed somewhat, instantly froze. Feeling the warmth and softness before him, he was utterly stunned. His master was embracing him, and in such an enchanting manner. Master, what is this? This cannot be. You are my master. Ji Qingqiu affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair and smiled brightly. There is no need to sneak away with my personal garments. Should word of this get out, it would not bode well. If you desire encouragement such as head pats and hugs, I will gladly offer them. Any affection you previously lacked, I shall generously provide. For Ji Qingqiu, her intentions were genuine. She truly wished to take Chu Ning as her disciple. In terms of temperament, talent, and even connection, she found herself quite fond of him. In her eyes, talent was not of utmost importance. The disciples she had previously nurtured were to be selected as heirs for the demon sect, and while talent was essential, now 6 of the 7 swords already had their successors. Each sword's bearer possessed top-tier gifts, now standing as the pillars of the demon sect. Hence, this final disciple need not bear the weight of the sect's legacy. He would simply be her disciple. Moreover, this disciple's potential was indeed remarkable, and naturally, a master must cherish their student. Since your aspiration is to attain longevity, I shall devote myself to assisting you in establishing a solid foundation, ensuring that your future steps are steady and secure. I am your master. If you have anything to say or any emotional knots to untangle, you may confide in me. As of now, you are my disciple. The moonlight is resplendent, and the starlight sparkles. Chu Ning raised his gaze, and in that moment, Ji Qingqiu appeared to be the most exquisite woman in the world. Even though they were in such a posture, Chu Ning felt no romantic inclinations. Instead, a wave of guilt washed over him, and his eyes grew misty. Master. Upon noticing this, Ji Qingqiu gently smiled and caressed his eyes. You are no longer a child. It is unbecoming to weep. Chu Ning's heart quivered. The finest master in the world. With such a remarkable master, he had foolishly resorted to stealing her girdle for the sake of cultivation and harbored impure thoughts. How utterly disgraceful. Chapter 15. The detestable Shu. Master. What is the matter? Chu Ning's cheeks flushed, genuinely overwhelmed by the prolonged embrace. Could you please release your disciple? Your constant holding has diminished the initial sentiment I felt. It is fragrant and soft. Yet now, my mind is filled with impure thoughts. This is not how our pure master-disciple relationship should be. Ji Qingqiu's expression was one of confusion as he looked down. Are you dissatisfied? Chu Ning's mind went blank. The disciple is certainly satisfied, but this. Not far away, a certain vixen watched the scene unfold, a smile of amusement gracing her lips. The sight was too enchanting. She wished to linger a moment longer. This young man was rather intriguing. However, judging by his actions, it seemed he was not particularly concerned about his senior sister. If it were her, she would have already buried herself in her senior sister's embrace. Little Junior, your master has given you a chance, yet you remain ineffectual. Nonetheless, such an innocent youth piqued Mu Li's interest slightly. Just as she was contemplating her next move, a flash of sword light suddenly sliced through the air. Mu Li gasped in surprise and swiftly appeared before the two. What are you doing ambushing us? I have not disturbed you. Ji Qingqiu remained expressionless. A spying mouse speaks with such confidence? Mu Li's cheeks puffed in indignation as she retorted. I am not a mouse. I am a fox. What difference does it make if we are both spies? Noticing the outsiders, Chu Ning's eyes widened, and he hastily escaped from Ji Qingqiu's embrace. Their gazes converged on Chu Ning. Is this your newly accepted disciple? He certainly possesses an appealing appearance. Mu Li narrowed her eyes, surveying Chu Ning with curiosity. Chu Ning looked at Ji Qingqiu in confusion. Master, who is this? Ji Qingqiu replied calmly, as I mentioned earlier, this is your Shu. Chu Ning clasped his hands in respect. Disciple Chu Ning pays his respects to Shu. Mu Li was slightly taken aback. What a serious disciple. But one wonders if it is genuine. I senti that right, little one? Chu Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Today, he had even pilfered his master's pouch, yet this matter could not possibly be known by his Shu. Could it? Surely not. Master was still unaware. Noticing this, Ji Qingxiu refrained from saying more. I must go meditate. Mu Li, you should leave promptly and not disturb my disciple's rest. With that, he turned and returned to his cave dwelling. Chu Ning immediately sought to follow, hoping to find an opportunity to return the pouch. After all, Master had just returned, and if he were to discover it. However, he was suddenly halted. Behind him, Mu Li regarded him with a playful smile. Ninger, what are you planning to do? Are you intending to follow your master back to his quarters? Regardless, you are still master and disciple. Such an act is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Chu Ning's embarrassment deepened, his face aflame as he hurriedly explained. No, I merely have something I wish to discuss with master. What is it that you wish to discuss? Mu Li suddenly reached into Chu Ning's pocket. Realizing what was happening too late, Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock. But it was already too late. The azure bellyband was now in Mu Li's hand, swaying before Chu Ning. Could this possibly be related to that matter? Master Uncle. On the mountaintop, only Chu Ning and Mu Li remained. Chu Ning felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, pleading softly, Master Uncle, please return it to me. Don't let Master find out. No, wait. Shouldn't he be more concerned about how Master Uncle knew about this matter? How did you know I had Master's bellyband in my pocket, and you took it out so quickly? Mu Li's smile deepened. It's fine. Your master doesn't know, does he? By the way, this bellyband belongs to my senior sister, right? I've seen her wear it before. Mu Li lifted it to her nose and immediately confirmed. Indeed, it carries my senior sister's scent. The vixen's elongated eyes scrutinized Chu Ning, as if she could see right through him. Young disciple, as a man, what do you intend to do with your master's bellyband? Chu Ning felt on the verge of collapse, looking at Mu Li with a pained expression. Master Uncle, I'm not doing anything. It's a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding? Mu Li nodded solemnly, waving the bellyband before Chu Ning. So you accidentally entered your master's room and stole his bellyband. You even intended to use it for some mischief tonight. And now you tell me this is a misunderstanding? Is that correct? Chu Ning felt a surge of indignation, yet he couldn't find the words to explain. How had he been exposed? He hadn't even seen Master Uncle's face, yet here he was directly identified. If only he hadn't brought it with him, it surely would not have been discovered. No, wait. Regardless, the situation had escalated, and he couldn't remain in a position of weakness. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning's gaze gradually calmed. May I ask, Master Uncle, how did you know? Mu Li let out a light snort. How I know is not your concern. Just tell me what you intend to do with that bellyband. Training. Mu Li chuckled. Is sneaking around at night considered training? Or does it contain some secret technique or method? Chu Ning could no longer maintain his composure and sighed in despair. What was this woman's origin? He simply couldn't keep up with her. He turned away, declaring, forget the bellyband. It's yours now. I certainly won't take the blame. The bellyband is in your hands. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Li hurried after him, a look of regret on her face. What's wrong, young disciple? Are you upset? I was just joking. Chu Ning continued to ignore her. How about I return the bellyband? Chu Ning felt tempted but resisted. Oh, are you playing this game with Master Uncle? Mu Li immediately had an idea. Senior sister. Chu Ning was taken aback, quickly snatching the bellyband back and stuffing it into his pocket, glancing back to ensure Master had not arrived. Once he confirmed Master was not coming, he felt relieved. He looked at Mu Li with a forlorn expression. Master Uncle, please do not jest with me. The matter of the bellyband is truly a misunderstanding. If the Master were to learn of it, the misunderstanding would escalate dramatically. Oh, but what if the bellyband incident is precisely what your Master has mentioned? Does your Master know of your pilfering the bellyband? Mu Li felt that a grand spectacle was about to unfold, observing him with a knowing smile. Dear junior disciple, let us speak earnestly. What purpose do you have for the bellyband? Chu Ning took a deep breath and replied calmly, I claim it is for cultivation. Do you believe me, Master Uncle? Indeed, I believe everything you say, my dear junior disciple, for you are the disciple of my senior sister. It is truly for cultivation, he insisted. Mu Li nodded sagely in agreement. Then allow me to pose another query. Please do, Master Uncle, Chu Ning responded. With a mischievous grin, Mu Li inquired. When your master held you earlier, did any improper thoughts cross your mind? For instance, contemplating lifting your senior sister's garments to behold her in full, or perhaps engaging in more intimate actions. Chu Ning was taken aback in shock. Such lascivious thoughts were beyond his imagination, let alone his speech. How could a woman of your stature utter such words? What level of mastery do you possess? Please refrain from tormenting me. This is truly a misunderstanding. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed above. Mu Li's expression changed instantly, and she took off running, grumbling as she left. So petty. It was merely a jest. I didn't actually compel him to do anything. Chu Ning felt an immense sense of relief. Finally, this master uncle had departed. He resolved to maintain a distance from her in the future. Looking up at the star-studded sky, the moon shining brightly, he pondered the source of the thunder. Yet, with the departure of that woman, Chu Ning felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He touched the belly band in his pocket, reassured that it had not been discovered by the master. Chapter 16 New Task, Pure Enjoyment. Upon returning to his room, Chu Ning found his mind entirely preoccupied. His thoughts were filled with rather impure images, especially after what his master uncle had said, leaving him in a state of agitation. How could he, of all people, slander the relationship between his master and himself? What would his master think if he knew? Chu Ning tossed and turned on his bed, unable to find solace. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of his master uncle, but his master lingered in his mind. Chu Ning conceded that he was genuinely satisfied with the facial cleanser. Its fragrance and texture were delightful. Yet what was troubling him? Why did his master inquire about his satisfaction? Could he dare to respond otherwise? Suddenly, a strange thought crossed his mind. What if he were to express dissatisfaction? No. He must not entertain such notions about his master. There must be a reason behind his master's actions. Still, sleep eluded him. After some contemplation, he decided to retrieve that particular item. Under the moonlight, the azure garment caught Chu Ning's eye, appearing rather enchanting. Engaging in improper thoughts? What could that possibly entail? Though he was inexperienced, could he really be oblivious? Yet, the mere thought of using his master's garment in such a state of mind was unacceptable. Absolutely not. He promptly placed the garment beneath the bed, but then reconsidered. It would crumple if pressed against the bed. What if it caused issues upon returning it? He ultimately decided to tuck it under his pillow instead. Having arranged everything, he felt a slight sense of relief. Master, I assure you I harbor no ill intentions. I regard you solely as my master. With these thoughts, Chu Ning finally succumbed to slumber. A night passed without incident. The following morning, sunlight streamed onto Chu Ning's face. Ding! Sign-in task issued. Proceed to Biluo Pond to complete the sign-in. Task reward. 10,000 contribution points. The system's notification chimed in. Seeing the sign-in task, Chu Ning hurriedly rose to check. The cultivation of the supreme heavenly devil body required contribution points. Additional task, Lotus Cream, bathe in the waters of Biluo Pond. Note: the waters of Biluo Pond enhance cultivation and cleanse the root bones. Task reward, 5,000 contribution points. An additional task? Although it was less than the previous 10,000, this task promised pure enjoyment. It meant that by merely signing in and taking a bath, he could earn 15,000 contribution points. With just 10,000 needed to cultivate the supreme heavenly devil body, he would have a surplus of points remaining. Excited by this prospect, Chu Ning realized it was a generous offer of contribution points. For him, the cultivation speed of a superior spiritual root was already sufficient. The celestial grade spiritual root was projected to require 100,000 points, a distant goal indeed. Therefore, there was no immediate need to push for breakthroughs. Completing the cultivation of the supreme heavenly devil body would suffice for any future needs. Upon contemplating this, Chu Ning promptly decided to check in and commence his training, for that was the true path to follow. However, why did this task bear such an odd name? Lotus blossom and cream, it hardly seemed to pertain to bathing. It bore a hint of the seductive, didn't it? Regardless, it was evident that the system was once again being frivolous. Bang! 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 The stone door reverberated, and Chu Ning cast a puzzled glance in its direction. Even his master did not knock in such a manner. Junior disciple, open the door. I am your master. Little junior disciple, be a good child and let me in. Chu Ning. Outside, Ji Qingxiu's voice rang out. What is the commotion early in the morning? Why are you knocking on Ninger's door? Mu Li replied with a look of lamentation. I specifically came this early to impart knowledge to the little junior disciple. How is that not being quiet? Am I not considering your disciple's well-being? By the way, sister, you are not afraid that I will teach your little disciple something, are you? Perhaps you would like a hug too? Get lost. Chu Ning hastily moved to open the door. Yet, upon swinging the stone door wide, the vixen had vanished without a trace. Ji Qingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ning. Are you searching for her? That gaze unmistakably exuded danger. Even a fool would know how to respond. He quickly shook his head. It's just that this morning, I was baffled by my uncle's sudden visit. Ji Qingxiu replied with indifference, that vixen has always been enigmatic in her actions. There is no need to concern yourself with her. Vixen, there are demon cultivators within the demon sect, and she is one of them. After saying this, Ji Qingxiu added, you would do well to keep your distance from her. Chu Ning could not agree more. That woman was far too swift. Having traversed into this realm, he believed he had encountered countless seasoned veterans online, yet he could not withstand even a single move from his uncle. Moreover, this uncle always jested about matters concerning his master, tormenting him. Who could endure that? Rest assured, master, I shall keep my distance from my uncle. Ji Qingxiu appeared somewhat satisfied with his words and gently ruffled Chu Ning's hair. Master. Chu Ning yearned to protest. Was this demeanor not a touch too intimate? Coupled with last night's facial cleanser, he felt somewhat less than pure. Ji Qingxiu gazed at Chu Ning and slowly spoke. Yesterday, when you faced me in combat, the sword technique you employed was derived from the 9 forms of the celestial demon. However, that swordplay is not complete. I had planned to refine that incomplete technique to channel demonic energy and enhance the sword aura before teaching you. Yet, seeing your rapid progress, I shall impart that swordplay to you today. Chu Ning's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. Nodding vigorously, the swordplay gleaned from demonic arts. Though he had experienced it countless times, still felt somewhat amiss. Since his master had deemed it significant, it must indeed be a formidable technique. To his astonishment, although his master held little sway within the sect, he always managed to present exceptional treasures. The finest master in the world. Now, come with me. Meanwhile, the vixen left at the foot of the mountain clenched her fists in unwillingness. The insufferable senior sister, casting me down the mountain and even sealing my cultivation, nearly caused my demise. Fortunately, my physical form is resilient, though my aching back. After venting my grievances, Mu Li felt his powers returning, once again finding himself atop the mountain. The master and disciple were engaged in sword practice, paying no heed to Mu Li. One was too indifferent to acknowledge him, while the other was far too intimidated to respond. Frustrated, Mu Li sat on a stone bench, murmuring to himself, Foolish senior sister, I am merely considering your lifelong affairs. With your temperament, even if you harbor feelings for Ning Er, you would never dare to cross the boundaries. Since you are now so close to that disciple, why not seize the opportunity to take them as your partner? This remark did not escape the ears of Ji Qingxiu. A bolt of lightning, thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens, striking Mu Li directly. Chu Ning was startled. Master, the senior uncle has been struck by lightning. Ji Qingxiu did not even glance at the vixen. Her true form was that of a 9-tailed celestial fox, possessing unparalleled physical strength, capable of withstanding the might of the Buddhist golden body. She would not perish easily. But why did the senior uncle get struck? Overthinking leads to divine retribution. It is best to disregard such matters and focus solely on sword practice. Chu Ning nodded repeatedly. Since the master had spoken, there was surely no cause for concern. They resumed their sword training. The techniques and sword forms were not synonymous. The sword forms taught by Ji Qingxiu to Chu Ning were derived from the profound understanding of his cultivation, originating from the heavenly demon S9 forms. Given Chu Ning's familiarity with the heavenly demon S9 forms, the sword techniques were imprinted in his mind. allowing him to practice with remarkable speed. The details were refined by Ji Qingqiu, resulting in an even more fluid execution. Atop the mountain, the pair of practitioners moved gracefully, their garments fluttering as they danced with the sword, embodying the essence of celestial winds. In stark contrast, not far away, the white-clad vixen lay unconscious, sprawled and unable to move. The vixen was already cursing. Why must you two indulge in your own affairs here while I suffer this torment? Stupid senior sister, I had no intention of involving myself. You have forced my hand. Chapter 17. Dear Ninger, your master is about to take a bath, said the elder. This sword technique, known as the 9 styles of the celestial demon, is derived from my own mastery of demonic arts. The 9 styles can be enhanced when paired with demonic powers, and I have imparted all of it to you. You must diligently cultivate it in the future. Chu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. The 9 styles, each unique, comprised the stunning demon style, the moving demon style, and the subduing demon style, among others, all carefully extracted from the celestial demon S9 manifestations. Indeed, the 2 elements complement each other splendidly. Thanks to her comprehension of the celestial demon S techniques, Chu Ning found herself adept in practice. Beside them, Mu Li watched the scene with a twinge of jealousy, feeling as though her senior sister was being taken away. After all these years, her senior had always been solely hers. Yet, witnessing Ji Qingqiu's earnestness towards a man brought her a strange sense of joy. Who would believe that the demon lord of the current age had never been with a man? With a huff, Mu Li muttered, "Do you think this sword technique is something anyone can learn? Only your master would teach you. None of her other disciples could ever grasp it." Chu Ning glanced at Mu Li, softly replying, "Auntie, I believe it would be wise for you to speak less, lest you provoke another lightning strike." Mu Li scoffed lightly. "That was your master who struck me. I am not the one uttering those overt remarks. What grounds does she have to strike at me?" Her gaze fell on Chu Ning, astonishment etched on her face. "I heard from my senior sister that you possess a medium-grade spiritual root. Yet why does your speed seem to rival that of a top-grade level?" Ji Qingqiu paused, momentarily taken aback by this observation. She had not noticed this detail. After releasing a wisp of her aura to investigate, she confirmed it to be true. Her surprise was palpable. "Ninger, what is the reason behind this?" Clearing her throat, Chu Ning clearly intended to keep the matter of the system to herself. "When I cultivate the demonic arts, I can sense them refining my roots. Perhaps that is the reason." The 2 women nodded in unison. "Indeed, the demonic arts possess such effects. It seems you have an exceptional affinity for them, which explains your remarkable speed." Chu Ning replied, "I merely mentioned it casually. Is it true that the demonic arts have such an effect?" However, due to the rapid enhancement of her roots, she could not discern the changes from the techniques, yet she had already managed to muddle through. Mu Li gazed at her with envy. "Your affinity is extraordinary. Your roots are improving at such a swift pace. What an exceptional disciple you are, with both talent and beauty." With a playful smile, she leaned closer to Ji Qingqiu, rubbing her cheek against her. "Sister, why not let me take this disciple? I promise to teach him well. What say you?" Ji Qingqiu's aura turned menacing. "Ninger is my disciple. That will not do." The large fox shrank back, letting out a soft huff. "If you want to give him to me, then why act so intimidating? Ninger is right here." Turning her attention back to Chu Ning, she warned, "Ninger, your master has a rather volatile temperament. She may strike at any moment. You might find yourself in for a rough time being her disciple." Chu Ning scratched her head in confusion. "Is master truly temperamental? I haven't noticed. I think she is rather pleasant. Aside from being somewhat aloof and taciturn, and exhibiting a stubborn demeanor, it appears there is not much else to say. Moreover, this master truly shows concern for her, even providing her with facial cleanser. Ahem. To ponder further would lead to impure thoughts." Mu Li paused, glancing at the master and disciple duo. Can it be that someone claims the temperament of the current demon lord is amiable? If he were truly of good temper, he would not have acted so decisively upon the arrival of the 3 teaching saints in the southern barbaric continent, intervening without even inquiring about the reasons. It seems, indeed, that the senior sister harbors special feelings for this little one, which is why she has chosen to keep certain matters undisclosed. Perhaps she fears that the little one might become frightened upon learning the truth? Mu Li squinted her eyes once more. Truly, they are an intriguing pair of master and disciple. I am quite curious to see how their relationship will evolve. The senior sister, the great fox, has once again nestled against Ji Qingqiu, wrapping her arms around the woman and pressing close to her back. The scene is too beautiful, and Chu Ning dares not gaze upon it, hastily retreating to practice his swordsmanship. It has been quite a while since my senior sister and I visited the Biluo pool for a bath. Perhaps we should go tonight. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. If you wish to go, you may do so alone. Why must you drag me along? Consider this, Ning has just commenced her cultivation. While her foundation at the first realm is solid, she has yet to reach the pinnacle of excellence. The celestial liquid from the heavenly demon pool at Biluo pool can refine her physique and help solidify her foundation. Would it not be prudent to procure some of that and perhaps indulge in a bath as well? Ji Qingqiu seemed to ponder this, finding merit in the suggestion. As her disciple, it is only fitting that she receives the best resources from the entire sect. She had previously provided Zhou Yujin with some for physique refinement. Now it is only right to offer some to Ning. Does not Ning aspire for longevity? In that case, she would assist Chu Ning in fortifying his foundation, ensuring a more stable path towards eternal life. The process of cultivation and enhancing one's prowess is not the most crucial aspect. Rather, the stability of one's foundation determines how far a cultivator can ultimately go. Many high-ranking cultivators, in their youth, have faltered in their pursuit of breakthrough, neglecting to solidify their foundation, resulting in a lifetime of stagnation at a bottleneck. If you desire longevity, then I shall aid you, ensuring that your every realm is truly the unrivaled pinnacle of this world. Very well. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. A bath, it seems, would also be quite delightful. The sly fox, having achieved her aim, could hardly contain her joy. The senior sister must not waver. After completing a set of sword techniques, Chu Ning felt an inner stirring, channeling his demonic powers and visualizing himself. With his innate talent and the enhancement of his techniques, he has now reached the threshold of the second realm. Ascending to the second realm signifies his ability to master an array of techniques and to wield various arts, such as cleansing spells and methods for preserving meat. These are essential for survival in the wilderness. Although Chu Ning does not require survival skills, the mountaintop lacks proper bathing facilities. Yet, even if he could break through, Chu Ning had no intention of doing so. He believed his understanding of the first realm was still insufficient, and his foundation was not yet solidified. To hasten a breakthrough would be unwise. What if complications arose? After all, he aspires for longevity. A stable foundation is paramount. A delicate voice unexpectedly echoed from behind, startling Chu Ning. Uncle Master, could you refrain from appearing so suddenly behind others? Chu Ning murmured softly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Mu Li chuckled, casting a glance at Ji Qingqiu, who had already entered the cave dwelling. I have something to discuss with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone. Intrigued, Chu Ning inquired, what is it? This evening, I will take your master to bathe, and we will meet at Biluo. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Ning sprang to her feet, radiating righteousness and vigor. Uncle Master, I have already stated that the previous incident was a misunderstanding. I harbor no such thoughts towards my master, absolutely none. Regardless of your perspective, I shall forever remain my master's disciple, unwavering in this commitment. Chu Ning turned away in indignation, hoping her uncle master would no longer dwell on such matters. Mu Li stood there, momentarily stunned. Had she just been scolded? The second strongest figure of the demon sect, being reprimanded by her own disciple. The cunning fox muttered in discontent, what are you so proud of? Why did you sneak away with senior sister's undergarment then? I thought you had feelings for her. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that her disciple was indeed quite earnest, genuinely devoid of such intentions. Sighing, Mu Li had initially believed that someone would step into her senior sister's life, bringing forth a unique experience to the world. However, after observing for some time, it seemed their relationship was merely that of a close master and disciple. The prospect of something intriguing had vanished, leaving her disheartened. With a heavy sigh, Mu Li turned and retreated into Ji Qingqiu's cave, feeling rather glum. As night fell, the duo set off as planned. Let's have a bath first. We can take our time later. All right. As soon as the two women departed, Chu Ning emerged from the cave dwelling, making her way to Bai Luotan. Juan.
Navigation commencing.
My contributions are about to roll in. Haha. Chapter 18. What are Ning Heir's true feelings towards me? Atop the summit of the demon sect, the three forbidden areas, Demon Peak, the Floral Woods, and the Bai Luo Pool, stand in ominous prominence. The first two are inhabited by the esteemed Demon Lord and the Beast Lord, the foremost figures of their respective sections. Their capricious natures render them perilous. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences, leaving no one daring to approach. The Bai Luo Pool derives its name from the latter two characters of the underworld Bai Luo. Nestled within the Valley of 10,000 Demons, it is a place guarded by a towering demon statue. This statue, a vestige of the sect's millennia-long heritage, has stood resolute for countless years, producing a fixed quantity of celestial demon essence annually. For the practitioners of the demon sect, this ethereal liquid can cleanse one's roots, accelerate the progression of their techniques, and solidify their foundations, an aspiration for countless disciples, renowned even for its miraculous effects during breakthroughs. Thus, few dare to trespass here. Anyone who does is deemed a thief of the celestial essence, their life force extracted until they become mere husks. As Chu Ning traversed the path, he found it odd to be frequently stepping on what felt like hard objects, crumbling beneath his weight. He thought little of it as he continued along the route, unaware that the road was paved with ancient, desiccated bones. Some of the elder bones had long since weathered, while the more resilient ones belonged to disciples who had ventured too far in recent years. Any intruder below the sage level would undoubtedly meet their demise. Ah! Another fool has come to meet their end. From beneath a shadow, a ghastly visage emerged, its crimson eyes piercing and unsettling. Behind it, countless pairs of scarlet eyes flickered to life. There are always those reckless enough to seek their doom. Those who covet the celestial essence are often among them. That essence is reserved for the elite of our demon sect. How dare they attempt to lay claim to it? Kill him! Kill him! The winds howled ominously, and a wave of dark energy surged forth. Chu Ning shuddered, gripping his sword tightly and quickening his pace. This place was profoundly unsettling. I'll just check in and take a quick bath before leaving. Suddenly, a torrent of demonic energy surged towards Chu Ning. With that single strike, should it connect, his demise would be inevitable. However, in the next moment, another wave of demonic energy erupted, scattering the assault. A commanding figure appeared, and the demons bowed their heads. My lord, that disciple has trespassed into the Bai Luo Pool. According to our laws, he must be punished. Nonsense! Are your eyes blind? Can you not see what sword he wields? That is, the extermination sword. He is a disciple of the Demon Lord. Since he is a disciple of the Demon Lord, there must be pressing matters at hand. If you act against him, will not the Valley of 10,000 Demons be cleaved asunder by the Demon Lord's sword? A palpable fear swept through the assembly of demons, yet one timid voice dared to speak. But my lord, we did not receive prior notice. The demon leader intoned gravely, if he is a disciple of the Demon Lord, he is beyond our jurisdiction. Remember, do not harm him. Withdraw all ambushes and ensure his safety. Yes. In an instant, Chu Ning sensed a significant easing of pressure. Not only had the chilling aura dissipated, but he even felt an unexpected sense of familiarity with the surroundings. It is indeed peculiar. After entering the demonic sect, have I grown fond of such bizarre and eerie places? This shouldn't be the case. Have I somehow gone awry? Before me lies a fork in the road, marked by countless tiny stones indicating the direction. How thoughtful! Chu Ning, naturally aware of the path, could not help but feel a sense of awe. Truly, this demonic sect is remarkable, even providing guidance for lost disciples. My master need no longer worry about my sense of direction. Although, with a map in hand, I hardly require it. After Chu Ning departed, a few little demons behind him wiped away non-existent sweat from their foreheads. Is that the esteemed Grandmaster? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. His cultivation appears inferior to mine. What do you know? That is the newly accepted disciple of the Demon Lord. All 6 disciples chosen by the Demon Lord possess extraordinary talents. The top 3 have already ascended to the ranks of saints, while the 4th and 5th grandmasters are but a step away from sainthood. The 6th is currently striving for the 3rd realm, and she has only been in the sect for just over a month. Another little demon exclaimed in astonishment. The youngest grandmaster before us must surely possess hidden depths. Of course, who would dare to recklessly intrude upon the Bai Luo pond? Understood. Understood. It is best not to provoke her. In the Valley of 10,000 Demons, within the Bai Luo pond, a misty haze enveloped the area, steam rising as 2 bodies, as white as jade, floated in the water. This scene resembled a breathtaking spectacle of the mortal realm, leaving one enchanted and reluctant to leave. Mu Li languidly reclined on a stone platform, relishing the comfort of the moment. Sister, it seems we haven't been so candid with each other for quite some time. How nostalgic. Ji Qingqiu's expression remained impassive. You, a woman, if you wish to speak such words, why not descend the mountain to seek a man? What purpose does it serve to disgust me with such remarks? The men at the base of the mountain are rather dull. Instead, those on the mountain are quite intriguing. Much like our little disciple, Ji Qingqiu's gaze was laced with a hint of coldness. Should you dare to harbor thoughts towards Ninger, I shall skin you alive and hang your hide at the mountain gate. Believe it or not. Mu Li scoffed lightly. I do not believe. Ji Qingqiu feigned an intent to strike, prompting Mu Li to shrink her neck and burrow into Ji Qingqiu's embrace. Sister, I was merely jesting. I wanted to see how much you truly care for that disciple. I have no genuine intentions. Moreover, why would I compete with my sister for a man? Ji Qingqiu's expression stiffened, and she corrected her. That is my disciple. Should you utter such nonsense again, be wary of my wrath. All right, sister. The cunning fox nestled in Ji Qingqiu's embrace, savoring the moment, while Ji Qingqiu felt nothing but disdain. Do not cling to me so. How old are you? Mu Li giggled. No matter how old I am still your little fox. Tell me, do you truly harbor no other feelings for your disciple? Ji Qingqiu appeared puzzled. What other feelings? Is he not my disciple? Naturally. I treat him with the decorum befitting a master and disciple. Is that so? Yet for so many years, he is the first male disciple you have taken on. My disciple is my own. I require no guidance from others. How should I describe this disciple whom you have treated with such care?
Ji Qingqiu sighed.
Previously, the disciples were merely vessels for the inheritance of the demonic sect. They had their desires, and the master had provisions to offer, so there was no need for excessive concern. Yet Ninger was different. His temperament and aspirations mirrored those of the master in their youth. Perhaps it was this similarity that invoked such tenderness. Moreover, he harbored few desires. Indeed, he was perhaps the one who resembled an immortal the most within the so-called immortal sect. Few desires, you say? Mu Li could not help but chuckle at this remark. Would someone with few desires steal their masteress' undergarments or blush at the thought of inappropriate things stemming from a mere embrace? However, she did not contest the assertion. For today, Chu Ning's behavior had indeed left her in doubt. She had initially assumed that his desire was for the senior sister, yet it turned out to be otherwise. Perhaps she had misinterpreted the situation and regretted that there would be no splendid drama to witness. In the next moment, Mu Li's expression turned vigilant. Someone was approaching, but that wariness vanished instantly, as both sensed the presence of the newcomer.
Ning isit Ninger.
Ji Qingqiu paused for a moment, furrowing her brow. Surely, you did not take it upon yourself to inform Ning. Mu Li was taken aback. Senior sister, I did not. I haven't exchanged a word with him today. That rascal avoided me. Indeed, she had not spoken. Yet how had Chu Ning managed to find her? No. She had mentioned the name Biluo in reference to Biluo Pond, the only place bearing those characters within the demonic sect, and he must have followed that lead. Suddenly, Mu Li's eyes narrowed with a smile. The excitement that had just ebbed away surged back. Little junior nephew, why pretend to be so serious? We agreed you wouldn't come during the day, and yet here you are, striding in with such righteous airs. Who would have thought you'd sneak over at night? Since that is the case, I shall not disturb. She began, but before she could finish, her form flickered away. Ji Qingqiu reached out to stop her, but it was too late. In the water, Ji Qingqiu's gaze was filled with complexity. She had not intended to bathe. It was Mu Li who had insisted. Turned out that Mu Li had set a trap. Today's events must have been relayed to Ning, that she was bathing here. If he knew she was here, what was his intention in coming? What was truly on Ning'er's mind? The water was scalding, and the face of the ethereal beauty submerged in it flushed. In that moment, she could not discern whether it was the heat of the water or her own shyness that caused her to blush. Chapter 19. No, he is your disciple. Before the Bai Luo pool, Chu Ning beheld the mist-shrouded water body from afar, and instantly his heart soared with joy. During this period, he had relied on his master to conjure a cleansing spell for his baths. While it was convenient, he felt an undeniable discomfort from not truly washing with water. Alas, there was no water atop the mountain, and he could not demand it. To his surprise, the Bai Luo pool not only possessed water but was also a hot spring. He promptly signed in. As he completed the system task, Chu Ning swiftly shed his garments. The pool was vast and steam billowed around, obscuring his view of what lay within. However, he surmised there was likely no one around, for who would venture so far just to enjoy a soak in a hot spring? Sign-in successful. Reward. Contribution value 10,000. With his last garment discarded, Chu Ning plunged into the water with a splash. Additional task completed. Reward. Contribution value 5,000. Chu Ning felt an exhilarating rush as he immersed himself in the warmth. This hot spring seemed not merely a place to bathe but harbored a unique power that could cleanse his very essence, providing a delight surpassing even that of cultivation. How blissful! Not only had he accrued contribution points, but he could also luxuriate in a soothing bath. Upon returning, he would surely tell his master of this splendid spot. Yet, he pondered, why was the title of this additional task so peculiar? Lotus Blossom and Cream. It sounded so enchanting. Master. Does Ning'er know that the esteemed one is here and is calling out to the esteemed one? Not far away, a figure resembling a person, only half of its head visible, pursed its lips upon hearing these words. Surely what the master spoke of referred to her. But how could she meet Chu Ning here? And in what manner? Ji Qingqiu contemplated leaving but suddenly remembered something. Ning'er must have come because of her. Besides, in this world, what master would hide from their disciple?
Ning'er.
Oh my, master! A familiar voice from behind startled Chu Ning, nearly rendering him speechless. He realized that it was not only his senior uncle who enjoyed scaring him from behind, but also his master, Ji Qingqiu. Master, what brings you here? Initially suspecting it was merely an illusion, he turned in astonishment to find Ji Qingqiu indeed before him. The ethereal purple light of the spring illuminated her stunningly beautiful visage, the steam rising around her enhancing her already exquisite features. As his gaze descended, he noticed droplets of water glistening upon her shoulders, as delicate and alluring as white jade. But then, Chu Ning abruptly turned away, too flustered to look further. At this moment he was in a state of panic, completely unaware that his master was also present. He had thought it was merely a stone, obscured by the mist. Yet, with the commotion he had caused, surely his master, being of a higher cultivation, would have sensed him? But why, instead of noticing, did she wait until he had entered the pool to react? Master, I truly did not mean to intrude. I shall take my leave immediately.
Ning'er, weit.
Ji Qingqiu gently shook her head, simply gazing at Chu Ning's retreating figure. She too had not anticipated that Chu Ning would arrive here. Chu Ning's presence could only be attributed to Mu Li's instigation, as she had informed her of their bathing rendezvous tonight. Without such knowledge, it would be impossible for Ning'er to have discovered her whereabouts. Yet, what could compel Ning'er to come? Surely you must realize that the true essence of my being is here bathing. If you are aware, then why do you still approach? Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together, as if she had come to a realization, and with a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she spoke softly. Ning'er, I implore you to be honest with me. Since entering the sect, have you harbored any impure thoughts toward me? Her emotions were quite intricate. The first disciple she genuinely wished to accept might possess unspoken feelings for her. Not only had she pilfered her undergarments, but she had also come to secretly observe her bathing. Yet, Ji Qingqiu did not feel particularly affronted. She merely believed that the bond between master and disciple should be pure and unblemished, devoid of such impropriety. Ji Qingqiu regarded Chu Ning as a true disciple, without the ulterior motives suggested by Mu Li, nor had she ever contemplated making Chu Ning a companion. Her lifelong aspiration was devoid of love and desire. Only the pursuit of the Tao remained. However, if Ninger indeed harbored such sentiments, it could jeopardize their master-disciple relationship. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply before turning to face Ji Qingqiu. Her gaze did not waver in avoidance. It was filled with resolve and sincerity. As her disciple, Chu Ning could never entertain any improper thoughts towards her master. This was true in the past, present, and future. Our bond is solely that of master and disciple, nothing more. If my master doubts me, I shall vow against my own heart. In an instant, Ji Qingqiu appeared before Chu Ning, grasping her raised hand, her gaze softening gradually. There is no need for such measures. I trust you. It seems today, someone has conspired against you, and you bear no responsibility. A fleeting glimmer of anger flashed in her eyes. She despised being manipulated, even by her junior. Perhaps even Ninger was unwittingly involved. Above in the heavens, tumultuous thunder roared. Mu Li, who had been reveling in the excitement, suddenly sensed a shift. Sister, I am wronged. I had no knowledge of Ninger's intention to come. Please show mercy. Countless disciples of the demon sect gazed up at the celestial phenomena, their expressions a blend of awe and reverence. The demon lord's prowess was extraordinary. Not merely a master of the celestial realm, but capable of communicating with it. The demon sect had endured for millennia. The demon lord would last for eons. In the tranquil waters of Biluo Pond, the master and disciple exchanged glances. Chu Ning fixed her gaze upon Ji Qingqiu, explaining, I assure you, my presence here today was purely coincidental, and I had no knowledge of my master being here. I have trespassed upon my master's space, for which I am at fault, and I humbly request your punishment. Rest assured, my filial piety towards you shall remain unwavering for millennia. I could never harbor any ulterior motives. Ji Qingqiu nodded gently, her eyes warm, and reached out to stroke Chu Ning's head. I understand. Although I had sensed that Ninger might possess unusual feelings, in this moment, the two of us stand bare and honest before one another. If Ninger truly held any feelings for me, how could she utter such words, devoid of any ulterior thoughts? Her words are genuine. This was the sentiment Ji Qingqiu yearned to hear. She desired a genuine master-disciple bond. After all, Chu Ning was the first disciple she sincerely wished to accept. Yet, upon hearing these words, why did she feel a sense of unease? Why did her heart remain empty and desolate? Ji Qingqiu chose to dismiss these feelings, forcing a smile at the sight of Chu Ning before her. She had come today to procure some essence of the heavenly demon to solidify his foundation. For cultivators, enhancing one's realm should not be pursued hastily. The more stable the foundation, the greater the future strength, a universally acknowledged truth. Though you have managed to break through to the second realm, do not be overly eager. With a master by your side, focus solely on your cultivation and think not of anything else.
Chu Ning nodded solemnly.
Despite the enchanting scenery surrounding them, he understood that beneath the surface lay a world unseen by others. How could he ever entertain thoughts of betraying his master? He was acutely aware that this woman before him truly regarded him as her disciple and was the first to genuinely care for him. How could he possibly let her down? As they spoke, Ji Qingqiu produced a sphere of violet essence. Ninger, swallow and refine this. Chu Ning nodded and swallowed it whole. It was tasteless and sensationless, yet it contained a powerful energy that began to wash over his body. Ji Qingqiu's gaze sharpened, her slender fingers transforming into a sword-like point, aimed directly at Chu Ning's chest. Channeling her demonic arts, the gluttonous magic patterns manifested around Chu Ning, and the immense energy within him began to stir. The foundation, previously cleansed, now exuded some white impurities once more. What had been body dust was now bone dust. Through this cleansing, Chu Ning's foundation was finally solidified. With closed eyes, he concentrated on his cultivation, while Ji Qingqiu, seated opposite him, averted her gaze slightly. Her disciple bore no ulterior motives towards her, which should have brought her joy. Yet, why did she feel a pang of disappointment? Suddenly, her heart raced as she looked at the physique before her, involuntarily swallowing hard. Her finger, once poised at Chu Ning's chest, transformed into a hand that caressed his torso. Even the demon lord, who had existed for a millennium, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Ninger's body was remarkably robust.
No.
This cannot be. You two are master and disciple. Chapter 20. Promised purity, yet I am burdened with guilt. Meanwhile, Chu Ning was immersed in the exhilaration brought about by his cultivation, oblivious to the changes occurring in the outside world. With his master treating him with such kindness, he naturally held an unwavering trust in his mentor. In the presence of his master, he felt utterly secure, devoid of any worries. The essence of the heavenly demon manifested within him, infusing him with immense power that further solidified the already robust foundation of his being. As he peered inward, the meridians and bones within him gradually shimmered with a faint golden light, and even his blood began to exude a jade-like hue. This was the highest accolade one could receive for a solid foundation. At this moment, Chu Ning had clearly reached the pinnacle of the first realm. With a complete understanding of demonic arts and the assistance of Ji Qingqiu, his foundational strength was unequivocally among the finest in the world. Gradually regaining his focus, Chu Ning contemplated the changes in his body, feeling a surge of emotion. Could it be that achieving perfection in demonic arts would grant him the supreme heavenly demon body? Perhaps he could cultivate the supreme heavenly demon body on this foundation, further solidifying his roots. Chu Ning was not in pursuit of rapid advancement. Coupled with what Ji Qingqiu had imparted that night, he understood the significance of a stable foundation. With that in mind, he decided to pursue the supreme heavenly demon body. Chu Ning, Spirit Root, Superior Quality Spirit Root, Cultivation, First Realm, Pinnacle, Technique, Heavenly Demon 9 Forms Progress, 100, consuming 10,000 contribution points, can unlock the supreme heavenly demon body. Would you like to use 10,000 contribution points to unlock the supreme heavenly demon body? Without hesitation, Chu Ning selected yes. Unlocking. Supreme heavenly demon body progress. 1. The water in the pool churned, and demonic energy surged. Ji Qingqiu, who had been absorbed in observing Chu Ning, suddenly came to her senses, her expression one of astonishment. She noticed that the demonic patterns surrounding Chu Ning were becoming more pronounced and numerous. Was Ninger on the verge of a breakthrough? With such a solid foundation, a breakthrough should pose no issue. Ji Qingqiu smiled slightly. Her disciple indeed would not disappoint her. Yet her gaze suddenly sharpened. How could a breakthrough at the first realm manifest such celestial phenomena? Unless it was the body of heavenly path. This was akin to possessing a divine talent, the only difference being that talent pertains to one's roots, while the body of heavenly path pertains to one's physique. Ji Qingqiu possessed the heavenly sword bone endowed by divine talent, thus attaining unmatched lethality in the world. Never did she expect that her disciple had awakened the body of heavenly path. A surge of demonic energy erupted, revealing Chu Ning at the center of a luminous column, emanating an indescribable demonic majesty. Ji Qingqiu was instantly taken aback, recognizing the nature of this extraordinary body of heavenly path. The supreme heavenly demon body. A millennium ago, the founder of the demon sect had relied on such a defiant physique to establish the sect beyond the teachings of the Tao ancestor and Buddha ancestor, garnering trepidation from the founders of the three teachings. Now, with the demon race in decline, their countless demon bodies had transformed into the demon sect, safeguarding it for millennia. Little did she anticipate that the supreme heavenly demon body would reappear in the present. Heavenly phenomena unfolded, celestial bodies shifted, and the stars revolved, altering the cosmos. In the Confucian Holy Land of Eastern Harem continent, the Heavenly Tao Academy, the current sage of rites bore a look of dread. The mere presence of a demon lord from the demon sect had already caused rampant chaos. To think that another body of heavenly path had emerged, this could not be allowed. The esteemed sage of the Yin-Yang sect, let us deduce the identity of this individual. One Ji Qingqiu is already formidable enough. Should another emerge, our Confucian order shall surely perish. At the sacred land of the Western Lotus Flower, the pure land of the West, the 36 Buddha's prayer beads shattered simultaneously. Amitabha. The demon sect has manifested another holy body. One can only hope that this person is not a bloodthirsty warrior, lest the world suffer immensely. Alas, it is unwise to harbor enmity with the demon sect at present. particularly as our Buddhist order lacks an 8th-tier master. It is prudent to observe the unfolding events. In the sacred land of the Taoists on the northern Blue Ming continent, atop the white jade capital, a Taoist smiled faintly. Not by. I retract my words from years past. Now, this generation has a worthy opponent. A young man clad in a robe, holding a floating dust whisk, exhibited no flicker of emotion in his eyes. The demon sect's vile spawn is hardly worth mention. Haha! With my disciple-s words, my Tao sect shall surely prosper over the next millennium, and will undoubtedly quell the demon sect. As the extraordinary phenomenon subsided, Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. His aura had strengthened exponentially compared to before. After merging with the supreme celestial demon body, he had achieved the pinnacle of the first realm, breaking through directly. Chu Ning. Spiritual root. Superior quality. Realm. Second realm. Subtle entry. Technique. 9 manifestations of the celestial demon. Perfection. Physique. Supreme celestial demon body progress. 1 agility. Subtlety. And understanding of fate. Having transcended to the lower 3 realms, Chu Ning had already crossed the initial threshold. Attaining the understanding of fate presented him with the opportunity for longevity. With 890 contribution points remaining, he could later enhance his supreme celestial demon body further. At this moment, Chu Ning faintly sensed that with just a single punch, he could annihilate his former self through sheer physical prowess. The disparity between realms is astonishingly vast. Ji Qingqiu expressed admiration and embraced Chu Ning. Ninger, I perceive that you have stepped into the second tier with unparalleled strength, unmatched by anyone before or after. If you can maintain such prowess at each realm, your strength will undoubtedly be unprecedented. Moreover, you have awakened the body of the heavenly Tao, which has brought me immense delight. Chu Ning was suddenly taken aback. This time, he was completely unclothed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw everything unmasked. Master, that's enough. Ji Qingqiu suddenly realized something, her expression slightly awkward as she retreated into the water. They had agreed to maintain a clear and innocent master-disciple relationship, yet it was she who had faltered first. Ninger, do you know what lies in the depths of the 10,000 demon abyss? Chu Ning also concealed himself in the water, their heads emerging simultaneously. What? Ji Qingqiu replied with a smile. The center of the 10,000 demon abyss is not this azure pool, but the 10,000 demon treasure land. What is that place? Ji Qingqiu explained with a smile. The 10,000 demon treasure land is a secret realm where disciples from various sects may participate in challenges, filled with the demonic shadows left by disciples of the demon sect throughout the ages. Rather than mere combat, one can enhance their skills. My intention is for you to train there, facing off against various predecessors. Chu Ning understood clearly. Since that is the case, he would heed his master's words and proceed forthwith. Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. There is no need to rush. Today's breakthrough should be followed by a consolidation of your foundation upon returning. It would not be too late to go later. By the way, several of your senior sisters have visited the 10,000 demon treasure land, where they battled against peak cultivators of the same realm, gaining considerable experience that will further solidify your foundation. My cultivation level far exceeds yours, and I fear that a duel with you might undermine your Tao heart. Recalling the scene where he had been beaten into submission, Chu Ning instinctively recoiled. His master was indeed formidable in her reprimands. Nevertheless, since his master had spoken thus, he would certainly make the trip. He vowed not to disappoint her. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled faintly, visibly pleased, and reached out to pat Chu Ning's head. However, Chu Ning quickly dodged. Master, I shall take my leave now. Please rest. Ji Qingqiu's hand froze momentarily, a sudden sense of loss washing over her. Why did Ning shy away from her touch? No matter. She would return with him. With that, her figure vanished in an instant. On the shore, Ji Qingqiu had already donned her attire. Chu Ning awkwardly said, Master, could you turn around? I need to put on my clothes. After a brief moment, Ji Qingqiu conjured a standard long sword of the sect, lightly stepping upon it. Come a bordo. Chu Ning hesitated. Master, such a small sword might not support 2 people. Ji Qingqiu replied nonchalantly, No worries, just hold on to me. But master, wouldn't this seem a bit inappropriate for us as master and disciple? Chu Ning firmly rejected such intimate behavior. His master had explicitly stated today that they should maintain their teacher-student relationship. A male and a female should ideally keep their distance. Otherwise, if others were to witness it, his master would become the subject of ridicule. Ji Qingqiu felt an even greater pang of disappointment. Why did her heart sink upon hearing this? Ninger actively maintained the distinction between genders. Should she not be pleased? Yet why? Ji Qingqiu bit her lip, her eyes drooping, unable to conceal her inner sorrow. No matter, as long as they were master and disciple, they could remain untainted in conscience, naturally exuding grace and clarity. After much deliberation, Chu Ning finally decided to embrace her. Pressed against his master's back, he lifted his head, inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to Ji Qingqiu. Despite his inner struggle to restrain himself, the images from the pool lingered in his mind. Master, what if I feel guilty?
Chu Ning muttered softly.
Leaning close to Ji Qingqiu. Ninger, what did you say? Nothing. Upon returning, he absolutely must not allow such closeness again. He had to maintain a distance from his master, lest he truly disappoint her. Chapter 21. The surge of senior sister's jealousy regardless of the circumstances, Chu Ning could not deceive himself. Despite his constant reminders that before him stood his master, the first person in this world who treated him as kin, he was still a passionate young man, a man nonetheless. Embracing Ji Qingqiu in such a manner evoked a sense of enchantment within him, especially after witnessing that mesmerizing scene at the Bailuo pond. How many people in the world have the privilege of such a sight? How could he ensure that he viewed his master with the purity of intention she deserved? It was inconceivable, utterly unacceptable. His master had treated him with such kindness. If he were to harbor any improper thoughts, it would surely cause her heartache. As they reached the pinnacle of the mountain, Chu Ning and his companions swiftly landed. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of Ji Qingqiu, and throughout their journey, riding the sword through the skies, he had scarcely registered his surroundings, only glancing down in trepidation, fearing a fall. Ji Qingqiu spoke softly, "It is getting late. Ninger, let us rest." Chu Ning nodded in agreement. Gazing at Ji Qingqiu's silhouette, he suddenly called out, "Master." "Yes?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning continued, "Tomorrow, I shall venture to the 10,000 demons treasure grounds for training, and I wonder. I shall accompany you there tomorrow," she interjected. Chu Ning quickly shook his head and smiled. "There is no need, master. I can go alone." Ji Qingqiu paused, and upon seeing Chu Ning's determination, she acquiesced with a nod. "Once you arrive at the Valley of 10,000 Demons, the elders will inquire about your identity. There are no restrictions on challengers. Simply go." "Thank you, master." Upon returning to his cave abode, Chu Ning tossed and turned in his bed. Had he not sought immortality? Why then, did his thoughts remain fixated on his master? The image from the pond was indelibly etched in his mind, especially the moment Ji Qingqiu had embraced him without reservation. The sight burned into his memory. On the snow-capped peaks, a lone winter-sweet flower bloomed. Cursed system. Suddenly, Chu Ning recalled something and hurriedly lifted his pillow. Beneath the moonlight, a green belly band lay quietly in place. Chu Ning bit his lip. If he had not stolen the belly band, his thoughts would not have strayed to such a place. The once respected master had now become the object of such unsavory thoughts. Descending the mountain for a few days of meditation and cultivation, he hoped that upon his return to see his master, his heart would be in a much clearer state. The following morning, Chu Ning departed from the mountain, unwilling to linger any longer. He resolved to cultivate his mind at the base of the mountain until he could gaze upon his master free of any improper thoughts before returning to the mountain gate. Meanwhile, the youngest disciple to reach the third realm of destiny in the history of the demon sect was born. Countless elders gathered to witness the sight of Zhou Yujin, wielding the sixth sword of the seven-kill sword array, and they all expressed their admiration. Achieving the third realm of destiny in just a month and a half, and with such profound aura, it was evident that he possessed remarkable depth. The terrifying nature of divine talent is beyond our comprehension. It is said that those endowed with such gifts are favored by the heavens, traversing their path of cultivation without turbulence and obstacles, progressing steadily and powerfully at every stage. Within our sect, there are now 6 individuals with divine talent, And just yesterday, a body of the Tao was also born, truly astounding. Within this cycle of years, the eradication of the three teachings is merely a matter of time. Upon witnessing the gathered crowd, Zhou Yujin clasped her hands in respect and then swiftly ascended toward the pinnacle of Mount Wending, guided by her sword. The foremost task at hand was to meet her revered master. At long last, she stood on the precipice of becoming the true disciple of the most formidable force in the contemporary world. Disciple Zhou Yujin pays homage to the esteemed master. Zhou Yujin bowed deeply, her demeanor brimming with reverence. Before her, a figure materialized, a presence unmistakably commanding. Ji Qingqiu assessed Zhou Yujin with a discerning gaze and offered a slight nod. Such a swift comprehension of destiny among cultivators is indeed unprecedented, and her foundation appears remarkably solid. With a gesture, he produced a technique and bestowed it upon her. This is a sword technique inherited from the sect, compatible with demonic arts. It embodies the lethality of our demonic sect's main sword lineage. Once mastered, this suite of sword moves can unify with one's essence, shattering myriad laws. Dedicate yourself to its practice. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to consult me. Zhou Yujin's face illuminated with joy as she eagerly accepted the gift. Thank you, esteemed master, she exclaimed, rising to her feet. However, as her gaze swept the mountaintop, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. Why was there a pot nestled in the corner? It appeared there were signs of habitation. Could it be that her master had forsaken earthly sustenance? Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and pressed her lips together. Master, I have no concerns regarding my cultivation, save for one matter. Ji Qingqiu nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Recently, I heard that you have taken on a new disciple. You have yet to meet him. He has descended the mountain today. You both entered the sect together, and in time you may share insights. Zhou Yujin felt as though struck by lightning. Master, does this imply the disciple resides here on the summit of Mount Wending? Ji Qingqiu, with an unperturbed expression, nodded affirmatively. Zhou Yujin's heart sank. With her extraordinary talent and swift progress, upon her arrival at the sect, she had not even laid eyes on her master, let alone earned the right to reside here. While it was known that previous disciples had not occupied the mountaintop, why was this last disciple afforded such privilege? By what merit? Had he matched her diligence and effort? Why was it not her? She longed to dwell here, to spend each day in the company of her master amidst the beauty of blooming flowers and the moonlit sky. Ahem, to exchange cultivation experiences. Yet before her stood the foremost demon lord of the age, and she dared not inquire further, mustering only a strained smile. That junior brother must possess remarkable talent. I would very much like to meet him. May I inquire about his whereabouts? Ji Qingqiu paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. It should be junior brother, not junior sister. He has gone to the land of 10,000 demons for cultivation. Indeed, you might consider visiting to sharpen your own skills. It would be beneficial. However, Zhou Yujin absorbed none of the subsequent words. Her mind was a blank canvas, her expression gradually becoming rigid. A male disciple? Her master had actually taken a man as a disciple, and he resided in the same cave. How could this be? It tarnished her master's esteemed reputation. Should outsiders become aware, the esteemed master in her eyes would be subjected to the world's scrutiny, shrouded in ambiguity, and that is absolutely unacceptable. A tempest of rage ignited within Zhou Yujin's heart, yet she concealed it in the presence of Ji Qingqiu. It was imperative to teach this junior a lesson, compelling him to retreat in the face of adversity. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chu Ning made her way to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. During her nocturnal journey, nothing seemed amiss. However, upon arrival, she was confronted by the sprawling mountains, their peaks adorned with the grotesque visages of demonic entities. What lay before her was not merely some otherworldly spectacle, but a staggering assemblage of bones, piled high in layers. Should Chu Ning take to the skies on her sword, she might behold a visage of unfathomable savagery. The Valley of 10,000 Demons, a macabre resting place for the remnants of the demon clan, was indeed the most potent repository of demonic energy within the entire sect. Witnessing such a scene, Chu Ning furrowed her brow, though she felt no particular discomfort. Is the path of cultivation not an ascent built upon layers of bones? If one cannot endure even this sight, then the discourse of cultivation, let alone the pursuit of immortality, is futile. Not far off, a sect official stood at the crossroads, directing the continuous stream of cultivators making their way to the treasure trove of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Chu Ning's eyes brightened at the sight, and she hastened to join the throng. The demon sect, indeed, exhibits a commendable degree of humanity. After several days of cultivation, she would return when her mind was tranquil, free from distractions regarding her master. Chapter 22 Farewell to Elder Fong Siyuan. The 10,000 Demon Treasure Land is situated at the heart of the 10,000 Demon Valley, precisely where the brain of the demon ancestor lies. The demon ancestor possessed unparalleled strength, and after death, his remains sheltered the demon sect, with various parts transforming into foundational elements for the sect's growth. The 10,000 Demon Treasure Land is especially designated for the disciples of the demon sect to enhance their practical combat abilities. Specific areas are allocated for disciples in the lower and middle realms beneath the sage level. Each day, thousands of disciples arrive, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon arriving at the 10,000 Demon Treasure Land, Chu Ning received a demon crystal from the sect's steward. This artifact specifically records the levels of trials. If one can surpass the demon shadows of the current level, they may directly challenge the next tier in their subsequent trial. Holding the demon crystal, Chu Ning felt an overwhelming sense of the infinite mysteries within the cultivation world. Now that he had time, he was determined to explore these depths. Although he currently stood at the second realm, the secrets of this level eluded him. It would be more beneficial to undergo trials in the first realm to enhance his combat skills. Master, what brings us to the 10,000 Demon Treasure Land? Behind the elder stood several disciples, personally selected for their mid-grade spiritual roots, not only possessing exceptional talent among the outer sect but also displaying commendable temperament. However, they were still considerably inferior to the young man they had encountered previously. The elder in question was Fong Siyuan, one of the 72 elders of the outer sect, now at the 5th realm of ocean viewing cultivation. Regrettably, that young man had tragically perished at the hands of the demon sovereign. With a sigh, the elder turned to his disciples and smiled lightly. The 10,000 Demon Treasure Land is the finest trial ground in the entire sect. Within, you will encounter the demon shadows of past sect predecessors, some of whom were the eminent talents of their time, while others have long since passed. Yet, in their era, they were the most distinguished prodigies of the demon sect. Engaging with them not only enhances your combat prowess, but also provides valuable insights into your cultivation. It is the optimal venue for your trials. Upon hearing this, the faces of the disciples turned pale. The demon sect prodigies expect us to battle them? Master, how can we possibly fight? We are merely at the first realm. Fong Siyuan rolled his eyes. Naturally, you will be pitted against prodigies who were at the first realm in their day. Do you think that cultivators outside the sect are merely those outer disciples you trample beneath your feet? To advance into the inner sect, you must undergo such trials. Noticing the lingering fear in his disciples, Fong Siyuan furrowed his brow. Those standing at the pinnacle of each realm are beings you could only aspire to. If you cannot even face these demon shadows, how will your temperament allow you to tread the path of the Supreme? At this admonishment, the disciples' expressions improved slightly, their eyes rekindling with determination. Master, we understand. Today we shall witness what kind of individuals these demon sect prodigies truly are. Observing this resolve, Fong Siyuan's face broke into a smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze, as though he had seen a ghost. It was that young man. At this moment, Chu Ning also noticed Fong Siyuan. Within the sect, he had not acquainted himself with many individuals, save for the kindly elder who had offered him comforting words before his initiation, thus leaving a profound impression on him. Senior, he hastily approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Senior, it has been a long time. The elder paused momentarily, his expression one of disbelief. You are that young man. I recall your name is Chu Ning, is it not? Did you not perish? Chu Ning replied, When did I die? I seem to have forgotten that. The elder's memory appeared to falter. Are you mistaken, senior? Fong Siyuan, equally astonished, interjected, Indeed, you had offended the demon lord. Few have survived her wrath. Moreover, at that time you were not even a practitioner. Observing his aura, he continued, "You have indeed embarked upon the path of cultivation." The elder's astonishment deepened. During the spiritual root assessment, this disciple was clearly deemed to possess a defective root. Defective, by definition, implies uselessness. While demonic arts can cleanse spiritual roots, such transformations do not occur rapidly. Typically, a defective root requires at least a decade of cultivation to enhance one's aptitude. Thus, I advised Chu Ning to devote himself diligently to his practice. Generally, even a low-grade spiritual root necessitates 2 to 3 years to transcend the mortal realm. Yet this young man has advanced so swiftly? Chu Ning chuckled softly and elucidated. "I do not personally know the demon lord, nor have I wronged her. I have indeed commenced my cultivation journey." Fang Siyuan inhaled deeply, his joy evident. "Excellent. I did not err in my judgment. There are no worthless spiritual roots. Only inept practitioners. Young man, continue forth. I eagerly anticipate witnessing you ascend to a position of prominence within the demonic path." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Ning scratched his head. "As for becoming a paragon of the demonic path, I shall certainly strive to cultivate diligently." Behind him, several of Fang Siyuan's disciples, Yi Fan, Lin Chun, and Zhou Zheng, regarded Chu Ning with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Master, do you know him?" Fang Siyuan smiled warmly. "During the sect election, he entered the sect alongside you all. Though he possessed a defective spiritual root, he has evidently embarked upon the path of cultivation." "How delightful!" Chu Ning reciprocated the smile. "I owe my progress to the elder's guidance. Otherwise, my cultivation would not have proceeded so smoothly." "Oh, not at all." The mention of a defective spiritual root elicited a slight chuckle from the trio. A defective root was typically relegated to the role of a menial disciple, as such roots were seldom nurtured and often resulted in a fate of laboring for spirit stones, a common plight for many outer sect disciples. Even if they managed to cultivate, how far could they truly go? Meanwhile, their own roots were of a superior grade. Yet, observing their master's enthusiasm towards this disciple, they refrained from voicing their doubts. Although they were all at the same foundational level, they would soon surpass him, and in a few years the gap would widen significantly. By the way, Fang Siyuan suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Chu Ning, what brings you here today? Are you seeking someone?" Chu Ning shook his head and explained, "I have come today to participate in trials here, intending to enhance my strength. After all, the master has proclaimed that this place is an excellent venue for enhancing one's abilities and solidifying one's foundation." The elderly man bore a look of satisfaction as he turned to reprimand the 3 individuals. "Just look at them." Initially, the trio held a dismissive attitude towards Chu Ning, and upon receiving their scolding, they naturally felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, out of respect for their teacher, they refrained from voicing their grievances. Regardless of their arrogance, were they not merely possessing inferior spiritual roots? What use could they be? Fang Siyuan patted Chu Ning on the shoulder, offering a smile. "Today, I have brought along several new disciples to participate in the trials as well. What a coincidence." Chu Ning clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the trio, stating, "If there is an opportunity after the trials, I would be delighted to engage in some sparring." Though the others felt disdainful, they still returned the gesture out of courtesy. Afterward, Chu Ning turned his attention to Fang Siyuan. "Senior, may I inquire if I heard correctly from the steward outside that one can suppress their realm here?" Fang Siyuan, appearing puzzled, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is possible, but the suppression can only extend to 2 realms. Should one's cultivation be excessively high, entry will be restricted." "Why do you ask?" Chu Ning chuckled lightly. "I have just recently broken through to the 2nd realm and merely wish to confirm whether I can participate in the 1st realm trials. With your assurance, I feel at ease." He then took his leave. Fang Siyuan and the others stood dumbfounded in place. Second realm? Hasn't he only just entered the sect a month ago? He does not even possess celestial or divine talent. How could he have possibly reached the 2nd realm so swiftly? Chapter 23. The Demon Lord's Champion? I shall triumph with ease. At this moment, the expressions of several individuals were akin to those who had witnessed a ghost. Meanwhile, Chu Ning had already entered the trial grounds of the 1st realm. Observing the vanishing silhouette, Yi Fan could not help but smirk. Master, that person must be boasting. How could a cultivator with a defective spiritual root possibly ascend to the second realm? Indeed, even inner disciples require half a year to achieve such a feat. Unless he possesses celestial or even divine aptitude. What a joke, to shamelessly brag in light of his acquaintance with our master. At this point, Fang Xiuan was also skeptical. This disciple was not what he appeared to be. Could it be that he was deliberately exaggerating to showcase his exceptional prowess upon seeing his disciple? Such disciples were not uncommon, but there was no need for such pretense. At least in Fang Xiuan's view, it seemed unnecessary. The elder sighed. Very well. You may proceed to the trial as well. In the depths of the 10,000 Demons treasure land, within the first realm trial grounds, Chu Ning found himself in a secluded chamber. The trial arena established a unique space for each disciple, thus facilitating one-on-one encounters. The primary focus of the first realm's cultivation was the enhancement of one's physique and spiritual awareness. Despite having broken through to the second realm, Chu Ning was still unfamiliar with his new abilities and chose to follow Ji Qingqiu's guidance to arrive here. Perhaps it was also intended to help him gain further mastery. Indeed, his cultivation was being suppressed. The sensation was identical to that of when he was in the first realm, unable to employ any techniques. Yet, this was precisely what Chu Ning desired. Such trials were the true path to improvement. Before him stood a disciple with the visage of a tiger, exuding an extraordinary presence. I am the chief disciple of Elder Wang Enyi from the inner sect of the demon sect. Who dares to challenge me? The overwhelming aura felt as if he were confronting a true master, leaving Chu Ning somewhat astonished. Could he truly be a master? Chu Ning clasped his fists in greeting. I am Chu Ning, disciple of Ji Qingqiu from the demon sect. Suddenly, a fierce wind from a colossal tiger's paw rushed towards him just as he finished speaking. Damn!
Chu Ning exclaimed hastily evading.
But the shadow of who relentlessly pursued him. So, the battle has begun? Chu Ning quickly grasped the rules. It appeared that greetings were merely a formality before the fight commenced, which added an element of intrigue. The tiger-like figure before him wielded an incredibly powerful punch, likely a demon cultivator from the sect, whose innate physical strength was formidable. His strikes were vicious. Every move was a killing blow. However, Chu Ning's physique was equally remarkable. With the enhancement of the Celestial Demon 9 Elephants technique, combined with the power of the demon elephant and the supreme celestial demon body, he was undeterred in a physical confrontation. His strength was commendable, though his speed was somewhat lacking. Having escaped from Ji Qingqiu's sword, he perceived the disciple before him as merely toying with a child. The teachings of his master had indeed not gone to waste. Outside the trial grounds, Fang Xiuan observed a disciple exiting after a brief period, his lips twitching. He couldn't withstand even a single attack? Zhou Zhang lamented. Without further ado, the formidable warrior of the Han dynasty engaged in combat, delivering a punch that nearly shattered my bones. How could one possibly contend with such ferocity? Alas, perhaps we should observe how your two senior brothers fare. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Chun emerged, his countenance beaming with delight. Master, I have triumphed in one match, he exclaimed. However, it is unfortunate that the next opponent was exceedingly strong. Despite being of the same realm, he knocked me down with a single blow. A smile of joy graced Fang Xiuan's face. No matter, it is remarkable that after merely a month of cultivation, you have managed to defeat an opponent of the first layer. The future is indeed promising. Inside, the initial layers were filled with random phantom adversaries of extraordinary prowess. Your junior brother likely faced a martial artist who perished hundreds of years ago, while your own opponent was presumably formidable as well. It remains a mystery how far Yi Fan can advance. The two were filled with curiosity. Master, are the latter opponents fixed? Indeed, it is said that the final 3 layers consist of the most talented individuals of that generation. Few have succeeded in overcoming those layers, especially when faced with those 3. Who are those 3? Fang Xiuan, with hands clasped behind his back, smiled proudly. The 7th layer features Luo Yu, the 3rd disciple of the demon sovereign, who currently oversees the border of the East Harem continent, where the southern barbarian wilderness meets the Confucian realm at the Saint realm. The 8th layer presents Jiang Kai Kai, the chief disciple of the demon sovereign, stationed at the boundary of the southern barbarian wilderness and the northern Qingming continent, also at the Saint Realm. And the final one? Naturally, it is the demon sovereign himself. The final layer of this six-layer trial is the phantom left by the demon sovereign. The others gazed on with longing. After all, he is the most formidable force of this era, having wielded the sword since childhood, unmatched in every realm. By the way, has senior brother Yifan not yet emerged? Not yet. I estimate he will endure for quite some time. If he can last until the third layer, he may have a chance to enter the inner sect. Suddenly, they all thought of Chu Ning. Master, what of the disciple you spoke with earlier? Has he left? Fang Xiyuan looked at the stone door, hesitating. Not yet. He remains inside. Zhou Chun, with unrelenting mockery, retorted, Ha! I reckon he will soon crawl out in a state of utter disarray. Just a braggart. Fang Xiyuan furrowed his brow but chose not to respond. After numerous battles, despite the pressure, victory was not insurmountable. With the foundation I have established, the teachings of Ji Qingqiu, and a profound understanding of demonic arts now reached perfection, my strength is remarkable. Arriving at the seventh layer, I proclaimed, I am Luo Yu, the third disciple of the demon sovereign. Who dares approach? Observing the woman wielding a long sword, Chu Ning felt a twinge of apprehension. The first 6 layers had indeed featured sword wielders, yet this individual exuded an aura that felt distinctly different. A disciple of the demon sovereign? Chu Ning furrowed his brow. Having come this far, I might as well test my mettle. I wonder if my sword can measure up. Let's do this. 3 hours later. Master. As Yifan emerged, the others hurriedly stepped forward. Yifan laughed heartily, proclaiming that he had successfully traversed the 4th level, only to encounter an exceptionally formidable swordsman on the 5th, seemingly a disciple of the demon lord himself. Despite his defeat, the mere experience of clashing with such a powerful opponent was exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiyuan was elated. You have surpassed the 5th level, Yifan. Such innate talent you possess. I foresee you effortlessly breaking through to the 6th rank in the future. Allow me to tend to your injuries.
Moments later.
Yifan's wounds healed, and several fellow disciples began to jovially recount the day's achievements. Master, shall we not depart? One inquired. Indeed, I now feel invigorated and brimming with fighting spirit. Those once mighty prodigies of the demon sect are not invincible after all. I yearn to return and cultivate. Fang Xiyuan glanced at the grand door. Let us wait a moment longer. Noticing Yifan's confusion, Zhou Zhang and Lin Chun elaborated on the circumstances. Upon hearing their words, Yifan displayed a hint of disdain. That disciple with the inferior spiritual root? He has likely been expelled long ago. His whereabouts remain unknown. Fang Xiyuan shook his head gravely. Regardless of the disciple's standing, they will emerge from here. Either they have lingered too long on a level, or they have advanced farther than you. With unwavering determination, Chu Ning unleashed the first tier of the bewildering demon technique, shattering the demonic shadow of the demon lord's disciple and successfully advancing to the next level. What the hell? Who is this person? I've never encountered anyone this formidable. No wonder the master suggested I face him. The previous adversaries were already daunting, but this disciple of the demon lord feels almost inhuman. With his buffs fully stacked, Chu Ning unleashed his sword techniques, yet it was only through enduring significant injuries that he emerged victorious. The chamber shifted, revealing the next challenger. I am Jiang Kai Kai, the chief disciple under this esteemed demon lord. A petite girl stood before him, wielding a long sword taller than herself. Yet her presence radiated an intensity surpassing even that of the 3rd disciple. Unbelievable. Cannot back down now. Would you like to use 5,890 contribution points to enhance the supreme heavenly demon body? Chu Ning did not hesitate. You are the chief disciple of the demon lord. Surely it is not excessive for me to gain an advantage. I merely wish to augment my physical strength, nothing more. Regardless of who this demonic shadow may have been, there are rules to adhere to. As long as I withhold my name, you cannot attack me. The title of chief disciple is impressive. Indeed. Chapter 24. Alas, the disciple has turned against his master. Having just battled the 3 disciples of the demon lord, Chu Ning felt an immense pressure. The intensity was on an entirely different level compared to the previous 6 tiers. Why was there such a vast disparity in lethality, even when they were in the same realm? It seemed this was the very reason Ji Qingqiu had sent him here. Chu Ning. Cultivation. Second realm. Subtle stage. Spiritual root. Superior quality. Technique. Heavenly demon 9 forms. Completed. Physique. Supreme heavenly demon body. Progress. 59. Contribution points returned. 90 originally. The supreme heavenly demon body had a mere 1 progress. After investing 5,800 points, it surged by over half. In that moment, Chu Ning felt his physique had multiplied several times compared to before. Although he could not ascertain the exact enhancement in strength, he was undeniably far more powerful. Such a physique was nothing short of monstrous. At that moment, even in the face of the Demon Lord's chief disciple, he felt he had the strength to stand his ground. I am Chu Ning, disciple of Ji Qingqiu. He had expected the demon shadow to launch a frenzied assault, but to his astonishment, he sensed a subtle movement in the shadow's eyes. Was it alive? In the Daqian dynasty, located at the juncture of the southern barbaric wilderness and the northern Qingming continent, stood a petite girl wielding a 5-foot heavy sword, which towered over her. Zhang Kai closed her eyes in concentration, and suddenly a smile tugged at her lips. In the Saint Realm, her soul connected with the heavens, granting her an unprecedented level of perception. The demon shadow seemed to be a remnant left by her master 5 centuries ago.
Ji Qingqiu's disciple.
Was this a new junior apprentice? Though she could sense it, she was unable to intervene, merely observing in a projection-like fashion as she watched her past self and her junior disciple duel. This junior disciple was indeed formidable, yet it seemed her past self was rather weak. Suddenly, the girl clutched her forehead, her expression contorted in embarrassment. Was such clumsy swordplay truly employed by her? How humiliating! Thankfully, the challengers were all at the first realm. Otherwise, she would have faced ridicule. However, Zhang Kai noted that this young man, despite being at the second realm, exhibited no inferiority to her when his cultivation was suppressed to the first realm. The key was his overwhelmingly strong physique. After a prolonged battle, Chu Ning's eyes were nearly bloodshot, clearly on the verge of collapse. Exchanging injury for kill? What a clever tactic. The girl gasped in astonishment as she witnessed the demon shadow being shattered, a touch of admiration gracing her features. It appeared that her master's disciple was indeed impressive. Within the grand hall, a young emperor clad in a dragon robe approached. Esteemed lord, news has arrived from the border. There seems to be a disturbance in the continental barrier. Zhang Kai reined in her smile and slowly rose. This concerns the barrier between the 2 continents. I must attend to it immediately. Thank you for your concern, esteemed lord. In the secret chamber, Chu Ning was covered in wounds, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. A petite girl wielded a massive sword, exhibiting an astonishing ferocity that seemed almost unnatural. Surely, she must have been employing some sort of cheat. How could she nearly falter despite such prowess? It was rumored that disciples of the Demon Lord possessed divine talents. To be so extraordinary at merely the first realm was truly unfathomable. One could only imagine the level of mastery they would achieve later. As the shadow of the demon faded, the scene before him transformed unexpectedly. No longer was he in the previous chamber, but rather amidst a serene bamboo grove. In the distance, ethereal melodies drifted gently towards him. Who was his opponent? Chu Ning immediately turned his gaze. A young girl, still bearing the innocence of youth, cradled a long sword and stood with her eyes closed in a small pavilion. Clad in simple, unadorned garments, her modest attire could not conceal the exquisite beauty of her face. With a mere change of attire, she would undoubtedly become the object of admiration for countless suitors. Yet, Chu Ning suddenly froze in astonishment. This girl, why did she seem so familiar? Good heavens! It was his master. The girl, holding the sword, slowly spoke. Her youthful gaze, while innocent, sparkled with ambition and hope, clearly reflecting her newfound aspirations on the path of immortality. I am Ji Qingqiu. Her voice was cool and youthful, yet it sent a shiver through Chu Ning's heart. This was his master at the time of her first realm. The gaze, the expression, the very essence of her. What was he to do with such adorable charm? Was there not a rule in this trial ground? Surely, without revealing their names, the shadow could not strike, right? Chu Ning barely had time to consider his injuries as he stood upright. Meanwhile, the demon shadow's expression shifted from innocence to a sharp intensity. Upon seeing Chu Ning, a softness returned to her gaze. This disciple truly possessed extraordinary talent, having triumphed over 8 levels to stand before her. With her strength, she could completely control the demon shadow, as if her true self were present. Yet, her power was limited to the first realm. It would be more advantageous for her to engage with Ninger at this level. However, his injuries. Ji Qingqiu felt an unaccountable pang of concern. Perhaps she should go to him personally. Why was Ninger approaching? Had she not taught him that when facing a sword cultivator, one must be cautious within 10 paces to avoid a fatal strike? Yet, noticing that Chu Ning seemed unperturbed by the prospect of battle, she became curious about his intentions. With childlike wonder, Chu Ning observed Ji Qingqiu, who had retained her youthful appearance from many years past. A surge of paternal affection swelled within him. How adorable! Ji Qingqiu suddenly froze, taken aback. Adorable? Ninger, this is a place for strategizing against my true self. Shouldn't your thoughts be focused on how to contend with me? However, in the next moment, Chu Ning extended a mischievous hand and pinched Ji Qingqiu's cheek. Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock as she turned to look at Chu Ning, astonished. Oh, this demon shadow can still react? Chu Ning felt a wave of novelty. The sensation in his hand was entirely different from the stiff, rigid shadows he had encountered before, as if he were truly interacting with the youthful Ji Qingqiu. Chu Ning chuckled and remarked, I never imagined that my master was so adorable in her youth. In her memory, the master always appeared aloof and ethereal, but this youthful and somewhat innocent version was a delightful surprise. Chu Ning playfully pinched her cheek, exclaiming in astonishment, It feels just like a real person. At that moment, Ji Qingqiu was momentarily at a loss for how to react. The original magical projection could never achieve such realism. It was due to her powerful spiritual projection that the shadow appeared indistinguishable from reality. This meant that, aside from Chu Ning, no one else could experience this sensation. Moreover, the feeling could be transmitted directly to her true self, as if Chu Ning were genuinely pinching her cheek. Ji Qingqiu's face flushed, prompting her to consider a reminder. However, Chu Ning simply smiled and mused. I certainly cannot defeat my master in a match, nor would I wish to. Along this journey, I never expected to encounter my master in such a charming form. Let us not fight. Let us take a break. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. The purpose of the projection is to challenge you and refine your skills. Why are we pausing? In the next moment, Chu Ning took the girl's hand, sighing with delight. So cool and refreshing. I've never held my master's hand before. Ji Qingqiu thought to herself. I had indeed forgotten how attached Ninger is to her. It seemed she had never held her own hand either. Perhaps she longed for that connection. Glancing down, she noticed Chu Ning gleefully squeezing her small hand, grinning broadly. Ninger yet. Suddenly, Chu Ning's gaze fixated on Ji Qingqiu's face. Her eyes locked onto those lips. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to act so boldly with her usually stoic master. But now, in this magical projection, it felt so real. Chu Ning extended a finger and unexpectedly pressed it against Ji Qingqiu's lips. Inside the cave, Ji Qingqiu's cheeks flushed with warmth. At that moment, the youthful Ji Qingqiu also felt her face grow warm. Chu Ning was astonished. Can you blush too? What would happen if I did something else? Chu Ning's heart raced as she gazed deeply at the girl. Some emotions are destined to remain unexpressed. Even if they were articulated, they would merely serve to preserve this bond. Aware that this was not the true Ji Qingqiu, she still felt a tumult of emotions within. This trial had been nearly frantic, driven by her desire to suppress the restlessness in her heart, which stemmed from her affection for her master. Perhaps it was better to confide these feelings here. After all, she was still her master. In the next instant, Ji Qingqiu suddenly froze. The youthful visage was mere inches away. Their lips met. The events that unfolded in that fleeting moment were entirely beyond Ji Qingqiu's expectations. You were curious about my youthful form, playfully pinching my cheeks and holding hands. I can understand that, but why did you kiss me? The sensation coursed through Ji Qingqiu's entire being. After living for over 1,000 years, it was the first time someone had kissed her. And that someone was her disciple. Regaining her senses, Ji Qingqiu's face immediately flushed a deep crimson as she instinctively pushed Chu Ning away.
Ning. Ning er.
I am your master, she exclaimed. We agreed to uphold propriety. Yet this is far from proper. Chu Ning, seated on the ground, was enveloped in astonishment. You are master. Chapter 25. A necessary conversation with Ninger. Upon realizing that the individual before her was indeed her true master, Chu Ning did not dare linger. She immediately turned on her heel and departed. The name Ninger could only be uttered by her master, a privilege that was certainly not afforded to the youthful version of her mentor. The master's reaction was unmistakably influenced by an intimate encounter. She had no idea when her master had arrived. Meanwhile, Ji Qingqiu sat in silence, her brow furrowed and her cheeks flushed. Just yesterday, in the waters of the pond, Ninger had professed that she held no romantic inclinations towards her true self. Yet, why did the sight of her youthful self evoke such feelings? This was not mere indifference. It seemed as though there had been prior intent. Had Ninger been harboring feelings all along? Ji Qingqiu found herself lost in confusion. She merely watched the retreating figure of Chu Ning without attempting to intervene. After their conversation the previous day, they had agreed to maintain a relationship that was both pure and sincere. However, as she turned away, Ji Qingqiu felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, as if she were reluctant to part ways. Yet now, treated thus by Ninger, why did her heart race so fervently?
Chu Ning.
You have finally emerged. How many levels did you conquer? As dusk approached, Chu Ning finally exited the trial grounds, her mind in a state of turmoil. That was her master. Indeed, her master. She had intended to bury her feelings forever, resolving to regard her master solely in that capacity from now on. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Ning felt utterly distraught, wishing to vent her frustration. A few disciples behind Fang Xiyuan exchanged cold laughter upon seeing Chu Ning, covered in wounds. Teacher, it seems he spent too much time on the first level, resulting in excessive delays. Just look at his injuries. Brother Yi Fan managed to reach the 4th level unscathed. Clearly, this individual possesses no real skill, merely boasting. At that moment, Chu Ning's mind was consumed with thoughts of her master, the kiss, and the discovery made by her mentor. She had initially believed it to be an illusion. How had it become reality? Tears threatened to spill, for her purity was genuinely lost this time.
My apologies, senior.
But I have matters to attend to. As Chu Ning turned away, visibly aggrieved, Fang Xiyuan was left bewildered. What had transpired with this disciple? Yi Fan stepped forward, a sneer on his lips. It seems he has overestimated himself, too afraid to admit the truth. I doubt he even managed to pass the 1st level. Fang Xiyuan remained silent, gazing at Chu Ning's departing figure with a sigh. This disciple had once shown great promise. It was disheartening to see how he had changed. Very well, let us return, he stated, preparing to lead the other disciples away. Just then, the tolling of bells echoed throughout the trial grounds, accompanied by the voice of the demon lord of the 10,000 demons treasure land. The time limit has been reached. All disciples prepare to exit the 10,000 demons treasure land. We shall announce the top disciples of each secret realm. For the 6th realm disciple, Zhao Wujing, it was the 6th level. For the 5th realm disciple, Lin Heng, the 7th level. Fang Xiyuan's gaze dimmed, and a sense of unease settled within him. Indeed, the path of cultivation profoundly transforms individuals over time. The disciple is no longer the same as he once was. Yet, in the next moment he suddenly perceived something. The 3rd realm disciple, Zhou Yujin, had reached the 8th level. The 1st realm disciple, Chu Ning. Fang Xiyuan abruptly raised his head, astonished, and turned to look. The 9th level. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Among the disciples of the sect, only those who could surpass the 6th level were considered the most gifted. To enter the last 3 levels was a testament to extraordinary talent, not merely in spiritual roots, but also in potential. Over the past centuries, how many across various realms have managed to reach the 9th level? How many have breached the defenses of the Demon Lord's disciples to meet the Demon Lord himself? Without exception, They had all become paragons within and beyond the sect. At this moment, Yi Fan, Lin Chun, and Zhou Zheng wore troubled expressions. There are always greater beings beyond one's own, realms beyond realms. Having departed from the abyss of all demons, they finally grasped how daunting the journey truly was. The opponents they faced earlier, though formidable, were within reach of battle. Yet those that followed possessed an unfathomable strength. Although they belonged to the same realm, the experience of being utterly suppressed beneath their feet was profoundly felt.
Ye Fan,
having broken through to the 4th level, had reached his limit. Perhaps diligent cultivation could allow him to advance to the 5th. However, Chu Ning had ascended directly to the 9th level. He was up against the Demon Lord. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would prove himself a prodigy among contemporary disciples. A flicker of realization passed through Fang Xiuan's eyes as he offered a wry smile. It dawned on him that he had been mistaken. The disciple was not jesting. He was indeed serious. Achieving the 2nd realm in just a month, even with inferior spiritual roots, he could one day become a leader in the demonic path. At this moment, countless individuals within the abyss of all demons had heard the name Chu Ning. To break through the 9th level and encounter the Demon Lord. Who was this extraordinary being, and whose disciple was he? Quite remarkable indeed. As Chu Ning left the abyss of all demons, he reflected on the recent events with profound indignation. How could it have come to this? Master, did you not have a word to say upon your arrival? Chu Ning wished to believe that it was merely an illusion, that the figure he encountered was not his master but a manifestation of the demonic shadow responding in a more human manner. Yet, the young Ji Qingqiu appeared not to recognize Chu Ning either. She would never call him Ninger. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to kiss her. The thought of it being his master, such an adorable master, brought him to tears. Ding! Sign-in task issued. Chu Ning was instantly jolted back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm his emotions. Returning was no longer an option. He could hardly face his master. The previous day's shared bath had been an attempt to evade his master. And now, having shared a kiss, he was at a loss for how to confront the situation. Surely, his master would be upset and might even expel him from the sect. Yet why did he harbor such inappropriate feelings towards a master who had always treated him with kindness, feelings he could not suppress? How could he have become such a person who betrays his teacher and ancestors? Now, having some tasks to attend to would surely be beneficial. Chu Ning hastily began to check. Proceed to the Enchanted Domain, the Blossom Grove to complete the sign-in. Task reward. 10,000 contribution points. There are no additional tasks. Yet at this moment, Chu Ning feels content. The progress of the Supreme Demon Body can be maximized. Facing the formidable disciple of the Demon Lord, Luo Yu, has placed immense pressure on him, and he barely triumphed with all his strength. However, once the Supreme Demon Body reaches full progress, he stands a chance against the even stronger Jiang Kai Kai. What if the progress is fully realized? Chu Ning mused, contemplating the potential overwhelming power it could yield. Yet, he remained unhurried, seeking a tranquil mountain wilderness to meditate and recuperate. Entering the 2nd realm, he could harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Supreme Demon Body directly converts this energy into demonic energy, allowing for a swift recovery, with visible healing of his wounds. Moreover, after entering the 2nd realm, both his perception and physique have significantly strengthened, enabling him to perform some rudimentary spells. This is indeed beneficial. After his rest, the night had deepened. Returning home was out of the question. He could not bear to face his master. First, he would head to the Blossom Grove. Atop the summit of Mount Wending, Ji Qingqiu stands before the cave entrance, gazing intently at the path leading up the mountain. Her expression is one of profound complexity. She feels the need to discuss this matter with Ning Er. While she does not feel anger or resentment, there lingers a subtle sense of joy within her heart. Regardless of the reason, it is imperative to speak face to face. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, there is still no sign of Chu Ning's return. Is Ning Er not coming back tonight? Chapter 26. Am I truly innocent with my master? Since entering the demon sect, Chu Ning has encountered few individuals. Apart from his master, the person who left the deepest impression was undoubtedly the elder he met on the day of his initiation into the sect, though he couldn't recall the elder's name. Nevertheless, Chu Ning found that elder to be rather amiable. He felt quite exhilarated upon seeing him again yesterday. Then there was his Shirshu, Mu Li. According to his master, Mu Li seemed to embody the essence of a fox spirit. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Chu Ning's spine. No wonder she exhibited such frivolity. Each time she appeared, it was during moments when Chu Ning was already flustered by his master, further clouding his judgment. Wait, Chu Ning suddenly realized something. Did Shirshu mention to him yesterday that she would be bathing with his master at a place called Biluo? If she had mentioned it to him, she surely said it to his master as well. What would that imply for his master's perception? Wouldn't that mean his master might think he was deliberately attempting to spy on the bathing? Chu Ning felt a surge of indignation. No wonder his master had uttered such words. It was all Shirshu's fault. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Now, Chu Ning felt utterly embarrassed at the thought of returning to face Ji Qingqiu. It was possible that while his master and Shirshu were bathing, they would be discussing him, saying how he had taken on a disciple. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that disciple had committed such an egregious act as to peek at his master bathing, and even now had. Sob. It was all Shirshu's fault. He could never speak to her again. It was also his own fault. After a night of travel, the surroundings began to transform. The presence of human cultivators seemed to diminish significantly. Instead, a variety of rare beasts roamed the land. If it were merely this, it could still be tolerated. However, Chu Ning was startled to see a female demon with a human head and a serpent's body glide past him. The demon merely cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ning, seemingly startled, before hastily departing. Goodness, a snake demon. Where there is a snake demon, there must be Su Xian. Cough. Chu Ning curiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of novelty. Wasn't this place under the jurisdiction of the demon sect? Why were there demon tribes present? Moreover, those demons seemed to harbor no animosity towards humans whatsoever. In fact, they displayed an utter lack of hostility, merely exhibiting a bit of fear. Regardless of size, the moment any creature spotted Chu Ning, they would flee without even a word of greeting. Chu Ning tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, feeling increasingly perplexed. Could it be that, for the demon tribes, humans were perceived as fearsome beings? Suddenly, he laid eyes on a massive stone not far away. The stone towered 3 men high, inscribed with the 2 characters, Demon Domain. So, he had entered the demon domain. No wonder there were so many demons. With this revelation, Chu Ning began to comprehend the situation. Since Shirshu was indeed a fox spirit, it was likely that the demon sect also housed demon cultivators, and the demon domain could very well be a part of the sect. The Wanhua forest was within the demon domain, not far ahead. He needed to hurry and check in or something. Was that human cultivator out of his mind? Was the demon domain a place where humans could freely trespass? Were they truly not afraid of death? Unbeknownst to me, after the demon lord established the territories of the demon domain and the monster domain, he delineated the realms of humans and demons, forbidding both sides from encroaching upon each other's domains. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Given the audacity of this individual, we shall impart a lesson. How outrageous! Are you all mad? Do you not see the sword in his hand? That is, the sword of extermination, a disciple of the demon lord. Quickly, alert our kin along the way not to act recklessly, and seek the guidance of the monster sovereign on how to proceed. In the Wanhua forest, within the abode of Mu Li, upon receiving the news, Mu Li initially paid it little heed. Those human cultivators who disregard the rules shall be dealt with accordingly. Breaking the rules warrants death, and such matters do not require her consultation. However, upon hearing that this individual might be a disciple of her senior sister, Mu Li's interest was piqued. With the powers of a sage, overseeing mountains and rivers, in her sight, Chu Ning was hastening towards her in the Wanhua forest. Is it truly Ninger? What could this lad possibly want from her? After all, who in the world does not know that she resides in the Wanhua forest? A smile crept upon Mu Li's lips, her eyes sparkling with amusement. That day, Chu Ning explicitly declared he would not spy on his senior sister bathing, and she had thought he was a genuine seeker of the Tao. Little did she know, his quest for the Tao was indeed unlike any other. Am I not aware of the thoughts that occupy your minds, gentlemen? Why feign propriety? If you have intentions towards your master, simply express them. No need for such earnest pretense. She almost believed there would be no entertainment to witness. Although he was struck by lightning later, observing their relationship still thrilled Mu Li. Thus, should Chu Ning dare to confront her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. You have seen what should and should not be seen. You have taken advantage of your senior sister. What more can you say? Meanwhile, at Chu Ning's location. Sign in. Congratulations, host, for completing sign in, earning 10,000 contribution points. Upon seeing the contribution points credited, Chu Ning felt a surge of reassurance. After enhancing the supreme heavenly demon body, there remained a substantial amount. As for the elevation of his spiritual roots, that seemed a distant prospect. 100,000 contribution points, unless an extraordinary task presented itself. With this thought, Chu Ning lifted his gaze. Before him lay a sea of peach blossoms, petals scattered across the ground, creating a breathtaking vista. Indeed, the Wanhua forest lives up to its name. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Chu Ning's mind. Not knowing where to go, why not cultivate here for a couple of days? The scenery could rival that of the summit of Wending Mountain, certainly a suitable place for cultivation. Little disciple, Chu Ning's imposing figure trembled slightly as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions, slowly turning around. Uncle Master, you no longer frighten me. Having been intimidated by you and my master too often, I have built a resistance. Mu Li smiled with narrowed eyes, surveying Chu Ning from head to toe, and jested. What brings you to my Wanhua Lin all of a sudden? Have you grown weary of your master and come to seek some variety with your uncle? Chu Ning remained expressionless. Uncle, as we are both part of the same sect, it would be best to refrain from such remarks.
Mulies smilevaidend.
Oh, how curious. Just the other day you expressed a lack of interest in your master, yet here you are, running off to buy Luotan to spy under the cover of night. Truly, you are my dear disciple. The corner of Chu Ning's mouth twitched as he hastily defended himself. Uncle, how did you come to know about that? It was merely a misunderstanding. Mu Li nodded vigorously, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Your uncle understands. Just like the misunderstanding with the undershirt.
Chu Ning.
Fear not, dear nephew. Your uncle has consumed more salt than you have rice, and surely will not speak of it. Chu Ning fell silent. The incident with the undershirt and now the bathing voyeurism had already branded him on the pillar of shame. It was no wonder his master had directly questioned him regarding his feelings. In the eyes of others, their innocence had long been tarnished. Master, I am truly sorry. I have sullied your good name. Moreover, it seemed that any semblance of innocence was now lost. While he was indifferent to personal scandal, the thought of tarnishing his master's reputation weighed heavily on his heart. Chu Ning felt a tumult of despair and indignation, yet he recognized that before him stood a vixen whose prowess far surpassed his own. He understood this was one of the few individuals in the demon sect with whom he could converse. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning finally spoke. Uncle, in your opinion, is my relationship with my master truly devoid of innocence? Chapter 27. The uncle's suggestion to confess to your master what? Upon hearing these words, Mu Li was taken aback. In my eyes, there is no innocence. You cannot possibly appear innocent in anyone else's eyes either. My senior sister has maintained her purity for many years. When has she ever treated a disciple with such kindness? Look at the other disciples. They do not even have the privilege to reside at the summit of Wending Mountain. Yet, when it comes to you, not only have you taken up residence, but you also pilfered your senior sister's undergarment. What did she say about that? You visited her during her bath last night. Instead of reprimanding you, she willingly engaged in an open and honest conversation with you by the waters. Anyone who witnessed the two of you would hardly deem it innocent. However, Mu Li, after listening, wore a somewhat perplexed expression. What do you mean by that? Chu Ning appeared somewhat troubled. Regardless of your thoughts, uncle, I initially harbored no such feelings for my master, and if this continues, I am indifferent, but if my master's reputation is tarnished, leading to her being ridiculed, that would be the gravest mistake. Wouldn't that cause her heartache? Mu Li fell silent for a long while. How strange. Could it be that I truly misjudged you? Never mind. Come in and let us converse. In the small courtyard adorned with flowers, The uncle and niece sat facing each other. Mu Li brought forth a jar of wine and handed it over while listening to Chu Ning's account. After hearing her out, she found it utterly bewildering. Could it be that I indeed misjudged you? You seem to harbor no feelings for your master. Yet, the incident with the undergarment and your visit to Bai Luotan last night, you cannot possibly explain away, can you? Chu Ning anticipated that her uncle would steer the conversation in that direction and decided to embrace a carefree attitude. What the uncle thinks is his own affair. I am merely following my conscience. Mu Li scoffed softly, her eyes narrowing, clearly not fully convinced by Chu Ning's words. However, Chu Ning had come today to clarify her misunderstandings and did not wish for her senior sister to be subjected to judgment from others. What a joke! The current demon lord can do as he pleases. He is merely a man. Even if the two became partners, who could possibly say anything? Nonetheless, Chu Ning's actions remained rather unusual, engaging in deeds that would betray her senior sister while professing her unwavering respect for her. This is truly quite amusing. After contemplating for some time, Mu Li suddenly smiled. Ninger, you have only recently joined the sect. You may not fully understand your master.
Chu Ning nodded thoughtfully.
Looking at Mu Li, my master is not one to speak much, so I truly do not know her well. Mu Li replied with a gentle smile. Your senior sister has taken in many disciples over the years, but her reasons for doing so were to nurture successors for the demon sect and to maintain its legacy, as the sect required her to do so. Thus, although there are many disciples, including you, there is truly no other disciple quite like you. The other disciples primarily focus on cultivating their skills to become pillars of the demon sect in the future. Thus, their relationship with your master remains strictly that of teacher and student. Yet, you are distinctly different. Chu Ning took a sip of his drink, puzzled. Being a disciple like the others, why am I considered different? Or is it my impure intentions that have rendered this teacher-student bond unique? Mu Li squinted and smiled. Never before had she witnessed her senior sister show such kindness to an outsider, personally teaching you techniques and even cleansing your roots. Moreover, her gaze towards you is remarkably different. Chu Ning paused. How is it different? Mu Li pondered earnestly. There exists a sense of an elder's pride in their junior. Isn't that quite normal? There's also a sister's indulgence towards her brother. Perhaps it's merely our age difference, and there's a way a woman gazes at her beloved. Chu Ning hastily interjected, Master Uncle, let us not delve into that. I initially intended to discuss this matter with you, only to find it futile. Mu Li huffed lightly, clearly dissatisfied. What I spoke of are mere truths. Having accompanied your master for many years, I understand her well. Had it been someone else who pilfered her undergarments, they would have been dealt with harshly. She must see something extraordinary in you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken you on as a disciple. Chu Ning fell silent, contemplating deeply. Indeed, their encounter had unfolded in such a manner. Even yesterday, when he had truly kissed his master, she had not. How did their originally harmonious teacher-student relationship transform into this? It all began with his theft of her undergarment. It is entirely my fault. I harbor impure thoughts. I am guilty. Master Uncle, let us refrain from mentioning the undergarment incident in the future. Mu Li's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that you stole your senior sister's underwear? How could you do such a thing? And without informing me? Chu Ning was speechless. Master Uncle, I somewhat regret coming here with you. Mu Li chuckled. Well, since I know your senior sister's character, I merely shared this with you. How you two interact is your affair. Whether you maintain a pure teacher-student relationship or end up as partners in a shared bed, it matters little to me. Of course, no one would dare gossip, but it depends on whether you possess the capability. Chu Ning sighed. I only seek longevity. I never intended for that. Mu Li suddenly grew curious. By the way, what prompted your descent from the mountain today to come here? Did you think I had arranged something for you two yesterday? She clarified, a hint of displeasure in her tone. You said you wouldn't go yesterday, so I made no arrangements whatsoever. I didn't say a word about anyone on the path to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. If you don't believe me, just ask around. You went of your own accord. I had no part in it. If you seek blame, it should fall upon yourself. Chu Ning shook his head. Yesterday's events were merely a coincidence. Mu Li vigorously nodded, smiling as she said, Coincidences and misunderstandings? Master Uncle knows well, don't you? Forget it. I suppose it will remain inexplicable throughout this lifetime. What a coincidence. I must fulfill the system task at hand. Under the curious gaze of Mu Li, Chu Ning found himself in a bit of a quandary. However, considering that his master uncle, despite his unorthodox demeanor, was quite reliable, he gradually articulated his inner turmoil. Just yesterday, Ji Qingqiu had directly questioned whether he harbored feelings for her. Mu Li was taken aback. How could senior sister behave so recklessly? It is inappropriate to express such sentiments to a man. Isn't that clearly establishing a distance? If she truly had no feelings for you, she likely wouldn't have mentioned it. Yet, it is precisely because she has feelings that she brought it up. She may excel in combat, but she understands little else. Ning do not be anxious. Chu Ning hastily interjected, in truth, I concur with my master's words. After all, our relationship as master and disciple should be one of honor and integrity. It's just that you are grappling with impure thoughts, which makes it difficult for you, correct? Chu Ning hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. So, Master Uncle, do you have any solutions? I fear that such words Mu Li suddenly found amusement in the situation. What if it's impure? In this world, do men's feelings towards women necessarily culminate in physical intimacy? Isn't that quite normal? Chu Ning's mouth twitched. Master Uncle, as a woman, perhaps you should refrain from such brazen comments.
Mu Li chuckled.
The notion that a refined lady and a gentleman make for a fitting pair is perfectly acceptable. One cannot control their affections, so one should simply follow their heart. However, if one truly wishes to maintain purity, it is wise to exercise restraint and avoid engaging in indiscreet behavior, such as stealing undergarments. Master Uncle, I will certainly refrain from such acts in the future. Moreover, I suggest that you express your feelings openly. Since you harbor feelings for senior sister, it would be better to be candid. Once you both understand each other's sentiments, maintaining a respectful distance will naturally ensue, allowing for a genuinely pure master-disciple relationship. Chu Ning fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Indeed, he could not deny his improper feelings for Ji Qingqiu, yet he aimed to suppress them as much as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have engaged in actions such as kissing the young lady Ji Qingqiu, merely to bury his feelings beneath that endeavor, hoping to forget about it entirely in the future. But now, his master was already aware, be it the stealing of undergarments, bathing, or the kiss, there was no longer a way to explain it away as a misunderstanding. If that is the case, why not lay everything bare? In doing so, both would understand each other, thus maintaining a respectful distance. Chu Ning took a deep breath and looked at Mu Li, questioning with uncertainty, Master Uncle, will this approach suffice? Mu Li nodded vigorously. Indeed. However, what Chu Ning failed to notice was the slight upward curve of her lips. Ning since you truly have improper feelings for your master, why not take the initiative? Senior sister's feelings towards you are still rather ambiguous. She has not had a partner for over 1,000 years and is inherently perplexed by such matters. Once you take the initiative to express your feelings, how could it not lead to? The most intriguing part is yet to come. Chapter 28. Shall we begin as master and disciple? Though Chu Ning found the idea somewhat peculiar, upon contemplation, it seemed rather sensible. After all, acknowledging her inappropriate sentiments towards her master was a necessary step. Perhaps her master would understand and even impart methods to sever emotional ties? Isn't it the case that cultivators strive to transcend such attachments? Even if it proved impossible, their relationship could remain intact, marked by clear boundaries that would prevent excessive intimacy. In this manner, she need not fear the corruption of her filial piety towards her master, allowing her to approach the situation with greater forthrightness, although it must be admitted that things had already shifted. With this thought, Chu Ning resolved to proceed. After taking a swig from the jar, her eyes rekindled with determination. Mu Li, with a beaming smile, remarked, in that case, Ninger, shall I call you my disciple? Chu Ning paused, still feeling a twinge of hesitation. Perhaps she should wait a moment? But wait for what? While she could afford to delay, her master certainly could not. Atop the summit of Mount Wanding, Ji Qingqiu had endured a long night of waiting. The cold mountain breeze tugged at her garments, enhancing her already ethereal beauty. Where had Ninger gone since departing from the abyss of 10,000 demons? She sensed that the sword of extermination was still within the sect, indicating it had not fled but rather remained. Yet, it appeared that Ninger was either too afraid or unwilling to return. The memory of the bath in the azure pool was still vivid in her mind. Though she longed for Ninger's response, receiving it had only deepened her despondency. Should she have refrained from expressing her thoughts to Ninger? If Ninger harbored feelings for her, how would those words have resonated with him? Would he feel disheartened? But that was never her intention. Ji Qingqiu meant to convey that they should maintain a pure and untainted master-disciple relationship, engaging in mutual cultivation, discussions of philosophy, tea tasting, and chess playing under the clear skies. Yet, her words seemed to imply a desire to sever their bond. It felt as if, after uttering those words, Ninger had chosen to descend the mountain, perhaps to avoid her? Yet now everything had transformed. What was once a matter that could be unraveled gradually was now a tangled web of confusion. After all, just yesterday, Ninger had kissed her within the abyss of 10,000 demons. Though it had merely been a shadow, it was still a projection of her spirit. She had genuinely felt the warmth of Ninger's lips. Ninger's reluctance to return was understandable. In truth, Ji Qingqiu also hesitated to face Chu Ning, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. How had things escalated to this point? At that moment, Ji Qingqiu suddenly received a transmission. Sister, Ninger is with me and is on the verge of intoxication. Why not allow him to stay here tonight? The journey is long, and he surely cannot travel further. If he needs care, I shall see to it. Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in bewilderment. Ninger was with Muli, and he had been drinking? The mere thought of that vixen sent a chill through her. That enchanting temptress had explicitly stated her interest in Ninger. What if this vixen were to lay her hands on Ninger? After all, she is her disciple. In the tranquil courtyard of Wan Hualin, Chu Ning was utterly bewildered. Master Uncle, please refrain from making such easily misconstrued statements. What is there to fear? Can your master truly flay my skin? The voice suddenly diminished, as Muli evidently felt herself being lifted. Dazed, she looked up to see Ji Qingqiu's frostbitten countenance, and she forced a smile. Senior sister, you have arrived. Ah! The sound gradually faded away until Chu Ning could no longer discern Muli's figure. How far has she gone? Indeed, Master Uncle seems to be courting disaster. With Muli gone, only the master and disciple remained. The pair exchanged a glance, each harboring their own thoughts, their gazes laden with complexity. Chu Ning bowed respectfully, saying, Master. Ji Qingqiu withdrew her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at Chu Ning, clearly incensed. After departing from the Wan Mo treasure land yesterday, why did you not return? I instructed you to stay far away from that vixen. Why did you not heed my words? A barrage of questions ensued, leaving Chu Ning at a loss for words. Observing her silence, Ji Qingqiu's eyes darkened, her demeanor seemingly forlorn. Or perhaps you have deliberately concealed your meeting with your master uncle from me. Recalling Muli's earlier remark about wanting to consume Ninger, Ji Qingqiu's heart sank. Could this vixen truly be contemplating an attack on Ninger? Yet, if Ninger harbored feelings for Muli as well, was she not in a position to intervene? After all, she was merely a master, not a partner, and could not dictate with whom her disciple should associate. But yesterday was clear. Why had it come to this? Even if there were feelings involved, why Muli? It should have been her. Ninger was undeniably her disciple. How could she be taken by another? Not even by her junior sister. Chu Ning bit her lip, meeting Ji Qingqiu's gaze. The disciple merely encountered Master Uncle by chance today. It was an inadvertent intrusion into the demon domain. As for returning, Chu Ning lifted her head to look at her. The disciple does not wish to return. It is to avoid the master. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu's heart quivered, her face revealing confusion and disappointment. Why? Why do you wish to avoid me? Is it because? Before Ji Qingqiu could finish, Chu Ning shook her head. It was merely that today, after coincidentally running into Master Uncle and conversing with her, I intended to clarify these matters with you. Ji Qingqiu frowned, her brow furrowed in confusion. What matters?
Chu Ning smiled.
Between a master and disciple, it should be, as you have said, pure and unblemished, devoid of any unseemly entanglements. Perhaps you have always perceived me this way, but I find myself unable to regard you with such unclouded eyes. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, her heartbeat quickening upon hearing these words.
Ning.
Ninger, what do you mean by this? Chu Ning took a deep breath. The disciple confessed that he harbored impure thoughts towards his master. Every time he laid eyes on her, he felt a surge of emotions, perhaps due to past transgressions against her. Now, he must candidly acknowledge that he indeed has feelings for her. He genuinely likes her. Ji Qingqiu's mind went blank, and she was rendered speechless. Yet, the disciple wished for them to maintain a pure master-disciple relationship, as the master had been exceptionally kind to him over the years. This was all he wished to convey. In the vastness of the world, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. They gazed at each other for an extended moment until Ji Qingqiu's face flushed, snapping her out of her stupor, and she hurriedly averted her gaze.
Ning. Ning.
What you just said is. Chu Ning nodded, an unprecedented determination shining in his eyes. Yes, that is indeed the sentiment. Ji Qingqiu's complexion deepened in hue, clearly taken aback by her disciple's bold declaration. Ninger had feelings for her. It was true. There were indeed some unwholesome thoughts at play. No wonder he had acted so yesterday. Her heart raced, and she found it difficult to meet Chu Ning's gaze. After all, he was still her disciple. Ji Qingqiu spent a considerable amount of time sorting through her thoughts, realizing that clarity would not come easily. The fact that her disciple had uttered such words was undeniably. Ninger, I understand your feelings. Chu Ning exhaled in relief. It was a comfort that his master comprehended him. With this understanding, there was no longer a fear of her misinterpreting his intentions. Everything was laid bare. He truly harbored no ill thoughts, merely struggling against the impulses of his own mind. He believed that as long as his master understood, there would be no misunderstandings between them. A soft voice reached Chu Ning, emanating from Ji Qingqiu, who had her back turned to him. Ninger, I do not find you unlikable. In fact, I think you are quite extraordinary. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. This was not the response he had expected from his master. Wasn't she supposed to say that they should maintain their pure relationship? Yet, they were indeed master and disciple. Though she cared little for superficial titles, the matter of partners. Ji Qingqiu's face grew even warmer, and she hesitated to speak. Nevertheless, it was imperative to express her thoughts. But, might we discuss this further at a later time? For now, let us remain as master and disciple. Is that agreeable? Chu Ning was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Chapter 29. From now on, each to their own. Alas, master, that is not what I meant. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly began to explain. Master, have you perhaps misheard something? What I meant was. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. The clear and serene atmosphere, I understand. Her face was flushed crimson. Chu Ning, bewildered, exclaimed, Master, why does it seem that I do not comprehend your words? Ji Qingqiu quickly interjected. There is no need for further elaboration. Let us first establish our master-disciple relationship, and as for the rest, we shall discuss it another day. The current demon lord clenched her fists, steeling herself to emphasize to Chu Ning. The behavior exhibited yesterday must never be repeated. Faced with such matters, she was far from composed. Her very first disciple, the one she intended to nurture with utmost care, harbored such thoughts about her. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? It was so sudden that she could hardly process it. Moreover, even if it were true that Ninger was to become her partner, it must be approached gradually. How could it be so? Chu Ning's eyes widened in confusion, uncertain of how Ji Qingqiu had misunderstood, and hastily clarified. Master, that is not what I meant. Ji Qingqiu paused for a moment. Huh? What I meant was, I do not harbor romantic feelings for you, master. Ji Qingqiu's expression stiffened as she turned back with a dazed look. Ning, you. The blush that had adorned her cheeks promptly vanished. Chu Ning perceived a profound sense of disappointment reflected in her eyes. Alas, one cannot say such things. Chu Ning flusteredly attempted to clarify. Master, what I meant was. Of course, I hold affection, but it is not the romantic kind. Rather, It is the bond shared between a master and disciple. Who would not admire such a remarkable woman as you, master? I certainly do, but it is confined to respect and appreciation, not. Ji Qingxiu's gaze still bore an unmistakable trace of disappointment. Ninger's implication was still one of disfavor. Was it dissatisfaction with me or? Chu Ning found himself equally perplexed. Should I express affection or indifference? Affection. Surely I do feel it, otherwise, such thoughts would not arise in my mind regarding master. And who wouldn't admire such a wonderful older sister? Yet she is my master. Master, I am not dissatisfied with you. I certainly hold affection. It's just. Ji Qingxiu smiled broadly and suddenly stepped forward, embracing Chu Ning, gazing down at him with a look of endearment. There is no need for explanation. I understand your meaning. Since we are master and disciple, we must not view it through the lens of romantic feelings. Thus, consider me simply as your master. My intention is likewise, even if we are to become partners, cannot be at this moment. However, Ninger, in the future, you may speak plainly without the need for such circuitous expressions. These matters are not within my expertise. She gazed gently, her voice soft as she said, You see me as your master, and I see you as my disciple. Is this arrangement agreeable? Chu Ning felt tears welling up. Her heart moved as she looked up, exclaiming, Master, you finally understand. Yet she pondered, why say as it is now? Shouldn't it always be this way? Ji Qingxiu chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair. Because Ninger wishes to be a disciple and not a partner, I shall naturally respect your wishes. Chu Ning responded. Why do I feel that master still does not comprehend? I truly do not wish to be your partner. Even though you are undeniably handsome and I do admire you. And this facial cleanser. Wait. Chu Ning hastily extricated herself. Her cheeks flushed as she gasped, Master, let us refrain from such intimacy between teacher and student. It makes for restless nights. It is too suggestive, too improper. Hearing this, Ji Qingxiu appeared somewhat puzzled. Why is that? Since we are master and disciple, our hearts may be clear and unblemished. Who could possibly object?
Chu Ning's lips twitched.
Master, even if our hearts are pure, it should not be like this. What do you think it should be? Brewing tea and discussing music? Or inquiring about swords while listening to the snow?
Ji Qingxiu sighed.
Alas, I am but a master of the sword. I am not well versed in anything else. Chu Ning quickly replied, Then henceforth, let us focus solely on sword practice. There is no need for anything beyond that. In my eyes, you are the finest master in the whole world. Ji Qingxiu's face broke into a radiant smile. Others may not share such sentiments, merely perceiving it as flattery. For millennia, she had heard countless praises. Yet it was Ninger's words that brought her such joy. Very well. Since we are merely master and disciple, there is no need for you to avoid coming down the mountain. Should anything arise, feel free to speak with me. After saying this, Ji Qingxiu surveyed the myriad flowers around them. You must not come here again. It brings me discomfort to hear of your presence here. After all, there is a certain enchantress. Should my feelings for Ninger deepen, facing an 8-bound, 9-tailed celestial fox, she might be left utterly devoured. This cannot be allowed. Ninger belongs to me.
Chu Ning nodded vigorously.
I shall heed your words. She mused. Has the title of master shifted as well? No matter. It is of little consequence now. At last, she felt a sense of openness with her master. Having expressed her feelings, she felt significantly lighter. Let bygones be bygones. It was time to embark on a new chapter in their master-disciple relationship. Once master learns of this, it is certain that both would consciously maintain a respectful distance, thus avoiding the previous complications. Ninger, return now. Ji Qingxiu drew forth a sword and positioned it upright before them, lightly stepping upon its tip. Then, he pulled Chu Ning into his embrace, and upon regaining her senses, she found herself nestled in Ji Qingxiu's arms.
Chu Ning's breath quickened.
Master, I can just run back. It won't take long. Such a waste of time seemed utterly improper. You performed remarkably in the demon treasure land. Upon your return, I shall assist you in refining your second heavenly demon image and teach you the skills you previously wished to learn. Aware that refusal was futile, Chu Ning hesitated but quickly added, Then may I hold on to master? No need, came the reply. As he soared away on his sword, Chu Ning panicked, burying her face in Ji Qingxiu's embrace. This felt too improper, too lacking in decorum. Yet she had already addressed him as master. Surely, he would not misconstrue her intentions. Besides, it was he who initiated this. There should be no issue, right? However, unbeknownst to Chu Ning, Ji Qingxiu's typically stoic visage bore a hint of crimson, and a flicker of tenderness shone in his eyes. Ninger, I am aware of your feelings. Nonetheless, my power is formidable, and I am regarded as the leader of the demonic path, the target of many's disdain. Should you become my partner, the world will turn against you, a burden you cannot bear. Once your strength has grown, I will protect you and help you forge a reputation as the world's foremost figure, one that even the disciples of the Tao, Confucian scholars, and virtuous gentlemen cannot aspire to match. Only then, for now, it is best that we remain teacher and student. Ha ha ha. Silly disciple, you actually believed it. After their departure, Muli burst into laughter, clearly satisfied. Sister has endured a millennium of hardship. Though she appears unfeeling, she is, in truth, quite emotional. She merely keeps others at a distance, deterring outsiders from coveting her. But you, my foolish disciple, are the only one capable of earning her genuine regard. She is not adept in this matter, unable to distinguish between the bonds of teacher and student and those of romantic affection. Had you not uttered those words, you might have genuinely maintained a teacher-student relationship. But now you have suggested coveting your master. How could she not perceive it as romantic? In the future, you call her master and she calls you husband? Ha ha ha. Yet Muli suddenly sensed something amiss. What did it mean that past actions should not be repeated? What had transpired between the two of them unbeknownst to her? Chapter 30. The enigmatic demon elephant within the cave of Zhou Yujin. A woman sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, focusing her mind and regulating her breath. 3 ethereal shadows of celestial demons coiled around her, rapidly condensing spiritual energy into demonic essence. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Yujin exhaled deeply and slowly opened her eyes,
exuding a formidable aura.
At this moment, she had firmly established the foundation of her 3 realms. With her exceptional talent, she faced nearly no barriers in her cultivation. Prior to reaching the 7th realm of sagehood, her progress was nothing short of extraordinary. In merely a month and a half, she had completely solidified her standing in the lower 3 realms. While the 4th realm might present some challenges, she estimated that she could overcome them within half a year. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yujin rose and exited the cave, gazing toward the summit of Mount Wending. Surely, her master would be pleased. Just yesterday, she had traversed the first 8 levels of the 3rd realm of the 10,000 Demons treasure. However, that senior sister was truly terrifying, far beyond her capabilities. Regrettably, she was but a step away from seeing her master. Yet, perhaps it was time to pay a visit? With this notion, Zhou Yujin summoned her sword and soared into the skies. At the cave of Chu Ning on Mount Wending, Chu Ning reclined upon his bed, his upper garments shed. Behind him, Ji Qingxiu regarded the exposed form with a glint of unusual emotion in her eyes. Master, have you begun your healing? Why does the disciple feel no significant change? He sensed Ji Qingxiu's hands exploring his back, which did not appear to resemble a healing process. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxiu quickly regained her composure. I was merely assessing the internal injuries you sustained yesterday. It seems there are only minor issues.
Chu Ning understood.
In truth, he had already recuperated, and there was little amiss. An atmosphere of silence enveloped them as neither had anything further to say. Both were inevitably reminded of the day's earlier events as they conversed about the 10,000 Demons treasure. Ji Qingxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. The disciple's feelings for her were all too evident, having been openly expressed before. They had agreed to maintain a master-disciple relationship, thus her thoughts need not be overly complicated. She began to channel demonic energy into Chu Ning's body, gradually mending the damaged meridians and bones within him. At last, he was entirely free of hidden injuries. Chu Ning sensed the transformation in his body and smiled as he donned his attire. Thank you, master. By the way, was it really necessary to remove my clothing for the healing? He shrugged, conceding that his master surely had her reasons. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly. Now that you have entered the 2nd realm, you may begin to condense the celestial demon statue. The first statue of the gluttonous demon, if achieved at your level, would be a terrifying force capable of devouring the heavens and spitting forth the sun. The power of the demon statue is contingent upon the cultivator. And as the cultivator's strength grows, so too will the statue's might. What kind of demon statue will you refine for the second one? The two stepped outside the cave. The noise was too great. The cave was too small to bear it. Chu Ning sat cross-legged upon the ground. Having gained prior experience in condensing the celestial demon statue, he no longer required Ji Qingxiu's guidance. With closed eyes and focused spirit, he activated his demonic techniques. Ji Qingxiu gradually released demonic energy, intensifying the concentration of demonic essence in the area. As the magical runes abruptly manifested on Chu Ning's body, Ji Qingxiu took a slight step back. In the distance, a figure soared towards them with remarkable speed. Upon spotting Ji Qingxiu, Zhou Yujin's expression instantly brightened. The mere thought of seeing her master brought her immense joy. However, her expression suddenly froze. The man beside her master. Could it be that unremarkable junior disciple who resided with her master, possessing neither exceptional talent nor strength? Zhou Yujin clenched her fists in frustration. Noticing Zhou Yujin's approach, Ji Qingxiu did not impede her. As her disciple landed and bowed in greeting, Ji Qingxiu merely waved her hand, indicating that no excessive formalities were necessary. You had previously inquired about your junior brother. This is Chu Ning. Zhou Yujin furrowed her brows, glancing at Chu Ning, who was currently condensing the heavenly demon image. Master, judging by his aura, he is merely at the second realm? How could someone of such a trivial level be a disciple of my master? What right does he have? Apart from his looks, what merit does he possess to compare with me?
Yi Qingqiu nodded.
He has just recently broken through. In comparison to you, he may indeed fall short, yet he is not without merit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujin felt a surge of delight. This disciple is indeed inferior to her. However, when she heard the name Chu Ning, she paused momentarily. Was he not the one who entered the 9th level of the secret realm of 10,000 demons yesterday? Yes. Zhou Yujin bit her lip, her gaze complex. Although there are distinctions among realms within the secret realms, each realm's champions are formidable disciples of their time. It is not merely a matter of defeating someone in the 6th realm to conquer someone in the 1st realm. The means employed by champions of different eras vary, as does their strength. Nevertheless, without exception, they are all prodigies, and the challenge they present is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Master, yesterday I managed to breach the 8th level. Did you receive the healing elixirs and magical artifacts that the Grand Elder sent you? Zhou Yujin nodded. Yes, I have received them. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment before explaining. The disciple at the 8th level of the 3rd realm is your senior sister, Jiang Kai. When she was at the 3rd realm, she single-handedly battled over 100 champions of the same realm from our sect, showcasing her considerable strength. It is no disgrace to have lost. It is merely a honing of skills, and fixating on victory and defeat can tarnish one's path. Zhou Yujin turned her gaze toward Ji Qingqiu and slowly inquired. I have heard that the 8th level of the 1st realm was also conquered by the eldest senior sister. Did my junior brother surpass her? He possesses exceptional physical strength and one using a strategy of exchanging injuries for kills. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujin scrutinized Chu Ning intently, her fists tightening unconsciously. Did he manage to meet the master? Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, her face reddening. After surpassing the 8th level, he had no combat ability left and exited the secret realm directly. There were certain matters that she found difficult to articulate. This was a secret shared between her and Chu Ning, one they both felt too embarrassed to disclose. However, should Ninger engage in such actions again in the future, what then? Zhou Yujin took a deep breath. At this moment, her resentment towards Chu Ning was nearly insurmountable. Why should a disciple with lesser talent and who joined the sect later than her be able to ascend to the 9th level? She was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the secret realm. There was no room for coincidence. One could surmise that her master favored disciples capable of transcending the 8th tier to enter the 9th. Master, once my junior brother achieves his breakthrough, may I engage him in a contest of suppressed realms? Given our similar ages, it stands to reason that we have both made advancements. Ji Qingqiu nodded in agreement, finding no issue with the proposition. Her thoughts, unlike Zhou Yujin's, were devoid of ulterior motives. Her perception of Chu Ning was independent of his innate talents or strength. It stemmed purely from the disciples' impure intentions. At her words, a flicker of indignation flashed in Zhou Yujin's eyes. If I were to defeat you before our master, he would undoubtedly discern the disparity between us. Surely he would come to favor me even more. The demonic energy surged abruptly. Both of them turned their gazes towards the source. Zhou Yujin furrowed her brow, observing the intricate demonic patterns manifesting on Chu Ning's body. These patterns coalesced into a chilling and fearsome design. Having been well-versed in ancient texts from a young age, Zhou Yujin instantly recognized the emblem's significance. It represented the ancient ferocious beast, Qiongqi. Chapter 31. The Sword Trial at Mount Wending. It resembles a tiger, soaring with wings, adorned with horns akin to a divine bull, known as Qiongqi. Ancient mythology records that this creature can discern the veracity of human speech, reveling in honest words while drawing near to those who utter falsehoods. How could this celestial demon manifest one of the ancient four fiends? Qiongqi? Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly upon witnessing this. It seems that this time, the consumption of demonic energy will not be excessively taxing. After all, the previous encounter involved Taotai. If it were to absorb insufficient demonic energy, it would prove unmanageable. Ji Qingqiu turned to observe Zhou Yujin, whose expression was one of astonishment, and smiled as she explained. Your junior brother possesses profound comprehension of demonic arts. It appears he requires no instruction from the master. The deeper the understanding, the more formidable the celestial demon image he can conjure. Zhou Yujin pursed her lips at this revelation. What did her junior brother summon previously? Taotai. Zhou Yujin's eyes widened in shock. Was that not the second of the ancient four fiends? Just who is this junior brother of hers? After successfully conjuring the celestial demon image, Chu Ning also proceeded to fully enhance the supreme celestial demon body. Would you like to use 4,100 contribution points to elevate the supreme celestial demon body? Chu Ning acted without hesitation. This supreme celestial demon body provides substantial augmentation to one's physique, arguably a life-preserving skill. To refrain from enhancing it would be a grave mistake. Moments later, the demonic patterns on Chu Ning's body became increasingly pronounced. Zhou Yujin, emerging from her stupor, incredulously remarked, "Did he not already conjure the celestial demon image? What is this now?"
Yi Qingqiu pondered briefly.
Could it be that his supreme celestial demon body has advanced? The body of heavenly principles. The supreme celestial demon body? Using 4,100 contribution points, advancing the supreme celestial demon body to 41 completion, Chu Ning gradually regained his focus. After completing the supreme celestial demon body, he felt no rejection from the celestial energy of the world. He could effortlessly convert celestial energy into demonic energy to refine his body and meridians without the need for demonic arts. Chu Ning. Cultivation. Second realm subtlety. Spiritual root. Superior spiritual root. Technique. 9 celestial demons. Perfection. Physique. Supreme celestial demon body progress. 100. Can use 10,000 contribution points to advance the supreme celestial demon body to the transformation realm. The supreme celestial demon body can still be advanced? Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. With over 5,000 contribution points remaining, it was evidently insufficient. Nonetheless, Chu Ning felt no urgency. After all, having conjured the celestial demon image and subsequently enhanced the demon body, the world felt entirely different. Now he could wield demonic energy. By the way, could he conjure a new celestial demon image? Conjure. Before their eyes, 2 small dogs appeared. One, a large-mouthed canine, was pitch black, while the other sported peculiar horns. Chu Ning crouched down, scrutinizing the canines. Master, can the enhancement of the celestial demon image also elevate one's cultivation?
Yi Qingqiu,
standing behind him, glanced over and nodded with a smile. Indeed, as it stands, the celestial image you have conjured possesses limited combat prowess, primarily augmenting your own abilities. Once you reach the 4th realm, it will serve as your combat strength.
Chu Ning understood.
No wonder the previous dark orb transformed into this. Suddenly, the large-mouthed dog seemed to sense an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, bounding fervently towards Ji Qingqiu. The dog, panting eagerly, gazed at her with an expression of longing. Puzzled, Ji Qingqiu released a wisp of demonic energy. The dog opened its mouth wide, indulging in the ethereal essence. With a remarkably high purity of demonic energy, it quickly became satiated and sprawled on the ground, wagging its tail in delight. Observing this, Zhou Yujing cast a covetous glance. Her junior brother's talent was indeed extraordinary. She couldn't help but feel envious. At that moment, the horned dog suddenly lifted its head as if sensing something, and leapt into Zhou Yujing's embrace. The young woman gasped in surprise, taken aback, and quickly rose, yet the dog pursued her relentlessly.
Chu Ning.
Get this creature away. Chu Ning, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Are these two dogs even mine? Why does one favor the master while the other favors this? Senior sister, without hesitation, Chu Ning summoned the celestial demon elephant. Seeing this, Zhou Yujing let out a sigh of relief, her expression tinged with resentment. Why did this creature suddenly rush towards me? Ji Qingqiu provided the explanation. This creature can discern the truthfulness of human speech, gravitating towards those who speak falsely. Perhaps you uttered a falsehood moments ago? Both turned their gazes toward her. A falsehood? What did Zhou Yujing say earlier? Her junior brother's talent is impressive. She envies him. Could that be? Zhou Yujing's eyes widened in realization, and she immediately clarified, what I just said was the truth. My junior brother's talent is indeed formidable. What's wrong with my envy? Uncertainly, Chu Ning felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that this senior sister was being somewhat dismissive. Nevertheless, he promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Junior brother Chu Ning, greetings to you, senior sister. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that this senior sister seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Zhou Yujing took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, maintaining her usual icy demeanor. Zhou Yujing. Ji Qingqiu appeared unfazed, merely smiling as she remarked, weren't you just about to spar with your junior brother? He has also condensed the celestial demon elephant, and you may offer him guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujing's gaze sharpened. Very well. Chu Ning was bewildered. Huh?
Spa.
When did this come about? I seem to be unaware. He looked towards Ji Qingqiu, who smiled faintly in response. No worries. Since she is your senior sister, she will certainly hold back. I shall suppress your senior sister's realm, and you two will engage in combat at the second realm's strength. Zhou Yujing. Master? The master actually referred to this disciple in such a manner. It was evident that she was favored by the master. No wonder she could reside on Mount Wending. He merely had slightly greater talent. But did he possess the heavenly Tao physique? She had a divine grade talent and far surpassed him in cultivation. Seemed today, there would be no holding back. She would ensure that this insufferable junior brother witnessed who truly deserved the master's affection. Master, please assist me in suppressing my realm.
Yi Qingqiu nodded.
Casting a spell to restrain Zhou Yujing's cultivation. The latter suddenly drew his sword, the Ding Mgn, one of the 7 swords. It appeared that the weapon in the disciple's hand was indeed the Zhngn.
Come.
Today, I shall offer you some guidance. Chu Ning was utterly bewildered. I had just completed my training, and now we are to engage in combat? Moreover, my senior sister seemed ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Almost as if she intended to slay him. This cannot be right. We are comrades in the same sect. Is such hostility truly necessary for instruction?
Yi Qingqiu chuckled softly. No worries.
Chu Ning retorted, it is not you who is fighting. With a sigh, Chu Ning realized there was no escaping this confrontation. He resolutely drew his sword. Zhngn and Ding M. Let the duel commence on Mount Wending. Not far away, the elders of the sect seemed to catch a glimpse of this scene, swiftly approaching on the winds, yet they dared not enter the confines of Mount Wending, merely observing from afar. Are these the 2 disciples of the Demon Lord? Oh, that must be Chu Ning, the prodigy who entered the 9th level yesterday. It is no wonder he is the disciple of the Demon Lord. A line of elders floated in the air, and the crowd of onlookers grew, yet they skillfully refrained from encroaching upon the duel. Chapter 32. What happened to the sword cultivator? Is physical strength insufficient? Chu Ning found it quite peculiar. Why did it seem that this senior sister harbored such animosity toward him? He had never provoked her before. Although confused, Ji Qingqiu had mentioned that it was a competition, so he assumed there would be no issues. However, the situation surpassed Chu Ning's expectations entirely. In merely one encounter, he was abruptly sent flying several meters away, as Zhou Yujin unleashed her maximum potential for attack. Even though she was temporarily suppressed in her realm, Zhou Yujin had been a practitioner of the second realm for a considerably longer time than Chu Ning. Her divine-grade spiritual root ensured that cultivation was not a challenge, allowing her to dedicate more time to solidifying her foundation, which greatly surpassed the capabilities of others with lesser talents. Chu Ning had only recently made a breakthrough and now faced a peak practitioner of the micro-realm. Damn this man! Behold my sword! This strike was infused with emotion, as Zhou Yujin aimed directly for his vital points. Chu Ning furrowed his brow. If he did not reveal some genuine skills soon, he feared he might meet his downfall today. The demonic figure suddenly coalesced, and with the enhancement of dual demonic forms, he executed the sweeping demonic sword technique. The clash of blades resonated, and Chu Ning immediately began to channel his demonic powers, augmenting his supreme demonic form, forcefully pushing Zhou Yujin back. Even she showed signs of surprise. Was this truly someone who had just recently broken through to the second realm? Yet, if it were only this, then Chu Ning would surely be defeated within 3 moves. Zhou Yujin promptly held her sword skyward, her fingers transforming into a sword point, enveloped in demonic energy, before she suddenly swung her blade. What the hell? This is unfair. Chu Ning cursed under his breath. He had not yet mastered such a technique. While practitioners of the second realm could wield demonic energy as an offensive means, he had only just crossed over and was undoubtedly weaker than Zhou Yujin, who had already entered the third realm. The sword energy descended abruptly, and Chu Ning hastily dodged, witnessing the stone wall behind him shatter violently. Had that strike landed, he would have faced serious trouble. Damn it, are we playing for keeps now? Chu Ning gritted his teeth. Even if his mastery of the realm did not match Zhou Yujin's, he had discerned her weakness at a glance. Her physical strength was most certainly inferior to his. With that realization, he sought an opportunity to engage in close combat. He advanced with his sword, determined not to give Zhou Yujin the chance to utilize her sword energy. The 9 styles of the heavenly demon erupted forth, and their sword techniques were nearly evenly matched. After all, he had not trained under the demon lord's 3rd disciple and chief disciple for nothing. Both women were formidable sword wielders. Zhou Yujin furrowed her brow. Although she could withstand his sword style, she distinctly felt the extraordinary strength of Chu Ning. This person possessed remarkable physical prowess, and before she could ponder a solution to break the deadlock, she suddenly gained the upper hand, directly pushing Chu Ning back. Seeing this, she acted without hesitation, lunging forward to thrust her sword. However, Chu Ning suddenly narrowed his eyes. His figure accelerated several-fold, evading the strike. Zhou Yujin hesitated momentarily, her mind racing with the potential sword techniques Chu Ning might employ next, and she formulated a strategy to counter him. Yet, to her surprise, Chu Ning abandoned the sword altogether. In the realm of supreme demonic power, a powerful punch, fortified by the dual manifestations of demonic might, was unleashed with tremendous force. Astonishingly, none of the onlookers were aware of this technique. From a considerable distance, an elder of the sect expressed a sense of wonder. Is this a technique of physical cultivation? But isn't the demon lord a swordsman? Shouldn't the disciple also be a swordsman? It was perplexing as Chu Ning, despite being of a slightly lower realm and less proficient than Zhou Yujin, demonstrated swordsmanship that was not inferior. Yet, it was evident that the opponent had no intention of engaging in a mere swordplay contest. The realization dawned. The swordsmanship was a ruse to lure the enemy, unexpectedly employing this physical cultivation technique. No, it was not merely a technique of physical cultivation. It was a manifestation of his formidable physique. Atop the mountain, a punch was suddenly delivered. Zhou Yujin widened her eyes in shock, unprepared, and immediately shielded her body in defense. However, the punch had already descended. The force of the blow, solidified to the utmost degree, sent Zhou Yujin uncontrollably flying back, crashing against the rocky wall. In that instant, she felt as if her wrist bones might shatter, and she cried out in pain. since he had resorted to lethal moves, and given Chu Ning's inferior realm, she resolved to employ different tactics. Clearly, even though Zhou Yujin was prepared for an opportunity to counter Chu Ning's close-quarters attack, she remained oblivious to his physical prowess. Subsequently, another punch rushed toward her, halting just before her face. The gust of the punch whistled through the air, tousling her long hair. Zhou Yujin, with eyes wide in terror, could scarcely fathom the consequences had the punch struck her directly. Chu Ning refrained from striking further. Instead, he stood firm and sheathed his sword. "Sister, I concede."
Yiking Q.
Witnessing this, pressed her lips together, her expression somewhat complex. "As your master, I teach you swordsmanship, and naturally, contests should employ sword techniques."
Ning Yu.
Chu Ning replied helplessly, "Relying solely on sword techniques is unfair, especially since sister can wield sword energy." Ji Qingqiu bit her lip in contemplation. Indeed, to unleash sword energy from the outset seems excessively oppressive towards Ning. She then began to offer her insights. "Ning's swordsmanship is on par with yours, yet in terms of realm he does not match Yujin. If he were to rely solely on the comprehension of realms without underestimating his opponent, he would not fall short against you. I previously warned you of his formidable physique. During your duel with your sister, he employed strategies that exchanged injury for kill. You underestimated him. Otherwise, this outcome would not have occurred." Zhou Yujin glanced at Chu Ning with a complex expression, picked up her fallen sword, and nodded. "The disciple understands." With a casual wave of her hand, Ji Qingqiu healed their injuries entirely, restoring even the shattered stones on the mountain. Witnessing this, Zhou Yujin cast a lingering glance at Chu Ning before departing. "Next time, I shall not grant you an opportunity." With that, she took flight, her sword transforming into a radiant arc high above the clouds. The elders were satisfied. "The two new disciples of the Demon Lord are quite promising. Perhaps our sect will produce another saintly figure within a century." Ha! The resurgence of the demon sect is indeed hopeful. Our disciples in recent years have been exceptional. Within a decade, the eradication of the three teachings seems imminent. The crowd soon dispersed. On the mountain's peak, Chu Ning let out a sigh. "Do you feel as though you have forged an enmity with that senior sister? Yet, to initiate with such lethal intent, who could withstand it? To confront that sword aura with mere flesh would likely result in grievous injury. In moments like these, one cannot afford to indulge in sentiments of pity." Ji Qingqiu remarked with a smile, "Ninger, you performed admirably today. Once you become accustomed to the second realm, you shall be capable of such techniques. Moreover, with your enhanced physique, the methods at your disposal will multiply." Chu Ning let out a sigh. "I bear no grudge against my senior sister. Master instructed me to engage with her, and now she must surely harbor resentment. There is no one like Master." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu felt an urge to laugh. "You need not concern yourself with such trivialities. As fellow disciples, minor frictions are of little consequence. In the future, as you traverse the path of cultivation, you will look back and find it amusing, pondering why you ever let such minor issues provoke you." She gently ruffled Chu Ning's hair with a tender expression. "As your journey unfolds further, the present moments of cultivation will become increasingly precious. There is no need for concern. In time, all misunderstandings will be resolved. Did you not express a desire to learn those minor spells? Allow me to teach you today." Chapter 33. Is innocence important? For Chu Ning, he genuinely wished to avoid conflict. Initially, it was agreed upon that this would be a friendly exchange. Yet, the moment the deadly moves were unleashed, it ceased to be a mere sparring session. Furthermore, Zhou Yujin's evident hostility was unmistakable, offending his senior sister upon their first encounter.
Chu Ning Sikhet.
Feeling somewhat helpless, engaging in brawls was not something he relished, especially as a product of a lawful society. His previous visit to the abyss of 10,000 demons was intended for tranquility. Even if a confrontation were necessary, a friendly contest would suffice, with measures taken to avoid excessive harm. How could such a situation arise today? In essence, the journey of immortality should be devoid of such troubles. Establishing a solid foundation, progressing steadily, and outlasting all adversaries was the ideal approach. However, upon hearing his master Ji Qingqiu's words, Chu Ning's eyes brightened. Does this mean I could learn the art of traversing space? Your current realm is far too lacking for that, at least for now. Isn't sword mastery also out of reach? Only after reaching the third realm. Very well. Ji Qingqiu smiled at this. The power of space can only be grasped after breaking through the seventh realm. With your current cultivation at the second realm, it may take you 100 years. Perhaps you could manage it sooner, given your talent. You might achieve it in 70 or 80 years. The acceleration in breaking through the lower three realms is rapid. But once you reach the third realm, you must invest time in profound cultivation, and the pace will gradually slow. Particularly upon reaching the fourth realm, one must prepare for the fifth realm by consolidating the spiritual sea within. The larger the spiritual sea, the greater the strength. Most cultivators strive to condense their spiritual sea as much as possible to lay the groundwork for their path to sanctification. The seventh realm is referred to as the sage. Though derived from Confucianism, this notion differs from the Confucian sage, who is a scholar of significant literary merit. The distinctions include the wise, the gentleman, and the sage. In a broader sense, the term sage refers to the seventh realm of breaking through the void. Transitioning from the sixth realm to the seventh requires innate talent, opportunity, and a profound foundation, a daunting chasm. Timing, location, and harmony among people are all indispensable. The absence of any element will hinder success. Thus, the number of sages in the world is exceedingly rare, due to the immense difficulty involved. Nevertheless, Ji Qingqiu held unwavering faith in Chu Ning. Since Ninger sought longevity, achieving sagehood was an essential pathway to immortality. She would undoubtedly devote herself to his development. That night, utilizing his newly acquired techniques, Chu Ning cleaned and prepared pork before igniting a charcoal fire for roasting. The experience after reaching the second realm was indeed transformative. Filled with excitement, Chu Ning suddenly turned to his seated master, Ji Qingqiu. Master, at what realm can one achieve longevity? With a smile, Ji Qingqiu replied, from the moment one embarks on the path of cultivation, the enhancement of the physical form marks the commencement of longevity. If one truly seeks to extend mortal life, reaching the third realm suffices. And how many years can one extend? Perhaps a century, though no one has genuinely taken the time to verify it. However, extending life is indeed certain. Chu Ning contemplated, rounding that off, let's estimate 50 years. That's still just 50 years. The vast world remains unexplored, and 50 years surely will not suffice. Naturally, one must aspire to ascend to a higher realm. A sudden curiosity arose within him. Master, with your current cultivation, how many years can you extend your lifespan? Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment. I have lived for a considerable time already and shall continue to do so for many more years. Yet I cannot ascertain how long I shall live. Should I meet my end, it will undoubtedly not be due to the natural decline of age, but rather in the pursuit of the great Tao. That much is evident. To me, the notion of lifespan is elusive and imposes no constraints. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Longevity, the gift of life bestowed by cultivation. A sudden mountain breeze stirred, causing the flames of the roasted meat to flicker. Ji Qingqiu effortlessly dispelled the winds from the mountain peak, allowing the bonfire to blaze more brightly. Chu Ning, fully engrossed in roasting the meat, smiled upon witnessing this display of skill. Master, your swordsmanship is formidable, and your strength appears considerable. I have heard from Uncle Mu Li that you possess many disciples, suggesting you must hold a significant position within the demon sect. Why not relocate to a more advantageous mountain residence? Ji Qingqiu paused for a moment, taken aback. It seemed Ninger was still unaware of her true identity. That should not be the case. Having met Mu Li, why had he not mentioned it? Perhaps Mu Li had refrained from speaking, and Ninger had not interacted much with outsiders, engrossed as she was in cultivation and sword practice. Such ignorance was, after all, quite understandable. She did not concern herself with these matters. Eventually, Chu Ning would come to know. It is adequate, but I prefer solitude, as I do not relish interaction with outsiders. This place is relatively tranquil, which I appreciate. Matters of the sect are best handled by the elders. My duty is to cultivate successors for the demon sect, and then to retreat into seclusion to delve into the supreme path of celestial phenomena. However, I have not made significant breakthroughs for several centuries. Of course, the elders understood the importance of top-tier combat strength within the sect. They rarely disturbed her and would not dare to do so. After all, who would seek out the demon lord for idle conversation? She was renowned for her notoriously irritable temperament. Only Chu Ning felt that his master treated him well, though indeed she did. What is it? Do you wish to reside in a better cave? Chu Ning shook his head. Not particularly. I just find it rather peculiar. By the way, master, you must have many disciples, yet it seems there are only the two of us, me and Sister Zhou. He did not mind the living arrangements. Being with his master was delightful regardless of the location. He only felt a twinge of pity for her, as she appeared rather solitary, with her previous disciples nowhere to be found. Ironically, her sole remaining disciple harbored less than pure intentions, often indulging in mischievous antics. We have all grown up and have our own responsibilities. We guard the borders of the continent to prevent the so-called righteous paths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism from encroaching upon the southern wilderness, and some are engaged in their own training. A flicker of thoughts crossed Ji Qingxiu's eyes, though they were few. Some pertained to the sect while others were about Chu Ning. She should have discerned her disciple's intentions earlier. It was likely out of affection that he had stolen her undergarment to spy on her while bathing, was it not? Indeed, Ji Qingxiu, who had little prior exposure to such emotions, found himself quite curious, not entirely resistant, but rather discerning about whom he felt such inclinations towards. That day by the water pool, while Ninger was engrossed in her cultivation, he dared to touch her. At that moment he was taken aback. Who would have thought it would feel so pleasant? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. But would Ninger be amenable to it?
Yi Qingqiu chuckled softly.
Did you feel displeased that I did not allow you to meet your master uncle? Chu Ning was momentarily stunned by this inquiry and quickly shook her head. It was not that she spoke ill of her master uncle. Rather, Master Mu Li always seemed somewhat unorthodox, and her encounter with him today was purely coincidental. Oh? Then why did you venture into the demon domain? Are you not aware that it is the territory of the demon clan, where humans are forbidden to intrude? Chu Ning paused, shaking her head again. I am not well versed in this matter. My understanding of the demon sect is rather limited. I went there simply because the scenery is quite lovely. Ah, a clever diversion. It was not merely for a casual visit. It is of no consequence if you lack knowledge, for the demon sect spans vast territories. Once you reach the third realm and master sword control, there will be no place in heaven or earth that you cannot explore. However, I can recount some tales regarding these matters. Ninger, come a bit closer. Chu Ning was taken aback once more, glancing at the mere half-meter distance between them. Was this not close enough? Nevertheless, since her master had spoken, she shifted her position slightly. Ji Qingqiu turned to glance at her, then directly moved closer, pressing his body against hers, gently ruffling her hair as he began to narrate something. Master, this. Chu Ning exclaimed, clearly flustered. Yet Ji Qingqiu seemed unfazed. For reasons unknown. He felt compelled to tousle Ninger's hair. There was nothing inappropriate about indulging in such gestures with his own disciple, was there? Chu Ning's mind momentarily went blank. Master, did we not agree to maintain our roles as teacher and student? What is this sudden behavior? Ninger, the meat seems to be burning. Master, I truly cannot focus on grilling the meat with you behaving this way. Not to worry, it is still edible. Just listen attentively as I tell you a story.
Chu Ning.
Inhaling the unique scent and warmth emanating from her master, she found herself at a loss, unable to discern whether this experience was truly innocent. Master, you are certain this is appropriate, right? Then it must be innocent. There is no issue. Chapter 34. The master's thoughts, is it really? At such a time, indulging in meat seems absurd. Held in the embrace of his master, Chu Ning felt an undeniable sense of rejection. Although he did find himself somewhat infatuated with Ji Qingqiu, such beauty and gentleness in an elder sister were rare to come by. However, given his master's immense strength, it was quite natural for him to feel unable to push her away. In this moment, Chu Ning engaged in a mental dialogue, reassuring himself. Ding! A sign-in task has been issued. Please proceed to the Dali dynasty to sign in. The route has been provided. Task reward, 10,000 contribution points. Suddenly, Chu Ning snapped back to reality. Being so close to his master felt incredibly comfortable. He wished not to part ways. Nevertheless, A new task had indeed been announced. He cleared his throat, waiting for Ji Qingqiu to finish speaking before slowly lifting his gaze. Master, I am quite hungry. May I roast some meat first?
Chu Ning hesitated.
Could you allow me to? Ji Qingqiu nodded and then released her hold. Chu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The meat had charred, the outer layer undoubtedly unpalatable. He swiftly drew the Zhuxian sword. Slicing meat, Ji Qingqiu, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle. The sword was entrusted to Ninger. How he chose to wield it was his affair. However, if the elders of their sect were to see this, they would likely express their disapproval. Slicing meat with a celestial sword? Seeing that the meat was nearly ready, Chu Ning offered a piece to Ji Qingqiu, who smiled and accepted it, savoring it in small bites. Meanwhile, Chu Ning's attention drifted back to the system. The Dali dynasty? Did Master just mention that her second disciple, Luo Yu, is currently there? The second senior sister was not to be underestimated. She had proven to be formidable. It seemed to be a border dynasty, situated at the junction of the southern barbarian wilderness and the eastern Harem continent, tasked with monitoring Confucian activities. Chu Ning examined the route. Distance too far to display. Chu Ning exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? How am I supposed to get there? Ji Qingqiu noticed Chu Ning's agitation and, puzzled, was about to speak when a long sword shot through the sky towards the mountaintop at an astonishing speed. The Fuyo sword, it belongs to your senior sister. Chu Ning looked up to see the exquisite blue sword hovering before them. A shadowy figure materialized, obscuring its features. Disciple Luo Yu pays respects to Master. Ji Qingqiu replied coolly, You have summoned the sword for communication. Is there urgent news? Should there be no pressing matters, I would not dare to disturb you, Master. In brief, there have been issues at the border between the Confucians and the southern barbarian wilderness. It appears we are unable to identify the identities of Confucian disciples crossing over. Several Confucian students have already breached the boundary and have been slain. I am unable to uncover the cause and request your presence to investigate. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu frowned but chose not to elaborate. In that case, I shall depart tomorrow. The shadow bowed respectfully before vanishing. The long sword swiftly departed, leaving no trace behind.
Ji Qingqiu hesitated momentarily.
The speed of the sword's message was the fastest, indicating the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, given the involvement of border affairs, she could not turn a blind eye. A visit was indeed imperative. Ninger, as you have witnessed, there have been some issues on your senior sister's side, and I must make a visit. In these past few days, Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly interjected. Is it the Great Li dynasty at the boundary?
Ji Qingqiu nodded.
A hint of curiosity gracing her features. What is it? Of course, it is because I need to sign in there. That troublesome system only provides the location without specifying the exact place. Does it? I have a master. Moreover, is it not fortuitous that today presents such an opportunity? As a disciple, I wish to glimpse the world beyond. May I accompany you, master? Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment. It seemed that since the disciple entered the sect, she had been engrossed in her cultivation and had not ventured outside. Furthermore, she had yet to fully appreciate the beauty within the sect. Did she not desire longevity to behold more splendid vistas? With this thought, Ji Qingqiu did not refuse. Very well. Chu Ning was immediately invigorated. Not only would she sign in, but she could also relish the scenery along the way. And was this not her first journey with her master? Do you need to prepare anything? Chu Ning shook her head. In that case, let us depart at once. With a flick of her finger, the Zhuxian sword at Chu Ning's waist suddenly unsheathed. Riding the sword, they would traverse the air with unparalleled speed, reaching their destination by the day after tomorrow. Ah, what sword of immortality! Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Qingqiu enveloped her in an embrace, disrupting her train of thought entirely. This, although she understood it might be necessary to ride with her master, would this not lead to entanglements along the way? Purity, master. Chu Ning promptly objected, hastily stating, I can simply hold on to you, master. There is no need for this. At her words, Ji Qingqiu's gaze revealed a trace of disappointment. What? Do you not appreciate this?
Chu Ning.
What expression is this, master? Is it not splendid for the disciple and you to maintain a pristine relationship? Does Master not find this enchanting? Yet, the disappointment on her master's face was something she truly wished to avoid. Disciple. Chu Ning took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. I do enjoy it. Ji Qingqiu broke into a radiant smile, affectionately ruffling Chu Ning's hair. They soared into the sky on the sword, vanishing in an instant. Within a heartbeat, the mountain gate behind them faded from view. A sword that traverses 1,000 miles merely reflects her speed in flight. In truth, reaching the border would take no more than a fleeting moment. She merely traversed the void, seeking the pathway through space, as spatial turbulence posed no hindrance to her. Still, it was preferable to ride together with Ninger. Initially, the scenery before Chu Ning opened her eyes to new wonders. The moonlight shone brightly, the mountains undulated beneath her feet, the beauty of the landscape unfurled, and in just a moment, countless exquisite vistas passed before her. This was merely what she beheld by night. Should dawn break, Chu Ning could hardly imagine what awaited her. The realm of cultivation was indeed breathtaking. The scenery is breathtaking, and before her stands a woman. Chu Ning slowly raises her gaze, revealing Ji Qingqiu's exquisite countenance, perpetually cold yet, under the moonlight, even more enchanting. Chu Ning's eyes widen in a stupor, fixated upon her. Perceiving this, Ji Qingqiu lightly purses her lips. This gaze resembles that of Ninger when she beheld the young maiden in the secret realm. Could it be that she desires? A thought dawns upon Ji Qingqiu, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she turns her head away. My master has already cautioned against such behavior as that day. Chu Ning is momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Master, you misunderstand. I never intended to kiss. Yet, as the words escape him, Ji Qingqiu takes his hand in hers. Such a notion is forbidden, but I remember you enjoy holding hands. After this, Ji Qingqiu seems to seek Chu Ning's consent. Is this agreeable? Chu Ning is bewildered. He lowers his gaze, staring blankly at her flawless, jade-like hand, comfortably cool in his grasp. I never claimed I wanted to kiss you, master. I was merely astonished. Chu Ning finds himself at a loss for words. Pressed against his master's chest, holding her delicate hand, she inquires whether he is satisfied. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? He is utterly content. Regardless of propriety, innocence, does the master not comprehend? Having lived so many years, surely she understands. Given that she has taken the initiative to permit this, if Chu Ning were to remain reserved, it would only serve to embarrass her. Contemplating this, Chu Ning entwines his fingers with Ji Qingqiu's, cradling her hand. Your hand is quite cold, master. Allow me to warm it for you. Ji Qingqiu responds with a barely audible hum. Kissing her is indeed out of the question. She fears losing control of her thoughts, a sensation of unease unprecedented, and too much could jeopardize her path. However, holding hands is not entirely unacceptable. It should be quite reasonable for a master and disciple to do so. After all, he is Ninger. At this moment, Chu Ning's mind is a whirlwind of thoughts. Initially, he intended to merely fulfill his role as a master. Despite her beauty and kindness, he had only the intention of revering her as a mentor. When did it begin to change? Was it during the time of stealing her undergarments? Or while bathing together? Perhaps it was when he candidly expressed his feelings to her? Regardless of when it commenced, Chu Ning currently senses something amiss. Very amiss. If his master truly regarded him as a disciple, would she act in such a manner? She has stated that this is not a place of dubious practices, but a legitimate sect. Having lived for so long, can she truly be unaware of such matters? No. Uncle Mu Li did indeed mention that she is not particularly adept at navigating emotions. Yet, being inept does not equate to ignorance. Being cradled in her embrace could be construed as a safety measure to prevent him from falling while sword flying. But to declare that kissing is forbidden yet permit hand-holding? What on earth does this mean? This is clearly an alternative being offered. Yet the emotions conveyed remain unchanged. As Chu Ning contemplated this, her eyes slowly widened in disbelief. Could it be that master also? She hurriedly quelled her turbulent feelings. Impossible, impossible. How could master harbor such thoughts? Nevertheless, her grip tightened. Perhaps master was merely feeling cold. That must be it. In the demon sect, amidst the myriad of flowers, A certain vixen eagerly anticipated witnessing the bond between the master and apprentice, curious to see if they had taken their relationship to the next level. However, the scene depicted an empty mountaintop. Where are they? Could it be that they truly have become involved? Mu Li was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Senior Sister's cave abode concealed their presence, yet other locations remained visible. Since they were not on the mountaintop, they must be within Senior Sister's cave. She merely jested, yet, to think it would materialize so swiftly. Mu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression brimming with elation. The junior disciple truly is impressive. Chapter 35. The inn of the small town Chu Ning's greatest obsession with cultivating immortality is the pursuit of eternal life. Secondly, it must be to soar through the skies, riding the sword and riding the wind to eliminate demons across the realms. Speaking of which, am I not a demon myself? In the distant horizon, a hint of dawn began to unveil, revealing a grand and magnificent panorama of mountains and rivers before Chu Ning. Strange beasts roamed freely, while immortals glided through the clouds. Upon a towering mountain peak, two elderly men clad in black and white were engrossed in a game of chess. Noticing the two flying by on their swords, they looked up and offered a respectful nod from afar. As they passed a small nation's rice fields, countless farmers lifted their heads to gaze at the immortals, their eyes filled with envy. Ji Qingqiu intentionally lowered their flight altitude while maintaining their speed, hoping to allow Chu Ning a better view. At that moment, Chu Ning gazed at the world before him with a sense of nostalgia. Had he not entered the demon sect, he would likely be the one watching longingly from below. Master, is there a barrier between the eastern Harem continent and the southern barbarian wild continent? What purpose does it serve? Chu Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled. The existence of barriers between continents seemed rather abnormal. While the southern barbarian wild continent posed no issues, did this not hinder interaction between the continents? Moreover, according to his third senior sister, it seemed they had even eliminated several Confucian cultivators attempting to cross borders. Chu Ning felt no sympathy. There are reasons for the misfortunes of the pitiful, or else they would not be subject to such vigilance. Ji Qingqiu provided an explanation. Since the inception of their teachings, the Confucian school has developed its philosophy based on the so-called concepts of benevolence and goodness. The sage, the founding master of Confucianism, built his cultivation upon the literary lineage of the Confucians, believing that the more followers he had, the stronger his power would become. Apart from him, most of the current Confucian sages follow this path of cultivation. The eastern Harem continent is entirely enveloped by the Confucian literary lineage. If the southern barbarian wild continent were also to succumb to such influences, it would spell doom for our demon sect. At this point, a fierce glint appeared in Ji Qingqiu's eyes. Moreover, the so-called doctrines of the Confucian literary lineage do not truly promise peace for millennia. In the past, several nations in the southern barbarian wild continent adopted their teachings, leading to the eventual chaos of a dynasty that had thrived for 1,000 years due to cumbersome rituals. The native cultural lineage and the foreign literary lineage could not coexist, resulting in internal disintegration. The same reasoning applies to Taoism and Buddhism. Since then, my master has ordered all practitioners of the three teachings in the southern barbarian wild continent to leave, establishing barriers and dispatching disciples of the demon sect to guard the borders, all to curtail their influence and territory. Chu Ning pondered for a moment. From the perspective of the demon sect's interests, such measures and tactics are indeed necessary. For the local dynasties and common folk, their places of existence and development have given rise to their cultural lineage, which is inherently the most suitable for them. The absence of these could lead to their survival being threatened. However, my master only restricts those who follow the three teachings. Practitioners of their techniques will be detected and obstructed by the barriers, while ordinary citizens, cultivators, and merchants face no such limitations. Chu Ning understood. They resolutely resist foreign cultures to prevent the contamination of their native cultural soil while remaining open to commercial exchanges. Moreover, the primary purpose of the matter at hand remains the prevention of the three teachings from consolidating their strength through the ever-increasing number of believers, a notion that Chu Ning wholeheartedly acknowledges. However, he finds it utterly perplexing. The territory of the southern barbarian wilderness appears to be vaster than that of the three continents. Did Master truly establish that barrier alone? Initially, he doubted his Master's strength, but later came to perceive it as somewhat formidable. Yet now, to assert that a barrier spanning an entire continent was erected? Would that not require millions of miles?
Yi King-Q chuckled softly.
Such a feat could not be accomplished solely by Master. It was established using the remains of the demon ancestor in conjunction with the efforts of the elders of the sect, and assistance was sought from others as well. Over 10,000 cultivators at the 6th realm of Wangchuan, more than 30 sages at the 7th realm, and 3 mighty beings at the 8th realm collaborated to create the most magnificent formation between heaven and earth, utilizing the remains of the demon ancestor. Of course, the formation was conceived by her. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, exhaling a sigh of relief. This indeed sounded more reasonable. Had Master been the sole architect, would he not be the unparalleled figure of the world? Indeed, Ji Qingqiu refrained from elaborating further. It was rather amusing to keep her disciple in the dark. In truth, she had not concealed much. It was merely that her disciple had not inquired or investigated. Ning had willingly kept herself in ignorance, which had nothing to do with her true self. Continuing their journey, they reached dusk. Ji Qingqiu expanded her divine sense to scout the surroundings, and moments later, she had her answer. They were situated in the central region of the southern barbarian wilderness, approximately 100,000 miles away from the Great Li dynasty. There was no need to rush, for they would reach their destination by tomorrow.
Chu Ning.
100,000 miles? He inhaled sharply. No wonder the system had not provided a location. The journey thus far must have exceeded 1,000,000 miles. Even with a location, he would not have been able to traverse this distance without Master's guidance. Glancing around, it appeared to be a small town. Would they rest here for the night? Ji Qingqiu nodded. You have not slept for a day and a night. After resting, your spirits will improve. Chu Ning began to explain. Master, I actually feel quite well. Even while cultivating, one cannot defy human instinct. Moreover, your realm is not high, so it suffices to follow the natural order. Then, Master, shall we find an inn? Certainly. Suddenly, Chu Ning cast a glance at Ji Qingqiu, feeling inexplicably flustered, his heartbeat quickening. What was wrong? Nothing, do not overthink it. Staying at an inn does not mean sharing a room. Before entering the small town, the two traveled on foot. In a mortal dynasty, there was no need for ostentation. The town bustled with life, its streets paved with blue stone, covered in moss along the sides, and the residences were neatly arranged, offering a pleasing sight. As they walked along the path, Chu Ning inquired with the local populace about the presence of an inn and was soon directed to one not far away. The inn was unremarkable, neither luxurious nor grand. The innkeeper greeted them with his customary salutation. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here for a meal or to stay?
Chu Ning.
Is it true that all the innkeepers in the world say the same? Is there a room available for an overnight stay? The young attendant appraised the two, his gaze lingering in mild surprise upon Ji Qingqiu, but he quickly averted his eyes. These two individuals were clearly extraordinary. Years of observing and discerning had revealed not only their remarkable identities but also the intricate nature of their relationship. A warm smile blossomed on his face. Indeed, we have a room. However, there is only one left. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the empty inn. What? Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow slightly and turned to look at Chu Ning. Did you just give a hint to the young attendant? There are evidently only 3 guests in this establishment. Upon realizing this, Chu Ning panicked and hurriedly explained. Master, I didn't do anything. He said it on his own. In her frustration, she turned an indignant gaze toward the young attendant. We are a legitimate master and disciple. 1 room each will suffice. The young attendant suddenly felt awkward. He had been contemplating the possibility of bringing the two closer together for a bit of extra profit. Alas, he had misjudged the situation, and it seemed that today's extra earnings were out of reach. I sincerely apologize. I had just remembered there is still 1 room left.
Chu Ning's lips twitched.
The subtleties of language and human affairs had been thoroughly deciphered by this young attendant. 2 rooms, please. Very well, you two may follow me. The inn offers refreshments and beverages should you require. Unable to contain herself any longer, Chu Ning stepped forward and grasped the young attendant's shoulder. We are truly master and disciple. The young attendant looked utterly bewildered. I merely intended to promote some beverages. I had no ulterior motives. Perhaps the guest is overthinking? Chu Ning felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Please, show us to our rooms. Chapter 36. The disciple inquired, Master, are your hands cold? In truth, Chu Ning did not harbor such concerns. It was indeed Ji Qingqiu by his side, and anything that could be contemplated would instantly spring to mind. He feared his master might misunderstand. As he ascended the stairs, Chu Ning cautiously cast a glance at Ji Qingqiu. Everything appeared to be as usual, which brought him solace. As long as his master did not misinterpret the situation, all would be well. Why was he so flustered? He had committed no wrongdoing. Upon hearing Ji Qingqiu's words, Chu Ning smacked his forehead. Indeed, he had done nothing wrong. The matter concerning the single room at the inn, he had never insinuated anything. It was merely the young attendant's own initiative. Nevertheless, that attendant was quite diligent. Alas, this was his master. What was he lamenting? The two occupied adjacent guest rooms and exchanged glances before reaching their respective doors. If you are hungry, you may ask the innkeeper to prepare some food, Ji Qingqiu suggested. Will you not partake?
Chu Ning inquired.
Ji Qingqiu shook his head. I seldom indulge in such fare. Save for some morsels you might prepare, but here I shall forego it. Chu Ning was taken aback. Did this imply that his master would only eat what he had cooked? Rest early, for we must set forth tomorrow, Ji Qingqiu urged. Understood, master. Inside the room, Chu Ning settled upon the bed. The conditions were superior to those he experienced at the demon sect. However, is not the essence of cultivation the arduous refinement of the heart? Since his master bore no disdain, what right had he to complain? Yet, he found his master's peculiar behavior over the past few days rather baffling. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he was momentarily perplexed. While it was one thing to sit together during the barbecue, why had his master chosen to sit so closely and even embrace him? This was not entirely unusual. His master had frequently provided him with facial cleansers, and leaning shoulder to shoulder was not a significant matter. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in what his master had said while holding his hand. Does he know I enjoy holding hands? Chu Ning's face flushed with embarrassment as he concealed it with his hands. It was the same sentiment expressed during their hand-holding in the depths of the 10,000 demons' treasure realm. Who could have known that the youthful, maiden-like master had already assumed the role of a mentor? Such encounters are awkward for anyone, especially given that they had not only held hands but shared a kiss. But what was his master's stance? While wielding his sword, when he mistakenly thought he was about to be kissed, his master had refrained from any advances, merely turning away from him. Yet, he had declared that kissing was off-limits, though hand-holding was permissible. The more he contemplated, the more unsettling it became. Although his master appeared youthful, they must surely have considerable years behind them. It was not a matter of age. After all, a cultivator, regardless of age, retains the essence of being 18. Yet, given his master's extensive years of cultivation, one would expect them to possess considerable experience and insight. Furthermore, there was a certain fox spirit junior sister with whom his master shared a close bond. With such a high-ranking elder uncle, could his master truly be oblivious to everything? Why then did they engage in such actions? Was it because he was a disciple? But disciples do not usually indulge in such intimacy, constantly embracing and holding hands. Suddenly, Chu Ning experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that his master regarded him as a child? These methods are merely a ruse to amuse a child, designed to bring him joy so that he may diligently pursue his studies. It must be so. Surely, the master harbors no ulterior motives. It is utterly implausible. After all, it was the master who first proposed the teacher-student relationship, and the master would never err in such matters. Alas, the turmoil is overwhelming. It is impossible to calm one's mind. While the master may regard him as a child, he cannot perceive himself in that light. Who could remain unaffected by the presence of such a beautiful, gentle older sister who treats him kindly? The desire to cultivate wanes. Suddenly, Chu Ning sprang to his feet, taking a deep breath. It was still early, and hunger was not an issue. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would do. Chu Ning's gaze fell upon a pavilion within the room, seemingly intended for scenic viewing. In the adjacent room, Ji Qingxiu's thoughts began to stir. Ninger's earnest attempts to prove his innocence to the innkeeper were rather endearing. In that moment, she had the impulse to ruffle his hair. However, recognizing Ninger's seriousness regarding their teacher-student status, she restrained herself, fearing to embarrass him in front of others. From the instant Chu Ning spoke his first words, she sensed he harbored no inappropriate intentions. It appeared that Ninger, much like herself, was somewhat inexperienced in matters of romantic affection. She too found herself a stranger to such sentiments. For millennia, she had sought immortality and enlightenment, achieving the status of the world's foremost practitioner. Yet she remained steadfast in her pursuit of the path. When would this journey reach its conclusion? Would it be upon breaking through the celestial realm? Yet, it is said that beyond the celestial realm lies yet another tier, and despite a millennium of cultivation, weariness had not set in. However, after encountering Chu Ning, she suddenly felt a newfound vibrancy in her life. The pursuit of the Tao, naturally, is a quest. The aspiration for higher realms and the universe is her lifelong commitment, Ji Qingxiu's own path. Yet, it seems that along this journey, there is room for embellishments, much like Ninger himself. Such pure emotions might blur the lines between a companion and a disciple. She understands clearly what defines a teacher-student bond, but finds herself perplexed regarding the nature of a true partner. Nevertheless, after meeting Chu Ning, the distinction between teacher and student became muddled. However, upon hearing Chu Ning confess his feelings for her, she began to grasp the essence of it all. If confusion persists, let it be. She would simply cherish her present feelings towards Ninger and provide him with what he desires. Whether it be the imparting of knowledge as a teacher or the daily interactions of companions, if there is affection, then it shall be given freely. Perhaps this, too, is a form of cultivation for her. A tender warmth suddenly flickered in Ji Qingxiu's gaze. With nothing pressing to attend to, she thought it best to spend some time with Ninger. She became aware of her surroundings as she strolled towards the pavilion. The two adjacent pavilions were not far apart, both offering a view of the scenery behind the inn. A modest pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers, the evening twilight casting a serene ambience. Chu Ning turned to see Ji Qingxiu, and his tumultuous thoughts began to settle. Master, are you not resting? If the master chooses not to rest, then I shall remain awake as well. Indeed, master possesses a profound level of cultivation, while I, as a mere disciple, am only at the second realm. Even so, I find that absorbing the essence of heaven and earth allows me to feel relatively unexhausted, let alone my esteemed master. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly, acknowledging that diligent practice is always commendable. The two fell into a brief silence. Chu Ning's gaze struggled to focus on the lotus flowers in the pond, for his thoughts were preoccupied with the master. He pondered the significance of Ji Qingxiu's actions and found himself perplexed. Master, may I pose a question? He ventured cautiously. Of course, came the reply. Do you, master, regard me as a child? Ji Qingxiu regarded Chu Ning with curiosity. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Flushed with embarrassment, Chu Ning replied, after all, you always hold me as if I were a child, do you not? A soft chuckle escaped Ji Qingxiu. Then allow me to pose a question to you in return. When you encountered that shadow of malice in the abyss of 10,000 demons, did you perceive it as the master I am now, or as the master I once was? Startled, Chu Ning lifted his head in astonishment. Is this even a question? It must surely be the master of your... Though you appeared somewhat younger and more innocent, your essence remained unchanged. It was the knowledge that it was you that compelled me to act. Why did the master suddenly bring this up? An answer flickered in Chu Ning's mind, though it seemed rather absurd. He had questioned whether the master viewed him as a child. Thus, the master's words were not merely a question but rather an answer. The truth of this answer depended on him. If he did not see the shadow as the present master, then perhaps Ji Qingxiu did not view him as a child either. Chu Ning's mind became a tempest of confusion. Did this imply that the master harbored similar sentiments towards him? He pursed his lips, his voice trembling. Is it truly so, master? The day was waning, and the air by the water grew chilly. Ji Qingxiu cast a curious glance toward him. Master, may I inquire if your hands are cold? Chapter 37. I can't shake the feeling that my master has an interest in me after posing the question. Chu Ning felt a wave of regret and guilt wash over him. This was his master, the only person who had ever treated him with such kindness in this world. Even though he harbored some uncertain suspicions, he could not shake the feeling that his master held a certain fondness for him. Yet, what could be accomplished by asking such a question? Did he truly wish to defy his master? Chu Ning felt his thoughts were in disarray, knowing he should not inquire, as it would lead to no fruitful outcome, yet he could not help but voice his curiosity. At that moment, he stared intently at Ji Qingqiu, his heart racing with anxiety. However, Ji Qingqiu merely smiled at him, not uttering a single word. This silence only heightened Chu Ning's urgency. What could it mean that his master remained silent? Surely, a clear answer would suffice. A simple rejection would quell his restless heart. Moments passed, and seeing Ji Qingqiu still did not speak, Chu Ning could no longer contain himself. Master, you must provide some response. Disciple. What is the matter with you? Chu Ning forced himself to concoct an excuse. I was concerned for my master and wished to inquire. Ah? Concerned for me?
Yi Qingqiu chuckled lightly.
You aren't trying to concoct a reason to hold my hand, are you? Caught off guard, Chu Ning fell silent, embarrassment flooding over him. He wished he could flee. Had he known better, he would have refrained from asking. Yet, if he didn't inquire, he feared he wouldn't sleep a wink that night, with thoughts of his master swirling in his mind. The lack of response from Ji Qingqiu must mean a rejection, but before he could voice his thoughts, Ji Qingqiu had already stepped closer. Chu Ning's heart raced, and he swallowed hard. Was he truly going to hold his hand? This was initiated by his master, and though unspoken, the intention was crystal clear. He was on his mind. Simultaneously, Chu Ning wished to discern whether his master harbored any feelings for him. The thought was exhilarating. Chu Ning bit his lip. He had spoken the words, and his master was approaching. What reason could he have for not taking that step? Panic seized him, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. To hold hands. Was he still a man if he didn't? After all, what harm could there be in merely holding hands with his master? Resolute, he stepped forward, prepared to grasp Ji Qingqiu's hand. Yet, in a swift motion, Ji Qingqiu turned away. A gentle waft of fragrance brushed past him as the figure entered the room. I sensed your troubled heart and feared it might harm your health. Allow me to help you regulate your energy. Please have a seat. What? Chu Ning was taken aback, staring at Ji Qingqiu. Wasn't he meant to hold his hand? Instead, he was to come and regulate his energy? Chu Ning felt on the verge of tears. He felt perfectly well physically. There was nothing that needed regulation. What he truly needed was a way to navigate his tumultuous emotions, having finally mustered the courage to engage in a somewhat rebellious act, only to discover it was not to be. Ji Qingqiu looked at Chu Ning with a puzzled expression. Why are you standing there in a daze? Come here. With a sigh, Chu Ning resigned himself to the situation. Master, I shall come forth.
A subtle smile graced Yi Qingqiu's lips.
Ninger's reaction and demeanor were precisely as she had anticipated. In a whimsical moment, she had endeavored to emulate Mu Li, the enchanting vixen. Little did she expect to encounter such an adorable disciple. Chu Ning approached the bedside with his head bowed, unable to meet Ji Qingqiu's gaze, feeling an acute sense of guilt towards his master. Had he known, he would have refrained from inquiring. Master, what must I do?
Yi Qingqiu,
with an expression as cold as frost, replied calmly, remove your clothing. Very well, master. Chu Ning abruptly raised his head. Is the unblocking of meridians conducted through disrobing? Ji Qingqiu, with unwavering composure, nodded. Much like the methods employed by physicians in the mortal realm, I possess some skills myself. First, I shall ascertain the location of your blocked meridians and then assist you accordingly. It is quite simple and convenient. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning pondered for a moment. It seemed that the old physician did indeed practice such techniques, involving massage if he recalled correctly. However, it appeared unnecessary to fully disrobe. One could simply work through an outer garment, as those seasoned physicians had a profound understanding of the human body. Yet, his master was a cultivator, not a mere physician, merely seeking to identify the obstructed meridians. But how could she discern this when he felt no obstruction other than the slight heaviness in his heart? Regardless, disrobing in front of a female master felt rather inappropriate.
Resolutely, Chu Ning declined.
I find this rather improper, master. Perhaps we should forego this. Ji Qingqiu regarded him with a puzzled expression. You need only remove your upper garment. It is not complete nudity. What are you thinking? But merely shedding the upper layer seems. Since we are master and disciple, we ought not to be concerned with such trivial distinctions of gender. As your master, it is my duty to assist you in resolving these minor issues. Chu Ning felt a twinge of disbelief. Her words sounded rather dismissive, as if addressing a child, and he was no fool. Yet, his master would not engage in anything inappropriate. She was, after all, his master. With this thought, he took a deep breath. The bond of master and disciple is pure and transparent. Besides, what is the harm in a man removing his upper garment? Hesitant, Chu Ning gradually unfastened his clothing. Master. What is it? I feel as though you are staring. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Having cultivated to the second realm, Chu Ning's physique was no longer as frail as before. Although he did not possess the bulk of muscular men, he was still well-formed, with visible abs and a pleasing physique. Shaking his head, he set his garment aside. It is nothing. I shall lie here. Following her instruction, he complied. Previously, he had felt indifferent to being bare from the waist up. After all, what man fears being seen? Yet now, with his master beside him, an inexplicable warmth enveloped the air. His master was here to assist in unblocking his meridians. What was he thinking? Please proceed, master. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, her gaze resting upon Chu Ning's chest, surveying him from top to bottom. Ninger appeared to have become more robust than before. She felt an unwavering heart dedicated to inquiry begin to waver. Slowly extending her hand, she placed it upon Chu Ning's chest. The touch was icy, causing Chu Ning to shiver momentarily. Master, I believe we should proceed swiftly. Ji Qingqiu remained silent, her hand moving methodically as she examined him, leaving Chu Ning feeling rather peculiar. Was she inspecting his meridians? It seemed that such examinations were not typically conducted in this manner. He couldn't shake the feeling that his master was seeking an excuse to touch him, but there was no evidence to substantiate that thought. After all, her perpetually cold and expressionless face bore an unusually serious demeanor. Was she genuinely searching for something troubling? Ninger, why does your heart race so? Master, what do you think? I have already confessed my feelings for you, and now you sit beside me, touching me. Of course my heart races. However, amidst these trivial concerns of a racing heartbeat, Chu Ning found himself grappling with a more significant thought. He couldn't help but recall the candid moments shared with his master at Biluo Pond. Should she notice his current position, he would be utterly mortified, contemplating leaping into the river in despair. Again and again, Chu Ning felt increasingly perplexed, unable to contain himself any longer. Master, are you truly inspecting your disciple's meridians? Why do I sense that you seem unable to avert your gaze from my body, your hands roaming about? Ji Qingqiu sensed something amiss and withdrew her hand. Indeed, Ninger's physique was remarkably sturdy, a fact that she found somewhat endearing. Very well, I have examined thoroughly and found no issues.
Chu Ning.
After such a lengthy examination, she claims there are no problems? Ji Qingqiu slowly rose, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In that case, you should rest early. We have a journey to embark upon tomorrow. Just as she intended to leave, Chu Ning suddenly stood up, grasping Ji Qingqiu's hand firmly. She was taken aback. Ninger, what are you doing? Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning regarded Ji Qingqiu's silhouette. Master, you have yet to answer your disciple's question. What question? Is your hand cold, and does it require warmth from me? Ji Qingqiu felt a conflict within her. She could discern the underlying meaning of his words. Was he inquiring whether he could hold her hand in the future? He was probing her true feelings. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Qingqiu responded with a hint of resignation. Since you have already taken hold, why bother asking such questions of your master? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly shifting to one of astonishment. To his surprise, his master truly seemed to. He tightened his grip on Ji Qingqiu's hand. In that case, I shan't rush to rest. Perhaps I shall assist my master in warming her hand. Chapter 38. Will I be able to hold Master's hand from now on? Silence. An extraordinary stillness enveloped the space as the master and disciple locked eyes. With a reassuring answer, Chu Ning felt a newfound confidence blossom within him. He was uncertain of what compelled him. Perhaps the desire to grasp the hand he had just missed, or perhaps a boldness ignited by understanding Ji Qingqiu's attitude. In this moment, it was Ji Qingqiu who found herself at a loss. From the instant their hands had intertwined, her heart had become a tempest. "Ninger, what are you?" Chu Ning beamed with a smile. Indeed, Master's hand was quite cold, and he was merely considering her well-being. Ji Qingqiu, feeling the warmth of his grip, bit her lip, sensing that his reasoning echoed her earlier words. As she sought to regulate her meridians, he had taken the opportunity to warm her hands. A strange flutter of anxiety stirred within Ji Qingqiu. Was this an implicit gesture from Ninger? You and I are, after all, master and disciple yet. If they were indeed master and disciple, then it was entirely reasonable for the disciple to warm the master's hands, just as she had just soothed his meridians. Chu Ning's smile remained, clearly having deciphered Ji Qingqiu's earlier actions, which were certainly not limited to merely adjusting meridians. His heart felt constricted. But for what reason? It was evident that Master's excuse was flimsy, yet he had not anticipated her to, if that were the case. Should not the disciple learn from the master? Chu Ning's heart lightened considerably. Were Ji Qingqiu entirely indifferent to him, he would not dare to advance the sentiment further. However, her actions over the past few days hardly resembled those of an ordinary teacher-student relationship. What kind of typical female teacher would brush off a kiss from her male student? And now, holding hands? With that in mind, he decided to align with his master's intentions, as well as his own. Ji Qingqiu shook her head, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Chu Ning was relentless. Her face gradually flushed, realizing they had perhaps ventured too far. The disciple's courage had indeed grown, prompting her to seek a swift excuse to depart. Such conduct was hardly typical of any master-disciple relationship. Yet today, Master had still held his hand while wielding her sword. Now here they were, alone in a room. Was it not a compromise of propriety? Chu Ning's gaze was sincere. Purity of heart transcends mere intent. If one's heart is innocent, then every place is illuminated by clarity. Ji Qingqiu fell silent, unable to counter his reasoning. This notion held a semblance of truth. As long as their hearts remained pure, what did it matter, given their roles as master and disciple? She extended her other hand, ruffling Chu Ning's hair, and chuckled softly, "Put on your clothes, and I shall take you to the window to gaze at the moon." Chu Ning felt a surge of excitement. He had not misjudged. She indeed intended to stay, yet why was he so thrilled? This was his master. Nevertheless, it was settled. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated, and actions had been taken. To now acknowledge their relationship and utter a disciple-esque apology to the master before bedtime seemed utterly ludicrous. Chu Ning hastily donned his clothing, fearing that Ji Qingqiu might flee, and promptly grasped her right hand. Unexpectedly, in 2 lifetimes, the first woman he became fond of turned out to be his master, and perhaps she harbored feelings for him as well. Yet, she did not acknowledge it, and he remained oblivious. Nevertheless, whether she confessed or not, at least their hands were entwined now. What did it matter? In the pavilions under the moonlight, the night deepened, casting 2 or 3 beams of moonlight onto the small pool, making it resemble a bright mirror. The world was silent, with only the gentle rustle of insects and the sound of flowing water, rendering the scenery increasingly enchanting. Immersed in this moment, the earlier picturesque landscape faded from view. Instead, the two of them, hand in hand, leaning against each other, represented a serene clarity. Neither spoke. They simply held onto each other, as if time itself was flowing at an exquisitely slow pace. Chu Ning savored this moment, his heart and mind opening up considerably.
Niang e.
Ji Qingqiu suddenly uttered, then embraced Chu Ning. Coming to his senses, Chu Ning quietly absorbed the warmth and sensation emanating from Ji Qingqiu, lifting his head to inquire, "What is it, master? That day in the Tianma treasure land, why did you act in such a manner? I have feelings for you, master, but you are undoubtedly the kindest person to me in this world. If I were to disregard our master-disciple relationship and truly acted upon my feelings, I fear I would regret it too late." Ji Qingqiu responded with a soft hum. "Does that mean you can hold my hand like this in the future? If you wish, what can I do?" Chu Ning was evidently dissatisfied with this answer. What I mean is, Master? Before he could finish, Ji Qingqiu gently covered his mouth. Ji Qingqiu replied calmly, "You and I are master and disciple. Focus solely on warming my hands." Chu Ning gazed for a long while, finally grasping the situation. Yes, we are indeed master and disciple. Yet, it seemed that this relationship had transformed somewhat. Ripples began to stir within Chu Ning's heart. What could Master be thinking now? The night passed without incident. The following day, the master and disciple departed from the inn. As they were leaving, Chu Ning handed a piece of silver, which he had brought from his hometown, to the waiter. Although the waiter had not been of much assistance, Chu Ning hoped that such a warm-hearted person would continue to be so. He resolved to stay here again if given the chance. The waiter bid them farewell with great enthusiasm, clearly delighted. They continued their journey, soaring through the skies on their swords. "Is your hand cold, Master?" Ji Qingqiu lifted his gaze to the blazing sun and then back at Chu Ning. However, Chu Ning remained unfazed and took Ji Qingqiu's hand once more. After achieving his goal, he secretly rejoiced within. Ji Qingqiu, on the other hand, felt a tinge of helplessness. Why did he not think to change his excuse for the daytime? It was as if he feared others would not understand his intentions. Yet, Ji Qingqiu felt unusually cheerful. It seemed that being away from the sect and accompanying Ninger on this journey presented a different kind of scenery. At the borders of the southern barbarian wilderness, a faint ink-colored barrier loomed in the distance, appearing to separate two realms entirely, towering and boundless, its limits unseen. Upon successfully signing in and receiving a contribution of 10,000 points after entering the realm of the Great Li dynasty, Chu Ning wasted no time. The sword swiftly made its way towards the border. Suddenly, a group ahead attempted to obstruct their path, led by a burly man clad in armor who bellowed with authority. "Who goes there? No one is permitted to soar in the capital of the Great Li dynasty." Ji Qingqiu, seemingly indifferent to the intruders, merely willed it, and their magical abilities were abruptly sealed, rendering them powerless as they plummeted from the sky. At this moment, with Ninger in tow, her temper had somewhat mellowed. Those who dared to impede her path typically met with a grim fate. Chu Ning, observing with a hint of astonishment, inquired, "Master, what has happened to those individuals? They lacked the requisite cultivation and attempted to forcefully wield their swords, resulting in this predicament. This is precisely why I advised you to wait until you attain the third realm before practicing," her master responded. Chu Ning nodded in understanding, affirming, "I comprehend, Master." In scarcely a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the juncture of the two continents. A barrier stood between them, but it only hindered the Confucian disciples from the eastern continent of Daohuan, allowing all others to pass without obstruction, as if the barrier were non-existent. The scene before Chu Ning truly illuminated the power of the immortals. Such a display of might was utterly formidable. Meanwhile, the woman responsible for this astonishing feat furrowed her brow, for she too had not discerned the issue with the barrier. However, her disciple would not deceive her. It could only be concluded that the Confucian practitioners had devised a means to traverse the border. If that were the case, it could pose significant complications. In the distance, a figure approached with remarkable speed. Upon reaching Ji Qingqiu, the tall woman bowed respectfully. "Disciple pays homage to the esteemed master." Ji Qingqiu replied coolly, "Now, speak of the matter concerning the barrier." Chapter 39. The scheming old man and the sword-raising gourd. In recent days, a multitude of Confucian disciples have appeared near the Great Li dynasty, practicing their philosophical arts yet eluding the scrutiny of the barriers. Over the years, the foundational essence of these barriers has remained unblemished, and regular inspections have confirmed their integrity. Nevertheless, the presence of these Confucian practitioners is undeniable. The disciples, hesitant to act independently, have summoned their master. Before them stands Luo Yu, the third disciple of Ji Qingqiu, who is also the third senior sister of Chu Ning. Intrigued, Chu Ning observes her closely, for they are quite familiar with one another after their encounters within the secret realms. Ji Qingqiu had previously mentioned the barriers, which were constructed using the remains of the demon ancestor, signifying the true essence at play. Ji Qingqiu's brow furrows with concern. "Are there any survivors?" "There are still a few individuals detained," Luo Yu replies. "Please lead me to them." As Ji Qingqiu prepares to depart, she suddenly recalls something. I must attend to certain matters. Feel free to explore, but do not wander too far. Chu Ning, puzzled, asks, Master, may I not accompany you? You need not follow. The interrogation of these Confucian individuals involves terrifying methods of soul extraction and memory refinement. It would be unwise for a disciple to witness such acts. The long-standing conflict between the three teachings and the demon sect has perpetuated an endless cycle of hostility, with the three teachings seeking to eradicate the demons while the demon sect aims to dismantle the three teachings. When addressing these Confucian disciples, harboring any benevolence is unnecessary. It is far better to expedite their reincarnation, for it would be a liberation for them. Her kindness is reserved solely for those deserving. Luo Yu casts a curious glance at Chu Ning. Are you Zhou Yujin? I have heard of Master S' new disciple from those within the demon sect. Person named Zhou Yujin. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Ning responds, Senior sister, that name unmistakably belongs to a woman. She is the sixth senior sister. Oh, little seven, I have yet to hear your name. Junior brother Chu Ning. You are indeed little seven. But you are actually the third. Luo Yu chuckles lightly. We have matters to attend to. Feel free to roam. With the Excalibur in your hand, no one shall trouble you. With that, Ji Qingqiu and Luo Yu vanish in an instant. Chu Ning, observing their departure, feels a pang of nostalgia. It must be that there is a valid reason for not bringing him along. Perhaps his cultivation is too low to be of assistance. Thus, he decides to wander aimlessly. At the border, a magnificent fortress stands tall, belonging to the Great Li dynasty. This area serves as the frontier of the dynasty and lies adjacent to the wild southern lands, guarded by the third disciple of the demon sovereign. Due to the substantial resources invested by the demon sect, the number of cultivators here far exceeds that of other regions. Within the bustling city, which is densely populated with practitioners, one might wonder how mere mortals coexist alongside these celestial beings. A burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard, squats beside an old man's stall, seemingly fixated on a wine gourd. How much for this? He inquires. 30 taels. Go to hell. 30 taels could buy your life. Do you think just because I am a cultivator I can be extorted? The old man remained unfazed, stating, Then it shall be 28 taels. The burly man was immediately incensed, exclaiming, Old man, can you not speak properly? You dare to sell a mere gourd at such an exorbitant price, thinking I wouldn't dare to strike you. With that, he raised his enormous sword as a feigned threat, though the blade never descended. Oh dear! The old man promptly collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony and lamenting, You've struck me, immortal, you've struck me. The burly man, now in a state of panic, rushed to assist the old man. Is 28 taels not acceptable? Please, get up. What 28 taels? Did I not just state 100 taels? The burly man cursed under his breath, tossed a low-grade spirit stone, and hastily seized the gourd before fleeing. Chu Ning felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What on earth was this? Was the old man some sort of transcendent sage? He appeared to be merely a con artist. However, in the next moment, two cultivators clad in the attire of the demon sect descended upon the stall. We have just conducted a patrol and discovered acts of violence here. Is this true? The old man chuckled amiably. No need for concern, esteemed immortals. This old man is quite fine. The two cultivators nodded slightly.
Chu Ning understood.
Since this area was under the protection of the demon sect, it was governed by them. This must be the demon sect's method of exerting control over other cultivators. But was this benevolence towards the common folk truly the act of those within the demon sect? Shouldn't they be oppressing the populace instead of being referred to as esteemed immortals? As the two cultivators turned to leave, Chu Ning curiously approached to inquire, Old man, was the person who just purchased your gourd a cultivator? The old man, upon noticing Chu Ning's attire, instantly beamed with delight. Ah, ha ha, you two are an esteemed immortal. Indeed, that man was clearly a cultivator. These practitioners often possess wealth. Feel free to set your prices. If they wish to buy, they shall. After all, this old man does not rely on this for a living. However, should one with a fiery temper come along, one may threaten them. The immortal sect favors us mortals. As long as I firmly assert that he intended to strike me, that individual will surely be apprehended. Chu Ning felt another twitch at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The old man laughed heartily. What is there to fear? Should that man dare to kill me, he would undoubtedly have his head displayed for all to see within 10 days. You must have seen the heads hanging from the city walls, yes? They are all such. It wasn't always like this. In my youth, I could only kneel before those cultivators, fearing to anger the immortals. But ever since this city was established under the immortal sect's jurisdiction, this is the situation we find ourselves in today. It is said to be all thanks to that demon lord. The immortal is a disciple of the demon sect. The immortal sect. The demon sect? Is their reputation truly so favorable? Chu Ning nodded in response to this revelation. Had he not previously berated the demon lord? Perhaps he ought to refrain from such comments in the future. The world of cultivation appeared to espouse equality among all. This demon lord was indeed remarkable. After finishing his inquiries, Chu Ning prepared to take his leave. But the old man suddenly called out, "Esteemed immortal, look at you. With your flowing robes and sword at your side, you exude an air of celestial grace. Why not purchase a gourd of wine? It is often said that the bright moon, the sound of pines in the wind, the snow-drenched red stove, the long sword riding the breeze, and the beauty accompanied by fine wine, are all elements cherished by those who pursue the path of cultivation. This old man observes that the crimson gourd complements the celestial master splendidly." Chu Ning chuckled. "You certainly possess a way with words, old sir." The old man smiled in return. "Ah, who hasn't he dreamed of transcending to immortality? However, not everyone is afforded such an opportunity. In my youth, I pondered these matters as well, but alas." He sighed. "Well, I lack the 100 taels of silver, and you have openly admitted to deceiving me. Am I to fall for such trickery?" The old man waved his hand dismissively. "What you say, celestial master, rings true, yet one must consider who can be deceived. That fellow just now was clearly a gullible one. If not him, then who else? All these goods were sourced from afar, and I offer you the gourd at cost merely 5 taels. It's not particularly remarkable, but it is rather aesthetically pleasing." Chu Ning gazed at the red gourd before him, feeling a stir of desire. One must admit, this old man truly understands human nature. If only I could share the sword with my master. Ahem, to soar through the skies together, savoring fine wine amidst the scenery. Very well, I shall purchase it. The disparity between 5 taels and 100 is indeed substantial. Upon receiving the crimson wine gourd, the old man even presented a strap to secure it to one's waist. The gourd was entirely crimson, round and smooth, of excellent quality. 5 taels was not a loss at all. Now, to procure some wine, I just encountered a tavern. As Chu Ning was about to turn, he suddenly heard a notification. Detected a common sword nurturing gourd. Nurturing gourd. When placed with a long sword, it can gradually elevate the quality of the flying sword to match that of the nurturing gourd. Contribution points can be used to enhance the nurturing gourd to celestial grade. Chu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. When did the system acquire such capabilities? Goodness, fortune has arrived, and nothing can stand in its way. He glanced at the remaining 2 gourds before him. Without hesitation, he withdrew all his savings. "Old sir, I shall take the remaining gourds as well." The old man was immediately delighted. "Excellent. I can return home now. It's a deal. Remember, there's no backing out." Chapter 40. The lizard man Chu Ning. Upon acquiring the 2 remaining gourd-shaped artifacts from the old man, Chu Ning dashed away without a backward glance. The sword-nurturing gourd. It possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the quality of the sword it envelopes, allowing one to simply cast a blade within and watch its caliber gradually ascend. Although these were mere mundane items, what if this gourd were of celestial quality? Would it not be possible to effortlessly produce several enchanted swords? Finding a secure location, Chu Ning began to inspect his newfound treasures. 1 black and 1 purple. Regrettably, the black gourd turned out to be nothing more than a reasonably shaped wine vessel. Nonetheless, he had only spent 15 taels of silver to acquire 2 sword-nurturing gourds. Such a lucrative deal. Ah, speaking of which, if this gourd can detect enhancements, why cannot his own sword be elevated as well? Surely, it would be worth spending some contribution points to elevate it to celestial quality. Spirit artifacts are categorized from the lowest to the highest as mundane, middle grade, upper grade, spiritual, and celestial, with divine artifacts existing beyond, yet remaining elusive, rumored to be a mere handful within the realm. treasured by the three sects as their ultimate treasures. Hence, celestial quality is already the pinnacle of the contemporary world. Should his flying sword attain celestial quality, his strength would undoubtedly amplify further. However, oblivious and unaware of his master's identity, Chu Ning could not fathom that the very first sword gifted to him by Ji Qingqiu was of celestial rank. At present, Chu Ning focused on the two sword-nurturing gourds. He decided to keep the red one for himself, while the purple one would be a fitting gift for his master. After all, the purple hue complemented his master rather well, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the sight of his master wielding it. With that in mind, he resolved to attempt an enhancement. Would you like to use 1,000 contribution points to elevate the quality of the sword-nurturing gourd? Without hesitation, Chu Ning affirmed that any enhancement was indeed worthwhile. It seemed this gourd had gone unnoticed by other cultivators precisely because it was mundane. He had only discerned its profound nature through the assistance of the system. Using 10 contribution points, the sword-nurturing gourd is elevated to middle grade. Using 100 contribution points, the sword-nurturing gourd is elevated to upper grade. Chu Ning continued to invest contribution points. Using 1,000 contribution points, the sword-nurturing gourd is elevated to spiritual quality. Seeing the advantageous outcome, he wisely refrained from further attempts, as celestial quality likely required a staggering 10,000 points. The sword-nurturing gourd, pinnacle of spiritual quality, can cultivate a sword to the peak of spiritual quality and can nurture up to 5 flying swords. At this moment, the red wine gourd in his hand gleamed with newfound vitality. Although it still appeared to be an ordinary wine gourd, it had undergone a remarkable transformation, achieving a qualitative leap, a transformation that had occurred thrice. Without a second thought, Chu Ning also elevated the gourd intended for his master to the pinnacle of spiritual quality. It was a gesture of filial piety from the disciple. His master had cared for him immensely. What was wrong with gifting a gourd? After all, his master wielded a sword. Nurturing swords was surely a commendable endeavor, was it not? Eventually, when he amassed more contribution points, he could elevate it to celestial quality. For now, pursuing celestial enhancement was impractical, as Chu Ning had many other improvements in mind. At this juncture, he cast a glance at his status panel. Chu Ning, spiritual root, superior quality, cultivation level, second stage mastery, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms, perfection, body, supreme heavenly demon physique progress, perfect, can use 10,000 contribution points to advance to transformation stage. After investing 220 points to enhance the sword nourishing gourd, he still has 11,990 contribution points remaining. It is evident that the remaining points should be reserved for this purpose. The sword nourishing gourd does not enhance one's combat prowess but serves merely as a vessel for nurturing flying swords. True strength lies in the enhancement of one's own abilities. Chu Ning quickly located an inn and commenced his cultivation. He directly invested 10,000 contribution points. Soon, he entered a deep meditative state. He felt as though the meridians within him were being reshaped. Countless warm currents coursed through him, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, causing the doors and windows of the inn to tremble. The supreme heavenly demon physique greatly amplifies physical strength and power, allowing him to traverse through the secret realm, battling through 8 levels to reach the 9th. At this stage, if the supreme heavenly demon physique only brought him to this point, it would be a disservice to what Ji Qingqiu referred to as the body of the heavenly path. There are indeed ways to grow stronger through the tempering of the body and the cleansing of demonic energy. But why not utilize the advantages at hand? Suddenly, a transformation enveloped Chu Ning. His skin gradually darkened to a deep purple hue, adorned with intricate patterns and esoteric symbols, resembling the secret scriptures of the heavenly path, signifying the formidable nature of his current physique. His body gradually hardened and solidified. Even his face became covered with a layer of demonic armor, akin to a fearsome creature. After a while, Chu Ning sensed his newfound power, took a deep breath, and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing his dramatically transformed skin, he was taken aback. What in the world is this? Chu Ning hurriedly rushed to the mirror, and at that moment, his reflection bore no resemblance to his former self. With scales covering his body and a demonic visage atop his head, nearly overwhelming him with despair. He resembled a lizard man. Damn, I admit my strength now surpasses what it was before by several folds. With this power, I could face my senior sister, who nearly defeated me, without having to exchange injuries for kills. But this is exceedingly hideous. Though not entirely so. In this demonic state, there's a unique aura of dominance and majesty, as if a demon lord has descended. But will my master still fancy me? Damn it! Perhaps I should have refrained from advancing. But in the next moment, a thought struck Chu Ning. It seemed that the supreme heavenly demon physique could be deactivated at will, right? With a focused thought, the demonic form indeed vanished. Chu Ning was overjoyed. Now, with the supreme heavenly demon physique of the transformation stage, he could manipulate his demonic form at will, serving as a hidden trump card. For everyday practice, it was better to wield a sword, at least it looked handsome. Chu Ning glanced at the two sword nourishing gourds. With his current level, the maximum capacity for nurturing flying swords was 5. What could his opponent even do? If they couldn't defeat him, he could simply switch to his demonic form and scare them senseless. Chu Ning couldn't help but smile, casually stowing the gourds into his storage bag, and prepared to go for a drink. It must be said, the old man spoke of matters that piqued his interest. Under the moonlight, alongside my master, I wielded the sword, clasping my master's hand, indulging in a sip of wine. Thoughts wandered into ambiguity. Regardless, off to procure some wine. At the sword gate, within the confines of a prison cell, Ji Qingxiu directly extracted the souls of 3 imprisoned Confucian disciples, delving into their memories. With her third disciple, Luo Yu's capabilities, such an investigation would typically be straightforward. However, these souls appeared to be shielded by some form of barrier. Yet this posed no challenge for her.
Moments later.
Ji Qingxiu discerned the reason. They had been tampered with by individuals from the Yin-Yang sect, seemingly having crossed continents to orchestrate something. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu furrowed her brow. But the great continent's barrier. Unless a sage personally intervenes, any tampering would be futile, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be akin to seeking death? Ji Qingxiu shook her head. No, these Confucians are not prone to such folly. It is merely the nature of their arrangement that eludes us. With that, she shattered the souls, their bodies dissolving into a mist of blood. The practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect severed these souls to prevent the true bodies from discovering the truth, presumably to serve the interests of the demon sect. The demon sect still had its master, and even with the Confucians exerting their full strength, they would gain no advantage, let alone the Yin-Yang sect. Luo Yu scoffed, a mere Yin-Yang sect. Either my senior sister or my second senior sister could easily annihilate their entire lineage. What could they possibly achieve? Nevertheless, an investigation was essential. More disciples should be dispatched for surveillance. As for the Confucian disciples who had been manipulated, the true body had already discerned their methods. Adding a barrier atop the existing one would suffice, and it should be completed swiftly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt puzzled. Is master anxious? Ji Qingxiu replied calmly, your junior brother is unfamiliar with this place. I fear complications may arise. Then I shall assist master. Chapter 41. Is my master teasing me? In the evening, within the streets of Guan City, Chu Ning observed the citizens and cultivators, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. This place was undoubtedly exceptional, as the control exerted by the demon sect allowed the common folk to stand on equal footing with the practitioners. Even that old man dared to provoke a cultivator, which spoke volumes about the confidence in the demon sect's authority. Perhaps such tactics were merely a means to win hearts and minds, for the demon sect was the foremost sect in the southern barbarian wilderness. Yet, who exactly was the demon sovereign to harbor such thoughts? Perhaps I shall understand upon meeting him. With that thought, he raised his wine gourd and took a sip. The beverage was the priciest available locally, yet it still lacked a certain finesse, especially when compared to the wine gifted by his master. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his musings. Learning to drink at such a young age? What will happen when you grow up? His master continued, I feel it is necessary to discipline my junior apprentice. How can one neglect their cultivation and venture out to buy wine? Turning around, Chu Ning found Luo Yu grinning at him, while Ji Qingxiu appeared indifferent, though she seemed to find a certain charm in the sight of Chu Ning, sword in hand and wine in the other.
Chu Ning chuckled awkwardly.
A small drink brings joy, It does not hinder my cultivation, as I only ventured out after my practice. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted slightly. As your master, I sense that your supreme demon body has made significant progress, and the change is remarkable. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. The supreme demon body? The very body of the demon ancestor from years past? Could it be that the recent phenomenon in the sect was triggered by your awakening? I felt the fluctuations of the heavenly Tao even in Dali. Is that true? Chu Ning smiled. Perhaps it was just good fortune. I awakened suddenly. However, I feel only a slight enhancement in my physical strength. Nothing more. Ji Qingqiu responded with confusion. What do you mean nothing more? Did you not traverse 9 levels in the demon treasure land? As cultivators, we need not be modest, especially since you are my master's disciple. Luo Yu was stunned once more. Then, does that mean he has surpassed me? I can accept it, but even master has said that the former senior sister's talent was on par with his. If he has indeed surpassed her and even crossed 9 levels, he has bested master himself? Chu Ning was about to correct her, but Ji Qingqiu interjected. Indeed, he has surpassed us. After being kissed by Ninger that day, who could possibly entertain thoughts of competing? She was the one most eager to escape. Is that not a victory? Chu Ning, feeling somewhat helpless, merely cast a pained glance at Ji Qingqiu without saying a word. As cultivators, there are always those stronger than us. It is best to remain humble. Otherwise, one may attract the attention of a child of destiny, becoming a formidable adversary. Besides, as the head of the demon sect, I am undoubtedly the villain in this tale. For the sake of longevity, it is wiser to maintain a low profile. Luo Yu, lost in thought for a moment, displayed a hint of admiration. I did not expect our junior apprentice to be so extraordinary. Since he has only just reached the 2nd realm, he must diligently cultivate to conquer all 6 layers of the secret realm. That would make him an unprecedented disciple. Chu Ning, feeling helpless, reluctantly acquiesced. In his eyes, this senior sister was indeed quite remarkable. Ji Qingqiu cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yu. If there are no pressing matters, perhaps you should investigate that disciple of the Yinyang school. This esteemed master will remain here for a few days to guide you in your path to sanctification. Your foundation is already substantial, and there is no need for further accumulation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu clasped her hands in gratitude. Disciple thanks you, master. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. Ji Qingqiu's gaze then landed upon Chu Ning. Do you have something to say? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, a smile creeping onto his face. Did the master send away the senior sister because she sensed he had something to discuss? Ji Qingqiu shook her head, saying, what she intended to do is of great importance. She accompanied me here merely to exchange a few words with you. She is easygoing. There is no need for formality in your interactions. Once she attains sanctification, you may spar with her. Chu Ning's expression was swiftly replaced by a look of bewilderment. When the master had mentioned Luo Yu's sanctification, he thought he had misheard. Sanctification? The realm of the sage. The same realm that the master had previously stated could only be reached through the right timing, location, and harmony among people. His senior sister could attain sanctification? Master, you just mentioned that senior sister Luo is entering sanctification. Chu Ning swallowed hard. What level is she at now? Ji Qingqiu frowned slightly. Naturally, she is at the level of Wangchuan. She has been cultivating for 300 years, so it is only right for her to attain sanctification. Chu Ning was immediately stunned. 300 years of cultivation? Does that mean the master must be even older? No, that is not the point. Chu Ning understood the principle that cultivators remain eternally youthful at 18. However, the crux of the matter is that if senior sister is to achieve sanctification under the master's guidance, does that imply the master is superior to her? Dare I ask, master, what realm do you occupy? Chu Ning was flabbergasted, for the first time perceiving just how formidable his master truly was. Previously, he had only sensed her strength subtly, considering they spent so much time together and observing her impressive abilities. Could it be that the master is also a sage, or perhaps even beyond that? Ji Qingqiu suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled at Chu Ning, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ning took a deep breath. If the master chose not to speak, it was fine. He would eventually discover the truth. Indeed, it seems Ninger should truly explore this world and not remain in ignorance. Perhaps you should venture out and inquire about your master. Your confusion would surely be resolved. The more straightforward and obvious the question, the less inclined Chu Ning felt to ask. Ji Qingqiu found it rather amusing, listening to her disciple mutter about the demon lord and criticize her. One could only imagine the delightful expressions that would unfold should he discover that the demon lord is indeed her. Ji Qingqiu smiled and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Only then did Chu Ning recall, hastily retrieving a purple sword-nurturing gourd from his storage bag and presenting it.
Yi Qingqiu, puzzled.
Accepted it, but her expression shifted slightly as she held it. A sword-nurturing gourd? Observing its aura, it seems to be a peak spiritual grade sword-nurturing gourd. For sword cultivators, the significance of the sword-nurturing gourd is self-evident. The lethality of sword cultivators is unparalleled, reigning supreme among all forms of combat. However, such formidable power comes at the cost of the sword's wear and tear, particularly when high-ranked flying swords suffer damage. The repercussions can be substantial. Within the sect, sword cultivators might even exhaust their fortunes to acquire or forge a high-ranked flying sword, often unable to find a suitable one in a short span. Yet, with the sword-nurturing gourd, one can cultivate flying swords and select the most suitable ones, ensuring that at least one reliable sword is always at hand, thus guaranteeing their lethality. In the demonic sect, the sword-nurturing gourd is not particularly rare. However, a peak spiritual grade sword-nurturing gourd is a treasure possessed by only a few within the entire sect. Ji Qingqiu chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair. "What a remarkable item! Where did you acquire it?" "I purchased it for 15 taels from a street vendor." "This one also belongs to me," Chu Ning replied. After speaking, he cast a peculiar glance at Ji Qingqiu, initially expecting her to be astonished upon recognizing its value, but surprisingly, she showed no reaction whatsoever. To cultivate 5 peak spiritual grade flying swords at once. Surely, it was the fact that it was not an immortal grade item that left her unfazed. After all, could cultivate immortal grade flying swords. How many of such treasures exist in this world? That his master did not even furrow her brow seemed utterly astonishing. He yearned to experience the joy of receiving compliments from her. With a sigh, Chu Ning lifted the gourd and took a sip.
Yi Qingqiu chuckled lightly.
There must certainly be surprise. Ninger presenting such a fine item to me brings great joy. Now, shall we discuss how to utilize this sword-nurturing gourd? Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he recognized it as a sword-nurturing gourd, its application remained unclear to him. Should he place his own Zuzhen sword inside to nurture it to the peak spiritual grade? Just as he intended to speak, the red gourd was suddenly snatched from his grasp by Ji Qingqiu. Believing his master to have taken a liking to it, he was taken aback when he saw her raise the gourd to her lips and take a sip. With her flawless white collarbone and elegantly lifted chin, she was a vision of beauty. A few drops of the liquid cascaded down her neck, which she casually wiped away. After savoring the taste, she frowned slightly. "The flavor is quite poor. I must request some good wine from your master uncle upon our return to the sect." With that, she returned the gourd to Chu Ning. He was left in a daze. "Master, this gourd. I've used it." Ji Qingqiu remained unfazed. "Oh, how would I know? That can't be right. Master must be aware. You were right behind me when I was drinking. She surely must have seen." Chu Ning followed closely behind Ji Qingqiu, incessantly emphasizing his point, while she steadfastly denied it. His heart raced as he could no longer resist grasping her hand. Surely, his master was being deliberate. Chapter 42. Chu Ning in bewilderment, the sword spirit of the immortal sword. As the two walked along the path, a profound silence enveloped them. "If there is anywhere you wish to visit, my disciple, I shall accompany you," the master suggested. Yet, Chu Ning found himself devoid of any particular destination. It was evident that his master was deliberately teasing him, though he would not admit it. Glancing down at the wine gourd, Chu Ning took a deliberate sip in front of Ji Qingqiu. "Wherever you lead, I shall follow," he declared. Ji Qingqiu scrutinized Chu Ning for a moment. Chu Ning swallowed nervously, his heart fluttering with unease. Did his master not exhibit any reaction? "What reaction?" he inquired. Both master and disciple had partaken from the wine gourd. Upon reflection, The mouth of the gourd bore a hint of sweetness. Yet whether this was mere illusion remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Chu Ning was convinced it was indeed sweet.
Yi King chuckled softly.
What have I consumed? Chu Ning could only remain speechless, his frustration mounting. It was unmistakable that his master was intentionally provoking him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Surely, he could not inquire directly whether his master harbored feelings for him, for that would render him a wayward disciple. Master, has the barrier on the continent been repaired? Chu Ning ventured to ask. It was not a troublesome task. Some rodents managed to infiltrate, but their intentions remain unclear. Your senior sister has gone to investigate, though it is likely that the practitioners of the Inyang school are proceeding with great caution. The Inyang school?
Chu Ning ponderet, somevhat perplexet.
The three teachings, Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, each dominate a continent. Presently, they stood at the border of the Great Li dynasty, directly facing the Confucians. Shouldn't the Inyang school be more closely aligned with Taoism? Ji Qingqiu suddenly smiled. I had assumed you were oblivious to these matters, yet you seem to possess a fair amount of knowledge. Chu Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment, resigning himself to the fact that he did not know as much as he should. Ji Qingqiu elaborated, in earlier times, the Inyang school was indeed based in the northern Qingming continent. However, their path and cultivation methods closely resembled those of the Taoists. The great celestial lord of Taoism once sought to recruit them, but the founder of the Inyang school refused. Consequently, they faced suppression and, through a transaction, allied with the Confucians to migrate to the eastern Harem continent. Alas, their power has waned, reduced to mere scheming rodents. Nodding thoughtfully, Chu Ning raised his gaze, noticing that passers-by cast various glances their way, some filled with envy, others with curiosity. This attention unsettled him. If they were companions in the way, it would be one thing. After all, where could they find a more attractive partner than him? But this was his master. The scrutiny from those around them felt invasive. What if someone recognized his master? In moments of privacy, he felt at ease, but this was the bustling city. What if an acquaintance spotted them? You actually allow your disciple to hold your hand and even provide him with facial cleanser? The reputation of his master was paramount. He himself was less concerned. Master, perhaps we should find a more secluded place? Upon uttering these words, Chu Ning distinctly felt Ji Qingqiu's grip on his hand tighten, momentarily taken aback. In a secluded place. Chu Ning was suddenly flustered, hurriedly explaining, Master, I did not mean that. I am merely concerned for your reputation.
Yi King suddenly chuckled.
What do you intend to do in a deserted area? Chu Ning cleared his throat, quickly regaining his composure. Naturally, it is to learn the usage of the sword-nurturing gourd. And where might that be? Disciple. Disciple has just opened an inn to cultivate. Very well. Chu Ning let out a sigh of relief. Why did he always feel so guilty, as if he were committing some illicit act? He simply wished to find a secluded space to hold hands and savor the time spent with his master. Ah, wasn't that something a normal master and disciple should not engage in? Nevertheless, the thought of being alone with his master, with only her presence beside him, filled Chu Ning with excitement. He had long ceased to be a typical disciple. Within the inn, Ji Qingqiu examined the sword-nurturing gourd in her hand, then retrieved a standard longsword crafted by the sect. A weapon, once forged, could not be whimsically altered in size. It remained as it was created, and its quality could not be enhanced. After all, how could a weapon made of ordinary iron be casually upgraded? Yet, this sword-nurturing gourd could achieve such feats, which is precisely why it is so precious. A peak spiritual grade sword-nurturing gourd, when a mundane longsword is placed within, could elevate it to the level of peak spiritual grade in roughly 10 years. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. How long? 10 years? Ji Qingqiu cast him a peculiar glance. Are you expecting to produce one in a single day? Moreover, nurturing a flying sword also requires the investment of spiritual stones. 10 years for a peak spiritual grade sword is already commendable. Currently, there are no more than 100 people in the southern barbarian wilderness capable of forging peak spiritual grade long swords, and they require superior materials. This, however, only necessitates spiritual stones. Having said that, Ji Qingqiu infused spiritual energy into the sword-nurturing gourd, and the longsword was swiftly absorbed into the gourd. This is sufficient. The gourd is rich in spiritual energy and will not require further investment of spiritual stones for the time being.
Chu Ning nodded.
Then drew the Zhu Xian sword from his waist, preparing to experiment. How do I fit it inside? I need to infuse it with spiritual energy, right? Chu Ning quickly grasped the method and attempted to insert the Zhu Xian sword into the gourd. However, for some unknown reason, the mouth of the gourd exhibited a formidable resistance, seemingly refusing to accept it.
Yi Qingqiu smiled lightly.
If that sword were truly to fit inside, I fear the sword's aura would simply tear the gourd apart. Chu Ning was taken aback. Why is that? Is it because I am using it incorrectly? Your sword's quality surpasses that of the sword-nurturing gourd. The sword possesses spirit. How could it be bound by the gourd? Unless it were a divine-grade sword-nurturing gourd, even a celestial-grade one would not suffice. Chu Ning was once again stunned. He slowly lifted the long sword in his hand, gazing at it in bewilderment. So, Master implies that this sword... Ji Qingqiu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Celestial grade. Chu Ning's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this sword truly celestial grade? Why does it feel just like wielding an ordinary sword? I've never sensed anything extraordinary about it. It's merely a tad more comfortable to use. Master, you didn't deceive me, did you? Could this truly be a divine artifact? It has not yet acknowledged you as its master, so your current inability to perceive its essence is quite normal. With that, Ji Qingqiu traced her finger along the blade. The sword shimmered with an otherworldly light, transforming into a petite girl. Chu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as the girl turned around, her expression suddenly shifting. Without a word, she approached Chu Ning and delivered a swift kick. Do you take me for a fool? How dare you use that shabby sword-nurturing gourd to impersonate me? And you had the audacity to use me to cut flesh? I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Chu Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, What the? Turned into a person. Master, save me. Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly, then swiftly sealed the sword spirit and returned it to Chu Ning. The latter felt a lingering trepidation. This is a sword spirit? Why hadn't I noticed it before? Ji Qingqiu explained with a smile, Given your current prowess, how could you possibly control a sword spirit? This sword is exceptionally difficult to cultivate. Its essence is born with spirit, and if it possesses considerable intelligence, it will resist being tamed. Once your strength increases, you may attempt to communicate with it. Chu Ning remained in disbelief, reflecting on the time he had spent with the sword, which he had merely considered a decent magical artifact. After all, it was a gift from his master. Now, to hear Ji Qingqiu claim it to be a celestial sword? He had even intended to elevate this divine sword to the pinnacle of spiritual quality. If he had truly forced it, he might have shattered the gourd, but what he feared most was being caught in the crossfire alongside it. That girl certainly appeared fierce. Chu Ning hastily stowed the sword away, daunted by the situation. Looking up, he swallowed nervously as he gazed at Ji Qingqiu. As a newly accepted disciple, my master has gifted me a celestial sword. There are hardly any divine weapons in existence, and a celestial sword is undoubtedly the highest tier. To be directly bestowed the finest sword in the realm. Master, who exactly are you? Ji Qingqiu affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair. You can discover the answer upon returning to the sect. Regardless of my identity, am I not still your master? Chu Ning sighed, his expression laden with concern. I fear you might be some great figure. Being your disciple must entail considerable pressure.
Yi Qingqiu's smile broadened.
If you feel pressured, how can you still dare to hold my hand? Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Let us continue discussing the matter of the sword-nurturing gourd. Chapter 43. The Disciple's Innocence. What is amiss with a mere embrace of the master? The sword-nurturing gourd may not merit much commentary, yet it can indeed be employed to cultivate several flying swords. However, you presently possess a celestial sword. Albeit its spirit is sealed, it suffices for your needs. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, taking a sip of wine to quell his unease. The master's words had left him somewhat flustered. As for holding the master's hand, was it not initiated by the master? Previously, it was merely the shadow of a demon he held, not the master in person. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ning. The master had just mentioned that the spiritual embryo of celestial quality is exceedingly difficult to nurture. If the system can detect the sword-nurturing gourd, why can it not discern the celestial extermination sword? Even if it is sealed, it should not be so. Ji Qingxiu nodded in agreement. The creations of heaven and earth allow the spiritual embryo to be forged into various weapons, artifacts, and armors, all possessing celestial quality. Is there potential for growth once the forging is complete? Generally, there is none, but the sword is an exception due to the existence of the sword-nurturing gourd. Ji Qingxiu explained with a smile. There was a venerable Taoist who, prior to his ascension, planted 7 gourds, which are the primordial sword-nurturing gourds of the world. The gourds found across the 4 continents can be said to have been cultivated from those ancestral gourds. Chu Ning suddenly realized something profound. The forging of a sword is inherently dependent on its material. Aside from the existence of the sword-nurturing gourd, it is impossible for it to be improved. For instance, wrought iron will only yield a chopping knife, and no method can elevate it due to material constraints. The sword-nurturing gourd, however, possesses an upper limit set by the ancestral gourd, indicating a potential for growth. With such growth potential, does that provide an opportunity to enhance it with contribution points? Chu Ning began to grasp the concept. His spiritual roots, techniques, and physique were all similarly aligned, thus enabling his advancement. However, the contribution points required for each enhancement were substantial, particularly regarding his physique. It might be worth contemplating how to elevate the sword-nurturing gourd to divine quality, which could potentially allow for the nurturing of a divine flying sword. Oh my, with the 3 teachings plus the demon sect being so limited and he, Chu Ning, possessing one. How extraordinary! Ji Qingxiu suddenly noticed the exuberance in Chu Ning's expression. Her curiosity piqued. What is it? Do you desire another celestial weapon? Chu Ning smiled and shook his head. The one bestowed by the master suffices, yet according to the master, if the sword-nurturing gourd reaches divine quality, does that imply the possibility of enhancing the extermination sword to divine quality as well? Indeed, Ji Qingxiu affirmed, bringing great joy to Chu Ning. However, a bucket of cold water was soon poured over him. Even if it were possible, nurturing a divine flying sword would likely deplete the entire demon sect's spiritual stones and require several millennia. Chu Ning felt a twinge of regret. Such a cost would be exorbitant. He might not even live to wield a divine flying sword. Yet suddenly, a thought occurred to Chu Ning. Master, could I possibly have one of those sect-standard long swords? Ji Qingxiu, somewhat puzzled, nevertheless procured one. Chu Ning promptly stored it within the sword-nurturing gourd. The sword-cultivating gourd, a pinnacle of spiritual treasures. Trainable flying swords. 4. Flying sword, ordinary iron sword, trainable. Indeed, the flying sword, which initially possessed no growth attributes, can now be cultivated within. As long as one's contribution value is sufficient, one can easily forge celestial and divine artifacts. However, this task is rather trivial, only granting a meager 10,000 each time. The enhancement of spiritual roots is insufficient, the improvement of techniques is lacking, and the cultivation of flying swords with the sword-cultivating gourd remains inadequate. Couldn't there be more explosive tasks? Ji Qingxiu began to ponder. Why was Ninger troubled again? Sometimes, she could intuitively discern Chu Ning's thoughts, those easily recognizable desires for hand-holding or embraces, which she could playfully tease. But at this moment, she found herself unable to fathom the source of Chu Ning's mood. Ji Qingxiu also wished to share in his emotions. Suddenly, Chu Ning inquired curiously, Master. Master, your cultivation level is certainly that of a sage. Why do you not wield a celestial sword but rather this inferior sect's flying sword? Ji Qingxiu contemplated for a moment. Perhaps it was because she felt there was little difference? While a sword cultivator's lethality indeed relies on the sword, her master had no need for it. And why is that? It relates to my innate talent. The heavenly Tao sword bone, a body of the heavenly Tao, coupled with my divine talents, unparalleled in history. In my hands, all things may become swords, wielding power indistinguishable from that of celestial swords. This is due to my innate qualities. Celestial swords offer me no advantage. Thus I have bestowed a few upon my disciples. Yet now, I find myself truly impoverished. Devoid of even a single celestial sword, relying solely on the sword-cultivating gourd gifted by my disciples. Master is indeed formidable, likely not inferior to that demon lord. Ji Qingqiu smiled with narrowed eyes, embracing Chu Ning affectionately. If no one were to provoke our demonic sect, then the prowess of my master would be inconsequential. All cultivators in the world seek the Tao, content to cultivate diligently within their own domains. However, should someone covet your possessions, one must possess a strong fist. The principles of cultivation are no different. Of course, Ninger, you have your own thoughts. This is merely my own path. Chu Ning indeed aspired for longevity. Who does not cherish it? Yet, with higher cultivation and greater strength, longevity becomes a mere byproduct. Does it not? The key is that others do not dare to provoke you, which brings even more tranquility. He felt himself beginning to be influenced by his master. After spending every day in such proximity, it would be strange not to be affected. The softness behind him pressed against his back, causing Chu Ning's thoughts to grow somewhat impure. Forget it, as long as my heart remains pure, it is fine. But my heart is anything but pure. Chu Ning raised his head, about to speak, but suddenly locked eyes with Ji Qingqiu. Master, you wouldn't have been watching me the entire time, would you? Ji Qingqiu's gaze was gentle, yet she said nothing. That exquisite beauty was so close, a faint fragrance wafting towards him, causing Chu Ning's heart to race once more, and he could not help but bite his lip. The master always holds the disciple. Cautiously, Chu Ning ventured, "May I embrace you, master?"
Yi Qingqiu chuckled lightly.
Surely you do not intend to inquire if your master feels cold? I suggest you observe the sky. It is not yet evening, and your reasoning is insufficient. Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with realization. Does that mean it would be acceptable in the evening? Absolutely not, for we are master and disciple. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. But master embraces me. Why may I not embrace you? This seems unjust. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment, then suddenly found an answer. As you mentioned last night, purity of heart signifies innocence. When I hold you, it is in the capacity of a master, thus it is innocent. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? I too possess a clear heart. Indeed, but if your heart were truly clear, would you desire to embrace your master? Ji Qingqiu, with a twinkle in her eye, observed the flustered Chu Ning with amusement. Chu Ning scratched his head. So when you embrace me, your heart is clear? Ji Qingqiu smiled but offered no response. Once more, Chu Ning declared, visibly agitated. He could not believe that his master, while holding him, harbored no thoughts at all. How then could he explain the events of last night? Ah, as long as I firmly assert my innocence, the master has no evidence. After all, how could he prove the master's purity? With this thought in mind, Chu Ning, without further ado, threw his arms around her. Ji Qingqiu was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Ninger, what is this? Chu Ning looked up, his expression earnest. Disciple, I am pure of heart, very pure. Ji Qingqiu sighed deeply. Alas, Ninger has been led astray. Could it be that you learned this from that vixen? Perhaps I should expel that vixen from the sect. Chapter 44. Ninger can only belong to her. In the inn, the moments of solitude shared between the two were particularly leisurely. Embracing her master, an unruly disciple, she found it difficult to let go. The fragrant softness of her master was so appealing that she wished to hold her forever. Especially the affectionate indulgence bestowed by the elder sister, a sensation that Chu Ning had never experienced before, made her yearn to be close to her master each day. Of course, this was primarily for the sake of cultivation, to receive better guidance in her training. Ji Qingqiu was initially taken aback. While her embrace of Ninger could be interpreted as a demonstration of a master's concern for her disciple, it was another matter entirely for a disciple to profess innocence while engaging in such rebellious conduct. The blushing young woman reached out to ruffle Chu Ning's hair, pondering how deeply attached her disciple was to her. Why do I feel like you are just a child? Chu Ning nuzzled against Ji Qingqiu's chest, mumbling, in front of my master, am I not just a child? Ji Qingqiu sighed in exasperation. Your reasoning is too outrageous. Even children cannot behave this way. Nevertheless, you are indeed Ninger. Now that you've entered the second realm, you must diligently study the control of demonic energy to acquire more techniques. How can you cultivate properly if you spend your days like this? Chu Ning smiled, releasing Ji Qingqiu to draw forth the Zhuxian sword. With her fingers gliding across the blade, a rich wave of demonic energy enveloped it. Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted, seemingly impressed. After her recent match with senior sister Zhou, she had mastered all the practical techniques from the demonic arts. Although her talent was somewhat lacking, she was still of superior spiritual root quality. Having just broken through to the second realm and condensed the heavenly demon image, her capabilities were far beyond those of an average practitioner at this level. Her understanding of the demonic arts had reached perfection, allowing her to learn swiftly. Thus, when competing against Zhou Yujin again, she would not suffer any losses this time. Ji Qingqiu nodded with a smile. In that case, let's practice a bit with your master. Chu Ning was taken aback and quickly shook her head. I cannot bring myself to strike my master. If you were to attack me, would I even dare to retaliate? Ji Qingqiu sighed. Oh, you. But in the next moment, the world shifted. Amid their laughter, Chu Ning found herself in a bamboo forest. The sound of a zither floated through the air, reminiscent of the bamboo grove where she had previously battled with Ji Qingqiu in the heavenly demon realm. With a casual wave, Ji Qingqiu summoned several shadowy figures of the sex prodigies before Chu Ning. The training of my disciple is paramount. If you wish for intimacy after your practice, that is of no consequence, but to remain in such a state now is simply unacceptable. These are shadows within the second realm of the heavenly demon realm. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned, her mouth twitching. Master, can you truly summon the shadows from the heavenly demon realm? Not quite, Ji Qingqiu clarified. This is merely a replication. These shadows are somewhat stronger than those in the heavenly demon realm, yet they still reside within the second realm. Indeed, Chu Ning recognized a few familiar figures. Is senior sister Luo Yu among them? The third disciple of the demon lord, also the third disciple of the master. Chu Ning suddenly raised her head as if a thought had struck her. Could it be such a coincidence? Couldn't be, it couldn't be. The demon lord is of exceedingly high stature. Although the master is no less impressive, he does not resemble the ruthless and decisive figure that is often spoken of in the sect. It must be a mere coincidence. Chu Ning dismissed this notion, casting a glance at the few familiar faces along with several unfamiliar ones, feeling a momentary unease. While she had grown accustomed to various techniques, when it came to actual combat, she still felt somewhat lacking. Master, I have only recently made a breakthrough, yet you wish for me to confront these prodigies of the sect. Ji Qingqiu shook her head. I believe you are quite ready. There is no need to squander time here. It is essential to solidify your foundation and make further breakthroughs. Chu Ning chuckled lightly. That is not my intention, master. She inquired. What is it that you wish to ask? Is there any reward? Ji Qingqiu rubbed her forehead, puzzled. Had Ninger always been so straightforward in seeking benefits? Although she would not be stingy, she mused, upon returning to the sect, you may retrieve a suitable piece of armor from the treasure hall. Chu Ning smiled and shook her head. I do not desire that. In an instant, Ji Qingqiu understood. Observing the eager expression on Chu Ning's face, she felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, it seemed her disciple was becoming increasingly demanding. Why did it feel as though the initiative was shifting into the hands of her disciple? Initially, she intended to guide Chu Ning in her cultivation, yet now, her thoughts seemed to dwell upon her master as much as her training. If you can achieve 9 consecutive victories, I shall grant you one condition. Chu Ning swallowed hard. 9 victories? Turning her gaze, she was not surprised to find the sword-bearing young girl seated beneath the pavilion. However, compared to before, there was a noticeable lack of vitality. That was merely a shadow of the demon, not her master, who stood right before her. Could it be that she would have to face even this figure? This is absurd. The shadow of her master was undoubtedly the strongest. The auras of the first and second realms were simply not on the same level. Surely, she could not win. Chu Ning looked at Ji Qingqiu with a pitiful expression. Master, could we perhaps negotiate to 8 victories instead? Ji Qingqiu narrowed her eyes and smiled. No, if you cannot surpass 9 victories, the condition is void. I will do my utmost. Ji Qingqiu retreated to the pavilion, glancing at Chu Ning, who had already engaged in battle with the first shadow, before regaining her composure. There was no need for concern. Only the latter shadows would pose a challenge. Jiang Kai and Luo Yu enjoyed participating in these bouts, which is why their shadows remained, while the other 3 disciples were disinclined, hence their absence. However, these 2 were undoubtedly the strongest among the many disciples, and that would surely be a spectacle to behold. Ji Qingqiu smiled, thinking that Chu Ning might not emerge victorious. At least, this shadow of hers, standing there, was invincible within the same realm. This is not mere self-praise. The endowment of talent and aptitude has rendered Ji Qingqiu's cultivation remarkably smooth. Even in her mortal form, she can exude the essence of the sword. Her strength in the second realm is formidable enough to slay prodigies of the third realm, leaving Chu Ning with no hope of victory. Does Ji Qingqiu remain oblivious to Chu Ning's desires? She can effortlessly discern the thoughts directed towards her by her disciple. The dynamics of their master-disciple relationship have shifted. Although their bond remains strong, it seems to be veering towards an uncontrollable direction. Nevertheless, she allows it to unfold, for she is quite absorbed in the experience. Suddenly, the woman's gaze flickers, turning towards her youthful self. The visage is strikingly similar, yet brimming with the unrefined vitality of youth, an entirely different charm. Ji Qingqiu feels a tinge of displeasure. Why should Ning favor her? It is indeed she, yet she is not the same. The shadow and the true self are hardly comparable. Though her soul had descended that day and she had absorbed all the perceptions of the shadow, a lingering unease remains. Is it possible that Ning cherishes her past self more than the present? If that is the case, she must contemplate the complete annihilation of these shadows. Clearly, in matters such as these, whether it be her junior or anyone else, or even the shadow of her former self, Ji Qingqiu is unwilling to concede an inch.
Ning belongs solely to her.
Yes. Her disciple. Chapter 45. The Lizard Man Transform. The solid foundation brought immense advantages to Chu Ning. A breakthrough resulted in a formidable second realm. At present, what Chu Ning lacked was merely familiarity with the realm and an understanding of the intricacies of magical combat. In the first battle, he suffered numerous setbacks but still emerged victorious through a reckless approach. I do not solely practice swordsmanship. This certainly left Ji Qingqiu with a headache. Both are sword cultivators. Why does he always resort to brawling? While physical cultivation is undeniably powerful, it is akin to a blank canvas before the lethal prowess of a sword cultivator. No matter how formidable one's physique, a single stroke can sever it. Ji Qingqiu's timely reminders prompted Chu Ning to temper his inclination for hand-to-hand combat. Surely, possessing a robust physique is an advantage. Alternating strategies could lead to a swift victory. He was eager to conclude the battles and secure his master's promise. And then, however, since the master had spoken, he would wield his sword. In an instant, the bamboo grove was illuminated by the brilliance of swordplay. Ji Qingqiu appeared somewhat satisfied. She was well aware of the caliber of the sword techniques she had personally imparted to Chu Ning. While the enhancement from physical prowess is indeed an advantage, it remains crucial for Ninger to prioritize his mastery of the sword, without neglecting either aspect. In their contest, Chu Ning was devoid of any intent to engage in combat. Instead, he focused on refining his sword techniques, honed against these demonic apparitions, allowing him to adapt to any situation with unwavering composure. The 9 moves of the heavenly demon technique are all lethal strikes, yet their efficacy relies on the wielder's understanding and interpretation of the sword's essence. The initial trio posed considerable pressure for Chu Ning. Nevertheless, through the exchange of sword techniques, he gained profound insights and realizations. So this is the wisdom imparted by the master. However, the subsequent 3 disciples of the sect were an entirely different matter. Their comprehension of realms far surpassed Chu Ning's, and their swordsmanship was equally remarkable. With no alternative, he was compelled to resort to fisticuffs. At this point, he had employed and familiarized himself with every conceivable tactic of the second realm. If he could not prevail, it was merely a matter of understanding. The same amount of silver must be spent wisely, ensuring maximum efficacy.
Ji Qingqiu watched intently.
Ninger's progress was indeed rapid. Chu Ning had lost track of time in this realm. He fought relentlessly, completely immersed in the art of swordsmanship and cultivation. The 6th opponent proved to be a challenging victory. Chu Ning did not hurry but instead sat in meditation, reflecting on the details of the recent confrontation, gaining clarity in his mind. It is evident that these individuals are indeed prodigies. He was fortunate to have triumphed. It is difficult to fathom the disparity in talent and aptitude that can create such a vast chasm even within the same realm, let alone when higher realms are involved. Without diligent cultivation, one resembles a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the moon. Ascending the path to immortality truly feels like a mere insect glimpsing the vast sky. However, the current Chu Ning within the same realm is certainly not comparable to an insect. Perhaps he could be considered a half-prodigy after all. He possesses certain advantages. Ji Qingqiu appeared behind Chu Ning, extending her hand to assist him in his recovery, her eyes glimmering with approval. To achieve 6 consecutive victories shortly after entering the second realm is, indeed, a remarkable feat. In just half a month, the first 6 levels will likely pose no challenge for you. Let us conclude today's session here. Ding. Sign-in task assigned. Please sign in at the intersection of the Great Li Dynasty's Sword Gate and the continent. Task reward: 10,000 contribution points. Has it already reached the next day? Chu Ning understood, yet merely smiled at Ji Qingqiu's words. What if the disciple has yet to exhaust all their means? Ji Qingqiu's eyes flickered slightly. Has the master detected the progress in your unparalleled heavenly demon form? Chu Ning sighed. Master, could you not maintain an air of mystery for the disciple to showcase their abilities? It loses all significance when you reveal it so directly.
Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly.
I merely harbor some speculations. As for the methods you can employ, I remain unaware. After a period of recuperation, Chu Ning rose, fully healed and restored to peak condition. His eyes sparkled with determination. Shall I practice with senior sister Luo Yu first? Certainly. Ji Qingqiu stepped aside, as the demonic shadow gradually lifted its head. Raising the Fuyo sword, the shadow suddenly opened its eyes, and an intense aura erupted from the sword, abruptly pointing towards Chu Ning. The pressure was on an entirely different level. The power of the celestial sword. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Master, did senior sister Luo cheat? The celestial sword. They possess such exceptional talents that they earned the celestial sword's recognition at the second realm. Wielding it is not a daunting task. Chu Ning glanced at the celestial sword in his hand. How about you lift my seal, master? It seems unfair that they have celestial swords while I do not. Very well. Suddenly, Chu Ning felt something different about the celestial sword in his grasp. It was imbued with boundless sword energy, comparable to that held by Luo Yu. At this moment, it seemed an opportunity had arisen. Yet, in the next instant, the celestial sword slipped from his grip, leaping to Ji Qingqiu's side and transforming into a young girl. Humph! With your talents, you wish to wield me? Go fight on your own.
Chu Ning.
A flash of sword light struck towards him, and he swiftly dodged, leaving a chasm in the ground where the sword energy had passed, nearly a foot deep. The wielder's swordsmanship surpassed Chu Ning's. This is truly adding wings to a tiger. Now without a weapon, how can one fight? Luo Yu surged forward, and without a word, Chu Ning turned to flee, realizing that evading the descending sword energy was futile. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, without a sword, I shall rely on my physical prowess. Transforming into a lizard man, his demonic form suddenly emerged, and the surrounding demonic energy surged wildly until Chu Ning's demonic presence manifested, appearing like a demon lord descending upon the world. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, and for a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Not far away, the previously disgruntled Zhu Xian observed Chu Ning in surprise. Is that the heavenly demon form? I thought he was a sword cultivator? Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. Ninger has awakened the unparalleled heavenly demon form, and it appears he has made progress, significantly stronger than before. Zhu Xian scoffed. Isn't this the path of physical cultivation? It's not swordsmanship, Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. Who says a demonic body cannot wield a sword? In fact, this form possesses greater lethality than the original self, continuously converting spiritual energy into demonic energy. As long as he desires, he will never experience exhaustion. If those of the same realm cannot shatter his demonic form, they will eventually be worn down. The young girl paused for a moment, crouching on the ground, muttering to herself. This person is too foolish, unable to unleash my true potential. What does it matter if he possesses a demonic body? He is still reduced to being flayed by this fellow. He has never respected my sword. Perhaps the original self did not inform him of your identity? The young girl was taken aback again, her lips twitching slightly. Does this imply that he is unaware that I am the immortal sword? He does not even know who the original self is. Zhu Xian gasped in astonishment. This fellow is surprisingly dull. Why would the master take him as a disciple? Ji Qingqiu gazed at Chu Ning's figure, contemplating. Initially, he felt a connection, but now it seemed somewhat. The last two words left Zhu Xian utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at Ji Qingqiu, swallowing hard. The demon lord takes an interest in this person. If I were to rebel further, would I be sealed for eternity? Perhaps it is better to let Chu Ning utilize him after all. Who knows, even in this state, he might still struggle against the demon-slaying Luo Yu. However, in the next instant, a figure suddenly soared into the air. Following closely, a shadow with crimson eyes emerged, its fists coalescing with demonic energy. Shattering the demonic figure with a single blow, the young girl was instantly astonished. This demonic body is unexpectedly powerful. Even wielding the immortal sword, it can prevail. This man does not seem so foolish after all. No wonder he became the disciple of the demon lord. Meanwhile, outside the sword gate, Luo Yu sneezed. Why does it feel so strange? A group of disciples from the demon sect approached. Master, we have discovered what that Confucian disciple is setting up. It appears to be some kind of formation stone, seemingly an auxiliary array used by the Yin-Yang school to calculate the days. Luo Yu's expression suddenly changed. Take me to see. Chapter 46. The disciple's concern for his master on a cold night within the secret realm. Chu Ning's aura remained undiminished. The advantages of cultivating demonic arts were significant, enhancing strength across various aspects, be it physical prowess or offensive capabilities. Furthermore, with prolonged training, one could solidify their foundations. However, a notable drawback was the necessity for the transformation of spiritual energy into demonic energy. No martial art is without its flaws. Disciples of the demonic sect, at the same level, would inevitably possess greater lethality than those from the three teachings and the 100 schools. Yet, a limitation arose. Once demonic energy was depleted, it could not be replenished in a short span, rendering one unable to perform beyond basic attacks. However, the unparalleled nature of the supreme demonic body lay in its ability to directly convert spiritual energy into demonic energy, making the usage of spiritual energy indistinguishable from one's own demonic energy. Remarkably, the increase in lethality was even more pronounced, defying common sense. After activating the supreme demonic body and engaging in fierce battle with the shadow of Luo Yu, the next challenge presented itself in the form of Jiang Kai. Standing at the first position among the prodigies beneath his master, she was formidable in both the first and second realms. Jiang Kai, still a petite young girl, wielded a massive sword known as the heaven-splitting sword. Chu Ning felt an unprecedented pressure. She was even stronger than Luo Yu, who held a celestial sword. Her strength was indeed extraordinary. As a peak second-realm sword cultivator, he pondered whether his lizard armor could withstand her might. Suddenly, Chu Ning turned around to find Zhu Xian standing before him. Given your decent strength, I suppose it wouldn't be an issue for me to lend you my sword, she declared. Chu Ning was overjoyed. He had witnessed the power of the celestial sword and knew he was not like his master, who could conquer foes without such an instrument. With his own formidable strength, the addition of an external weapon would only enhance his capabilities. Yet there was a condition. The girl glared fiercely at him. If you dare to use me for your own gain again, be prepared to face my wrath. Do not presume that the demon lord will always be by your side. Chu Ning was taken aback. Huh? What demon lord? Zhu Xian transformed into a streak of light, landing in Chu Ning's hand. Full of spirit, the sword's aura surged, and compared to before, it felt like wielding two swords at once. Was a sword infused with a spirit truly this powerful? With renewed vigor, Chu Ning's demonic image enveloped him, enhancing the demonic arts and elevating his aura to new heights. The demonic energy threatened to overflow, and the Zhu Xian sword was now suffused with demonic energy, transforming from a celestial sword into a demonic one. Ji Qingqiu gazed at Chu Ning, who resembled a demonic lord, with anticipation. With his current talent, he might very well reach the level of the ancient demon ancestor. Moreover, This supreme demonic body might allow him to comprehend the hidden treasures left behind by the ancestor within the demonic sect. In an instant, a colossal beam of sword light surged towards Jiang Kai, yet the shadow merely raised the celestial sword and effortlessly blocked the attack. One was a prodigy of divine talent, while the other possessed a body of heavenly principles. When compared, Chu Ning's level was indeed higher. After all, talent was merely talent, while physical prowess could be continuously enhanced. However, Chu Ning was still relatively new to the second realm. He recalled that Jiang Kai had reached her peak in the second realm when she left her shadow. In truth, it was quite normal for him to face defeat. His techniques were already sufficiently intimidating. Ji Qingqiu contemplated whether to propose a negotiation. For instance, could Ninger promise him anything if she could endure for merely the duration of an incense stick? At this stage, the shadow of the demon is exceedingly formidable, making it quite challenging to confront. Moreover, there exists a rather unreasonable aspect to the demon's manifestation. As long as Ji Qingqiu's demonic essence persists, the shadow she has conjured cannot possibly be exhausted. Thus, Ninger's once proud physique seems less impressive in comparison. Contemplating this, she found herself curious about how long Chu Ning could hold out. Well, if it were for the time of an incense stick, she would agree to his request, for the opponent is indeed overwhelming. The weight and defense of the Kaitian sword are unrivaled among the 7 swords, providing no opportunity for breach as long as it remains defensive. Likewise, the immense power and heft of the blade make it exceedingly difficult for opponents to withstand its strikes. Victory seems unlikely. Ji Qingqiu propped her chin up, gazing somewhat absent-mindedly at Chu Ning's current state. It was rather captivating, albeit not as charming as her Ninger. What are you staring at? Ji Qingqiu abruptly dismissed the figure seated opposite her, finding their presence irksome. The time of an incense stick swiftly elapsed. A grave expression was evident on Chu Ning's face. Was this opponent excessively formidable? Even with all her might, she still could not secure a win? If this continues, perhaps a brief respite would allow me to adjust the progress of the supreme demon body. Yet, at this moment, Chu Ning did not feel fatigued in the slightest. She simply could not achieve victory. It was not as though she would face defeat. Let us go. 2 incense sticks. 3 incense sticks. Half an hour. An entire hour. Chu Ning became increasingly adept with the Juxian sword, her mind teeming with countless techniques and methods. Practicing swordplay was inherently about mastering one's moves. Yet, she refused to believe that she, a person with extraordinary abilities, could not triumph over this shadow. Ji Qingqiu's gaze grew more astonished. To withstand such a formidable opponent as Jiang Kai in her prime for such an extended duration? The supreme demon body is indeed quite formidable. It is worth noting that the shadow could engage in combat with Chu Ning for an entire year should she wish it. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Kai would have long since been defeated. After all, who could wield demonic energy to employ a celestial sword as liberally as Chu Ning? Did one truly believe that celestial swords could be used indiscriminately? Jiang Kai in her second realm could wield a celestial sword powered by demonic energy for no more than 10 moves. Yet, Chu Ning wielded it continuously, without any sign of exhaustion. Enough! The shadow dissipated instantaneously, and the sword that Chu Ning had lunged with missed its mark, nearly causing her to stumble. With the adrenaline still coursing through her, Chu Ning felt an insatiable desire to continue. Master, let us fight again. I am certain I can win. You have already emerged victorious. Chu Ning looked perplexed. The celestial sword in her hand emitted a soft hum. If the shadow were its true form, it could not squander demonic energy to wield the celestial sword so freely. It is only due to your formidable demonic body that this is possible. Otherwise, within merely the time of an incense stick, you would have felled that entity. Scratching her head, Chu Ning reverted to her demonic form. Is that so? Ji Qingqiu approached with a smile, ruffling Chu Ning's hair affectionately. Previously, I had not mentioned this matter to you. I had said that if you could endure for the duration of a stick of incense, you would surpass it. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, a hint of resentment flickering in her eyes. It is not customary for a master to behave this way. Very well. To make amends, how about I grant you that request? Zhu Xian inquired curiously. What request? Matters pertaining to adults should not be interfered with by children. Be careful lest I have your master seal your lips. Chu Ning stood her ground firmly. Zhu Xian. Oh, so this is your attitude after you have used me? There will always be times when the demon lord is not present. Chu Ning chuckled lightly. Did not my master say I should surpass the 9th level? Ji Qingqiu replied indifferently. You cannot surpass that shadow of mine. Chu Ning smiled, taking Ji Qingqiu's hand. Does this imply that the master initially had no intention of granting the disciple's request, but later softened? Zhu Xian. Are they not master and disciple? The corners of Ji Qingqiu's lips lifted slightly. Yes? Chu Ning's face also broke into a smile. Although she longed to be close to her master, her spirit for battle was currently strong. Since the master had already consented, the outcome of the disciple's victory became inconsequential. Suddenly feeling somewhat defiant, she expressed, I also wish to see just how strong my master was in the past. After all, to be told outright that she could not surpass him was rather disheartening. In the presence of her master, her competitive spirit ignited. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, releasing that shadow of magic. The shadow wielded a sword. Chu Ning recognized it. Was it the Zhu Xian sword? This sword had once been her master's treasured blade? With a thought, Ji Qingqiu commanded the shadow to slowly draw the sword. Unlike other shadows, and even distinct from the overwhelmingly powerful Jiang Kai, Ji Qingqiu's strength was of a caliber that could not be fathomed. Chu Ning felt a vast sword intent permeating the surroundings. Startled, she turned to see that the bamboo forest around them was enveloped in sword intent. Each strand of sword intent far surpassed what Chu Ning could unleash through the Zhu Xian. The very grass and trees seemed to be armed. If a battle were to break out, it would be a clash against hundreds of thousands of sword intents. What folly to engage in combat! Chu Ning hastily sought refuge in Ji Qingqiu's embrace, her face contorted with concern. Master, I no longer wish to fight. I cannot contend with this. It is too powerful. Ji Qingqiu gently ruffled Chu Ning's hair. It matters not. If you regard me as your opponent on the path of enlightenment, I fear your resolve will never advance. I merely wish for you to witness its pinnacle. Suddenly Ji Qingqiu added, yet it pales in comparison to me.
Chu Ning nodded vigorously.
Does what my master said earlier still hold? Ji Qingqiu slightly inclined her head. It does. The two returned to their in-room, where the night had already descended into deep darkness. Chu Ning tightened her embrace around Ji Qingqiu. As the night deepened and the air grew cold, the disciple worried that her master might catch a chill. Thus, may I hold my master as we sleep? Chapter 47. The Peering of the Yin-Yang Master. This person is Chu Ning. Can I hold you while I sleep? The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. Ji Qingqiu's expression mirrored this sentiment. This phrase was precisely what she had teasingly said to Ninger earlier. How could Ninger so readily adopt it? Was she no longer attempting to disguise her feelings? Looking down, Chu Ning's gaze was earnest. His demeanor suggested genuine concern for Ji Qingqiu's well-being. Ji Qingqiu chided playfully. What kind of master and disciple sleep together? Absolutely not. Chu Ning tightened his embrace around his master a fraction more. The master had already promised. How could he go back on his word? Yet, it was not as though everything was up for negotiation. Such behavior was far too inappropriate, too unseemly for a master and disciple. It was unacceptable.
Ji Qingqiu firmly declined.
Chu Ning sought to negotiate further, attempting to find some leeway, but it was clear Ji Qingqiu was not inclined to entertain his advances. He sighed. His master was indeed untrustworthy, and the disciple had come to terms with this. Ji Qingqiu smiled with her eyes crinkled in delight. She merely stated that she would agree to one condition, not that everything was permissible. Moreover, could such actions still be deemed as master and disciple? No.
Chu Ning insisted.
At present, the bond between disciple and master is quite genuine. Regardless of your perspective, this is simply not acceptable. There is no room for discussion. It appeared there would genuinely be no opportunity. After all, to sleep together in such a manner was undeniably improper. Even if his master harbored feelings for him, it was simply out of the question. Chu Ning released Ji Qingqiu and retreated to his bed. In light of this, he decided he would no longer pursue the condition his master had promised. It was a pity that he had strived so hard for her sake. Yet his master. Another sigh escaped him. Ji Qingqiu approached with a gentle gaze. Did he truly think such tactics would sway her? Perhaps he might have some luck with other women outside, but with her it was futile. Chu Ning immediately inquired, "Then how can I win over my master?" Ninger was indeed being candid. Just days ago, they spoke of being master and disciple, yet now his thoughts were consumed with the desire to sleep beside his master. What a rebellious disciple! Ji Qingqiu remained silent, merely extending her hand to grasp Chu Ning's. "Tonight, I shall not leave, but will stay with you to rest. Do not push your luck." Chu Ning pondered for a moment. Perhaps this arrangement was not so bad after all? Although he could not embrace his master as he wished, holding hands was still quite delightful. Having such a gentle elder sister by his side, especially one who was his master, would surely make for a comforting night. Chu Ning took a sip from the wine jug and smiled, gazing at his master. "Would you care to taste this wine?" Ji Qingqiu closed her eyes in contemplation and replied softly, "Your methods are rather crude." Chu Ning scratched his head, swallowing the wine. He had learned this trick from an old mentor in the palace, yet his master saw through it immediately. Indeed, interacting with his master required a gradual and sincere approach. One day, she would surely come to appreciate the taste of the wine he offered. Naturally, she would eventually allow him to hold her while sleeping. Just days ago, Chu Ning was completely consumed with thoughts of longevity and cultivation. At present, my mind is preoccupied with how to counter my master. Alas, the flirtation techniques I employed are utterly ineffective. My master is exceedingly difficult to approach. "Master, have you had a chance to rest?" Indeed, Chu Ning felt weary. After the fervor of battle subsided, exhaustion surged forth like a tide. Coupled with the comfort of his master tending to his myriad injuries, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chu Ning stretched languorously as he awoke. His master's hand still clasped his. A sense of pride swelled within him as he beheld his master, who sat nearby with his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Goodness! Instead of focusing on cultivation first thing in the morning, I find myself wanting to kiss my master. Where has my filial piety gone? However, Chu Ning's heart suddenly raced with newfound excitement. Ji Qingqiu slowly opened his eyes. "What is it?" Chu Ning was startled and hastily took a few steps back, offering an awkward smile. "Master, I just noticed a small bug on you and intended to swat it away." Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. "Did the bug leave?" Yes, it's gone." Chu Ning scratched his head to mask his embarrassment. Given his master's prowess, he likely had not truly been asleep. But was it not better this way? After all, he was already a wayward disciple. Why pretend otherwise? Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. A woman's voice echoed from outside. I sensed the presence of the Juxian sword here. Could it be my master?
Come in, Ji Qingqiu instructed.
Luo Yu pushed the door open, intending to share her discoveries from the previous night with Ji Qingqiu. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find the two alone in a room together. Master and junior brother? In the same bed? Though Ji Qingqiu sat at the edge of the bed, the implications were still. Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered. Master, did you spend the night with junior brother? Chu Ning promptly jumped off the bed to clarify. Sister Luo, last night, Master was guiding me in my cultivation. We absolutely did not do anything inappropriate. The Juxian sword suddenly emitted a cold snort. Chu Ning grew anxious. Master, I believe it would be best to keep this sword spirit sealed. Its presence is far too disruptive. What if it reveals my relationship with you? Ji Qingqiu remained composed as he slowly rose, regarding the flustered and conflicted expression on Luo Yu's face. Have you already gathered the information? Yes. I have discovered that the Confucian disciples set up formations at several locations after crossing the border. Luo Yu quickly asserted, the barriers established by you, Master, not only block the Confucian disciples from crossing, but they also hinder celestial influences. Those formations are intended to mitigate such effects. Perhaps the Yin-Yang sect intends to calculate something through this, though the specifics remain unclear. The individuals of the Yin-Yang sect would not engage in such nonsensical actions, especially with the Confucians involved. Luo Yu instinctively felt that this matter was far from simple. Ji Qingqiu furrowed his brow. Calculate what? Even if they could discern something, what could they possibly achieve? Not to mention that the barrier of the continent prevents the disciples of Confucianism from crossing over. Even if they were to launch a forceful assault, they would be met by the elite disciples of the demon sect standing guard. Given the current strength of Confucianism, it would be utterly inconceivable for them to instigate a conflict with the demon sect. This barrier serves merely to obstruct the flow of the Confucian lineage southward, not because the demon sect fears Confucianism. It seemed that Ji Qingxiu sensed something, her gaze falling upon Chu Ning, the supreme heavenly demon body, the body of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao body inherently aligns with the will of the heavens, exhibiting great power. It is only natural for Confucianism to remain vigilant, especially considering the tremendous commotion during its awakening, which would undoubtedly have attracted attention. Could it be that Confucianism has developed intentions towards Ninger? Regardless, precautions must be taken. Following my true self to examine the formation, I shall attempt to reverse the principles of the universe and discern the intentions of those involved. At the barrier of the continent, the various array stones have been located. The 7 stars formation corresponds to the 7 stars above. Indeed, they intend to calculate something. Upon witnessing this, Ji Qingxiu did not hesitate and directly activated the formation. By doing so, she swiftly discerned the intricacies of the array and began to reverse the principles of the universe. The flow of time is unpredictable. In the region where the Yin-Yang school of the eastern vastness resides, an elderly man with a long beard suddenly squinted and smiled. Ji Qingxiu has indeed fallen into the trap. I can only delay her momentarily. If she becomes aware, there shall be no opportunity left. Brother Lu Sun, act now. The other elder nodded slightly. The formation that had long been prepared commenced its operation. The body of the heavenly Tao, the supreme heavenly demon body. A millennium ago, it belonged to the demon ancestor. This individual, known as Chu Ning, is the 7th disciple under Ji Qingxiu. Just then, Lu Sun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale with astonishment. How could Ji Qingxiu have detected this so swiftly? What level of power does she currently possess?
Chapter 48. Eliminate Chu Ning.
And let the Yin-Yang sect flourish. An elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his white hair flowing, bore the unmistakable stains of blood at the hem, presenting a most sinister visage. The malevolent entity sensed my calculations and audaciously reversed the celestial phenomena, attributing the heavenly secrets to me. It appears that this individual possesses the ability to manipulate such secrets, leading me to surmise that he may have already touched upon the threshold of celestial phenomena. The scholar in Confucian robes frowned slightly. Lu Sun, are you aware that after the fall of the demon ancestor, a legacy could still reside within his physical form? It is said that whoever can acquire this inheritance shall transcend the celestial realm. Lu Sun and Lu Ye exchanged glances. As the last 2 sages of the Yin-Yang sect, their journey to the eastern Harem continent after leaving the northern Qingming continent had been considerably smoother, yet ultimately they remained subservient to the Confucian scholars. The elder before them was none other than one of the 3 Confucian saints, a sub-saint. The elder continued, however, this inheritance has eluded the eyes of the demon sect for millennia. It is rumored that only the supreme celestial demon body within the heavenly Tao can perceive and accept it. The expressions of the 2 men grew increasingly grave. Presently, a single Ji Qingxiu already posed a formidable threat to the 3 continents. Should a rival even more powerful than Ji Qingxiu emerge a millennium hence, how might we contend with such a force? Moreover, in a millennium's time, Ji Qingxiu, having reached the threshold of celestial phenomena, may very well comprehend the path of the celestial realm. 2 celestial beings, would that not sweep across the world, uniting the 4 continents? Upon hearing these words, both men grasped the sub-saint's implications. Lu Sun pondered for a moment. Among the myriad sects, the powers coexisting with the demon sect in the southern barbarian continent are not insignificant. Although Ji Qingxiu is ruthless, she primarily targets the 3 teachings and does not extend her wrath towards us. The elder burst into laughter. Lu Sun, now that you have attracted her attention by peering into the celestial phenomena, do you truly believe Ji Qingxiu will spare you in the future? Furthermore, your Yin-Yang sect plays both sides, seeking to ally with my Confucian sect while also entertaining ties with the demon sect. Is that not a jest? Lu Ye patted his senior's shoulder and shook his head. What does the sub-saint imply? You of the Yin-Yang sect must eliminate that Chu Ning. The expressions of both men shifted dramatically. Chu Ning is now a disciple of that malevolent being. Even if we were to gamble the entirety of our Yin-Yang sect's connections, we could not possibly triumph over that demon. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, our Yin-Yang sect will undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of the demon sect. Preposterous. The elder's aura suddenly shifted, the oppressive force of 8th grade limitless pressure rendering the two men breathless. My Confucian sect still possesses 3 figures of limitless realm. Moreover, in the Eastern Harem continent, we hold the advantage of time, location, and harmony. As long as my Confucian sect protects you, can Ji Qingqiu truly extinguish the Yin-Yang sect? Rest assured, as long as you eliminate that Chu Ning, my Confucian sect shall no longer impose restrictions on your Yin-Yang sect's teachings, and we promise to cultivate one of your disciples to sainthood, ensuring the preservation of your sect. Lu Xun's countenance darkened, ready to rebuke, but was restrained by his junior. Is this truly the case? In a century's time, I vow that your Yin-Yang sect shall produce a saint. I swear this by the heavenly Tao. Luya clasped his hands in reverence. We shall accept this matter. The sub-saint nodded slightly, leaving behind a token before vanishing from sight. Luya stepped forward to retrieve the token, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This object possesses the ability to conceal one's identity, as well as the timing of celestial events. By utilizing it, one could masquerade and infiltrate the demon sect. The quality of this sacred item is indeed commendable. Lu Xun clenched his fists and exclaimed, "You must be mad. Our calculations regarding the celestial timing have already drawn attention, and we find ourselves in a precarious situation. We have already offended that demon lord. Do you truly believe that the demon lord, capable of retaliating against my cultivation through celestial timing, would remain oblivious to my intentions? Surely, he would not grant us any opportunity to assassinate his disciples. Furthermore, why do they not undertake such actions themselves?" Luya shook his head. The words of the Sacred One were not without consideration. Should the demon sect produce someone capable of transcending the celestial realm, the 3 teachings would undoubtedly face annihilation, and my Yin-Yang sect would never be accepted. The fact that the Sacred One has granted us this opportunity to develop in this place has already broken the established rules. The Confucians would not dare to assassinate. If discovered, it would ignite a direct conflict between the Confucians and the demon sect, providing the latter with a pretext for invasion. Even if my Yin-Yang sect were found out, it would not implicate the opposition between the 2 continents. But what if we are to obliterate their sect? Even the Sacred One, despite his solemn vow to the heavenly path, cannot guarantee our preservation. Luya smiled faintly. My Yin-Yang sect's ancestors, a millennium ago, were indeed individuals capable of competing with the Tao ancestor in philosophical debates, yet we have been expelled from the Azure Void continent and reduced to such a state. Within our ranks, although there are 2 great saints, what good does it do? Would my senior brother truly wish to witness my Yin-Yang sect's decline, with no hope of resurgence? The 2 of us are destined to be estranged from the great Tao. All we can do is seek opportunities for the Yin-Yang sect. Lu Xun was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Luya continued with a smile. Your son is the only disciple from my Yin-Yang sect in many years who possesses the potential to break through to the infinite realm. With the body of a heavenly being, should he surpass the threshold of a saint, he would assuredly attain the 8th realm, and the celestial phenomena would not be beyond reach. The Confucians would never permit the existence of such a person, yet with the oath of the Sacred One, this child stands a chance to survive and lead my Yin-Yang sect to rejuvenation. This assassination of my junior brother will eliminate the threat posed by the Confucians and carve a path for my Yin-Yang sect. Lu Xun's voice trembled as he gazed at Luya with a complex expression. But what if the Confucians also hinder Ji Qingqiu? We sorcerers calculate the celestial timing and defy fate. At worst, we could gamble the fate of the Yin-Yang sect for our own prosperity. Extremes must inevitably turn. This is the opportunity for my junior nephew and a chance for my Yin-Yang sect to rise once more. Sign-in successful. Reward: 10,000 contribution points. Remaining contribution points: 14,440. Upon seeing this, Chu Ning began to ponder. It seems that the transformation of the supreme heavenly demon body can indeed be maximized. Once the heavenly demon body reaches its full potential, There may be little left to achieve, and it would simply be a matter of accumulating foundation to prepare for a breakthrough to the knowledge of destiny. Little 7, what are you thinking? Suddenly, Luo Yu inquired from behind. Chu Ning returned to his senses, smiling as he shook his head. It's nothing, senior sister, just matters concerning cultivation. Luo Yu nodded slightly. With our master present, any uncertainties regarding cultivation can be addressed by asking him. Chu Ning smiled. Understood, senior sister. Although, in truth, Chu Ning had rarely posed questions to his master regarding his cultivation. However, this senior sister before me is rather pleasant. By the way, senior sister, I have a question. Chu Ning glanced at Ji Qingqiu, who was meditating beside her, and her voice suddenly softened. I just wish to inquire about the true nature of the relationship with our master. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes brightened with interest. Indeed, I have a question as well. With an inquisitive expression, Luo Yu remarked, how is it that you share such an intimate bond with our master? I have spent numerous years cultivating under his guidance, yet I have never witnessed him showing such kindness to anyone else. While I shall refrain from commenting on the fact that you shared a room today, embracing you while wielding a sword. Chu Ning immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Well, I am merely at the second realm and unable to wield a sword.
Observing Chu Ning's flusteret temeanor.
Luo Yu chuckled with narrowed eyes. That is not what I meant. Why are you so nervous? Initially, I suspected you of harboring secrets, and now I am convinced of it. Speak quickly, what is the true nature of your relationship with our master? Luo Yu. Just then, Ji Qingqiu stirred behind them, prompting Luo Yu to hastily approach. Master, Ji Qingqiu stated calmly, the matters concerning the Yinyang family have been resolved, and there is nothing further to address here. Prepare yourself. I shall assist you in attaining the sacred level. Luo Yu's eyes widened in excitement, her previous doubts forgotten in an instant. Thank you, master. Seeing this, Chu Ning finally exhaled with relief. Has my secret been revealed? Did the senior sister notice? Surely not. His relationship with our master is perfectly ordinary. What is wrong with embracing while wielding a sword? It has happened before. No, wait. Chu Ning suddenly recognized the issue. In a typical master-disciple relationship, such closeness is unheard of. What he deemed normal had long since transformed into something extraordinary in the eyes of others. Chapter 49. The Nestless Children and the Immortal Execution. Chu Ning silently followed behind the two women. He had little concern for his senior sister's impending ascension to sainthood. In his understanding, he could only grasp that a saint was remarkably powerful, yet he had never witnessed the extent of such strength firsthand. His senior sister was on the verge of becoming a saint, and notably, she was ranked third among her peers. How lofty must their master's realm be? Chu Ning swallowed hard. Luo Yu, the third senior sister, a disciple under the demon lord. He had gleaned this information during their earlier skirmish in the realm of the celestial demon. Surely, disciples should not casually refer to others as their masters, right? Could it be that their master is indeed the demon lord? Chu Ning fervently hoped not. After all, in front of their master, he had scolded the demon lord on numerous occasions, deriding the demon lord while praising their master, one moment lifting and the next striking down. But if their master truly were that demon lord, then the pressure on him would be immense. A disciple of the demon lord must be a paragon for the entire sect, right? All Chu Ning desired was to remain close to his master, cherishing a bond, and he had no inclination to take on such a role. As they walked, Chu Ning suddenly noticed something peculiar. Why did the scenery shift with each step he took? Just a short while ago, they had been at the border of the great continent. Now, he could scarcely recognize this place. Ji Qingqiu raised her head, surveying the spacious and level area around them. This must be the optimal location for transcending the thunder tribulation. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Over the years, the disciples had cultivated some understanding of the path to sainthood. Indeed, had their master not come this time, they would have achieved a breakthrough on their own. Ji Qingqiu gave a slight nod. If that is the case, I shall discuss the profound mysteries of sainthood with you, ensuring you gain greater confidence in your ascendance. This time I shall protect you. Luo Yu, with a respectful demeanor, clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. Ji Qingqiu turned her gaze toward Chu Ning. This area, spanning 100 miles, has been enveloped by my restrictions. Ninger, you may cultivate here, as it seems that imparting the teachings will require some time.
Chu Ning smilet reassuringly.
Master, do not worry. I shall not be a burden to you. He also sought out a vacant space, not far from the two women, his mind still occupied with the earlier display of power. It appeared that only their master could achieve such feats. Was this a manifestation of spatial power? Each step, a shift? He too needed to hasten his cultivation. Just as Chu Ning intended to expedite his progress in the celestial demoness form, a flash of sword light suddenly flickered at his waist. Beside him stood a small girl with a mischievous grin, her eyes gleaming innocently. Shouldn't we settle our accounts? The expression on Zhu Xian's face instantly shifted, turning fierce. Since I gained sentience, no one has dared to threaten me. Even the adults treat me with more respect than you do. You've already taken my flesh, yet you still dare to insult me. Don't you think it's time to settle this score? The girl, though petite, exuded an astonishing presence. Chu Ning could clearly sense that he was no match for her. An immortal sword transforming into spirit, gaining sentience and human form, likely made her stronger than him. Yet, with a guilty conscience, Chu Ning remained composed as he addressed the little girl. You have witnessed the relationship I share with my master. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Zhu Xian was momentarily taken aback, recalling the interactions between the two last night, which bore little resemblance to a master and disciple, but rather resembled that of companions. A hint of hesitation crept into its demeanor. It cautiously turned to Chu Ning and inquired softly, "Are you and the demon lord truly companions or merely master and disciple?" Chu Ning let out a long sigh. Indeed, the master was the demon lord. I am asking you a question. Zhu Xian clenched its fists and glared at Chu Ning. The sword spirit, possessing intelligence akin to that of a girl of its age, was beginning to grasp more as time progressed. Although it was unclear what companions typically engaged in, it could certainly deduce that those two were no ordinary master and disciple. They held hands and embraced. That undoubtedly indicated companionship. Thus, the inquiry was warranted. Chu Ning raised an eyebrow in response. You are merely a sword spirit, and yet you dare to challenge your master? Have you turned rebellious? Zhu Xian laughed heartily, placing its hands on its hips. I believe it is you who is challenging me. Just yesterday, you treated me with caution, unaware of the demon lord's identity. Now that you seek to assert dominance over me? Chu Ning scratched her head, realizing that this girl did not respond well to forceful tactics. Moreover, it seemed she was even more inclined to take action against her. Chu Ning shifted her approach. Imagine this. If someone intends to strike you, they would not simply allow another to do so, would they? That would be foolish, indeed. Besides, I can elucidate everything you mentioned. I know you can explain, Zhu Xian retorted. But what transpired last night when you shouted at me? Chu Ning asserted her presence with vigor. I feared you might jeopardize my endeavors. Zhu Xian was rendered speechless, contemplating the validity of this reasoning. After all, that individual had indeed shown particular regard for the demon lord last night. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you not a disciple of the demon lord? How could you behave in such a manner? Clear and above board, what issue could there possibly be? Zhu Xian replied, somewhat taken aback. Observing this, Chu Ning smiled gently. My relationship with my master exceeds the ordinary master-disciple bond, thus requiring no further explanation. Perhaps we should discuss your circumstances instead. Zhu Xian quickly regained composure from the shock, hesitating to act against Chu Ning, though still feeling somewhat disgruntled. What is wrong with me?
Chu Ning sikhet.
I am aware that you were previously the master's cherished sword. As I am only at the second realm, I cannot fully harness your power. However, since my master entrusted Zhu Xian to me as a token of faith, I shall take utmost care of it. As for the matter of recognizing a master, I am indifferent. Yet, should you wish to be wielded by me, I assure you I would not treat you as before, being unaware of your status as a celestial sword. I will strive to maximize your strengths. How does that sound? Zhu Xian squatted down, tracing circles in the dirt. I have only served as the demon lord's sword during her youth. The demon lord possesses the sword bone of heaven's way, capable of wielding anything as a sword. Whether I am utilized or not makes little difference. In fact, I may even be a burden. Being by the demon lord's side, I was the sole one to awaken as a sword spirit. However, She has not used me for many years, and only recently was I sealed and entrusted to your care." Upon hearing this, Chu Ning nodded in understanding. Originally a neglected child of the empty nest, having remained by the master's side for many years without being utilized, it is understandable that feelings of disappointment and frustration would arise, leading one to question their worthiness as a sword of immortality. After being taken under Chu Ning's wing and treated in such a manner, discontent is only natural. With a sigh, Chu Ning slowly remarked, "From now on, I shall ensure that my master does not seal you away, so do not abandon me in times of crisis. Since my master has entrusted the sword of annihilation to me, I will undoubtedly uphold its formidable reputation and not tarnish the honor of the sword of annihilation." Upon hearing this, the sword of annihilation cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ning and muttered softly, "You, a mere second realm practitioner, speak such grandiose words. Just do not let the demon lord seal me away."
Chu Ning chukled relievet.
The arrangement was made, and it was not burdensome. Observing the petite girl before him, Chu Ning found her rather pleasing, akin to an adorable ornament with whom he could converse. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he conjured two heavenly demonic figures. The sword of annihilation lifted her head, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. "Dog!" Just as Ergo regained his senses, he spotted the little girl from the sword of annihilation approaching and immediately prepared to flee. Possessing a modicum of intelligence, they quickly discerned that the newcomer meant no good. However, they had already been caught. Witnessing the sword of annihilation embrace the two ferocious beasts, Chu Ning couldn't help but smile. It seemed their intellect was akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, a bit proud and vengeful. Yet, the level of danger appeared to be rather low, and perhaps they had reached some form of cooperation. With the immediate troubles entrusted to the two dogs, he could focus on his cultivation. Chu Ning settled onto the ground, closing his eyes in concentration. "Would you like to use 9,900 contribution points to enhance the supreme heavenly demon body transformation realm?" His body began to undergo a transformation as the demonic body reawakened. Progress of supreme heavenly demon body transformation realm increased to 100. Detection indicates that the 9 heavenly demonic figures have achieved a moment of enlightenment due to the influence of the supreme heavenly demon body. Upon reopening his eyes, Chu Ning found himself in a transformed realm. A towering demonic figure stood majestically before him, as if it were the only entity in existence between heaven and earth. With crimson eyes gazing down from an immeasurable height amidst violet clouds, it demanded, "Who dares to contest my true name?" Chapter 50. Master. Disciple is afraid. A resonant roar emanated from the clouds, gradually enveloping the entire realm, deafening in its intensity. "What is your true name? Who are you?" However, the commotion before him caused Chu Ning to furrow his brow. This demonic form bore a striking resemblance to his own lizardman visage. Could it be that this was also the supreme celestial demon body? In the next moment, the scene before him abruptly vanished. Chu Ning had opened his eyes, returning once more to his original world. It appeared he had been drawn into some illusion seemingly due to the 9 forms of the celestial demon, demonic arts. Chu Ning promptly checked his status panel. Chu Ning, spiritual root, superior spiritual root, cultivation, second realm subtlety, technique, 9 forms of the celestial demon, perfected, celestial demon reincarnation method progress. 0. Chu Ning's expression shifted. It seemed that upon reaching the perfected state of the supreme celestial demon body, he had achieved an epiphany regarding the 9 forms of the celestial demon. Yet, was it not true that the 9 forms could be cultivated to the celestial form? He had never heard of achieving an epiphany in this manner. At the very least, Ji Qingqiu had never mentioned it, only stating that the outer sex 9 forms of the celestial demon had been simplified for easier cultivation. What he practiced now was the complete method provided by the system, thus representing the orthodox technique. Suddenly, Chu Ning had a thought. Only that which can grow and improve could be enhanced by the system's contribution points, be it root, physique, or technique. Perhaps the 9 forms of the celestial demon in the demon sect was not the pinnacle of this technique, and there were still advancements to be made? Well then, the challenges before Chu Ning had multiplied. His spiritual root needed enhancement, the newly comprehended technique required further study, the sword nurturing gourd needed improvement, and his physique also required fortification. Unsurprisingly, Chu Ning examined the description of his physique. Supreme Celestial Demon Body, Transformation Progress. 100, can use 10,000 contribution points to advance to the ultimate realm. It appeared that the Supreme Celestial Demon Body had considerable room for growth. Suddenly, Chu Ning recalled something. The Celestial Demon Body he had glimpsed in that illusion might very well be the Supreme Celestial Demon Body cultivated to its fullest extent. Excitement surged within him. While that form might not align with human aesthetics, it exuded an undeniable ferocity. Should anyone dare provoke him, he could simply stomp down, reveling in the delight. Now, the focus was on advancing the progress of his technique. Current technique progress has reached its limit. What? Chu Ning was taken aback, scratching his head. It seemed he needed to break through to the third realm to make any further enhancements. No wonder the panel felt locked, offering no more than a name. Yet, Chu Ning was curious. How formidable would the technique born from the epiphany following the 9 forms of the celestial demon be? Currently, the 9 forms bestowed him significant advantages. And did the celestial demon reincarnation method have some relation to the demonic body? Glancing over at Ji Qingxiu and the others, who were still engaged in discussion, he noticed that the 2 demonic beasts, Tao Tai and Xiongqi, seemed utterly devoid of temper. Chu Ning found these 2 beasts rather agreeable. With his elevated realm, he should be able to adjust their sizes, shouldn't he? Otherwise, it would resemble the terrifying visage of a condensed demon statue, which is rather unsettling. Chu Ning held his breath and concentrated, opening his 6 meridians to draw the demonic energy into his body, seeking a breakthrough into the third realm. Within the 3 teachings, there exists a well-known legend. As the sage imparts his teachings, words as beautiful as lotus flowers emerge from his mouth, invoking the celestial phenomena and illuminating the entire hall. Chu Ning intended to cultivate, which would take approximately 3 months. One day, upon opening his eyes, he was suddenly greeted by a strange phenomenon. The demon lord was conveying the teachings of the sage. At that moment, the heavens above were shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously.
Beside Yi King Q.
Luo Yu was entirely immersed in the understanding of the sage's path, radiating golden light. This scene left Chu Ning momentarily astounded. The thunderous storm spanned at least 100 miles, with no end in sight. Was the sage's thunder tribulation truly this formidable? Fortunately, he possessed the body of the heavenly Tao, allowing him to remain untroubled by the impending tribulation. Ji Qingqiu slowly rose, leading Chu Ning away, her previously calm gaze altering upon seeing him. Ninger, have I detected a further advancement in your demonic form? Even Ji Qingqiu couldn't help but feel a sense of dread regarding her disciple. This progress was indeed astonishing. How could one perceive such a significant shift in merely a few days? Transform your demonic form for me to see. Chu Ning nodded, and in the next moment, his demonic form manifested. Compared to before, a shadowy luster now emanated from him. Ji Qingqiu summoned a leaf with her fingertip, casting it forth with the might of the third realm. Clang! The sound resonated like the clash of metal. Chu Ning rubbed his arm, feeling a twinge of pain. Ji Qingqiu took a deep breath. Just a bit of pain? With your current demonic form, you can withstand the sword energy of a third realm swordsman? Engaging in cross-realm combat seems to pose no issue at all. This remarkable advancement was indeed alarming, comparable to her own progress from years past. Alright, revert back. Chu Ning nodded and smiled at Ji Qingqiu. Master, how do you find my progress? Yet, given time, you will undoubtedly become the strongest sage in my demon sect, even able to stand alongside me. Chu Ning fell into a contemplative silence. I can only stand on the same line as master through extraordinary means. Ji Qingqiu clarified, this evaluation is already the highest. If not considering me, you would be the unparalleled sage in the entire world. Balancing swordsmanship and body cultivation, your offensive capabilities are not to be underestimated. Invincible within your realm and capable of slaying across realms. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's heart suddenly expanded with joy, and he clasped Ji Qingqiu's hand with a smile. Whether strong or not matters little. Being close to master is what truly counts. Since my demonic form has finally made some progress, will master not offer some sort of reward? Ji Qingqiu pretended not to hear, glancing toward Luo Yu in the distance. Your senior sister is about to undergo the thunder tribulation. Master, Please observe closely, although you need not endure the tribulation yourself. Witnessing its might up close can offer valuable insights. Master, you are not intentionally pretending not to hear, are you?
Yi King Q sighed softly.
Once your senior sister completes her breakthrough, we shall return to the sect. Chu Ning was overjoyed. Does that mean we can return to the sect?
Yi King Q.
With a sense of helplessness, gently ruffled Chu Ning's hair. Ninger, do you believe that what you desire is truly innocent? To long for her, you need not possess such audacity. Chu Ning squinted and smiled. Innocence or lack thereof, is it not the master who decides? And does the master deem the disciple's intentions to be pure? Ji Qingqiu gazed intently at Chu Ning, pondering for a long while. Perhaps it is innocent. If the disciple asserts it is undoubtedly so, does that mean upon returning to the sect, the disciple's request can be granted? Indeed. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted, as if the colossal thunder sought to envelop the entire plain. In that moment, Chu Ning comprehended the reason her master had brought them here to face the tribulation. Was this something mere mortals could withstand? Within a radius of 10 miles, a bolt of calamity descended, leaving the land barren and charred. Chu Ning and Ji Qingqiu stood at the edge of the thunderstorm, observing. She could almost sense the enormity of the lightning and the ferocity of its power. The culmination of centuries of arduous cultivation could, if pushed further, truly manifest as a celestial phenomenon, harnessing the might of nature itself. Yet this lightning did not arrive alone. Within a breath, dozens of bolts had already struck down. After all, her senior sister would not witness the tribulation. Panic-stricken, Chu Ning leapt into Ji Qingqiu's embrace. Master, I am afraid.
Yi King Q's body momentarily stiffened.
Afraid. Afraid of thunder? Yet moments ago, she had appeared so engrossed, clearly unafraid. Regaining her composure, she suddenly chuckled, looking at the child in her arms who sought comfort, her face filled with affection. Indeed, she was still but a child. Chapter 51. So, having high cultivation allows one to tease their disciples. Does it? 3 updates delivered. Thunder rumbles through the sky, and lightning flickers as dark clouds envelop the land. The terrifying nature of the saints' tribulation is such that without a sufficiently robust physique and cultivation, one would find it utterly impossible to endure. Ji Qingqiu, however, harbors no worries for Luo Yu. She is well aware of her disciple's capabilities. Gazing at the dazzling lightning before her, her mind wanders to other matters. When did Ninger become so unabashed? After all, she had initially been quite resistant, caught in a state of desire without courage. Yet it has not been long since then. Now, she possesses both the desire and the courage, although they are ostensibly still master and disciple privately. Feeling the unique fragrance that belongs to her master, Chu Ning lifts her gaze to the face so near to her. She wishes to kiss. Ji Qingqiu senses this sentiment, as if she has caught a glimpse of her disciple's intention. Romantic entanglements serve as the greatest hindrance to practitioners, who ought to focus on their cultivation.
Chu Ning,
upon hearing this, clearly feels indignant. What about the master? Is her affection for the disciple merely one-sided? Without the master's prior affectionate gestures, could she have transformed from a devoted disciple into someone who thinks about her master all day long? Surely, the master must bear some responsibility. Chu Ning is unwilling to accept this notion. However, Ji Qingqiu's response is straightforward. I possess high cultivation.
Chu Ning.
For a moment, she finds herself at a loss for words. So, high cultivation equates to teasing and stirring the hearts of disciples. Does it? Though she feels quite resistant to this idea, if her master truly is the demon lord, then perhaps there is no fault in her words? Unable to restrain herself, Chu Ning inquires, is it true that the demon lord is your master, as the immortal slayer told me? Ji Qingqiu chuckles softly. Since you already possess the answer in your heart, why ask me further? Chu Ning takes a deep breath. Although she has prepared herself mentally, her emotions are still turbulent. This statement is an acknowledgement. A disciple of the demon lord. No wonder she had always referred to herself as the true one. When did that change occur? Ah, yes. When confessing her feelings to her master, Chu Ning feels as though she has been struck on the forehead, her eyes filled with confusion. If her master is indeed the demon lord, why would she take me as a disciple? Does she not only accept those of divine talent? Ji Qingqiu finds this question rather intriguing. Who said so? Isn't that what everyone in the sect claims? Ji Qingqiu replies nonchalantly. I had no intention of cultivating disciples, yet the elders of the sect insisted. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain continuity. As the sect leader, one must naturally select those with exceptional talent for cultivation. It would be impractical for the master to constantly oversee their progress. Moreover, these disciples are being trained as the pillars of the sect. Those lacking in talent simply cannot suffice. Chu Ning nods thoughtfully and presses on. Then why did you take me as a disciple? Is there a distinction between cultivating heirs for the sect and cultivating disciples? Chu Ning found himself somewhat perplexed, but suddenly recalled the words spoken earlier by Master Muli. Among the disciples, only Chu Ning was particularly unique. Was it not merely his talent that was considered, but rather a simple desire to cultivate him as a personal disciple? An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over Chu Ning. His master truly regarded him as a disciple, yet he had secretly peeped at his master during a bath, and now he found himself in such a situation. Master, I feel ashamed before you. I was unaware that you were a demon lord, or that you intended to cultivate me as a personal disciple. Now it seems. Ji Qingqiu smiled with narrowed eyes at Chu Ning. Is he really embracing his master now? Chu Ning felt a bit embarrassed. It seems I have indeed shown a lack of respect. Ji Qingqiu sighed and playfully tugged at Chu Ning's cheek. Did I not say that no matter who I am, I will always be your master? Why concern yourself with my identity? The disciple merely feels a bit of pressure. Do you no longer wish to be my disciple? Chu Ning shook his head vigorously. Of course I do, but I just feel that under the current circumstances, I truly owe my master my gratitude. My master treats me so well, yet I act as an ungrateful disciple. It is truly shameful. Am I even human? Do you not wish to embrace me in the future? This statement left Chu Ning's mind in a haze. While he professed respect for his master, he was simultaneously embracing him, which indeed seemed contradictory. However, after a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning immediately responded. He wanted to embrace. In fact, he tightened his hold. His master was a demon lord and must surely bear great pressure. Yet, could that alone compel him to abandon his elder sister? That was impossible. He still wished to be rebellious. Cough, cough, cough. Yet Chu Ning remained somewhat puzzled. But why would his master agree to such things? Ji Qingqiu feigned confusion. What did I agree to? That? About holding hands and hugging? When did I ever agree to that? It seems to be the case. His master had never initiated it, always taking the initiative. But upon seeing the slight curve of Ji Qingqiu's lips, Chu Ning felt a surge of urgency. Master, please do not tease your disciple. I like you and you are aware of this. Allowing me to act so freely, does that not imply that you? Does master also harbor feelings for your disciple? Ji Qingqiu's expression remained as calm as ever, undisturbed. These actions are yours alone, and have nothing to do with me. Moreover, you have already stated that being clear in your heart means being innocent. Now that you are not, what concern is it of mine?
Chu Ning.
Is it truly acceptable for master to distance himself from responsibility in such a manner? Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. I have not shirked responsibility. My heart is quite clear. Rather, it is you, Ning, or who? Chu Ning hurriedly interjected. I, too, am quite clear in my heart. Then all is well? Clearly, this was not the answer Chu Ning sought. The master surely holds affection for him. Otherwise, how could he possibly bestow upon him facial cleanser? Even the observant Zhu Xian can discern the peculiar dynamics between the two. Zhu Xian, engrossed in his game with the dog, turns his back to them. Yet the astonishment etched upon his face is unmistakable. Such a mentor-disciple relationship is indeed alarming. The poor dog appears on the verge of being squished. Is the unusual bond solely the fault of Chu Ning? Was it not the master who first ignited the flames within his heart? But why does the master refuse to acknowledge it? Suddenly, a thought strikes Chu Ning. During their conversation at Biluo Pond, did the master not imply they should first establish their mentor-disciple bond? Could it truly be that way? Hesitantly, Chu Ning ventures, Master? Ji Qingqiu glances at him in confusion. What is it? Did you mean that we should first be master and disciple? Ji Qingqiu chuckles softly. I do not understand what you are saying, but I am aware that your senior sister has successfully completed her tribulation and is about to consolidate her cultivation. If you continue to cling on like this, I shall not shield you. Chu Ning quickly releases his grasp. As anticipated, a violet beam of light suddenly erupts in the sky. The dense clouds disperse rapidly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Is his senior sister also a body of the heavenly Tao? Has she stirred the heavens? Ji Qingqiu shakes his head. A sage can indeed influence the heavens. A sage acknowledged by the world will naturally evoke celestial phenomena when embodying demonic manifestations. Before long, the anomaly dissipates. Suddenly, a fissure rends the space before them, and in the next moment, Luo Yu bursts through the void. Master, I have successfully achieved sainthood. Chu Ning takes a deep breath. It appears the master had never deliberately concealed his abilities. He has always employed the divine powers of a sage directly. It was simply Chu Ning who lacked understanding. He even believed the master was of little renown. But is that not all part of the cultivation journey? Now, though slightly flustered upon realizing the master's identity as the demon lord, Chu Ning quickly transforms this trepidation into exhilaration. Even if the master is the demon lord, did he not promise to return to the sect and fulfill the conditions he set? As the demon lord, would he not uphold his word? Chapter 52. Something is awry with this senior sister. Solidifying the foundation, there is no need to force subsequent realms. One simply needs to cultivate their own path in accordance with fate. Luo Yu respectfully clasped her hands. Disciple obeys. Upon witnessing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled gently. Luo Yu could not help but feel astonished. How many times had she seen her master smile during these past few days at the Sword Gate? During her time in the demon sect, she had never once seen Ji Qingqiu smile. Luo Yu's gaze inevitably shifted to the side, where Chu Ning was playfully teasing a dog. Little Seven must certainly have something up his sleeve. His relationship with the master is undoubtedly extraordinary. Unable to contain herself, Luo Yu spoke up. Master, may I have a private word with junior brother? It won't take much time. Ji Qingqiu did not refuse but suddenly recalled something and offered a reminder. Ning has been rather restless lately, neglecting his cultivation. As his senior sister, it would be beneficial for you to guide him. Luo Yu chuckled. Having only practiced for 3 days, junior brother's vigor has already increased significantly. Can it truly be said he neglects his cultivation? It should rather be regarded as rapid progress and diligent effort. However, as for his restlessness, she had some suspicions that needed confirmation, and she felt an impatient urge. When had the master ever referred to her as disciple? Had she ever called Huriwei? The other senior and junior sisters certainly did not receive such treatment. The comparison was stark, leaving her with a bittersweet feeling. Yet, upon contemplating certain possibilities, a sweet sensation unexpectedly arose. Hee. Luo Yu dared not speak further, fearing Ji Qingqiu might deliver a reprimanding slap. She swiftly moved to seize Chu Ning and departed. Zhu Xian looked up in bewilderment. Huh? Where did they go? Master, Chu Ning is missing. Oh. Since 500 years ago, when Ji Qingqiu took in disciple Jiang Kai, 6 out of her 7 disciples possessed extraordinary talents. In the entire continent, to have 6 prodigies emerge in 500 years was a remarkable feat as long as they did not perish prematurely. They were all but assured to ascend to the realm of saints. The demon sect, of course, would not allow such occurrences to transpire. The addition of another saint-level combatant brought Ji Qingqiu considerable joy. The strength of her disciples was crucial. If they were strong enough, they could support the foundation of the demon sect. She could then, like other ancestors across the continent, relinquish her position as sect leader to retreat into seclusion for deeper cultivation. Matters of the sect could then be entrusted to her disciples and the elders. She would emerge only when necessary. It seemed as though that was the current situation. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment. Nevertheless, she still held the nominal title of sect leader and, at times, must make appearances. Previously, she hadn't thought much of it, but now she felt it would be best to relinquish the position sooner rather than later. The sooner she let go, the more leisurely her life would become. Once she relinquished her role as leader, aside from significant troubles requiring her presence, there would be no need for her to worry. Perhaps she could even take Ninger out for excursions? As for internal betrayals within the sect, she need not fret. Not to mention the 36 elders of the inner sect, all of whom she had once taught and remained loyal to the demon sect. There was also an 8th-level fox spirit station to oversee matters. The enchanting fox spirit would undoubtedly remain loyal, yet she might harbor thoughts of her disciple, necessitating a resolute cessation of their interactions. Even amidst turmoil, as long as she persists, the demon sect shall not fracture. Thus, the position of the sect master bears little significance. It would be preferable to relinquish this role sooner rather than later.
Yiking appearing contemplative.
Evoked a sense of reverence in Zhu Xian, who stood nearby. Such demeanor from the demon lord must surely stem from profound insights gained through cultivation. On an inexplicably secluded mountaintop, Chu Ning gazed around in bewilderment. Wasn't I just amusing Zhu Xian? How did I end up here? Senior Sister Luo?
Chu Ning questioned, incredulous.
Luo Yu responded with a playful smile. My master instructed me to admonish you, claiming that you have not been diligent in your cultivation lately and that your temperament is becoming restless. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's displeasure was palpable. Of course, I am diligently cultivating. For the past few days of your training, I have been. I simply did not mention that my master and I had a discussion previously.
Luo Yu squinted, scrutinizing Chu Ning.
Specifically, during the times you were alone with our master. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Ning clasped his sleeves, maintaining a composed expression. Naturally, it was also cultivation. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, musing, I see. But why does our master say you are restless? Could it be that you think of unsavory matters when with him? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as he regarded Luo Yu. Senior sister, do you know Master Mu Li? Why do I sense a similarity in your conversational style? Indeed, I share a close relationship with Master Mu Li. Ah, that explains it. Proximity to virtue or vice can influence one's character. To speak of our master in such a manner, how dare you slander him without fear of his ire? Yet, Chu Ning pondered, even if it were slander, his own transgressions seemed graver, considering he had already engaged in such actions.
Luo Yu chuckled softly, patting Chu Ning's shoulder.
There is no need to be anxious. I mean no harm. I merely observed that our master treats you with extraordinary kindness, and I was curious. Initially, I believed your relationship with him was purely platonic. But now it appears. In the Confucian tradition, regardless of one's status or connections, any disciple engaging in such relations would face the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned, swallowing hard. Surely, the demon sect would not. Indeed, it is merely a matter of addressing each other properly. You may call me senior sister, and I shall refer to you as master granduncle? Chu Ning took 2 steps back, a look of wariness on his face. Senior sister, I advise you to be kind. My relationship with the master is entirely innocent and not as you suggest. Upon hearing this, the young woman appeared disheartened. Is that so? I had thought your uniqueness might lead to something more. She sighed deeply. I have heard from Master Mu Li that our master has devoted himself to cultivation for millennia without ever experiencing affection. I had hoped that your distinctiveness might elicit such feelings in him, but it appears that is not the case. In truth, I harbor no ulterior motives. Even if you are, could I possibly harm you? This is the realm of the demon sect, where whatever my master decrees is absolute. Even if my master were to designate you as a partner, who would dare utter a word of dissent? It is regrettable, however, that since my relationship with my master is untainted, I shall remain silent. Chu Ning had initially been unable to restrain himself from speaking, believing that Ji Qingqiu had. Yet, at this moment, curiosity surged within him. What could she possibly mean? Luo Yu, with a serious expression, inquired about any preferences or likes of their master. Have you not noticed that their master spends most of her time either in cultivation or, more intriguingly, teasing her disciples? While it seems true, her demeanor is indeed one of a secluded sage, wholly devoted to her path. He realized that she did not quite grasp the essence of their master, who, in contrast, had expertly navigated his understanding. However, as you are unrelated to the master, I shall refrain from further comments. Chu Ning exuded an air of righteousness, appearing almost virtuous. Yet, I believe it prudent to listen further. After all, it is only natural for a disciple to honor their master, and knowing their preferences to bring joy to them is a commendable endeavor. Luo Yu's smile broadened. Then I shall inform you, should there be any progress. I shall send word for a celebratory feast. Chu Ning corrected her. Senior sister, my devotion to my master is not as you insinuate. Very well then. Before long, Luo Yu returned Chu Ning to Ji Qingxiu's side. Chu Ning felt somewhat disoriented. How vast was this distance traversed back and forth? The methods of a sage are indeed formidable. Luo Yu, shedding her earlier playful demeanor, respectfully bowed. Thank you, master, for aiding me in breaking through to the sage realm. I shall dutifully guard the sword gate, ensuring no disciples of Confucianism step foot within. Ji Qingxiu waved her hand. Go forth. Luo Yu vanished in an instant. She turned her gaze to Chu Ning, speaking with a calm tone. In that case, let us return to the sect. Is there any need to rush? Ji Qingxiu appeared puzzled. Shouldn't Ninger be more eager to return to the sect than she was? Chu Ning smiled. It seems the Great Zhou dynasty is on the way back to the sect. Why not take a moment to explore the imperial city of the Great Zhou dynasty? Ji Qingxiu was momentarily lost in thought before bursting into laughter. What did your senior sister say to you? Chu Ning, taking Ji Qingxiu's hand, implored. Come on, master. It is conveniently on our way. Sigh, as you wish. Chapter 53, Master. Does this taste right? In truth, Luo Yu had said little. She merely mentioned that her master hailed from the Great Zhou dynasty in his youth. Unlike ordinary mortal dynasties, this was a celestial dynasty influenced by sects of cultivators, which had managed to endure for a millennium. Following the rise of the demon sect and Ji Qingxiu, the influence of the demon sect expanded rapidly. Slightly larger sects either submitted to the demon sect as its affiliates or faced annihilation. Smaller factions, in pursuit of spiritual stones and various interests, chose to align themselves with local dynasties. The once mighty Dili dynasty was one such example, and now they were headed to the Great Zhou dynasty, another of the same ilk. After a journey, they arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty just as dusk began to fall. The grand city gates loomed majestically, reminiscent of a fierce tiger or leopard standing guard. Here, cultivators held high status, soaring through the skies on their swords, while the local populace knelt in reverence, calling out to the immortals. Chu Ning observed a few individuals whose auras resonated similarly to his, likely around the third realm. Yet their prestige surpassed that of those he encountered at the Sword Gate Pass by a considerable margin. The diverse customs from various regions painted a vivid picture of the true cultivation world. The two did not opt for flight on their swords but instead chose to enter the city on foot. The vibrant scenery unfolded before them, with wide streets flanked by opulent estates. Nobles and wealthy officials adorned in luxurious garments exuded an air of grandeur, far surpassing the extravagance of the places they had previously visited. Chu Ning surveyed the interior of the city, captivated by the sights, and as he glanced upward, he noted the sun was nearing its descent. Master, perhaps we should find an inn first? Ji Qingxiu surveyed the now unrecognizable architecture within the city, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion. There was no rush regarding the inn. A leisurely stroll through the city would suffice for now. Chu Ning nodded in agreement, and the two continued their way into the city. Vendors began to populate the streets, and colorful lanterns gradually illuminated the surroundings. As the sun set, the streets filled with citizens, creating a livelier atmosphere than before, albeit somewhat cacophonous. Ji Qingxiu frowned slightly. She had always preferred tranquility for her cultivation, and seeing the city transformed from its former self sparked no desire to seek out memories. The only remnants of her past were the dilapidated houses and graves outside the city. After so many years, with generations having passed, the graves would have been leveled. In contrast to the present, Ji Qingxiu felt a stronger inclination to revisit those memories, although she pondered that perhaps it was of little consequence. It would be more prudent to rest at an inn with Ninger. Yet, it seemed that Ninger was particularly intrigued at this moment. Chu Ning indeed felt a surge of curiosity. The imperial city was undoubtedly bustling, and with cultivators and immortals cohabitating, it was evident that the emperor was also engaged in the pursuit of longevity through cultivation. As one of the most prosperous dynasties in the central region, it was not to be taken lightly. However, His attention was evidently drawn to something of interest, and he suddenly spotted a vibrant stall bustling with eager customers. A sign beside it boldly proclaimed the words osmanthus cake. Ah! Senior sister had mentioned that master once enjoyed this delicacy. Indeed, he had observed quite a number of places along the way, yet none held much appeal. The moment he caught a whiff of their essence, he could discern their lack of quality. However, the current venue, bustling with patrons, left little room for doubt regarding its allure. Seemingly attuned to her disciple's sentiments, Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. Your senior sister is quite keen on such matters, though I have not explicitly mentioned it. Nevertheless, since we are here, we might as well enjoy the scenery. Clearly, she did not wish to dampen Chu Ning's enthusiasm, treating the outing as an opportunity to appreciate the landscape. Each locale possesses its own unique charm. The mountains and waters boast their own beauty, just as the capital city does. Present, she felt rather in high spirits. Chu Ning smiled and, noticing the throng of people around them, gently grasped Ji Qingqiu's hand and drew closer. Master, it seems we might have to wait for a while. Ji Qingqiu nodded in agreement. If you are interested, I shall accompany you. There is no rush. Passers-by occasionally turned their attention to the duo in line, including even the sword-wielding celestial beings who lingered for a moment. Many gazed from afar, their expressions betraying envy, for the striking beauty of the woman in black robes rendered her the center of attention wherever she went. Yet none dared to approach. This hesitation was not born of legal constraints. In a dynasty that revered strength, the law only shackles the weak. Even if someone were to commit a crime, would the authorities dare intervene? They might even assist in concealing the act. However, the two before them were evidently no ordinary individuals. The stunning woman was inscrutable, yet as cultivators, they could perceive the swirling aura surrounding the man. He seemed to be perpetually absorbing spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. He possessed at least a superior spiritual root, and this behavior appeared to be a form of intimidation. Therefore, it was clear that the woman adorned with a violet gourd could not possibly be an ordinary person either. Such ethereal beings, whose true power remained veiled, suggested a level of cultivation far exceeding their own, to an extraordinary degree. Survivors among cultivators possess wisdom. To provoke others recklessly could invite dire consequences. It was likely that the couple was merely indulging in the mortal realm, immersing themselves in human experiences, an endeavor best left undisturbed. Nevertheless, the seemingly formidable Chu Ning did not actively seek attention. The unique nature of his demonic form lay in its constant conversion of spiritual energy into demonic essence, fortifying Chu Ning's foundational cultivation with ease. Coupled with the rapid advancement afforded by his superior spiritual root, it truly felt as if he could cultivate while reclining. With no one to provoke him, all was well. He contemplated that the world of cultivation was surely rife with temptations and desires. Yet, when that moment arrived, it was likely that these individuals would find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. The fact that his master's demonic sect could create an environment of equality at the Jianmen Pass indicated her inclination towards maintaining order and decorum. Perhaps, in the end, it would not be the provocateurs who suffered, but rather those who dared to uproot the harmony. After a quarter of an hour, the two successfully purchased osmanthus cakes, priced at 1 tael of silver per pound, a bit steep indeed. However, upon tasting a piece, Chu Ning found it delightful. Shall master have a piece as well? He offered, raising a morsel without a care for the gazes of those around them. Prior to this, many gathered around the osmanthus cake stall had taken note of the pair. The man possessed an ethereal elegance, while the woman exuded an extraordinary beauty, both akin to celestial beings. Hand in hand, they appeared as a divine couple. However, upon hearing the master's words, nearly every gaze turned towards them, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. You are holding your master's hand? Is that not a tad inappropriate? Yet, in the next moment, the onlookers beheld a scene where the woman, with a playful smile, savored a pastry while affectionately ruffling the man's hair, gradually walking away. The earlier spectacle left them believing they had misheard. Such a pair undeniably resembled a couple of celestial beings, perfectly suited for one another, a bond that would be unforgettable throughout their lives. In contrast, those beside them felt a stark disparity with their own companions. As they distanced themselves, Ji Qingqiu finally spoke with a smile, Why did you act that way just now? Clearly, she referred to the public display of affection when Ninger had fed her. Though it was evident that Ninger had purchased the treat for her, the public nature of the act rendered her somewhat bashful. After all, such behavior was somewhat unconventional for a master and disciple. While with Ninger, she often struggled to maintain her composure, particularly in a public setting where they were perceived as a couple. Although she felt no anger, there was a considerable amount of embarrassment. Chu Ning chuckled as he held Ji Qingqiu's hand. Here, no one knew the master. Thus, being perceived merely as companions was perfectly acceptable. Ji Qingqiu squinted her eyes and smiled. If they were not perceived as master and disciple, what were they considered?
Chu Ning,
Emulating Ji Qingqiu, resolutely refrained from answering in that direction. Both understood the unspoken truth of their relationship. After all, if they were not master and disciple, what were they indeed? Ji Qingqiu sighed, her gaze filled with a mix of exasperation and amusement as she looked at Chu Ning. Your audacity grows bolder. Do you dare to tease your master? Has your senior sister truly not reprimanded you at all? As for the matter of cultivation, it certainly would not be neglected. Chu Ning, gazing at Ji Qingqiu with a smile, remarked, furthermore, considering that the master has accompanied the disciple to appreciate the scenery, it is only fair that the disciple returns the favor. According to my senior sister, the place you most desire to visit is likely the Dezhou dynasty, is it not? Was the osmanthus cake also suggested by your senior sister? Ahem, master. Does this imply I should sell my senior sister? Haven't you already done so? Your senior sister is a sage now. She surely would not mind such trivialities. As he leaned closer to his master's shoulder, strolling through the city streets, they appeared increasingly less like master and disciple. Instead, the atmosphere was remarkably jovial, as if both were thoroughly immersed in the moment. After a brief silence, Ji Qingqiu suddenly chuckled. Well, ordinarily I hadn't thought much of it. Osmanthus cake is not exactly my preferred flavor. Chu Ning promptly produced a piece of osmanthus cake and offered it to Ji Qingqiu. Master, do you think this flavor suits your palate now? Ji Qingqiu pursed her lips, her heartstrings seemingly tugged, leaving her both amused and bewildered. Such audacity! In all the world, where could one find a master and disciple like this? Yet, she could not help but feel a flicker of joy. Seeing Chu Ning insistently attempting to feed her, Ji Qingqiu ultimately took a bite, then sighed while affectionately patting his head.
Ninger.
The disciple has fed with a clear conscience. There is no need for the master to inquire further. Let us find an inn. Chapter 54. Revisiting old haunts, a millennial vigil upon returning to her former abode, Ji Qingqiu felt little sentiment, yet it stirred some long-buried memories. She had followed her revered master at a tender age to seek enlightenment, thus distancing herself from the mortal world. She recalled her parents' efforts in arranging her elder brother's marriage, their gratitude towards the generous offerings left by the denizens of the demonic sect, and her brother's tearful expressions of appreciation. Now, as she looked back, her visage remained unchanged, but the old family home had been appropriated by neighbors for livestock. Inquiring further, she learned that her parents had long since passed away, and her brother, emboldened by having a sister cultivating in the demonic sect, had become a tyrant in their locality. Ultimately, a passing cultivator, unable to tolerate his misdeeds, severed the heads of his family and fled, leaving them displayed atop the city walls. The complexities of right and wrong, grievances and affections need not be debated. Human affairs invariably demand resolution, much akin to settling debts. These memories, however, were unable to stir any ripples in Ji Qingqiu's heart. She held no particular yearning for the great Zhou dynasty, nor any desire for osmanthus cakes. Perhaps the initial catalyst was Luo Yu's prior sighting of Ji Qingqiu purchasing some treats at the foot of the mountain. In truth, during her youth, her family had little wealth, and her parents, upon seeing the blooming osmanthus, had merely crafted pastries from the yellow flower available at home. After all this time, the flavors had become elusive. A mere taste reminded her of their discordance, leading her to refrain from indulging further. By a twist of fate, a trivial misunderstanding was revealed to Ninger, who took it to heart and earnestly sought the finest flavors. Ji Qingqiu found herself both amused and exasperated. Her disciple was undeniably adorably naive. Yet, It was precisely this innocence that led Ji Qingqiu to find the pastries Ninger offered rather delightful. Accompanying Ninger on this excursion had indeed contributed to such sentiments. In that moment, Ji Qingqiu felt a flicker of joy, unable to resist ruffling Chu Ning's hair. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a special place. Each occupied a separate room in the inn, and nothing untoward transpired. Chu Ning genuinely believed Ji Qingqiu might harbor affection, hence his eagerness to accompany her. After all, she rarely appeared to indulge in matters of personal preference. It would be delightful for her to experience some other joys. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, after breakfast, Ji Qingqiu set forth with Chu Ning. Is your master's family home still standing near the capital of the great Zhou dynasty? Chu Ning inquired as they embarked on their journey beyond the city limits. Ji Qingqiu pondered briefly before shaking her head. After all these years, I have not commissioned repairs. It is likely no longer intact. Chu Ning remained silent, content to walk beside Ji Qingqiu. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness simply by being in her company, wishing for such moments to be a daily occurrence. His thoughts, pure or otherwise, were undeniably not entirely innocent. In the outskirts of the imperial city Huailing Township, the rural tranquility was a stark contrast to the bustling grandeur of the capital. As they traversed the path, Ji Qingqiu followed her memories in search of her childhood home, drawing the attention of many along the way. Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted slightly. Gazing at the distant small courtyard, she appeared somewhat lost in thought, her usual calmness momentarily faltering. Chu Ning followed Ji Qingqiu's gaze, his eyes resting on the modest wooden house. The eaves were immaculate, the steps spotless, and the courtyard was devoid of dust, far more orderly than the other farmhouses they had encountered on their journey. Enclosed by a fence that seemed recently erected, the half-height gate bore a sturdy iron lock, while within stood an ancient locust tree, its trunk thick enough to require 4 or 5 embraces. The quaint abode, accompanied by the venerable tree, was indeed charming, yet it hardly seemed to have endured for a millennium. Chu Ning pondered. Could this courtyard be the site of his master's ancestral home? But it appeared to be inhabited.
Ji Qingqiu, somewhat dazed,
Murmured. Just like when my master left so many years ago. Chu Ning was taken aback. Hadn't the master mentioned that no one tended to it?
Ji Qingqiu, equally perplexed,
Was about to step forward when suddenly, an elderly man in his 70s emerged, wielding a hoe. Who are you? No one is allowed to enter here. Ji Qingqiu glanced at the old man, not angered but rather contemplating. After a moment, she arrived at an answer. Is your ancestor from the Wang family? The old man, taken aback by her question, stared at Ji Qingqiu, his familiarity growing. After a prolonged silence, a spark of recognition ignited in his mind, and without another word, he dropped his hoe and returned to the courtyard. Chu Ning, bewildered, inquired, Who is this? Does the master know him? Ji Qingqiu shook her head. I do not know him personally, but perhaps I have seen his ancestors from over a dozen generations ago. Chu Ning swallowed hard. Truly, the longevity was extraordinary. Here was a man whose forebears had long since passed, yet his master remained eternally youthful. Soon, the old man reappeared, hurrying out with a book in hand, comparing it with Ji Qingqiu before him. It was immediately apparent, but, esteemed demon lord, with a thud, the old man knelt down. I am Wang Yong, a humble subject, greeting the esteemed demon lord. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. Your family has shown great dedication. When I returned to my homeland long ago, you replicated my portrait for posterity, ensuring the care of this courtyard through generations, and it has been a millennium, has it not? Chu Ning was left utterly astounded. Could it truly be so? 1,000 years of guardianship over the courtyard for his master? The old man wept. From my ancestor Wang Jin to this old man, there have been 19 generations. My ancestor entrusted us with the duty to watch over this courtyard, so that if one day the esteemed demon lord should visit, he would find comfort. For 1,000 years, we have never faltered. In truth, he was uncertain whether this was real. Could the renowned demon lord Ji Qingqiu truly hail from their humble town? Yet each generation of ancestors had dutifully guarded the courtyard, and their final words always urged that if the demon lord ever came, it would be the opportunity bestowed upon their lineage. From his youth, The old man had been accustomed to listening, witnessing the passage of time as he married, fathered children, and filled his home with descendants. Some of his progeny held positions in the imperial city, while others engaged in commerce elsewhere, all promising to bring the old man to enjoy a life of comfort. However, he remained steadfast in adhering to the ancestral teachings, tending to this courtyard. Unexpectedly, he truly awaited this moment in his lifetime. The figure before him was none other than the esteemed Lord of Demons. Ji Qingqiu glanced at the old man and spoke slowly. Since your lineage has shown such intent, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Speak, what is it that you desire? The old man shook his head fervently. I am but an old man. My descendants are well off, and my household has never wanted for wealth. Moreover, serving the Lord of Demons is an honor beyond compare. Not in need of wealth. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment and casually tossed him a pill. Your lifespan is nearing its end in 3 years. This elixir will fortify your body and extend your life by 50 years. Your lifelong toil here shall serve as compensation for you. In addition, you may select a disciple from your family to enter the demon sect as an inner disciple. Should there be no one with spiritual roots in your household, I grant you the prosperity of the Wang family for generations to come. The old man's countenance brightened, and he bowed once more. I am deeply grateful to the Lord of Demons. With that, the old man hurriedly unlocked the door for the two and, with a farewell, departed without further disturbance. Ji Qingqiu felt a twinge of nostalgia. While her parents and family did not evoke memories, it was the Wang family that stirred something within her. Years ago, she had encountered this family occupying land for livestock, and upon witnessing her attain the saintly realm after 4 decades of cultivation, they had prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy, fearful of retribution. Yet, Ji Qingqiu had merely walked away. To her surprise, this person had rebuilt a small courtyard, ensuring that his descendants were well cared for, likely out of fear. Gazing at the small courtyard before her, Ji Qingqiu hesitated, uncertain whether to enter or not. Sensing her internal conflict, Chu Ning smiled and took Ji Qingqiu's hand. Master, regardless of where one cultivates, it is all the same. Why not stay at Master's home for a few days before returning? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Qingqiu broke into a smile. Very well. Chapter 55. Oh dear. I almost kissed. The courtyard was impeccably clean and tidy, a testament to the old man's meticulous care, seemingly far from dilapidated, with traces of maintenance evident. It was a rare opportunity for any descendant to inherit such a place. The chance to extend the life of an elder without spiritual roots by 50 years was already remarkable, and for the disciples of their family to gain entry into the immortal gate, particularly directly into the inner sanctum, was equally fortuitous. Even if they lacked the necessary spiritual roots for entry, ensuring wealth and prosperity for future generations was the least they could hope for. Yet, the opportunity presented by Ji Qingqiu was precisely this. Opportunities, whether grand or modest, ultimately depended on one's ability to seize them. As the two entered the house, they surveyed the surroundings, finding the essential living amenities adequately provided, albeit lacking bedding, which would be necessary if they intended to stay. The central door led to bedrooms on either side, and there was a chair present. Zhu Xian, transformed into a petite girl, curiously examined the room as well. This was indeed the place where the demon lord resided in years past. It was noteworthy that the old man's lineage had persisted for a remarkable 19 generations. However, no one paid her any mind, and the little girl, observing Chu Ning leading the demon lord through the house, fell into a moment of silence. Deciding against further observation, she thought it best not to see anything inappropriate, and thus darted out of the courtyard to explore. Inside the room, Ji Qingqiu smiled as she surveyed her surroundings. The Wang family had evidently put in considerable effort to maintain the house, preserving it remarkably well since her master's departure. Chu Ning chuckled softly, relieved they had come. Otherwise, her master might have believed the courtyard lost to time. Indeed, that was her master's initial impression as well. Within the room, Ji Qingqiu discovered a reclining chair and settled into it. The Wang family took care of the house but adhered to decorum, refraining from residing there, which posed no inconvenience to Ji Qingqiu. A few days of rest here would be beneficial. Had she come alone, she might have simply strolled around and left, finding no reason to linger. However, now that she was with Ning her thoughts had shifted.
Chu Ning noted.
feeling inexplicably excited at the prospect of staying in her master's former home, sharing the space with her. Ji Qingqiu appeared somewhat languid, her gaze drifting slightly downward. The gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard, cool against her skin, coaxing her eyelids to close gently. She had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Observing her master, Chu Ning took a deep breath, surmising that Ji Qingqiu too wished for a moment of repose, especially in a place once called home. It must be said that her master was truly captivating, the impulse to kiss. Yet, in that moment, Chu Ning wisely refrained from interrupting and turned to step outside. After a brief interlude, Ji Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes. So much remained unchanged, yet so much had transformed. In her youth, she was accompanied by her parents. Now, she had Ning by her side. The path to enlightenment, if cluttered with excessive thoughts, could indeed tarnish one's resolve. Typically, Ji Qingqiu would not dwell on such matters in her daily life. In this moment of elevated spirits, I find myself irresistibly drawn to reminisce about the days of my youth. There is no sorrow in these reflections, merely a sense of amusement. Outside, Chu Ning has returned, laden with a variety of provisions, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and an assortment of meats and vegetables. Ji Qingqiu gazes on with curiosity, inquiring, "What is this for?" Chu Ning, with a puzzled expression, replies, "Did not the master say we would be staying here for a couple of days? I noticed you seemed to prefer not to eat from outside, so I thought I would prepare something myself." Ji Qingqiu nods slightly, not rising from her seat, but casually arranges bedding in the adjacent rooms. Having set down the supplies, Chu Ning busies herself in the kitchen. The skills of a cultivator are numerous, and fetching water or tending to the fire is a trivial task. However, cooking cannot rely solely on magical arts. That would compromise the flavor. Chu Ning selects a few simple home-cooked dishes, and by the time she finishes, dusk has settled in. The sun gradually succumbs to the encroaching night, leaving a few streaks of crimson on the horizon, while the stars begin to twinkle in the darkening sky, the Milky Way subtly revealing itself. The master and disciple share a small table, engaging in casual conversation about cultivation, magical techniques, and Ji Qingqiu's childhood, though she remains reticent about her past. Despite Chu Ning's persistent inquiries, Ji Qingqiu relishes the meal prepared by her disciple. As the night deepens, a satiated Chu Ning shows no inclination towards practicing but chooses instead to sit beneath the eaves with Ji Qingqiu. Tonight, there is something distinctly different about her master, a warmth that contrasts with her usual aloofness. The more Chu Ning observes, the more she feels an urge to defy convention. The courtyard offers little in the way of scenery, dominated by a robust old locust tree, its leaves falling with each gust of wind. Ji Qingqiu appears lost in thought. What occupies her mind? Chu Ning is uncertain, but she subtly shifts her chair closer. The moon shines brightly amidst scattered stars. A desire to hold hands stirs within her. Yet, just as Chu Ning begins to reach out, Ji Qingqiu unexpectedly speaks. "Ninger." Startled, Chu Ning retracts her hand, offering an awkward smile. "What is it, master?" Ji Qingqiu responds, "Today I feel quite joyful." Chu Ning beams, "I am glad to hear that, master. Revisiting this place must evoke some memories?" Ji Qingqiu shakes her head, leaving Chu Ning puzzled. "That is not what I meant. In truth, I struggle to recall much from those days. Only fragments linger in my mind. Although they are meaningful, what brings me greater joy is having you accompany me here." With a serene smile gracing her face, Ji Qingqiu softly continues, "When you first became my disciple, you expressed that the pursuit of immortality was to behold more splendid vistas. After leaving this place, I did not seek out many sights, focusing solely on my cultivation and inquiries. While I found this path lacking, I often sensed something was missing. Since you became my disciple and spoke those words, I experienced a fleeting insight, yet it lacked clarity. Now, standing here, I truly perceive that the journey of cultivation indeed offers many landscapes worthy of exploration." Curious, Chu Ning asks, "What vistas does the master refer to?" Ji Qingqiu turns her gaze toward her, and Chu Ning scratches her head in response. Ji Qingqiu, observing the situation, chose not to elaborate further. The intellect of her disciple often oscillated between brilliance and confusion, yet that did not concern her much. However, It was precisely because she initiated the conversation that it was entirely natural for Chu Ning to be perplexed. After all, this disciple was no romantic prodigy. Nevertheless, it was this very peculiarity that piqued Ji Qingxiu's interest, compelling her to extend her hand, beckoning Chu Ning to come closer. Suddenly brought back to reality, Chu Ning felt his heart race uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Had his master just subtly flirted with him? Had he failed to notice? How vexing! Yet, gazing at his master before him, his attention was increasingly captivated. Throughout their journey, he had encountered numerous vistas, but none could rival the beauty of his master. With a playful reprimand, Ji Qingxiu remarked, "What are you thinking? I am your master. Such sentiments should be reserved for me." With the absence of others, it seemed no one would discern the bond between them. Ji Qingxiu appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Chu Ning propped himself up from his seat, inching closer to Ji Qingxiu, filled with eager anticipation. Sensing his intentions, Ji Qingxiu's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, yet she did not withdraw her gaze. Their faces drew ever nearer. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance, exclaiming in astonishment, You too!" Zhu Xian stood at the doorway, dumbfounded by the sight. "You are master and disciple. How can you indulge in such affection?" Yet, she quickly realized the implications and hastily turned to flee, feeling like an outsider in that moment. The previously intimate atmosphere was abruptly shattered as the two locked eyes. Master, shall we continue?" Ji Qingxiu remained silent, her fingers twitching slightly. The chair beneath Chu Ning cracked ominously, collapsing under him with a resounding thud. Bang! What the hell? Chu Ning found himself sprawled on the ground, nearly in tears. "Master, this chair is of poor quality." Ji Qingxiu, with a subtle smirk, rose and retreated to her room, leaving behind a parting remark. "This is your punishment, rebellious disciple." Lying on his back, Chu Ning gazed up at the moon above. Why was he taking so long? He should have leaned in for a kiss. After all, even if Zhu Xian arrived, could she truly interrupt such a moment? The crux of the matter was he never anticipated her arrival, becoming utterly entranced by his master. She was simply too beautiful. Zhu Xian was such a nuisance. Perhaps it would be best to seal that sword after all. Woe is me. Chapter 56. The master is the motivation for the disciple's cultivation. As the night deepened, Chu Ning reluctantly retired to bed. There was no kiss, nor a hand to hold. Not far from the doorway, Zhu Xian sat in a daze, staring intently at the courtyard, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The master and disciple were actually going to kiss. How terrifying! Were they not supposed to be master and disciple? Indeed, they were, without a doubt. They called each other master and disciple all day long. Yet they were engaged in such behavior. This was scandalous. The young girl cupped her face, listening intently. It seemed that the sounds from within had quieted, allowing her to approach stealthily. Seeing the courtyard empty, she finally sighed in relief. However, a sudden voice from behind startled her. You are the daughter of the demon lord?" Zhu Xian froze momentarily and turned to look at the old man. "Daughter?" The old man, mistaking Zhu Xian's surprise for shyness, chuckled. "This old man is here to tend to the courtyard for the demon lord. I never expected the demon lord to return today with a daughter. In that case, it seemed that the young man was the demon lord's partner. How amusing." Zhu Xian recognized the old man well. Her spiritual perception was not sealed, and she had witnessed the scene from earlier. But what was the old man saying? How could she possibly be the daughter of the demon lord? It was more accurate to say that the master and disciple were partners. Ignoring the old man, Zhu Xian entered the small courtyard and found a quiet spot to transform into a sword, resting. Watching the young girl's retreating figure, the old man scratched his head. Had he perhaps misspoken? Confused, he decided to sleep it off. Originally, he had a lifespan of 3 years, but now it had been extended by 50. If the family disciple possessed spiritual roots, they could even enter the inner sect of the demon sect for cultivation, becoming a revered immortal master. The opportunity left by the ancestor was truly remarkable. The next morning, as Ji Qingxiu rose and stepped outside, she noticed the Zhu Xian sword resting on a chair beneath the eaves. A smile suddenly graced her lips. Seeing her disciple struggle brought her some amusement, yet she sensed that continually allowing him to falter would not bode well. She had not intended to refuse him yesterday. It was Ninger's own sword that had ruined the good fortune. Who could she blame? Suddenly, her brow arched as she sensed someone approaching from behind, feigning ignorance as she held Zhu Xian close to her chest. Behind her, a pair of arms encircled her, pressing against her back.
Chu Ning chuckled softly.
The disciple said it was all right to hug, right?
Yi Qingqiu sighed deeply.
When had she ever said that? The master said to let the disciple do as he wishes. Did you not get my consent? But you did not refuse, did you? Ji Qingqiu, being slightly taller than Chu Ning, typically exuded an air of dignified authority. Yet, at that moment, enveloped in Chu Ning's embrace, her face flushed, revealing no intention to resist. The master emanates a delightful fragrance. Chu Ning, somewhat enamored, nuzzled against Ji Qingqiu's back. The spirit of the immortal slayer sensed that further observation might lead to a ban, so it opted to seal its own senses, allowing this master-disciple duo to engage in their whims without interference. Master, I wish to inquire about something, Chu Ning began. Ji Qingqiu responded, her curiosity piqued. After years of cultivating demonic arts, have you ever heard of a breakthrough in such practices? Chu Ning's interest was particularly stirred by the notion of the heavenly demon cycle, a derivative technique following the 9 images of the heavenly demon. Although she had yet to embark on its cultivation, her curiosity about its essence remained unabated. Ji Qingqiu's gaze reflected a hint of perplexity. A breakthrough of the 9 images of the heavenly demon. I have not encountered such a notion. The legacy of the demonic arts has spanned millennia, and these techniques are fundamental. Have you not already mastered them? Or do you believe you have achieved a level of enlightenment that hints at a potential breakthrough? Setting aside the discussion of spiritual roots and physical form, what truly astounded Ji Qingqiu was Chu Ning's rapid comprehension of the heavenly demon cycle. It seemed as though she possessed an innate affinity for the demonic arts, her insights approaching an extraordinary level, capable of conjuring the essence of ancient ferocious beasts. With the incorporation of Taotai and Qiongqi, the potential was indeed formidable. Merely these 2 entities, once Chu Ning ascended to the realm of saints, would enable her to rival a saint, not to mention the additional manifestations she would later conjure. Do you truly believe there exists a secret technique beyond these demonic arts? Ji Qingqiu inquired. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning hesitated to give an affirmative response, acknowledging that she was still some way from breaking through the 3 realms. Once she achieved that, she would discuss the matter in detail with Ji Qingqiu. I have merely had some inklings, but I am uncertain of their specifics. I am still in the process of exploration. Ji Qingqiu took a deep breath and reflected. Indeed, the 9 images of the heavenly demon seem to lack further progression, at least from my understanding. However, if you, Ninger, have had insights, it must be due to your exceptional gifts. Encouraged by this, Ji Qingqiu resumed her contemplation of the realm of celestial phenomena. Now at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, she stood just a step away from the celestial phenomenon, having stagnated in her exploration for several centuries without any discernible lead. The only explanations she could fathom were either a flaw in the technique or a deficiency in the heavenly Tao. Yet, given that the techniques originated from the demon ancestor and had been passed down through the ages, it seemed improbable for them to be lacking. Thus, Ji Qingqiu had long suspected an imperfection in the heavenly Tao, especially since no individual from the other 3 sects had achieved the 9 realms of celestial phenomena. However, after Chu Ning's remark today, her doubts resurfaced. What if, after all, Ninger was undeniably a prodigy in the cultivation of techniques? Chu Ning smiled and assured, should I gain any profound realization, I will inform you immediately, Master. You have treated me so generously, it would be remiss not to share such insights. Your strength reflects upon my own. Positioning herself directly behind her master, she playfully called out, Come, strike me if you dare. The sense of security provided by the demon lord was overwhelming. Are we not practicing today? How long must I endure this embrace? Ninger, clearly reluctant to part, Chu Ning responded with an air of feigned grievance. But master, my cultivation progresses swiftly. Is it not reasonable to seek comfort in your embrace when I feel weary? It is unreasonable. One must not be negligent in the pursuit of cultivation. How can you still focus on your practice so early in the morning? Chu Ning reluctantly released his grip, feeling a tinge of regret. Let the disciple cultivate as he wishes. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently, stating, as your master, it is my duty to spar with you. Mastering the sword techniques and comprehending the essence of the sword is indeed beneficial. Hearing this, Chu Ning felt a surge of motivation. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wasn't my initial aspiration to attain immortality? Isn't that my greatest driving force? Why do I now need to practice alongside my master to feel motivated? Alas, I have indeed grown complacent. Or could it be that I did not manage to kiss her last night? With this thought, Chu Ning lifted his head and playfully asked, if I finish my sword practice, may I steal a kiss from you, master? Ji Qingqiu appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this train of thought. How did the disciple's mind leap to such a conclusion? No, that cannot be. Last night, when the immortal slaying did not disturb him, he managed to receive a kiss. His master should consider this a form of compensation. Who said that? When did I allow you to kiss me? Ji Qingqiu dismissed the matter as though nothing had occurred. Chu Ning, in a state of indignation, declared, if my master continues to act this way, then next time, I shall kiss without asking. First, let us practice the sword. Master, is that permissible? We shall discuss it after your practice. Does that mean it is permissible? Chu Ning immediately seized the sword, a grin spreading across his face. Master has agreed to my request. You cannot go back on your word. I never agreed to anything. Master, please accompany me in my sword practice. Chapter 57. Just bring it in, master, having previously taught you the 9 styles of the demonic swordsmanship. Now I shall guide you in the path of the sword. In the small courtyard, Ji Qingqiu drew a long sword from the sword-nurturing gourd at her waist. The once ordinary blade, after a few days in the gourd, had already attained the quality of a medium-grade weapon. The pinnacle of spirit-grade nurturing gourds could effortlessly refine even the most basic of swords. With that, she exchanged the Zhuxian sword from Chu Ning's hands. Chu Ning scratched his head. Master, do I not need the Zhuxian anymore? Ji Qingqiu's expression remained calm as she explained slowly. The Zhuxian is a celestial sword, and while its power can greatly enhance your lethality, relying on its might does not connect to your own essence. Prolonged dependence will hinder your swordsmanship. Diligent practice is essential for you to comprehend the sword's intent. Holding the standard sect sword, Chu Ning felt a stark disparity compared to the Zhuxian, as if he were grasping a mere iron rod. What should I do, master? Begin with the demonic style, executing 3,000 strikes for each action, thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Your connection with the sword itself is currently weak. Thus you cannot truly unleash the Zhuxian's potential. Without hesitation, Chu Ning agreed. His master, the current demon sovereign, the foremost in swordsmanship, the unrivaled force of lethality, was undoubtedly reliant on the sword. With the ability to summon myriad entities as swords in the second realm, one could only imagine the depth of her power. Simple sword swings may not seem divine, but surely her reasoning held merit. Recalling the sword techniques in his mind, Chu Ning swiftly commenced. However, it wasn't long before Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. No, your sword movements merely replicate the techniques. This only enhances your familiarity. You do not require this now. Confused, Chu Ning asked, then what should I do? Focus on your heart as you wield the sword. Seek to understand its intent. Ji Qingqiu struggled to articulate further, as the foundational essence of sword intent was something she had grasped from the moment she first held a sword. No teaching was necessary. Her talent was exceptional, so much so that some matters were beyond contemplation. The current challenge lay in her inability to convey it. Your understanding is commendable, Ning-er. You will surely decipher it. Chu Ning felt somewhat disheartened. His lips twitched as he gazed at Ji Qingqiu. Sword intent. How do I comprehend it? Could you perhaps elaborate? I shall demonstrate for you. You must grasp it yourself. If I speak too much, it may hinder your progress. Really? Indeed. Ji Qingqiu, maintaining her composure, used her fingertip to mimic the sword, demonstrating the thrust, slash, and swing techniques. Each movement exuded a palpable sword intent, and one could faintly hear the sound of air being sliced. Impressive. But I still do not understand. Very well, I shall contemplate it on my own. Master must wish for me to experience the joy of discovery. Gradually, Chu Ning calmed himself, focusing on the sword in his grasp, replaying the earlier techniques in his mind. It was somewhat clearer this time. He would proceed in this manner. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in her demeanor, before moving aside to take a seat. This was her approach to teaching disciples. When it came to sword techniques, they were fixed patterns, quite simple in essence. However, the ethereal nature of sword intent was rather elusive. All she could do was describe it as best as she could. Meanwhile, during his practice, Chu Ning was utterly focused. His pursuit of cultivation was for the sake of longevity, and longevity was to stay close to his master. How could he afford to be careless? In all endeavors, one must concentrate on the task at hand. When practicing swordsmanship, one should be wholly devoted to it. When enjoying moments with his master, he should immerse himself in that experience completely. In this manner, one could indeed attain a tranquil heart. As the morning passed, Ji Qingqiu shook her head in dismay. While Ning had made swift progress in other areas of cultivation, his swordsmanship appeared remarkably clumsy. After an entire morning of practice, he seemed to have advanced only slightly. At this level, his cultivation could be likened to that of an inner disciple of the sect. It was not that Ji Qingqiu was demanding more. Chu Ning possessed numerous techniques. With his demonic body, he could dominate within his realm, even contend with those in higher realms. Wielding a celestial sword, he could forcefully slay peak talents in the third realm, making him a formidable being indeed. Yet, given the importance Ji Qingqiu placed on swordsmanship, she yearned to impart her profound insights to Chu Ning, albeit with a gradual approach. If only Ning's swordsmanship could improve more swiftly, she could offer further guidance, fulfilling her duty as a master. Nevertheless, Ji Qingqiu still held great admiration for him. When Chu Ning was absorbed in his practice, he exhibited a different demeanor, one that was endearingly focused, a stark contrast to his usual silly charm. Thus, she encouraged him to continue his practice, for there was no rush. Within the courtyard, Chu Ning gradually slowed his pace. He swung his sword freely, and with his physical prowess, he did not require excessive time. However, mere repetition was futile. This sword intent could not be grasped merely through the number of swings. It required a serene reflection on the insights gained from each previous stroke. Each interval between his sword strikes lasted approximately 15 minutes. He refrained from utilizing any cultivation or celestial sword, concentrating solely on the act of swinging. What is sword intent? What constitutes the path of the sword? To attain mastery, there must be something extraordinary about it. His master could exude sword intent without employing techniques, surpassing even the means of attacking with demonic energy. This implied that pure sword intent did not necessitate the enhancement of cultivation. It was simply the act of wielding the sword. This time, Chu Ning remained in a meditative state longer than ever before, his mind flooded with the sword techniques of the sect's prodigies he had encountered. With calm composure, merging body and sword, he became one with the blade, and the blade became him. At this moment, was his intent truly sword intent? A thought crossed Chu Ning's mind as he raised his hand and gently executed a sword strike. This strike lacked significant force, yet he observed the blade quivering, resonating with a faint hum. A sound akin to the breaking of air followed. Ji Qingqiu, observing from the side, nodded in approval. Precisely so. Continue in this manner until you have completed the remaining exercises. Chu Ning nodded in acknowledgement, wiping the sweat from his brow. A semblance of sword intent began to manifest, albeit rather nebulously. Could such a subtle glide possess lethality? If one were to harness the full zenith of comprehension regarding sword intent, would it not elevate one to greater heights? As Chu Ning contemplated this, a sense of weariness washed over him, not physically, but mentally. A comforting embrace from his master felt necessary for rejuvenation, yet he ultimately dismissed the thought. When practicing swordsmanship, one must focus solely on the art itself. What purpose does overthinking serve? Once the evening practice concludes, he could indulge in that embrace without guilt. Motivation surged forth. As dusk fell, Chu Ning filled a large tub with water, immersing himself to wash away the fatigue of the day. Exhaustion was indeed present, yet there was an exhilarating sensation that accompanied it. Similar to the path of cultivation, moments of insight sparked a thrill, The notion that sword practitioners wield the most formidable force among their peers is not without merit. If one could fully grasp the essence of sword intent before drawing the blade, the experience would transcend mere concepts. The sword shatters myriad laws. Indeed, the sword holds great significance, yet it is not solely reliant upon the blade itself. It is the sword intent that empowers. To cleave mountains and sever rivers with a sword seems entirely plausible, does it not? Chu Ning felt a stirring within, savoring this realization. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping at the door interrupted his reverie. Chu Ning lifted his gaze towards the silhouette at the entrance. Master, I am in the midst of bathing. What brings you here? You have made commendable progress today. I possess a medicinal liquid that will aid in restoring your spiritual strength. You may add it to your bath for absorption. Retrieve it upon your exit. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Ning replied, Had I known, I would have asked you to leave it at the door, as I had already entered. I can collect it later. There is no need for that. I shall bring it to you. What? Chu Ning suddenly sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. In the next instant, the door swung open. Chapter 58. My master actually kissed me. With a splash, Chu Ning dove into the water, his head barely visible above the surface. Following his gaze, he noticed Ji Qingqiu approaching with a vial of unknown medicinal liquid in hand. Completely unclothed, Chu Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, why should a grown man feel shy? It seemed that the imposing image of his master had unconsciously made him perceive himself as a timid apprentice. With this thought, Chu Ning cast aside his earlier reticence, revealing half of his body as he leaned against the edge of the bath. Was it merely an illusion? Had his master cast a fleeting glance in his direction? Ji Qingqiu indeed glanced at him, but quickly averted her gaze. As a master, a mere glance was inconsequential. Yes, it was nothing. Her expression remained as cool and composed as ever as she approached Chu Ning and poured the medicinal liquid into the bath. The once clear water began to shimmer with a faint green glow, and Chu Ning felt a warmth enveloping his body. Master, what is this? He inquired. It is merely a medicinal liquid that nourishes the soul. Focus on refining it, she replied. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Chu Ning's face, yet the comfort radiating from the liquid was undeniable. It was indeed a substance that nurtured the soul. But why hadn't his master produced it sooner? After all, he had mentioned wanting a bath and had prepared for quite some time. Could she not recall his request? However, Chu Ning did not dwell on it for long. Whatever his master provided was undoubtedly beneficial. If all masters were to conspire against their disciples, there would truly be no one left to trust. With his eyes closed and mind focused, he gradually began to refine the liquid. At this moment, Ji Qingqiu slowly crouched beside him, her gaze shifting from his face to the chest of her disciple. After his training, he had indeed undergone a significant transformation. His physique was much sturdier than during their last encounter at Biluo Pond. Her curiosity piqued. She gently extended her hand. Yet, she suddenly recalled something. While refining a medicinal liquid, Ninger would be able to sense changes in his body. Though she was tempted to pinch him, she restrained herself from doing so. She had come to understand him somewhat. If she revealed any affection, Chu Ning would promptly notice and reciprocate emotionally, perhaps with a kiss or an embrace. However, he often took things a step further. Now her disciple seemed eager to kiss her. Ji Qingqiu felt that their relationship was developing rather swiftly. Nevertheless, since her feelings had evolved beyond the initial dynamic she had discussed with Mu Li, there was no need to adhere strictly to the traditional boundaries of a master-apprentice relationship. Even if she was inexperienced in matters of the heart and had never had a partner, Ji Qingqiu was aware that her earlier actions had indeed been flirtatious. After all, what had prompted her to visit Ninger's room at the inn late at night to discuss meridian unblocking? Perhaps at first Ninger had not fully understood, but he would surely come to realize it soon enough, leading to an increasing closeness between them. Ji Qingqiu found this to be quite delightful. The path of cultivation is merely to act in accordance with one's heart. She is not a Taoist, devoid of desires. Since feelings have begun to sprout within her, it is essential to confront them and discern the source of the issue. If it lies with Ninger, there is no need for excessive restraint. However, She certainly cannot bestow upon Ninger the title of a formal partner. Should that occur, she believes the three teachings would inevitably cause significant turmoil for Chu Ning. Yet, to occasionally indulge in minor affections without acknowledging the title of partner is certainly permissible. Moreover, does Ji Qingqiu not find herself intrigued by such matters? After all, she has indeed developed feelings for Chu Ning. The reasons for this are: Chu Ning gradually opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found his master's face not far in front of him, seemingly lost in thought. Ji Qingqiu leaned over the edge of the bathing tub. That gaze, was it directed at him? Their eyes met and words failed them. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Master, your presence here makes it difficult for me to continue bathing. The medicinal liquid has already been refined. Ji Qingqiu smiled as she cupped Chu Ning's face. Then you may continue bathing. I shall step out. Chu Ning quickly interjected, Master. Why? Ji Qingqiu turned her head in mild confusion. A hint of anticipation flickered across Chu Ning's face as he hastily inquired, Does what you promised during the day still hold true? Feigning ignorance, Ji Qingqiu responded, What matter? Chu Ning chuckled lightly, a playful huff escaping him. Master, with your high cultivation, how could you possibly forget? I am burdened with countless affairs. There is much to attend to. But Master, you are merely resting in your chair today. He sighed, Never mind that. I shall speak plainly. This morning, Master. Yet before Chu Ning could finish, Ji Qingqiu's expression suddenly shifted as she glanced behind Chu Ning.
Lo Yue?
What brings you here? Chu Ning's mind went blank. Sister Lo, you had arrived? How could she possibly know they were here? I am still bathing, and Master is right beside me. If this is misunderstood. Chu Ning swiftly turned to explain, but in the next moment, he felt a warmth on his cheek, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock. His master had kissed him. Upon turning back, Ji Qingqiu had already risen and was departing. Rest well, she said. Chu Ning's heart raced. Master, that is not what I meant. I only wish to. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Chu Ning nearly burst into tears. He had meant to kiss his master, not the other way around. He had long wished to kiss her. If not on the lips, then on the cheek would suffice. Woe is me! Chu Ning collapsed beside the bathing tub, feeling utterly despondent. He should not have turned back. How could Sister Lo Yu possibly appear here? It was surely a ruse by his master. With such exalted cultivation, how could she deceive her disciple? Chu Ning couldn't help but sigh deeply, yet the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upward. The master kissed him, and he could hardly contain his excitement. This clearly demonstrated that his judgment was indeed correct. The master harbored affection for him. In that moment, Chu Ning's mind was far removed from thoughts of demonic lords, sex, or the decorum expected between a master and disciple. All he could think about was the fact that the master liked him. Although he did not receive a kiss from the master's kiss upon him spoke volumes. When Chu Ning reached for Ji Qingqiu's hand, seeking a hug, it could be interpreted as the master's care for his disciple. But when the master kissed his disciple, how could it be merely care? This was affection. Suddenly, Chu Ning sprang to his feet, filled with fervor. He yearned to rebel against his master. However, he soon found himself in a state of distress. The master's gesture was merely an attempt to fulfill what was spoken earlier that morning, to ease his mind. Having received a kiss, what more could he desire? One must not overstep bounds. In essence, there was no valid reason to further dwell upon this matter. But how could he proceed? In an instant, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Eureka! At Ji Qingqiu's door, Chu Ning, clad in a thin inner garment, hesitated momentarily before gently rapping on the door. Master, are you resting? A sound came from within the room. Not yet, what is it? Disciple seems to have strained his muscles today. No matter how much I rest, it proves ineffective. I would like to request the master's assistance in examining my condition. If only the master could help me regulate my meridians, that would suffice. May I, master? Chapter 59. I, Chu Ning, shall today defy my master and ancestors. A deep sigh echoed from within the chamber. On the bed, seated in meditation, Ji Qingqiu exhibited a trace of helplessness. This method, it seemed, she had employed before. Now it was being turned against her. It must be said, apart from his cultivation in the sword path, her disciple displayed remarkable talent in all other aspects. This included matters of the heart. A true mimicry. Ji Qingqiu's gaze fell upon the door, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke calmly. I have just sensed that there is nothing amiss with you. A night of rest should suffice. But master, I was genuinely preparing to cultivate when I suddenly discovered an obstruction in my magical energy, as if my meridians were blocked. Were it not for my cultivation, I would not have sought you out. I implore you to assist me. Chu Ning endeavored to describe the situation in detail. However, since the onset of his cultivation, he had never felt hindered. There was no actual blockage, yet he endeavored to present the matter with gravity. It has impeded my cultivation. Is that not serious enough? Master, you cannot simply stand by, can you? You cannot bear to watch your disciple unable to cultivate. Ji Qingqiu remained silent for a moment. It was clear to her what Ninger sought at such an hour, claiming his meridians were obstructed. Should she permit him entrance? With a sudden creak, Chu Ning bounded in. Master, I truly am unwell. Do you not find that declaration somewhat suspicious?
Yi Qingqiu inquired.
Chu Ning pondered for a moment, then rephrased. Then, is it acceptable to say I am unwell?
Yi Qingqiu chuckled softly.
If that is the case, I am even less inclined to believe you. One should craft their excuses more artfully. Without hesitation, Chu Ning removed his upper garment. Ji Qingqiu's gaze faltered, and she silently averted her eyes. Ninger, what are you doing? Master, is it not true that one must remove their clothing to adjust the meridians? Chu Ning argued. These were your words. Could it be you were deceiving me? Ji Qingqiu was rendered speechless. Yet, Chu Ning had already seated himself beside her, grasping her hand and pressing it against his chest. I beg you, master, help me discern where the blockage lies so that I may continue my cultivation. Ji Qingqiu's heart trembled, her complexion betraying a hint of crimson. There was reason to his actions. The Chu Ning from earlier had not perceived the gravity of the situation, but now he was fully aware. His visit tonight could hardly be for mere meridian adjustment. He came with intent. Moreover, his eloquent and reasonable discourse left her with little room for rebuttal. After all, it was she who had treated Ninger in such a manner before, yet now, feeling the warmth radiating from her disciple, Ji Qingqiu swallowed hard. In that case, lie down, and I shall assist you in examining your meridians. Chu Ning was elated, though he managed to suppress his excitement. At this moment, he resembled a paragon of virtue, a disciple who reveres his teacher and upholds the principles of the way. Yet, aside from the lecherous sects that roam the world, few master-disciple pairs can be found like this, especially when the mentor in question is the Lord of Demons. Upon witnessing Chu Ning lying down, Ji Qingqiu took a deep breath. The heart-calming mantra proved ineffective. Who, after all, had devised such a thing? Was it someone from the Buddhist sect? It never seemed to work when needed, yet curiously surfaced at unexpected times. Fortunately, the individual responsible for the heart-calming mantra had long since passed. Otherwise, Ji Qingqiu would not hesitate to pay a visit to the Western Lotus Isle to reclaim that bald monk's head after this evening. After so many years of cultivation, how could she not find peace? Yet, despite the turmoil within her heart, Ji Qingqiu's expression remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any ripples. As she reached out to caress Chu Ning's chest, the astonishment within her was unmistakable. She had always held a curiosity for him. During their earlier bath, she had hesitated to touch him, but now, how could she remain unmoved? Ji Qingqiu truly was navigating through the meridians. Without this, she could not find serenity. If she could not calm herself, trouble would surely arise. She was well aware of this rebellious disciple's intentions. He had already sought ways to draw closer to her. Chu Ning inhaled deeply, feeling a warmth envelop his entire being. Was the master truly guiding his meridians? No, that wasn't it. He had come tonight simply to embrace his master and share affectionate moments. He never anticipated she would actually be working on his meridians. His foundation was solid. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow, her expression laden with doubt. Ninger, did you not mention your meridians were blocked? As your master, I am merely helping to guide them. Is there an issue? Was it possible that your heart harbored ulterior motives, and you did not come for the purpose of meridian guidance? Chu Ning was rendered speechless. With just 2 sentences, the initiative slipped back into Ji Qingqiu's grasp. Once again, he found himself at her mercy. Ji Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Indeed, her wisdom nearly allowed her to lose control of the situation. Today, she was genuinely assisting Chu Ning in guiding his meridians. What more could he possibly do? Clearly, nothing. Once the meridians were alleviated, he would be able to relax, and she would need to weave in a few spells to lull him to sleep quickly. Otherwise, she truly did not know how to handle the situation. Seeing this, Chu Ning was also left in a daze. In matters of emotion, he was evidently too naive to find the right approach to advance his relationship with his master. Yet, while he lacked in technique, he possessed other qualities. Could he not simply express his feelings directly? As a disciple, one must be bold. There would be no concealment of any thoughts of betraying one's master. Master, Chu Ning grasped Ji Qingqiu's hand, looking up at her. Ji Qingqiu's previously calm heart surged with turmoil once again. As expected, her disciple would not remain passive. What is it? Ji Qingqiu inquired, noting the sincerity and determination in his gaze. I have feelings for you, master. Ji Qingqiu's heart jolted at his admission, yet she quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips. I am aware, my dear disciple. Did you not express your admiration for me in the sect? It is only natural to have such feelings. There is nothing amiss with that. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning immediately added, what I mean is not the kind of affection between a master and disciple, but rather the romantic feelings between a man and a woman. Having said this, Chu Ning sat up, gazing directly at Ji Qingqiu. Although this statement somewhat undermined the traditional boundaries of their relationship and perhaps should not have been uttered, the allure of her master was undeniable. Thus, it was on this day that the disciple dared to inquire if the master truly harbored feelings for her. Despite Ji Qingqiu's actions and behaviors clearly indicating affection, after all, one does not hold hands, embrace, or even kiss someone they do not like. Chu Ning yearned to hear her master's feelings articulated in words, to shatter that fragile barrier between them. Her master was simply too enchanting. The desire to kiss her was overwhelming. Chu Ning did not wish to remain merely a disciple any longer, and today presented a perfect opportunity to express this. Ji Qingqiu's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. The disciple's longing to transcend the bounds of their relationship brought her a mix of happiness, joy, and even a hint of nervousness. After all, articulating such feelings was no simple task. Ji Qingqiu found herself at a loss, instinctively reaching for the purple gourd beside her and taking a sip of the drink. When she set it down, however, it was promptly taken by Chu Ning, who also took a sip. This act, initially initiated by Ji Qingqiu, did not bother her. Perhaps Ning merely wished to share a drink as a gesture of their closeness. Yet they were already quite close. How could this be expressed? Just as Ji Qingqiu pondered this, Chu Ning, having taken a sip, did not rush to swallow. She waited for the opportune moment. Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in surprise. Unlike the previous encounter in the bath, this time it was a direct kiss, lips meeting lips. After this bold act, Chu Ning took a deep breath, her gaze sincere as she looked at Ji Qingqiu. Master, she inquired, what flavor does this drink possess? Chapter 60. The rebellious disciple's embrace as the wine coursed down her throat. It brought with it a warmth, a bitterness, and a spiciness. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated her disciple's audacity to be so bold. He had kissed her directly. The sensation was eerily reminiscent of the first time she had been kissed. Yet this time it was accompanied by the taste of alcohol. The flavor was far from pleasant. The inferior wine purchased from Jianmen Pass paled in comparison to the exquisite brews crafted by the fox spirits in the Wanhualan. However, the taste she experienced at that moment was. Ji Qingqiu's face flushed a deep crimson as she hastily pushed Chu Ning away. Ninger, what are you doing? Did we not agree to maintain a master-disciple relationship? She truly did not foresee the situation escalating to this point. This disciple. This rebellious disciple. What audacity! She felt she should be angry, should be indignant, yet gazing upon his face, her heart fluttered with a hint of joy, a sensation akin to a startled deer. It seemed she had indeed succumbed to temptation. Chu Ning had become her inner demon. For a brief moment, the two of them sat in silence on the bed. Chu Ning, sensing the awkwardness in the air, felt somewhat embarrassed. Master, he began, wishing to ease the tension. But Ji Qingqiu turned to him, her brows slightly furrowed, her cheeks flushed. A beauty he had never witnessed before, breathtakingly radiant. Chu Ning was left speechless, utterly captivated by this enchanting side of his master. Ji Qingqiu's chest rose and fell, her composure evidently shaken. How could she maintain her usual tranquility when her disciple had just kissed her? If one disregarded the previous encounter with the demonic shadow, this would indeed be her first experience. Ji Qingqiu's mind was increasingly in turmoil, yet she inhaled deeply and fixed her gaze upon Chu Ning. You claim to have feelings for me. Do you understand the gravity of such actions? Chu Ning paused momentarily, then quickly replied, Master, your strength is formidable. You need not fear any rumors. If my own power were sufficient to silence the naysayers, who would dare question the righteousness of my actions? Rules and etiquette are constructs of humanity, mere constraints that bind the weak. True strength knows no such limitations. Ji Qingqiu's brows relaxed slightly. Her disciple was indeed becoming more like her. Previously, he only sought longevity, but now he shared her thoughts. If one possessed enough strength, who would dare utter a word of dissent? Strength is the ultimate truth in this world. She had only occasionally broached such topics with Chu Ning, yet he had gradually adopted her way of thinking, an ideology that resonated deeply within this realm. With his current progress, he had already achieved a level of prowess that set him apart from his peers. Should he break through to the sage realm within a century, he would become one of the most formidable sages of the demon sect. At that time, who would still dare to speak ill? Ji Qingqiu held a profound faith in Chu Ning. After listening to him, she smiled. If that is the case, what is it that you admire about your master? Chu Ning chuckled softly. Perhaps it is merely the allure of beauty. After all, with a master as stunning as you, it would be impossible not to be captivated. Ji Qingqiu sighed with a bittersweet smile. In this case, would it not mean that you must be fond of all the beautiful women in the world? Chu Ning shook her head. The master is different. In what way is the master different? It is undeniable that the master possesses great beauty, and should I claim otherwise, I would be deceiving myself. However, what I cherish even more is the master's kindness towards me. Lacking both father and mother, I was raised by neighbors in the village since childhood. Though there is no blood relation between the master and me, the master treats me with such profound kindness, making him the best person in the world, and thus I hold affection for him. Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together and stepped forward to gently ruffle Chu Ning's hair. According to your reasoning, you ought to respect and honor your master in return for his kindness. Why, then, would you develop such feelings? Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Ning's gaze became resolute. I do not wish for the master to remain merely a master. I aspire to be the master's partner. Otherwise, I would regret it for a lifetime. It is no jest. The master is so handsome and treats me with such kindness, and he even holds affection for me. How could I simply watch? I wish to be the master's companion. I will be a rebellious disciple. Even if the master scolds me, I shall proceed. Ji Qingqiu's cheeks flushed once more, and she could not help but say, You are quite candid before me. Do you truly believe I will not discipline you? Chu Ning chuckled, taking the opportunity to embrace Ji Qingqiu and resting her head against her shoulder. Surely the master also has affection for me, so my words and actions should pose no issue. Even if I were to be punished by the master, I would accept it.
Qingqiu slowly embraced Chu Ning.
A smile gracing her eyes. As for being partners, let us stick to our roles as master and disciple. What? Chu Ning suddenly lifted her head. That does not sound right. I have already kissed the master, and the master is holding me now. Should we not discuss the prospect of becoming partners? Observing Chu Ning's bewilderment, Ji Qingqiu sighed. With your current abilities, pondering such matters may lead to dire consequences. Chu Ning pondered for a moment, then let out a wry smile. I always say that the master's esteemed status is quite troublesome. To become partners would mean making enemies of the three teachings. If only the master were not the demon lord. Enemies or not, it matters not. I have my own backing. Who would dare obstruct me? If they harm my master, I shall certainly avenge it. Today I may not be able to defeat them, but one day I will surely strike them down. Yet, if the master were not the demon lord, wouldn't that mean? I believe I can grasp the master's intent now. Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly at her words. If I were not the demon lord, what would you wish to do? Chu Ning leaned closer to Ji Qingqiu's face. I wish to kiss. Noticing that her master did not evade, Chu Ning's heart leapt with excitement, and she closed her eyes to lean in. However, Ji Qingqiu, smiling, deftly sidestepped, leaving Chu Ning bewildered as she opened her eyes to find her master had evaded her. Master! Chu Ning pouted in grievance. Having already kissed today, any further actions might disrupt your cultivation. My cultivation shall not be affected. My progress has been remarkable. Ji Qingqiu chose to ignore her. I need to rest now. Chu Ning nodded, lying down as well. The disciple also rests alongside the master. How dare you, ungrateful disciple, presume to sleep in the master's bed? Why should companions in the path not share a bed? The master has declared that we are teacher and student. The master insists on the teacher-student relationship, while the disciple wishes for a partnership in the path. Is there truly a conflict? Chu Ning's words have begun to lose coherence, completely disregarding logic, driven solely by the desire to remain. Ji Qingqiu could only laugh in exasperation, left momentarily speechless. Well then, let us rest early as an exception today. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, then inched closer to Ji Qingqiu. If it's an exception, then surely it's permissible for the disciple to hold the master's hand while sleeping? Ji Qingqiu offered no response, and thus Chu Ning took her hand. Having taken her hand, the disciple sought to embrace the master as she spoke. She moved to hug her. Ji Qingqiu swiftly pointed her fingertip to Chu Ning's brow. In the next moment, Chu Ning fell into a deep slumber. The woman finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ungrateful disciple. Not satisfied with simply sharing a bed, now she wishes to hold hands. Ji Qingqiu's silence had already implied consent. Yet after that, Chu Ning audaciously pressed further. Would the next step be to kiss before sleeping? Indeed, the sleeping disciple is the most docile, allowing her to regain a measure of tranquility. Ji Qingqiu turned on her side, gazing tenderly at the peacefully sleeping Chu Ning. In that moment her gaze softened. Ning cherishes her, and how could she not cherish Ning in return? Since embarking on the path of cultivation and enlightenment, Chu Ning has been the only one, aside from her junior sister, to genuinely care for her emotions and respond to them. To others, she is the demon lord, but to Chu Ning, she is simply the master, albeit one who cannot be regarded in the usual sense of the term. After all, she has been so thoroughly disrespected. Chapter 61. The affairs of Qingqiu the night was not long, and Ji Qingqiu did not require rest. However, she found herself inexplicably pondering certain matters. Her elder brother was to marry, yet the family's finances were insufficient to construct a new home, prompting her father to consider selling her. Initially, she was to be sold to a prestigious family in the imperial city, but fate intervened when she encountered a practitioner from the demon sect, who recognized her exceptional talent and sought to take her for training. Her father, however, refused, demanding money. In response, the practitioner casually bestowed upon her parents several spirit stones, a fortune beyond their imagination. Subsequently, she entered the demon sect, wielding a sword in her cultivation. On the very first day of holding the sword, she experienced an awakening of sword intent. The Grand Master proclaimed her to be exceptionally gifted, a paragon of the highest caliber. Furthermore, she possessed a body attuned to the Tao, a rare talent for swordsmanship, and thus was taken as a direct disciple. Her cultivation was always intertwined with the sword. Upon entering the celestial gate, she was granted the finest resources and methodologies, mentored by those of the Saint Realm. In 3 days, she became agile. In 10 days, she grasped the subtleties. And within a month, she understood her destiny. Her progress was historically unprecedented, and her combat prowess unmatched among peers. Eventually, after diligently practicing for over 40 years, she ascended to the 6th realm, with the entire sect pooling resources to facilitate her breakthrough into the Saint Realm. The elders of the sect declared that, with her presence, the demon sect would no longer be oppressed by the 3 teachings. The Grand Master foretold that once she attained sainthood, she would become the next leader of the sect, capable of shouldering its legacy and revitalizing it. Indeed, as they predicted, Ji Qingqiu's innate talent and strong foundation led her to become a saint. From that moment onward, she was regarded as the spiritual leader of the demon sect, a role model for disciples, a beacon of hope for the elders, and the Grand Master's cherished dream. Yet, it seemed she would never truly be herself. Only during the evenings spent with her junior sister, Mu Li, did she feel liberated from the rigid expectations of the demon lord, simply enjoying moments of light-hearted conversation. Her presence was always imbued with high hopes. Everyone anticipated her to achieve greatness. The Eightfold Path of Buddhism was severed. The Seven Killers' sword formation and the demon lord's renown echoed throughout the world, leading to the eradication of the three teachings from the realm. It appeared she had indeed accomplished these feats. Upon the Grand Master's death, he entrusted the sect to her in his final moments, ushering forth yet another expectation, to expand the sect's influence. Standing at this pivotal juncture, she recognized it as her path, one she must naturally continue to traverse. Years passed, and as she transitioned from the seventh realm saint to the eighth realm of infinity, she sought to pursue the path of celestial phenomena. She believed her life would be devoted to this grand pursuit. Yet a single call from the mountain peak, addressing her as senior, shattered her existence. The disciples of the demon sect were unaware of the demon lord's identity. How little did they know of her name, Ji Qingqiu. Considering this, it was understandable that they would exalt the demon lord rather than her. Upon witnessing a disciple mastering demonic techniques without a mentor, she contemplated guiding them, only for the disciple to suddenly kneel and proclaim her as their master. Should she accept? After all, it was merely a matter concerning a single disciple. She could casually offer a few words of guidance. The disciple then rushed down the mountain, nearly evoking tears of exasperation from Ji Qingqiu. With accommodations still available in the cave, she decided to let the disciple remain. To her surprise, she discovered that this disciple possessed an exceptional temperament and remarkable talent, advancing swiftly even with a medium-grade spiritual root. On that evening, the disciple declared that immortality was meant to behold more vistas. Ji Qingqiu felt as if she were in a different realm, reflecting upon a millennium. Vistas? What constitutes a vista? With a single sword, she had slain those who dared not claim supremacy, vanquished the myriad philosophies that would not dare to cross the threshold of her domain, their mere names invoking trepidation. This was her vista, yet it felt strangely insufficient. She appeared to relish the simple pleasures of sharing wine and conversation with Mu Li, savoring the promise of future moments. Of course, it was not due to any affection for Mu Li. She could not possibly harbor feelings for a woman. Rather, she found that the grandeur of the path she traversed was not as enchanting as it seemed. Though this realization did not sway her resolve, it did stir her thoughts. It seemed that all of this was not what she truly desired. As she was lost in contemplation, the disciple abruptly suggested a visit to her chamber. She was taken aback, pondering the disciple's intentions. Was it for cultivation? To gather the dark energy that only he could perceive? Ji Qingqiu sensed something was amiss with the disciple, though she could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. The following day, to ascertain the truth, she orchestrated a little charade. The disciple arrived, and instead of attempting some form of poisoning, he unexpectedly stole her undergarment. Ji Qingqiu was bewildered, unable to fathom how to address this errant disciple. Yet, the disciple swiftly progressed in his cultivation. Could it be that the dark energy lingered upon her garment? Was mere contact enough to enhance his strength? At that moment, Ji Qingqiu felt an even greater disquiet. Later, the disciple intruded upon her privacy while she bathed. The urge to eliminate him surged within her. This disciple was not seeking enlightenment but was merely fixated on her. Though she had never experienced such emotions nor engaged in a romantic bond, her instincts told her that the disciple was playing a fool's game. Subsequently, the disciple embodied the form of a celestial demon. Could the dark energy truly reside upon her garment? Not merely upon the garment, Ji Qingqiu mused. Undergarments were meant to encase, implying that it was perhaps enshrined within her very being. Ji Qingqiu became increasingly entangled in her thoughts, utterly perplexed. Yet, her heart began to shift subtly. Was there truly no precedence for such feelings between master and disciple? Then the disciple uttered a phrase laden with guilt. How could she have misheard? She feigned ignorance. After all, they were master and disciple, and then, In the sanctum of the celestial demon, the disciple kissed her. Ji Qingqiu's heart was in disarray. The disciple genuinely seemed oblivious to her identity, not drawn to her status or strength, but solely for her sake. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous, yet she could not definitively ascertain her feelings for the disciple. After all, they were master and disciple. What if it was merely a fleeting attachment? Yet, as time passed, her conviction grew, not only in recognizing the disciple's affections but also in acknowledging her own. After a millennium of cultivation, no one had ever truly cared for her thoughts. They sought their own gain, the interests of their sect, prestige, and the pursuit of the ultimate path. Except for Mu Li, the disciple was the only one who genuinely cared for her feelings and well-being. This evening, the disciple expressed his admiration for her, attributing it to her beauty. Ji Qingqiu felt no dismay, for her appearance indeed stood unparalleled in the realm. The disciple further remarked that it was primarily her care that endeared her to him. She, too, cherished the disciple, not merely for his concern but for the genuine affection he exhibited towards her inner world. As she often stated, regardless of her identity, she would forever remain the disciple's master. In Chu Ning's eyes, whether she was the demon lord or not, he would always care for and admire her, longing to be by her side. He now sought to cultivate diligently, aspiring to stand proudly beside her. Such a rebellious disciple. Yet, no matter how one might ponder or love, perhaps it is absurd, yet it represents the sole chink in her nearly flawless heart of Tao, now mended by Chu Ning. As the night grew deep and tranquil, the moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the room with a bright glow. Ji Qingqiu turned her gaze to the face of her disciple. While he admired her beauty, did she not equally find him captivating? With his striking looks, admirable character, exceptional talent, and an almost unblemished heart of Tao, he appeared destined to be her partner. Suddenly, a smile graced Ji Qingqiu's lips as she lifted Chu Ning's chin and indulged in a fleeting taste. Perhaps it was less enchanting than before, she mused with a soft sigh. Had she awakened the disciple too much? No matter, for once stirred, he would not remain compliant. Thus, it shall remain. The nightingale sings, the moonlit night, the vast sky falls silent, autumn faces as pure as snow. Chapter 62. Indeed, she is our daughter. Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. Is it dawn already? Beside him, an elusive fragrance wafted through the air. Ah, the scent of my master. After being embraced for so long, it felt familiar. Chu Ning sat up and surveyed the room. This is not his chamber? He was momentarily taken aback. Did I sleep in my master's room last night? Could it be that I was with my master? Oh no. Chu Ning was utterly flabbergasted. What an incredible opportunity. And I fell asleep. All he could recall was kissing his master and conversing, and then somehow drifting off. At this moment, his mind was overwhelmed, and tears were about to flow. He had hoped to hold his master while sleeping. Sounds came from outside the door. It was Ji Qingqiu's voice. It seemed he was engaged in conversation, and judging by the tone, it was with that old man from the Wang family next door. Chu Ning dressed swiftly and stepped outside, where he saw Ji Qingqiu and the old man discussing something. Lord Demon Sovereign will be departing in a few days. Huh? Rest assured, old man, I have no lack in life. My son has achieved success, and with the elixir bestowed by Lord Demon Sovereign, I might live for several more decades. You can trust this courtyard to my care. Since the Lord came in such haste, he didn't bring anything of value, just some cured meat, nothing too rare. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. Suddenly, the old man noticed Chu Ning stepping out and smiled. Ah, so this is the companion of Lord Demon Sovereign. I haven't seen that little girl today. She is the Lord's daughter, I presume? Both Ji Qingqiu and Chu Ning were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Daughter? Before Ji Qingqiu could finish, Chu Ning stepped forward and declared, Indeed, she is our daughter. Ji Qingqiu sighed inwardly. Well, let Ninger say what she wishes. It doesn't truly affect anything. Chu Ning smiled and introduced himself. I am Chu Ning. I sincerely appreciate your family's care for my wife in guarding this courtyard for so long. The old man quickly shook his head. Serving Lord Demon Sovereign is entirely natural. You are too courteous. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Please do not find fault with this cured meat, the old man said before taking his leave. Suddenly, Chu Ning's sword at his waist transformed into a human form, its expression decidedly unfriendly.
Chu Ning.
Who do you mean by your daughter? You've gone too far. The sword spirit, Zhu Xian, exclaimed, hands on hips and teeth clenched in anger. Chu Ning paid no heed to Zhu Xian's threats. I merely stated it. If you are willing, calling me father would not be a problem. I think you're asking for a beating. The little spirit fumed, rushing towards him with claws bared. Without hesitation, Chu Ning darted behind Ji Qingqiu. Wife, save me. Zhu Xian froze in place, her eyes wide with confusion. Just yesterday he had called him master, and today he was calling. I truly cannot comprehend you both. It appears that although it possesses intelligence, it mistakenly believes itself to be nearly human, even deserving of the title. However, the disparity between it and true humanity remains substantial. Were it Chu Ning, it would undoubtedly refrain from such bold proclamations, fearing a swift demise at the hands of the Demon Lord. Why does the Demon Lord not express anger? In fact, he seems to be smiling. Without a second thought, Zhu Xian turns and departs. This place is utterly unfit for humans. It is not meant for a sword. It is merely a sword, incapable of bearing such sights, lest its heart shatter irrevocably. What on earth are these master and disciple up to? In the small courtyard, the atmosphere between the two is somewhat peculiar, perhaps owing to the old man's misunderstanding. Ji Qingqiu can certainly surmise that Chu Ning would graciously acknowledge their relationship as partners, without much inclination to refuse. After all, the old man has no connection to the immortal sect, so it matters little what he says. In short, would others even be aware? Yet, the utterance of my wife leaves Ji Qingqiu utterly flustered. Chu Ning, grinning, nestled behind Ji Qingqiu and called out once more, my wife. Ji Qingqiu felt goosebumps rising all over her skin. She called him master. She truly could not accept this. It was all too sudden. Addressing him as master sufficed, as she was merely accustomed to it. Sensing her discomfort, Chu Ning quickly amended his address, cheerfully calling out master. Only then did Ji Qingqiu feel a modicum of satisfaction. Observing that her master did not seem to resist his previous actions, Chu Ning realized that the kiss from the previous night had not been in vain. When the time comes to act, one must act decisively. Hesitation leads to defeat. He would never regret that kiss. Master, when did I fall asleep last night? I'm not certain. We were chatting and then you dozed off. Chu Ning was filled with bewilderment. Why was that? Could it be that he was simply too fatigued? But after kissing his master, he should have been elated, not drowsy. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu could no longer maintain her composure. Ninger, do prepare some breakfast. The Wang family has graciously sent over some cured meat, and I recall there are vegetables in the kitchen.
Chu Ning suutteli understod.
I see now it was you, master. It dawned on him that his master had given his forehead a gentle tap the previous day. Otherwise, he could never have fallen asleep. With this realization, Chu Ning was even more reluctant to let go. There is no other master like this. Ji Qingqiu sighed. Were it not for my insistence on your rest, you would have neglected your cultivation today, wouldn't you? My current state would not be affected by a lack of rest. You were being deliberate, weren't you, master? Afraid I would continue kissing you? Ji Qingqiu felt her face growing increasingly warm. If this conversation persisted, she might very well flee. Discussing such matters in broad daylight face to face was undeniably embarrassing. Ninger, I believe it best to focus on preparing the meal. Chu Ning was resolute. Once breakfast is prepared, will master grant me another kiss? The foundation of a day lies in the morning. Today, hearing this, Chu Ning grew somewhat indignant and boldly declared, I feel somewhat slighted from yesterday. If master does not acquiesce, I shall not relent. Sigh. Ji Qingqiu turned helplessly to look at Chu Ning, who, without hesitation, leaned in for a kiss. Only then did she release him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The disciple had gone off to prepare a meal. Watching Chu Ning's joyful figure, nearly soaring with happiness, Ji Qingqiu silently seated herself in a chair, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had not intended to indulge in such affections, but her disciple was rather clingy. Moreover, he had succeeded once yesterday. How could he so easily relinquish his pursuit? If she were to deny him, he would likely cling to her for the entire day. Indeed, he was but a child. As Ji Qingqiu pondered, A sudden realization struck her. How old was Ninger now? Only 18 if she recalled correctly. With her own age surpassing a millennium, she could easily be considered an ancestor to Chu Ning across several lifetimes. This disparity in generations. Let it be. Those who cultivate do not concern themselves with age. She would merely treat it as a matter of youthfulness. Yet, if this continued, what would happen upon their return to the sect? There was no need to worry about the others in the sect. None dared approach the peak of the mountain. If necessary, they could wait until nightfall or perhaps retreat to the cave dwelling. No, why was she even contemplating such matters? Upon returning to the sect, she would naturally refrain from such displays of affection. Ninger must focus on his cultivation instead. This was the plan. At most, she would grant him some opportunities today. Moreover, if Muli were to witness this, he would undoubtedly tease her unmercifully. Oh dear, did someone not claim to eschew becoming a Tao partner? She could almost predict the words of that vixen. At present, she found the vixen rather superfluous. Not only did she enjoy gossiping and mocking her, but the vixen was also quite beautiful. What if she were to entice Ninger? Should she consider banishing her from the sect to the realm beyond? Ji Qingqiu pondered deeply, occasionally chuckling at herself for entertaining such thoughts, yet she could not help but dwell on them. Before long, the meal was ready on Chu Ning's side. Master, the meal is prepared. After we dine, you shall commence your cultivation and continue your study of the sword path. Very well, master, but what if after my practice, I could receive a kiss? That is not permissible. Master. Chapter 63. The Return of the Sea of Realms in the council chamber of the demon sect. A gathering of elders convened to deliberate on the sect's development for the next 60 years. Presently, our sect boasts over 400,000 disciples and more than 100 subsects. Across the vast southern wilderness, we command the allegiance of over 30 saints. The current sect leader stands as the foremost force in the world, alongside the Yaozuan, an equally formidable 8th grade master, and the ancestral figure from Tianjian Mountain, who maintains a cordial relationship with our sect. Thus, we possess 3 8th grade warriors. Years ago, the 3 teachings allied to assault our sect, resulting in the death of our previous leader and the loss of tens of thousands of disciples. Such grievances must be avenged. Without retribution, the souls of our fallen brethren and the late leader cannot find peace. The elders from both the inner and outer gates assembled, and at the helm sat a venerable elder with a stern visage, emanating an aura of authority without uttering a word. The matter of subduing the 3 teachings is inevitable. However, the sect leader suggests that it is best to wait until we attain the celestial phenomenon. The Taoist Bai Yujing is rumored to possess the power to quell such celestial forces, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. When we do decide to confront the 3 teachings, it must be with absolute certainty of victory. Otherwise, our sect's position would be precarious. The assembly reached a consensus, but one elder suddenly recalled something. Was it not recently that the sect leader's 3rd disciple broke through to the saint realm? Indeed, counting the 3rd young master, there are now 3 saints under the sect leader's tutelage. The remaining 4 include 2 at the 6th realm, having broken through to the saint level within just a few decades, alongside 2 exceptionally gifted new disciples, who are bound to achieve the saint realm within a century. After a moment of contemplation, the elders proposed that the remaining 2 disciples under the sect leader serve as the benchmark. Should they reach the saint realm, it would establish the criteria for our sect's offensive against the 3 teachings. The 7 newly emerged saints, all disciples of the demon lord, are undoubtedly the most lethal sword cultivators. A sense of anticipation illuminated the faces of the assembly, as they envisioned the scene of the demon lord and Yaozuan accompanied by their 7 disciples in such a formidable formation. Once the sect leader returns to the sect, I shall report this to him. If he consents, we will immediately expand and consolidate our resources, establishing a timeline based on their ascension to sainthood. By the way, has the sect leader not returned from the borders of the Sword Gate? Surely he must be engaged in further cultivation elsewhere. We shall manage the affairs of the sect without disturbing his training. It would be splendid if the sect leader could achieve the celestial phenomenon sooner. The unification of the world under the demon sect would then be an assured reality. Among the seats of the inner and outer gate elders, distinctions were made between the 36 inner gate elders and the 72 outer gate elders. One outer gate elder, Fang Xiyuan, though only at the 5th realm, held the qualification to partake in such esteemed discussions. Recently, he had heard from several elders that the demon lord had taken on 2 new disciples after a trial at Wending Mountain. One of them, Zhou Yujin, he had seen escorted to Wending Mountain during the grand selection of the sect. The other, named Chu Ning, sent a tremor through Fang Xiyuan's spirit upon hearing the name. Chu Ning was indeed a disciple of the demon lord. How could someone with such a meager spiritual root achieve this? Fang Xiyuan was unclear and could not fathom the situation, only aware that it was a unique opportunity belonging solely to Chu Ning. He was unexpectedly somewhat relieved. He was glad that he had treated that disciple with kindness back then. After all, he could now be considered a senior to Chu Ning. Perhaps his own disciples might also forge a connection with Chu Ning in the future. Some camaraderie would certainly bode well for their prospects. Thus, he felt his judgment was commendable. In the world outside, harmony was paramount, except for those disciples from the demonic sect whom he could not abide. Just as the elders were engaged in discussion, a disciple suddenly arrived with news. He reported to the elders that the 5th young master and others had returned from the Sea of Realms and had now arrived at the gates of the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, the grand elder's face lit up with joy. The Sea of Realms was fraught with peril, and our sect was attempting to delve deeper into it. The 5th young master had personally ventured into the Sea of Realms despite the dangers. It was uncertain what discoveries he had made. Regardless, the 5th young master was a distinguished contributor to our demonic sect, and it was fitting that we welcome him together today. The assembly of elders rose in unison, following the grand elder. Outside the demonic sect, a group of disciples led by Song Shi wore expressions of delight. Their journey to the Sea of Realms had unexpectedly yielded a bounty of treasures. The spiritual stones from the Sea of Realms contained far superior spiritual energy compared to the finest spiritual stones of the continent. In addition to over 100 spiritual-grade weapon molds and 1 immortal-grade mold. This time, a generous reward from the sect was assured, and the prospect of breaking through seemed promising. While they conversed, over 100 elders soared through the air in unison, drawing numerous disciples from both the inner and outer sects to observe. Seeing this, Song Shi stepped forward and saluted. Disciple Song Shi pays respects to the esteemed elders. During our expedition to the Sea of Realms, we have collected over 300,000 spiritual stones, numerous 100 spiritual-grade weapon molds, and 1 immortal-grade mold. Furthermore, Song Shi elaborated extensively, revealing the remarkable haul. The assembly of elders exchanged astonished glances. So much? The Sea of Realms truly is a land of abundance. It seems our demonic sect must indeed dispatch personnel to explore the Sea of Realms further. Upon completing his remarks, the Grand Elder stepped forward, casually retrieving a spiritual stone from the Sea of Realms. After crushing it and absorbing its spiritual energy, his expression abruptly changed. Indeed, the spiritual stones from the Sea of Realms contained exceptionally potent spiritual energy, far surpassing even the finest spiritual stones. Such resources, if utilized for the advancement of the demonic sect, could propel us to new heights. 5th Young Master, the matter of the Sea of Realms should be reported to the sect master. Surely, the sect master would be delighted to dispatch disciples for further exploration of such resources. Song Shi nodded slightly, his face radiant with joy. These were merely a fraction of the resources from the Sea of Realms. If more disciples were sent, they could undoubtedly acquire even greater treasures. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Just in time, we were discussing the future of the demonic sect today. 5th Young Master and the others have labored hard. Let us enter the sect quickly and prepare a celebration to welcome you all. The disciples behind Song Shi were equally invigorated upon hearing this. Once the celebration concludes, rewards shall be bestowed, whether it be spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, or spiritual artifacts. Perhaps one might even receive the essence of the demon lord to refine one's physique, significantly enhancing one's power. However, at this moment Song Shi suddenly spoke. Elder, aside from these resources, I have matters to report to my master in person, and thus shall not partake in the celebration. The elder, intrigued by her words, inquired, Is it concerning the Sea of Realms? It must be of great importance if you wish to convey it directly to your master. The elder nodded slightly. Very well, but the sect leader is currently absent from the sect. I shall convey your message. You may participate in the celebration first. Song she hesitated at the elder's words but ultimately acquiesced. In that case, I thank you, elder. Haha, the young master has returned after many years, yet has grown so courteous. The fifth young master who once tugged at my beard is nowhere to be seen. The elder continued, esteemed guests, the fifth young master and others have ventured to the Sea of Realms, and the resources they have brought back are sufficient to sustain our demon sect for a decade, and everyone shall be honored disciples. Let us welcome our esteemed disciples into the sect. A grand celebration for all. Both inner and outer disciples shall receive an additional year's worth of cultivation resources. The gates of the mountain swung wide open as the elder personally led them into the sect. The disciples at the foot of the mountain bowed in reverence. Those accompanying Song she were witnessing such grandeur for the first time, filled with overwhelming joy. Young master, why do you seem somewhat peculiar today? Are you in low spirits? Song she shook her head. It is nothing, merely some thoughts that crossed my mind. The disciple paid little heed to her words, oblivious to the faint smile tugging at the corner of the woman's lips. Instead, they endeavored to relish the joy of the moment. Chapter 64. The fleeting moments of joy within the mountain gate. The events that transpired remained unknown to the two. In recent days, Chu Ning had been diligently refining his swordsmanship, spending his leisure time either practicing or exploring. His foundation in the second realm was gradually approaching perfection, and a breakthrough into the third realm was imminent. Occasionally, they would wander through the bustling imperial city. The stark contrast between the vibrant urban life and the tranquility of their small courtyard made their return feel particularly serene and leisurely. Ji Qingqiu would often accompany Chu Ning on these excursions, a request initiated by him. The tasks of signing in and accumulating contribution points could not be neglected. Although each task yielded only 10,000 points, the adage many a little makes a mickle held true. For Chu Ning, however, the assistance from the system had become increasingly marginal. The demand for contribution points had escalated significantly. To elevate a spiritual root, a staggering 100,000 points were required for an upgrade to the celestial grade. As for enhancing the sword Nourishing Gourd, it required 10,000 points to reach celestial grade. Yet such an upgrade held little value for Chu Ning unless it could be elevated to divine grade with 100,000 points. Thus, he chose to conserve his resources for enhancing his demonic body and techniques, as such advancements were only possible after breaking through to the third realm. Currently, he was merely gathering resources in advance. Upon returning from their excursions, the two would find themselves back in their small courtyard. Return to the sect? What sect? Once back, would they still find opportunities to be close to their master each day? What if their master noticed? What if the senior sister saw? The chances would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Regardless, Chu Ning never broached the subject of returning to the sect. For him, cultivation was indifferent to location. Ji Qingqiu also remained untroubled. The matters of the sect were naturally handled by the elders, and she found joy in resting here. Previously, she had no particular attachment to this place, as her parents and kin had not treated her kindly, thus she felt no nostalgia for it. Yet now, accompanying Chu Ning in this cultivation, living a life akin to carefree clouds and wild cranes, with simple meals, had cultivated a certain charm. The small courtyard seemed to embody a unique memory shared between her and Chu Ning. Of course, when disciples were not engaged in cultivation, they often behaved somewhat unceremoniously. It was not excessive, however. Chu Ning delighted in lingering behind her, embracing her for extended periods, reluctant to let go. His attachment to her was profound. As evening descended, Zhu Xian sat beside Ji Qingqiu, observing Chu Ning's practice in the courtyard. Curiosity suddenly piqued. Master, I find myself puzzled about something. What is it? Since you and he are considered partners in the Tao, why do you still address each other as master and disciple? Zhu Xian blinked at Ji Qingqiu, evidently perplexed. It no longer seemed to mind such matters, having previously caught Chu Ning stealing kisses from Ji Qingqiu. Initially, the two would embrace when it thought them alone, with the disciple secretly kissing the master, always checking for onlookers. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Ning now seemed to regard Zhu Xian as if it were invisible, treating it like a non-entity. After all, it had already been shocked. Kiss away. Who could compete with your two? What does it matter to me? I am well aware of the affairs between you two, but at least keep it under wraps. What was that during dinner when you fed the demon lord? I am still present. The crux of the matter lies in the utterance of master while simultaneously engaging in actions that betray one's own lineage. Such contradictions are beyond its comprehension. Ji Qingqiu, maintaining her composure, casually elucidated that as master and disciple, it is only natural to address each other accordingly. What is there to misunderstand? The sword, Zhu Xian, remained silent and bowed its head. Perhaps the issue did not originate from itself. After all, the relationship between these two individuals was inherently peculiar. There was no point in inquiring further. It was merely a sword, content to observe in silence. Having completed her training, Chu Ning took a deep breath. Master, I believe that a breakthrough to the third realm is not far off, but should I suppress it to solidify my foundation? Ji Qingqiu shook her head. Your demonic form has already surpassed this realm, and your foundation is more stable than that of the first realm. There is no need for suppression. If a breakthrough is possible, then let it happen. Chu Ning nodded and approached. Observing this, Zhu Xian silently turned away, preferring not to witness the unfolding scene. However, unexpectedly, a hand descended upon its head, ruffling its hair. Zhu Xian turned back to see Chu Ning, a smile gracing her face, and without a word, swatted the hand away. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Zhu Xian retorted indignantly. You actually took what that old man said seriously, believing I am akin to your daughter? I am centuries your senior, and you dare to imagine such a thing. Chu Ning had her own perspective on the matter. You see, you have always been alongside the master, right? So, in a sense, you could be considered her daughter. As the master's companion, you are, in fact, my daughter, are you not? Chuckling, Chu Ning suddenly noticed the cold smile at the corner of Zhu Xian's mouth. Do you think that if I were to strike you now, the demon lord would intervene on your behalf? Ji Qingqiu chuckled lightly. In this matter, I am merely an observer. You two must resolve this yourselves. Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock. Master, will you not assist me? In the next moment, she turned and fled, with Zhu Xian hot on her heels. Who do you think you are, to consider yourself my daughter? Allowing you to wield the immortal sword is already a generous concession. Do you dare to push your luck further? I have found you displeasing for quite some time. As the two engaged in this chase, Ji Qingqiu couldn't help but smile. It was rather amusing, reminiscent of a playful father-daughter squabble. Zhu Xian, who had not previously exhibited such vivacity, was gradually becoming more cheerful, perhaps influenced by Chu Ning's exuberance. If circumstances permitted, she found herself less inclined to return to the sect. Remaining here had alleviated many of her daily constraints. It would be best to relinquish the position of sect leader to someone more virtuous. Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu's thoughts shifted, and she raised her hand just in time to catch a sound transmission talisman. Demon Lord, the fifth young master has returned to the sect, bringing countless rare treasures from the Sea of Realms. Furthermore, the fifth young master wishes to discuss urgent matters regarding the Sea of Realms with you. Please return to the sect promptly. Ji Qingqiu crushed the message with her hand, letting out a sigh. Why was there no trouble while I was cultivating in the sect? Now that I wish to remain outside with Ninger, it seems problems are arising one after another. Well, since it pertains to matters of the boundary sea, a return to the sect is indeed necessary. You two, cease your antics. It is time to head back to the sect. In the small courtyard, Chu Ning, who had been tugged by the ears in a plea for mercy, finally gained a moment to breathe. This girl he truly could not overpower. It is rather embarrassing to admit, he could not even best his own treasured sword. Chu Ning estimated that if he were to be ranked among cultivators, his strength would likely be around the third or fourth realm. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian finally released his grip, letting out a satisfied snort. Although this fellow often regarded him with the eyes of a daughter, he found it quite amusing. Were it not for Chu Ning, he would probably still be the sword spirit hiding away from view, too timid to converse with Ji Qingqiu in such a manner. Speaking of which, this fellow was quite capable. He had somehow transformed the demon lord, rendering him unexpectedly gentle. If he could remain by their sides in such a manner, being referred to as a daughter would not be an issue at all. After all, he was merely a sword and could even strengthen his ties with the demon lord, which was rather delightful. Chu Ning rubbed his ears, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why the sudden urgency to return to the sect? Could they not stay a few more days? Ji Qingqiu chuckled and replied, "You have already stayed for 5 days. How long do you wish to remain? Of course, it would be best to stay indefinitely. Once we return to the sect, we will be master and disciple again. Aren't we already master and disciple? At present, I consider my master as a companion." Zhu Xian, with a look of disdain, remarked, "You possess quite the audacity, daring to say such things. I truly do not understand what the demon lord sees in you. Is it really so detrimental to criticize me? Are you questioning my master's judgment?" Zhu Xian fell silent, instantly refraining from further conversation. Ji Qingqiu sighed with a hint of helplessness and softly muttered a curse at the rebellious disciple. He decided to instruct the man from the Wang family, suggesting that if he were willing to tend to the matters, he would leave behind a token of gratitude. Such dedicated individuals are indeed rare to find. Chu Ning smiled and nodded, turning to communicate the details in the small courtyard. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the elderly man. "Is the demon lord departing already?" Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. "There are affairs to manage within the sect. Did Ninger relay everything to you?" The elder nodded vigorously. "The master has already spoken. This old man has but this single aspiration in life. The demon lord need not worry. The courtyard will remain just as it is now when you return in the future." Ji Qingqiu casually left behind a volume of outer sect cultivation techniques, providing a brief introduction. "Though you lack spiritual roots, diligent practice of this method will strengthen your body and help pass the time. I entrust the courtyard to you. What is there to say? It is the duty of this old man." Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Ninger, let us return to the sect." Under the elder's watchful gaze, the three of them soared into the sky, and only from a great distance did Zhu Xian transform into a flying sword. In response, Zhu Xian had his own explanation. "That old man has always regarded me as your daughter. Does this not spare him from overthinking?" Chu Ning chuckled and nodded. "So you truly consider yourself one of our daughters? How naive. Dare to say such things again, and I might just toss you aside, leaving you to eat dirt. I hold on to my master, for even if you were to cast me away, it would be impossible. Is it truly worthwhile to bicker over trivial matters? Indeed, it is. It is best for a family to be harmonious and united." Ji Qingqiu sighed deeply. Let the disciple be. Chapter 65. Dare you claim innocence with your senior sister? Standing before the sealed mountain gate, Zhou Yujin's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. Why had her master not returned after such a lengthy absence? Moreover, her master had departed alongside her junior brother. Zhou Yujin's fists clenched tightly. Why was he with that junior brother instead of her? She, with her superior talent and undeniable excellence, had merely encountered an unfortunate mishap that day. It was a lapse in focus. If she were to unleash her full potential, she could easily dispatch that junior brother within 3 moves. Indeed, Zhou Yujin harbored a profound desire to behead Chu Ning. In their next encounter, she would hold nothing back, ensuring he would pay dearly. What price would he pay? Suddenly, a sound interrupted her thoughts, laced with charm and laughter. Zhou Yujin's heart skipped a beat as she swiftly turned. "Master, please let me explain." "Uncle Master?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Yujin breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Li giggled. "Indeed, it is not Master but Uncle Master. Aren't you fortunate that Master did not overhear?" Zhou Yujin pressed her lips together and cleared her throat, quickly regaining her composure. "Greetings, Uncle Master."
Muli noddet slightly, her curiosity piqued.
"You seem to visit here every day. Are you that concerned about your master?" "It is only natural for me to miss my master, but I have a few questions to discuss." Mu Li nodded vigorously. "Your sincerity in seeking knowledge is commendable. However, asking her is no different than asking me." Zhou Yujin discreetly declined. "Perhaps it would be better to consult my master." This Uncle Master, though seemingly frivolous, was undoubtedly the second strongest in the demon sect. If she were to impart her wisdom, it would not fall short. Both could potentially reach 8th-tier prowess, each possessing their own understanding of cultivation, which could aid Zhou Yujin's growth. Yet, could Uncle Master truly compare to her master? Her master was irreplaceable, beyond comparison. Mu Li suddenly turned her gaze. "Your master has returned, along with your junior brother." With her superior cultivation, Mu Li could see far. From a distance, She observed a disciple releasing their hold on their master's waist, shifting to a supportive stance. It seemed that the senior sister had spotted her and had spoken up. Little did they know, I saw it first. Mu Li could not help but squint her eyes. This master and disciple pair had long departed from the sword gate. What had they been up to during that time? Surely, it was something untoward. She had known that this junior disciple would be formidable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujin's expression brightened instantly. Has my master returned? Noticing the change in Zhou Yujin's demeanor, Mu Li was somewhat puzzled. Why are you so elated at the mention of your master? How deeply do you yearn for him? The two descended on their swords. Landing atop the mountain, Chu Ning wiped his sword blade and sheathed it. Uncle Master, senior sister, you are also here? Zhou Yujin did not spare Chu Ning a glance. I have seen Master. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly and raised her hand to dispel the restrictions of the cave. I have heard that song. She has returned and wishes to report something to me. Has she mentioned it to you? Mu Li and Zhou Yujin both shook their heads. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu casually summoned Song Shi to this place and turned to enter the cave. Zhou Yujin had some understanding of Song Shi but had never seen her in person. Except for her master, she held little interest in others. After Song Shi's return, she had garnered considerable attention within the sect, carrying the title of an honored disciple, becoming the center of focus wherever she went. Zhou Yujin was disinterested in paying her a visit. She had entered her master's tutelage not to cultivate friendships with her senior and junior disciples. However, at this moment, her gaze towards Chu Ning was filled with unmasked hostility. Where have you been these past few days with your master? Are you aware that as the sect leader, if she is away for too long, it could disrupt the operations of the sect? Do you not feel ashamed to call yourself her disciple? Chu Ning scratched his head in confusion. Huh? My master? Isn't it the elders who handle the sect's matters? If there was something important, wouldn't my junior brothers and my master have returned together? Zhou Yujin's expression remained impassive. I am asking where you went with your master. Chu Ning cleared his throat and told a white lie. My master was assisting senior sister San at the sword gate to attain sainthood, and I accompanied her. Zhou Yujin's expression improved slightly upon hearing this, yet she chose to disregard Chu Ning. Staying with senior sister San was acceptable. Her concern lay in the possibility of Chu Ning being alone with their master. If anything were to happen, she might truly resort to drastic measures against him. After all, Chu Ning was a man, and she was currently quite averse to men, especially him. She certainly did not wish to see this man alone with her master. Seeing that he had managed to evade suspicion, Chu Ning let out a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't discovered. Chu Ning suddenly noticed the playful expression on Mu Li's face, causing his own demeanor to stiffen. Did she catch him exhaling just now? Surely, his master wouldn't suspect anything, would she? As expected, without hesitation, Mu Li pulled Chu Ning aside. Tell me the truth. Where have you and your senior sister been during this time? Chu Ning maintained his composure. I've already said, I was with my master. Do you think I'm as naive as Zhou Yujin? She might not sense it due to her lower cultivation, but I am quite aware.
Mu Li retorted.
Your senior sister attained sainthood half a month ago. Do you still think you can fool me? As his plan was directly exposed, Chu Ning's face turned awkward. Keep your voice down or my senior sister will hear. It was just a journey together. We didn't stay at an inn or anything. We didn't stay. You're lying to me, Mu Li scoffed, seeing through him. If you dare continue to deceive me, I won't hesitate to use soul-seizing techniques to uncover every detail of your time with your senior sister. Chu Ning suddenly recalled his master's explicit instruction. Don't tell that vixen about what happened during this time. That vixen? SNT that just referring to his uncle? If the soul-searching were to occur, wouldn't it mean that all those tender moments spent with my master would be exposed? In comparison, the matters concerning the inn are trivial. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning quickly shook his head, clearly flustered. It is wise to heed the words of my master, even though I do not always comply. However, if my senior uncle were to learn of it, it would undoubtedly be quite bothersome. I have stayed. Mu Li's expression brightened. And then, each person in their own room. Mu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint appearing. Do you think my senior uncle would believe that? I swear by heaven's way, It was indeed 1 room per person. A smile once again graced Mu Li's face. Since you have sworn, why not add another clause? That you and your senior sister are entirely innocent, that nothing untoward has transpired. What do you think? Chu Ning fell silent, hands clasped in his sleeves. Mu Li chuckled and gave Chu Ning a hearty pat on the back, nearly causing him to choke. My dear junior disciple, you truly impress me. I knew you wouldn't remain idle. It's all right. I am your senior uncle. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I shall offer my guidance and wish you success in. Chu Ning immediately panicked and hastily pleaded. Senior uncle, please stop. My senior sister is still here. Zhou Yujin observed the two with a puzzled expression but chose to remain uninvolved. She was eagerly awaiting her turn to inquire about the esteemed master, hoping to catch a whiff of the fragrance that lingered around him. Every time she did, it left her exhilarated, often losing sleep for days. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them, landing atop the mountain peak. Upon seeing this, Mu Li waved cheerfully. Song Shi, it has been a long time. You're still alive? Song Shi clasped her hands in greeting. I have met my senior uncle. I have pressing matters to discuss with the esteemed master, so I shall not intrude. Chu Ning looked on with curiosity. Fifth senior sister? Senior uncle, what is wrong? Why do you have such an expression? Mu Li scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. How could her personality have changed so much in just a few years? Changed significantly? Chu Ning's mouth twitched. Normally, no one greets others like that. Who says to someone upon meeting, "Yuri still alive?" If it were me, I wouldn't even respond. Mu Li shook his head and clarified, I share a close bond with her. Yet upon her return, she didn't even come to visit. Normally, she would first ask if I'm alive. This time, she didn't so I had to inquire instead. Who would have thought she would ignore me? Mu Li sighed deeply, gazing skyward. The ways of the world are unpredictable, and human hearts are fickle. Dear junior disciple, you won't ignore me in the future, will you? Chu Ning replied nonchalantly, as long as senior uncle refrains from speaking of those peculiar matters concerning me and my master. The alluring fox beside them snorted. Your senior uncle is merely trying to help you. Can't you see that? Are you bold enough to claim you have no interest in your senior sister? Chu Ning abruptly coughed. Senior uncle, if you continue like this, I will tell master. No, let us discuss this amicably. In front of the mountain gate, Song Shi bowed in reverence. Disciple, Song Shi, I would like to meet my master. Author's note, I overslept last night. I'm really sorry, but today I will first write the manuscript for rewards and updates. Thank you for your gifts. Brothers are very powerful. Continue to hit the author with gifts. The number of words in 3 chapters should be over 8,000. Please urge me to update. Please give me a gift. Thank you all. Chapter 66. The affinity of Chongqi. Are you suggesting that within the boundary sea, the resources are abundant, far surpassing those of the continent? The spiritual stones in the boundary sea are as numerous as the stars, and the spiritual energy is plentiful. Are you eager to commence the exploration of the boundary sea? Ji Qingqiu's expression was frosty, her gaze fixed intently on the individual before her, Song Shi. Song Shi offered a respectful bow. Based on the years of investigation into the boundary sea, this is indeed the case. The boundary sea is an ancient restricted domain, and I am well aware that after the seal began to weaken, I discovered that the cultivation environment in the boundary sea is superior to that of the continent. If we can secure a foothold in advance, it is plausible to conquer the 3 teachings within a century. If master doubts this, you may inquire with the accompanying disciples for verification. Hehe. Ji Qingqiu smiled slightly. As you are a disciple of this master, if your words cannot be trusted, whose can? This matter will be considered for now, and we shall revisit it in the future. Song Shi nodded slightly. By the way, master, were those 2 individuals outside earlier new disciples of yours? Indeed. Song Shi refrained from asking further. I will go greet them. Very well. Outside the cave, Chu Ning unleashed the extermination sword and released 2 hounds. The nearby Mu Li found it amusing. Your sword spirit treats Taotai and Chongqi as mere hounds. You certainly have a carefree disposition. Be cautious, as your elevated cultivation might provoke them, leading to repercussions. The 2 hounds suddenly looked up at Chu Ning, their eyes filled with terror, shaking their heads vigorously. Are you jesting? There are two formidable demons atop this mountain. Would they dare to retaliate against this individual? That would be akin to courting disaster. In this world, there are still individuals capable of condensing their demonic forms. Yet they have not had the chance to observe the world properly. Should they turn against their master, would they not be torn apart? Moreover, the principles of the great Tao dictate that if they are condensed into demonic forms, they would be incapable of retaliating against their master. Such notions are purely nonsensical. Chu Ning observed the two hounds with curiosity, astonished that they could comprehend human speech. Did Master previously mention that demonic forms possess intelligence? Is that true? Well, to some extent. The celestial demon form can condense the myriad beasts of the world, and the four fiends count as beasts as well. Their original forms have long since perished, but their ranks are too elevated to be unmarked by the heavenly Tao. By condensing their demonic forms, you grant them a chance at rebirth, allowing them to reappear in the world. Such exalted existences are bound to possess some intelligence, albeit limited, and their temperaments will reflect yours, tending to be more docile. So, even if they are touched, they will not become agitated? Mu Li chuckled. They would not dare to become agitated. At that moment, Song Shi emerged from the cave with a smile on her face. Junior brother, I am Song Shi. May I inquire your name? Chu Ning hastily bowed in return. I am Chu Ning. He, and this junior sister is Zhou Yujin showed little interest, merely stating her name. Unexpectedly, Master has taken in 2 disciples this year. Upon meeting today, it is indeed extraordinary. Let us exchange more in the future. Chu Ning nodded slightly, but at that instant, he suddenly noticed Chongqi breaking free from the extermination sword without a word. Hey, where do you think you're going? The young girl, filled with urgency, attempted to seize the dog, only to suddenly observe Chongqi leaping into Song Shi's embrace. Song Shi regarded the creature with evident perplexity. This is your pet? Why does it appear so peculiar? Chu Ning responded awkwardly. This is my magical statue. It typically maintains distance from strangers, yet it shows affection towards Zhu Xian, unless... This Chongqi favors those who speak candidly and draws near to those who speak falsely. Previously, when senior sister Zhou lied, the dog approached her. Why then did senior sister Song garner its attention merely by greeting it? Is the salutation considered a falsehood? Upon hearing this, Song Shi scrutinized the dog with a baffled expression. It was simply a horned dog, nothing particularly extraordinary. Fierce as a tiger with horns sprouting from its head. Suddenly, Song Shi's complexion shifted, and she hastily returned the dog to Zhu Xian. Chu Ning, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Does senior sister not like the dog? Not at all, was the response. Zhu Xian, unfazed, observed the dog's reluctance to leave her embrace, prompting her to scold it fiercely. If they don't like you, why follow them? Continue this way, and you'll find yourself abandoned. The dog appeared aggrieved while another nearby looked quite smug. At this, Chongqi became incensed, baring its teeth at Tao Tai. Is this Tao Tai? Song Shi's pupils dilated slightly. The celestial sword transformed Chongqi and Tao Tai as magical statues, an unparalleled demonic entity. What level of talent does Chu Ning possess? Zhou Yujin also seemed to have an extraordinary gift. Song Shi's gaze swept the surroundings, though she did not linger excessively. Meanwhile, Mu Li watched with growing curiosity. I feel as though you're concealing something from me. Have you been possessed by some entity? Song Shi smiled faintly. What do you mean? Uncle Master? Mu Li found the conversation dull, smirking slightly before turning to leave. Yet people's hearts are fickle with the departure of her uncle. Chu Ning visibly exhaled in relief. It was prudent for him to maintain some distance. He sensed that with her, nothing could remain concealed. Indeed, fox spirits were often like that. He could hardly fathom the thoughts of those who were infatuated with fox spirits. Were they not merely pawns in a game? Zhou Yujin turned to seek Ji Qingxiu, entering to discuss cultivation. I have been eagerly anticipating this. Song Shi beamed at Chu Ning. You have only recently joined the sect, have you not? Chu Ning nodded. I joined 2 months ago. And what is your current level of cultivation? The second realm. Then senior sister could certainly provide you with guidance. Is there any aspect of your cultivation that remains obscure? Chu Ning shook his head. Guidance? In matters of cultivation, Ji Qingxiu need not instruct me. I am not simply resting on my laurels. Only in the path of the sword might I require some counsel. But with a master to guide me, there are also rewards to be had. Why seek others? However, this senior sister seems somewhat peculiar. From what Uncle Master Mu Li implied, she likely shared a close relationship with him. Why, then, did she focus on him so intently from the outset?
Chu Ning's pupils abruptly widened.
How absurd. Could this woman possibly be thinking of me? I must keep my distance. Senior sister, if there are no pressing matters, I shall retreat to practice my swordsmanship. This is not mere narcissism on Chu Ning's part. It seems he maintains a lack of rapport with everyone, yet he greets me upon arrival. Any hint of complicity must be evaded. With a heart set on usurping the master and annihilating the ancestors, no one can intervene. Song Shi nodded, displaying no further expression. However, she soon observed Chu Ning practicing his swordsmanship from a considerable distance. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Can one of the second realm possess such sword intent? The demon sect truly deserves its reputation as the foremost authority on swordsmanship in this age. I fear the sword lineage of the Taoist sect pales in comparison. Moreover, this individual not only possesses formidable sword skills, but also an extraordinary innate talent that is nothing short of astonishing. A body attuned to the way of heaven, perhaps? Song Shi turned her gaze toward Ji Qingqiu's abode, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Only in the presence of the world's deadliest figure can one truly grasp the gravity. Yet even so, what can be altered? A subtle smile graced her lips as she turned to leave the mountain gate. With the newly encountered Zhou Yujin, that makes 3 of us. Chapter 67. Where has the demon lord gone? Who might you be? Among Master 7 disciples, Chu Ning has encountered 3 face-to-face. There is the enigmatic Zhou Yujin, who harbors inexplicable animosity towards him. Luo Yu, situated at the juncture of the southern barbarian wilderness and the eastern Harem continent, and the newly met Song Shi. It is only Song Shi whose presence evokes a peculiar sensation in Chu Ning. Particularly perplexing is the affection shown by Qiongqi towards Song Shi. This creature is typically indifferent to others, merely a beast. The last individual it showed fondness for was Zhou Yujin. If Zhou indeed harbored animosity, then any flattering words would surely be deceitful. Qiongqi's affection seems rather innocuous. Yet what of Song Shi? There were no particular compliments exchanged, merely simple conversation. What deception could she possibly possess? Moreover, even Master Mu Li finds this curious, a matter worthy of further inquiry. Chu Ning kept this matter in mind while diligently honing his swordsmanship. After comprehending the essence of sword intent, his understanding of the 9 techniques of heavenly demons deepened significantly. The further he delved into his training, the more he appreciated the ferocity of the sword techniques derived from his master's demonic insights. It is safe to say Master is indeed a prodigy. Atop the summit, the air was thick with demonic energy. Ji Qingqiu deliberately emanated this energy to aid Chu Ning in his cultivation. Now, he was nearing the threshold of the 3rd realm. An early breakthrough would undoubtedly be beneficial. Zhu Xian was not merely a distraction for dogs. Now that his relationship with Ji Qingqiu had improved, there was no intention to constantly become a sword. The young girl seemed to have procured a broom from somewhere, transforming herself into a humble maid sweeping outside the mountain gate. Perhaps she found it rather dull. Since she could not cultivate, finding tasks to occupy herself might alleviate her boredom. Frequently, she was accompanied by 2 dogs, occasionally feasting on a few spirit stones, which sufficed for sustenance. The voracious beast consumed spirit stones in greater quantity, often resting contentedly at the table after a hearty meal. Thus, the mountain gate was imbued with a newfound vitality, much to Ji Qingqiu's delight. Within the sect, the Grand Elder Wen Yuan, having made numerous visits to Song Shi, sought to acquire detailed information about the Sea of Realms to facilitate the demon sect's grand expedition into this domain. Beyond the 4 great continents lies the boundless Sea of Realms. It is a realm like no other, devoid of buoyancy, where fish drown, and cultivators cannot ride the winds or wield their swords. A mere 100 miles off the coast lies a barrier, a prohibition separating the 2 worlds, known as the ancient forbidden ground. The southern barbarian wilderness is unique in that there are no weak waters to impede access. One can directly behold that barrier from the continent. There must be reason for its designation as a forbidden zone. The inability to enter is one matter, yet the inherent dangers are another. In a land as vast as the 4 continents, what purpose would there be in exploring the Sea of Realms, if not to court death? Yet, over a decade ago, an anomaly occurred at the Sea of Realms barrier, heralding the emergence of celestial-grade spirit embryos. The demon sect possesses few celestial-grade artifacts, only 2 or 3 dozen. Hence, the desire to compete for such treasures is palpable. Celestial-grade weapons are universally acknowledged to elevate one's power by a realm beneath the sage level. Should the foundation be robust, they can decisively overcome adversaries of a higher tier, and even transcend realms in combat. However, with the celestial-grade spirit embryos appearing in the Sea of Realms, the major sects of the southern barbarian wilderness dared not take the risk, until that day when Song Shi expressed her willingness to lead a group there. As anticipated, the manifestation of celestial artifacts signaled a breach in the barrier, prompting Song Shi to delve deeper. Upon returning, he brought back ample resources to sustain the demon sect for a decade, securing not only a celestial artifact embryo but also numerous spiritual artifact embryos. This signifies that merely the weapons could yield 1 celestial artifact and dozens of spiritual ones, not to mention the resources. Such a monumental temptation stirred Wen Yuan's heart. To neglect this divine opportunity would be folly. The demon sect is in dire need of such a developmental prospect. From Song Shi's account, the Boundary Sea is not only rich in resources but also abundant in spiritual energy. Wen Yuan found himself increasingly restless. He must report to the sect master. Should the sect master grant approval, he would immediately lead a contingent forth. The elder swiftly sent a message requesting an audience with Ji Qingqiu, and upon receiving the affirmative response, he soared away on his sword. The knight could not conceal the excitement etched on the elder's face. He yearned for Ji Qingqiu to acquiesce to this venture without delay. However, upon arriving at the mountain gate, he was taken aback by an unexpected scene. A family of 3. No, 2 disciples and the Sword of Extermination were seated together enjoying a meal. He recognized the Sword of Extermination, and the disciple Chu Ning, but the sect master. What was with that gentle and serene expression? Wen Yuan rubbed his eyes, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a ghost. Is this truly the demon lord? Surely not. Regardless of your identity, come down from the demon lord's side at once. It is no wonder he felt it resembled a family of 3. The likeness was uncanny, yet Wen Yuan hurriedly suppressed the peculiar thoughts within. This was merely a master and disciple alongside a sword spirit. How could there be any misunderstanding? If he were to misinterpret the situation, would the sect master not strike him down with a sword? Still, he could not help but ponder in his heart. In such a short time apart, how had the sect master transformed into this countenance? Where had gone that fierce demeanor, one that looked down upon the world with utmost arrogance? Sect master. Wen Yuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Chu Ning, noticing this, hastily rose and returned the gesture. Greetings, great elder. Before returning to the sect, Chu Ning had familiarized himself with all present. Ji Qingqiu had conjured their images from demonic energy, so recognition was natural. As disciples of the demon lord, it would be remiss not to recognize these vital members of the sect. Wen Yuan smiled lightly, 7th young master, there is no need for excessive formalities. My purpose today is merely to discuss matters with the sect master. You all, please continue your meal. I shall speak a few words and take my leave. This disciple was certainly extraordinary. All 6 of the sect master's disciples were female, and their rapport with the sect master was not particularly close. Yet here was a male disciple, able to dine alongside the sect master? However, he paid little heed to it, for his ultimate goal was the growth and prosperity of the demon sect. Ji Qingqiu delicately savored his meal. Yet, regarding the Boundary Sea, the sect master had foreseen this matter. According to the 5th young master, the Boundary Sea is brimming with resources. If we do not secure it in advance, those from the 3 teachings will inevitably seek ways to enter. Currently, the Boundary Sea remains a forbidden zone in the eyes of the world. Should we venture forth to pioneer and develop it, consolidating those resources, it would yield tremendous benefits for our demon sect. Ji Qingqiu spoke, expressing her initial intention to consult with the elders of the sect regarding the matter at hand. Given your presence today, I assume you have garnered the support of the other elders? When Yuan replied with a smile, acknowledging that while there are some dissenters, they are few in number. The majority are primarily focused on the resources at stake. The bounty brought back by the fifth young master alone is sufficient for our demonic sect to cultivate several disciples with the potential to reach the Saint Realm. The elder's eyes gleamed with desire. Thus, I wish to send more individuals to acquire as many resources as possible. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You may proceed with arrangements. Should we secure more resources, it would indeed be a fortunate event for our demonic sect. When Yuan was overjoyed and assured her, "Rest assured, sect master, I will handle this matter. I shall take my leave and not trouble you further." With that, he departed in haste. Chu Ning, filled with curiosity, wondered about the nature of the boundary sea. If such abundant resources truly exist, why had it not been explored sooner? The ancient battleground of the gods and demons during the primordial era now lay as a relic of the deceased, untouched for millennia. Ji Qingqiu took a bite of her meal and continued, "The barrier was established by the founders of the three teachings and the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor would not have collaborated with the founders without reason, especially considering the blood feud that existed between them. The subsequent demise of both the founders and the demon ancestor was also linked to the boundary sea." Chu Ning furrowed his brow at her words. If such powerful beings fell because of it, why would Master still send people there?
Yi Qingqiu sighed.
With the immense temptation laid before us, even if I forbade them from going, would they not secretly dispatch individuals? In that case, it is better to send people to investigate. If genuine resources are found, it would indeed be a fortunate event. If not, or if it is a trap, I will deal with it as necessary. What is there to fear? Chu Ning fell silent, offering a wry smile. It seems that strength speaks volumes. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, gazing at Chu Ning with a smile. In that case, focus on your cultivation and refrain from overthinking. Chu Ning awkwardly chuckled, confessing, "It is because I admire Master that I cannot help myself, but I will continue to diligently practice." Pleased by his response, Ji Qingqiu casually produced a vial of celestial demonic essence. "Your foundation is now stable at the second realm. Consume this essence and break through without hesitation. Will there be a reward for breaking through?" Ji Qingqiu, without a word, lightly tapped Chu Ning on the head with her chopsticks, embodying the stern demeanor of a mentor. "First, focus on your cultivation." Chu Ning, taking the opportunity, grasped the essence and smiled. "I understand, Master." Chapter 68. The surge of the heavenly path. Sister's hatred reaches its peak. Zhu Xian could not help but roll her eyes. This pair of master and disciple was truly exceptional. How could the world's demon sovereign allow himself to be treated so lightly by her? Why not simply strike her down with a single blow, reducing her to nothing but a smear? Even dining together seemed to be an opportunity for her to take advantage. Should such a rebellious disciple be spared for the new year? Huh? Are you not angry? How can you still smile? Zhu Xian silently rose to tidy her dishes. The demon sovereign surely had his reasons for such behavior. As the saying goes, she is merely a sword. It is only natural that she cannot comprehend. As she pondered, two small dogs scampered out from beneath the table, trailing behind the little girl. Ji Qingqiu quickly regained her usual cold demeanor, adopting a stern expression. "Neglecting your cultivation brings shame to the name of my esteemed disciple. Beware, for one day I may remove you from my list of disciples." Chu Ning blinked, still holding her hand. "If I am not to be a disciple, could I be a partner instead? Have you finished eating? If so, let us proceed to cultivation." With that, Ji Qingqiu silently withdrew her hand and turned to enter her cave dwelling. If she did not exert some pressure on Ninger, he might truly become indifferent to cultivation. This was the sect, a place for training, not a realm of romance. She had to suppress the impulse to ruffle Ninger's hair and encourage him to strive for improvement. Chu Ning let out a long sigh. Upon returning to the demon sect, his master had changed. In the small courtyard before, she would hold him, and on fortunate days, he might even steal a kiss. Now, all she desired was for him to cultivate. Was he truly so lacking in ambition? He spent his days practicing swordplay, and his master had even praised him at the dining table. Indeed, returning to the sect was hardly a blessing. How wonderful it would be if his master were not a demon sovereign. After cleaning up the dishes, Chu Ning also returned to his cave dwelling. Chu Ning, cultivation, second stage mastery, peak, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms, perfected, heavenly demon reincarnation technique progress. 0, cultivation can only commence upon understanding one's fate, physical body, supreme heavenly demon body transformation phase progress. 100, consuming 10,000 contribution points can elevate the heavenly demon body to a higher realm. Cultivation can only commence upon understanding one's fate. Contribution points, 54, 490. Seeing this, Chu Ning took a deep breath. He had ample contribution points. However, the progress of his techniques and heavenly demon body required elevation in realm. These contribution points, unless one reached a plateau in improvement, should not be spent frivolously to enhance the sword gourd, unless it could directly elevate Zhu Xian to a divine quality. Chu Ning took out the heavenly demon essence in his hand and consumed it in one gulp. A surge of turbulent energy suddenly engulfed his entire being. In the next moment, Chu Ning instinctively transformed his body to suppress it. This energy was far more potent than during his previous consumption of heavenly demon essence. It seemed he had perhaps taken too much at once. His master likely had confidence in his physical constitution, hence the boldness in providing such a quantity. The heavenly demon body inherently enhances the physique. Thus, refining this energy should pose no issue. Within the cave, demonic energy surged into Chu Ning's body, while he simultaneously refined the energy within himself. The magical figure, radiating a faint purple glow, now bursts forth in brilliance, subtly hinting at the emergence of sharp spikes. The refinement process is expected to take some time. Once my cultivation reaches its zenith, will my master still have an excuse to allow me to train? Would that not mean daily indulgence? Henceforth the demon lord would cease to attend morning court? Ha ha ha! A few days later, atop the summit of ascendancy, Zhu Xian languidly cradles 2 dogs, one in each hand. Why haven't they come out to play these past few days? Little Tao Tai, what do you think? The dog blinks its eyes, nodding vigorously. Qiong Qi and Tao Tai exchange glances, mumbling to each other. Are you truly content to be treated as mere dogs? No, as mere spirit swords? What else can we do? What if the host fails to consolidate us? Indeed, for the human race, consolidating us is merely a means to treat us as pets. Otherwise, we would likely never see the light of day again. Such a profound humiliation. To be able to escape the heavenly path and consolidate is already a significant improvement. We should simply accept our roles as pets. What are you two discussing? Zhu Xian, with a puzzled expression, gazes at the 2 dogs. I can't shake the feeling that you are whispering something secretive. The dogs promptly shake their heads. Zhou Yujin re-enters the mountain gate. The young girl Zhu Xian, upon seeing her, cheerfully waves. Good morning, senior sister. Zhou Yujin shows no reaction and strides directly towards the mountain gate. Witnessing this, Zhu Xian lets out a sigh. Why is my senior sister ignoring me? Tao Tai nudges Zhu Xian's arm, playfully sticking out its tongue. Well, with Chu Ning and the esteemed demon lord absent, it's just us left. Disciple Zhou Yujin seeks an audience with the master. In recent days I have not encountered Chu Ning. The master mentioned he is away training. What a tremendous opportunity to see the master daily, and still alone. The cave entrance opens slowly. Just as Zhou Yujin intends to step inside, she encounters Ji Qingqiu emerging gently. Master? Ji Qingqiu nods slightly, gazing towards Chu Ning's cave. Seems Ning is on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhu Xian, filled with curiosity, dashes over. Chu Ning is quite fast in his cultivation, wouldn't you agree? He rivals divine-level talent. And he has only been training for a few months, hasn't he? Yes. With the body of the heavenly path, cultivation progresses naturally swift. Among the two, the heavenly path body is exceedingly rare, though its awakening is quite troublesome. Oh, that's rather impressive. Zhou Yujin clenches her fists in silence. Above them, purple clouds begin to coalesce. Another of the 4 fiends? Zhou Yujin's expression turns exceedingly strange. Tao Tai and Qiong Qi can be dismissed. But who might this be? The 2 dogs huddle together, their expressions filled with intrigue. Do you think he could imprint all 4 of us brothers from the heavenly path? It's possible. I suddenly feel that I might regain a portion of my original strength. Why not give it a try? Let us not. The human race only finds us adorable now. If we revert to our true forms, who would still want to hold you? Do you still wish to curl up and meditate amidst the demonic energy? Never mind. Things are quite satisfactory as they are. Ji Qingqiu gazes at the elevated clouds, clearly sensing the manifestation of the great path's rules in this realm. Since the ancient beast, marked by the heavenly path, has long since fallen, the rules of the great Tao in this place must inevitably surge. Moments later, the clouds disperse. Ji Qingqiu smiles faintly, for it seems that the heavenly demon image has successfully condensed, the murderous intent having surged to an extreme, undoubtedly the Tengu among the four fiends. The exterminating immortals are overjoyed at this revelation and turn to their companion. You have new friends. Ergo nods vigorously. In an instant, the celestial phenomenon re-emerges. Zhou Yujin can no longer contain herself. Master, does this mean we have broken through two realms? Why still condense the heavenly demon image? Ji Qingqiu observes for a moment before providing an answer. Ninger's demonic form has advanced once more. In a single day, the heavenly path has surged twice, all due to one person. The hatred in Zhou Yujin's eyes intensifies. Every time Master mentions Chu Ning, there is a smile, yet she has never smiled at her. Why should Chu Ning have such favor? Zhou Yujin bites her lip and looks toward Ji Qingqiu. Master, now that junior brother has also broken through to the third realm, may I spar with him shortly to solidify his cultivation? Shall I go all out? Ji Qingqiu does not refuse. Very well. Zhou Yujin is overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Soon, she will surely defeat Chu Ning in front of Master, demonstrating who the more exceptional disciple truly is. Chapter 69. My master provokes me. Shall I use 10,000 contribution points to advance to the Supreme Demon Body's ultimate realm? Shall I use 990 contribution points to elevate the progress of the Supreme Demon Body to 100? Shall I use 900 contribution points to enhance the progress of the Demon Rotation Technique to 100? Fill it to the brim. All of it. After accumulating these contribution points for so long, it would be a disservice to myself not to maximize them. The demonic energy surrounding me transformed into a crimson hue. Spikes and scales emerged from the demon body, taking on a fierce blood-purple appearance. As I absorbed the aura emanating from my being, Chu Ning was nearly entranced. An indescribable power radiated from him, a ceaseless flow of strength that seemed to have no end. At this moment, Chu Ning did not need to rely on his own perception. He could observe himself merely through visualization. The blood-red aura enveloped him, and the overwhelming intent to kill was evident. The enhancement of his demon body was on an entirely different level from before. With his current physical prowess, Chu Ning was confident that even at his previous full strength, he could not have harmed even a single hair on his present self. Suddenly, Chu Ning felt a stirring within. It seemed as though something within the demon sect was calling out to him. In that instant, a vast expanse of knowledge flooded his mind. The demon rotation technique, a practice birthed from the demon body and demonic arts. The application of the demon form could not only augment his own strength, but could also allow him to transform into the demon itself, subject to his command. With this thought, Chu Ning proceeded to manifest the forms of Taotai and Chongqi before him. A certain anxious little girl, who had lost her dog, was filled with urgency. The aura of the blood-red demon body was robust, and upon witnessing it, Ergo was momentarily taken aback. Chu Ning had no intention of explaining anything to the dog. He simply activated the technique. Taotai transformed into a wave of demonic energy, surging into Chu Ning's body. The demon body shifted. Chu Ning's eyes suddenly turned fierce. A massive maw filled with fangs emerged, and he was shrouded in black mist. Greed surged within him in an instant. At this moment, Chu Ning unhesitatingly began to devour the surrounding demonic energy. Chongqi was left dumbfounded. How could this human master the ability of Taotai to consume all things? Moreover, it appeared that he could assimilate Taotai's power into his own cultivation. Chu Ning indeed felt the enhancement of his cultivation within. The increase was modest, likely due to the consumption of mere demonic energy. However, should he consume other substances, the elevation would likely be far greater. With a thought, Chu Ning reverted to his blood-red demon body, transforming into Chongqi. A pair of sharp horns sprouted from the demon body, and the head began to take on a tiger-like form. His strength surged once more, yet the nature of his abilities remained elusive. He turned to gaze at the bewildered Taotai. What kind of cultivation technique had this human practiced that even I cannot comprehend? Chu Ning chuckled. Perhaps it is the ability to command your demon forms and acquire your powers. Taotai was momentarily taken aback. Huh? You can understand what I am saying? After pondering for a moment, Chu Ning replied, I suppose it allows me to peer into the soul, which could also be considered Chongqi's ability. Incredible. Chu Ning smirked. You can still say incredible? Aren't you always spouting incredible nonsense? Surely you understand the principle that one becomes like those they associate with. If you continue like this, I shall never let you out again. The gluttonous beast laughed heartily, and the hound displayed an awkward expression. Have I erred? Please do not cast me back. I am merely a hound and shall not disturb you. Chu Ning nodded and began to consolidate the Taowu. Towering to a height of over a human, it had already reached the size of a mature beast, surpassing the hound in both stature and presence. The crucial factor was its gaze and appearance, which truly embodied an ancient ferocious beast. Can you both not achieve such a form? The glutton tugged at the corners of its mouth. Did you not favor our current state? Otherwise, should I revert to my true form? Chu Ning immediately brightened. That would be splendid. In the next moment, a beast of comparable size to the Taowu suddenly materialized. Its blood-red maw nearly occupied half its form. Oh my! Quickly revert, or you shall never see the light of day again. Even transformed, you are displeased. Truly, I am at a loss. The Taowu, now coalesced, appeared more sentient, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Yet, upon witnessing the blood-red figure before it, it was momentarily taken aback. What manner of being is this? Moreover, why has the glutton transformed into a hound? Many questions lingered unanswered. It was clear to it that it had returned from a void, re-entering the mortal realm, yet it shared a profound connection with the blood-red entity before it. Never mind, I shall inquire of the glutton later. This creature has also returned to the world. Without hesitation, the Taowu morphed into a hound adorned with a single horn. Chu Ning evidently found it much more pleasing to the eye. 3 hounds should delight Su Xian. Glutton, who is Su Xian? His daughter, you shall soon find out. And what is our purpose? To serve as hounds for his daughter. The Taowu. Such an indignity. I am an ancient ferocious beast, a child of the true dragon, and yet I am to be regarded as a mere hound by a human? You may accept it, but I shall not. The glutton replied nonchalantly. If you are unwilling, then you may return. He does not particularly require you to be a hound, but simply because his daughter enjoys playing with dogs. Furthermore, I must remind you that he can comprehend your words. Nonsense. My eloquence and numeracy are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Chu Ning smiled and said, Have you finished speaking? If so, let us make a decision. Should you wish to be a hound, I shall keep you. If not, I shall not solidify your form. The Taowu was instantly dumbfounded. How can you understand my speech? A conversation between a hound and a human was indeed peculiar. You possess the ability of Chongqi. Thus it became clear. The Taowu's gaze hardened. If you permit me to roam this world, I shall serve you, even as a hound. After all, who would wish to linger in the void, unable to act? If I must be a hound, so be it. Chu Ning was greatly pleased by this. He then transformed into human form, and the empowered hound also appeared in the room. The Taowu was again taken aback. It is indeed Chongqi. What is the background of this human? Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall simply be a hound. This time, Chu Ning could not comprehend. It appears that one can only acquire abilities through the aid of others, and without such assistance, achievements are unattainable. However, the celestial demon will transformation technique is merely an extension of the 9 forms of the celestial demon. The demon form can augment the practitioner's lethality, either by enhancing their combat prowess or by manifesting as a means to vanquish foes. Yet, this celestial demon will transformation technique seemingly grants the ability to summon the demon form itself. Could it be that through devouring the treasures of the world, one can elevate their cultivation? Is it true that the monstrous Chongqi discerns human speech? The Tuo seems to serve merely as an enhancement of combat strength. It appears that this is indeed a certain extension of demonic arts. I should certainly discuss this technique with my master. When one possesses something valuable, it is only natural to think of their mentor. In the world of cultivation, ordinary individuals might not comprehend such matters, and one must not casually share techniques with outsiders. But is my master truly an outsider? He is, in fact, a member of my inner circle. Once my practice is complete, I shall seek out my master. Outside the cave, Chu Ning discovered several individuals waiting at the entrance. Master, senior sister? Have you been waiting outside all this time? Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. Upon sensing the fluctuations of your breakthrough, I ventured out to take a look. Now that you have reached the third realm, it would be fitting for you to spar with Eugene. Observing your two auras, it seems there is not much difference. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning promptly declined without hesitation. As a disciple of lesser strength, I am certain I cannot match senior sister. Best to leave it be. That would be a jest. The last time we sparred, I bore the grudge, and if we were to fight again, I fear our conflict would never be resolved. It is wiser to maintain a low profile in our interactions with fellow disciples. Harmony and friendship are what truly matter. Hearing this, Zhou Yujin felt a tinge of pride, though her expression remained subtly smiling. Since junior brother willingly concedes, then let us forego this match. Otherwise, I fear junior brother may. She did not finish her thought, but the excitement was palpable. Their master would surely recognize the disparity between them. Last time, the realms were suppressed, but now it was the peak of the third realm. Suddenly, an idea struck Ji Qingqiu. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she feigned regret. I had anticipated that with such a significant breakthrough, your strength would have increased tremendously, but alas, it seems otherwise. Nonetheless, as your master, I am confident you shall not encounter any peril, so let it be. Initially, Chu Ning had no intention of engaging, but he soon grew displeased. He understood this to be a provocation, yet he could not resist the urge. He must showcase his prowess and astonish his master. Otherwise, what was the point of his hard-won strength? How could he approach his master later that evening? With fire in his eyes, Chu Ning declared, "Let us spar. However, I must clarify that this is merely a friendly competition among fellow disciples and should not be taken to heart by senior sister." Zhou Yujin smiled slightly. "That is only natural. Should we engage, it will indeed be for the best. As equals in the third realm, let me show you what true disparity looks like."
Chapter 70. Is Ning upset?
Under ordinary circumstances, Ji Qingqiu would never utter such words. The demeanor of the master exudes an ethereal detachment from worldly affairs, lending Chu Ning an impression of someone who is entirely uncompetitive. Thus, the mention of a contest serves solely to stir Chu Ning's competitive spirit. A clever provocation. Did I see through it? Of course. Yet I am still willing to take the bait. This evening offers an even greater excuse to seek closeness with the master. Chu Ning clasped his fists in salute towards Zhou Yujin. "Sister, I apologize for any offense caused last time. Let us treat this as a friendly spar. I will." He paused, realizing that such bravado was too presumptuous. It is wiser to remain humble. His intention was to preserve the camaraderie among peers, ensuring it does not become overly strained. His master, too, can be rather mischievous. Zhou Yujin smiled lightly, slowly drawing her sword. "No worries, feel free to make your move." Chu Ning shot a troubled glance at Ji Qingqiu, who merely chuckled as he ruffled Chu Ning's hair. Seeing this, Zhou Yujin's expression hardened, her anger simmering. How infuriating! If not for our shared bond, I would have struck him down with a single blow. Let us begin. The two stepped onto an open ground. The Zhujian spirit advanced, preparing to transform into the sword's essence. Chu Ning chuckled. "No problem. It's a perfect opportunity to test my recently enhanced demonic form. But sister, wielding a celestial sword, would it not be too unfair?" He shook his head, dismissing the notion. There was no need for such concern. Did he truly believe the power of his demonic form was for naught? The effectiveness of a celestial sword is contingent upon the wielder's skill and realm. For instance, even if Chu Ning wielded a celestial sword, it would only marginally boost his strength. Yet, in the hands of a sage, the increase in lethality would be exponential. He held great confidence in the resilience of his own physical form. The Zhujian spirit, though visibly anxious, nodded in agreement and retreated to the side. Zhou Yujin narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. Is my junior underestimating me? Chu Ning shook his head once more. I merely wish to test my demonic form. Should I find myself at a disadvantage, I shall certainly resort to the celestial sword. The woman huffed coldly. In a flash, the sword light glimmered. Chu Ning made no attempt to evade. Instead, as the blade approached, he effortlessly deflected it. Clang! Zhou Yujin's grip on the sword trembled slightly, her brows knitting together. Taking a half step back, she unleashed her full cultivation, conjuring demonic energy, and in an instant, nearly 100 streams of sword energy surged forth, raining down upon him. Goodness! Another lethal move. Chu Ning's brow furrowed as the sword energy appeared to slow to a crawl before his eyes, allowing him to deftly evade it. Ji Qingqiu's gaze reflected admiration as he chuckled softly. It seems Ning Er's perception has improved tremendously compared to before. It is not merely a breakthrough in cultivation but also a result of the advancement of his demonic form. However, Zhou Yujin swiftly raised her hand once more, unleashing countless streams of sword energy, her face gradually revealing intricate patterns as demonic energy coalesced. Suddenly, a formation emerged on the ground, and countless black, withered hands ensnared Chu Ning's legs. This was Zhou Yujin's manifestation of demonic imagery. Now, at her current level, it could only serve as a temporary binding. The truth is not a matter of deviation. In the next moment, Chu Ning gathered her strength and suddenly stomped on the ground, directly dispersing the magical formation. Shattered. Alas, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yujin had already concentrated her sword intent with her celestial sword, the latent killing power causing Chu Ning's eyelids to tremble. Sister, we're merely sparring. Must you be so ruthless? A colossal sword aura sliced through the air without hesitation. Boom! Chu Ning's form was violently slammed against the mountain gate, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Yujin's expression remained placid as she spoke indifferently. When contending with those outside the sect regarding life and death, no one will hold back. This is the first lesson I impart to you. As the dust settled, Chu Ning's arms bore a striking scar, blood dripping from her fingertips. Haha, Sister Zhou is indeed clear in her distinctions. She treats this spar as a battle against outsiders. Ji Qingqiu bit her lip as she glanced at Chu Ning's wound. After a moment's hesitation, she contemplated calling for a halt, but upon seeing the disdain in Chu Ning's gaze, she refrained from speaking. A twinge of sympathy stirred within her. Chu Ning smiled. They had all entered the sect together, and it had not been long since they became disciples. How could one speak of teaching me? Zhou Yujin sneered. With a higher realm, greater strength, and deeper understanding, one naturally possesses such qualifications.
Chu Ning sighed.
The surrounding demonic energy surged, swiftly infiltrating Chu Ning's body, nearly draining the magic surrounding Zhou Yujin. The woman's expression faltered. She attempted to gather the demonic energy but found it utterly impossible. Before her, Chu Ning had already retracted her smile. The blood-colored demonic form unveiled itself, with scales reminiscent of a dragon's body and spikes akin to those of a demon. Her visage grew increasingly ferocious, while the surrounding demonic energy coalesced tightly behind her. Unlike her previous demonic form, this blood-colored manifestation exuded even greater killing intent and demonic essence. Those scarlet eyes, upon mere contact, felt like gazing into the abyss. Zhou Yujin's heart quaked, and she instinctively took a step back. What kind of technique is this? At that moment, Chu Ning's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, akin to a malevolent specter demanding souls. Sister, have you exhausted your lethal moves? The blood-colored demonic form appeared before the woman unexpectedly, and Zhou Yujin's astonishment was palpable as she reached for her sword. Yet, in a sudden strike, a fist landed squarely on Zhou Yujin's wrist. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing piercing the air. Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted, her brows knitting together, though she remained silent. If, according to Zhou Yujin's assertion, this was a fair contest against an external foe, how could there be any bias? Yet, she would keep a watchful eye, ensuring neither would fall to their demise. If there were any finishing moves, they should be employed swiftly. Otherwise, a fierce glint flickered in Chu Ning's eyes as she executed a rapid whip kick, landing a sudden blow on Zhou Yujin, sending her crashing against the collapsed mountain gate. Though she practiced the sword path, the dominance brought by her demonic form was much more apparent at this level. If you are to teach me, you must also possess the requisite qualifications. The blood-colored demonic form surged once more, delivering a punch that struck directly at Zhou Yujin's lower abdomen. With a sudden spurt of blood, Zhou Yujin fell to the ground, her complexion pale and devoid of strength. How could he be so formidable? What had that earlier encounter been? At this moment, Chu Ning gazed calmly at the prostrate woman. Zhou Yujin, I shall regard you as my senior sister, having entered the mountain gate ahead of me. In our 2 contests you unleashed lethal strikes. Had you merely been of the 3rd realm, you would surely have suffered grievous injuries, perhaps even damage to your foundation. I bear no intention of enmity towards you, yet you have made several attempts on my life. Do you truly believe that simply being my senior sister grants you any advantage? Chu Ning then transformed into his human form, raising his hand to summon the sword of extinction. Today, I shall impart a lesson. The path of cultivation relies primarily on one's own strength. How far can you advance? Relying solely on the might of the celestial sword? If you are unconvinced, allow your master to heal your wounds, and we shall engage in a duel of sword intent. Should I falter in even half a move, I will concede to you as my master. Zhou Yujin's expression was complex, her eyes gradually brimming with tears. Why was it that his recent breakthrough rendered her, a peak 3rd realm cultivator, utterly defenseless? No wonder her master favored him. What was the basis for his prowess? In an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes reddening. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her sword and departed. Chu Ning sealed the bleeding wound with demonic energy, feeling the scar etched deep into his bones. Such was the lethal strike. Even without invoking his demonic form, his physical body surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd realm cultivator, and yet he had still sustained grave injuries. What would happen to a normal person? This was the root of Chu Ning's fury. This woman was utterly insane. Had he provoked her in some way? Crying? He wanted her to cry louder. Ji Qingqiu stepped forward and spoke. Ninger, allow me to tend to your injuries. Chu Ning promptly refused. I can heal myself, master need not worry. With that, he released the sword of extinction and turned back towards his cave dwelling. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. Why did it seem as if her disciple was angry? The sword of extinction also appeared perplexed. My lord, what is the matter with Chu Ning? Ji Qingqiu, unable to discern the cause, only felt that her disciple's anger was somehow related to her. She casually sent a message to Mu Li, requesting him to check on Zhou Yujin's injuries. I shall converse with Ninger. Chapter 71. Is this the first time the master has kissed me? Chu Ning felt a sense of frustration, undoubtedly so. Engaging in a duel against a fellow disciple of the same master, the outcome, victory or defeat, would certainly evoke discontent. Rather than winning, Chu Ning would have preferred to lose outright, for at least that would spare him from being the subject of lingering thoughts. After all, what significance does a mere contest between peers hold? Yet, as soon as Zhou Yujin made her move, it was clear she aimed to inflict severe harm upon him. What a grudge could she possibly hold? Did I steal your woman? No, it should have been your man regardless of the animosity. Couldn't we settle our grievances through discourse? The previous attack could have been overlooked, but this time, Chu Ning was genuinely incensed. Did she truly consider him a living target? Did she think she could strike him with impunity? Although he cultivated for longevity, he would not allow himself to be trampled upon. Nevertheless, it was unexpected that Zhou Yujin ended up in tears after the confrontation. Were you not the one who instigated the attack? How is it that you weep in the end? This woman is utterly deranged. His arm throbbed with pain. Chu Ning could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The demonic energy sealed the wound, preventing any blood from seeping out, but that sword had evidently struck bone. He knew recovery would take time, certainly several days. Boom! The door to the cave, sealed by Chu Ning and reinforced with restrictions, swung open abruptly. Upon seeing Ji Qingqiu, Chu Ning turned away, accompanied by a cold snort to express his dissatisfaction. To put it plainly, this situation could be attributed to the master. Had the master not insisted on their sparring, this incident would never have transpired. Now, a rift had formed among the disciples.
Noticing Chu Ning's disregard,
Ji Qingqiu felt the weight of his discontent. It was clear he was upset with her, prompting a wry smile from her. First tend to your wounds, lest you suffer from hidden injuries that may hinder your future cultivation. There's no need, master. I am confident in my ability to heal myself, Chu Ning replied. Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together and approached him, intending to grasp his arm, but he turned away once more. I have stated that I do not require your assistance. Master, you could have prevented this escalation. A mere word to halt the duel would have sufficed. Did you not recognize the lethal intent in that strike? Stopping the contest would have avoided such an outcome. Chu Ning's emotions were not without cause. He was entitled to his anger. Ji Qingqiu's gaze quivered slightly, her expression revealing complexity. Ning had always been close to her, yet today he seemed so distant, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Ji Qingqiu had merely wished to gauge the extent of Chu Ning's prowess with the demon body. She had not anticipated Zhou Yujin's lethal strike, believing she would show restraint against a fellow disciple. The situation had clearly spiraled beyond expectations. Chu Ning had been injured by the celestial sword Asura, a blow that no ordinary cultivator could have endured. While she felt sorrow for him, at that moment, Ning had already been filled with rage, prepared to unleash his full strength, which was why she refrained from intervening. With Zhou Yujin resorting to lethal force, to have obstructed Ning would have seemed excessively biased. The outcome was as expected. Chu Ning, wielding his full power against Zhou Yujin, was an overwhelming force. The disciple's prowess had reached a level where she could effortlessly surpass her peers, earning her deep admiration and satisfaction. Although Zhou Yujin was at fault initially, it was Ning who, in a fit of anger, intervened and inflicted a severe injury on Zhou Yujin's hand as she wielded her sword. The blame for this incident lay with Zhou Yujin, yet the repercussions had already been dire enough, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. However, Ning was not to be overlooked. Yet, such intricate emotions often eluded her perception, leaving her perplexed as to where Chu Ning's ire truly resided. Now, witnessing Chu Ning's reluctance to engage with her, Ji Qingqiu felt a profound sense of disappointment. Chu Ning contemplated the matter. Although today's events had been rather vexatious, she could not lay the entire blame on her master. Her master possessed a clear and discerning heart, often unaware of subtle emotional shifts. If she were to dwell on these feelings, would it not be her master who would ultimately feel the sorrow? After all, her master was family. It was acceptable to express some frustration, but there was no need for it to escalate further. Just as Chu Ning was about to speak, Ji Qingqiu unexpectedly embraced her from behind.
Startlet Chu Ning suteret.
Master, Ji Qingqiu pressed her body closely against Chu Ning's and murmured, Ning today's incident occurred due to my lack of consideration. I cannot fathom these matters, nor do I understand why you harbor resentment towards me. If you truly feel wronged, please articulate your feelings instead of remaining silent. Ji Qingqiu's expression was complex as she held Chu Ning tightly. I have never seen you in such a state. It leaves me at a loss. I can sense your discomfort, yet your silence weighs heavier on me. Chu Ning's gaze mirrored the complexity of their emotions. It was astonishing that her master, a figure of such formidable stature, was the first to initiate dialogue. Truly, it echoed her master's own words. Regardless of who her master was, they would always be her master. Now, she was even proactively seeking to alleviate Chu Ning's anger. If Chu Ning were to ruminate over such trivial matters, it would indeed signify a lack of clarity in thought. Master, it's merely that I have been overthinking. It has nothing to do with you. Ji Qingqiu shook her head gently, replying, Speak your mind. Do not keep it buried within. Lingering thoughts can fester into resentment, and too much resentment can breed hatred. I do not wish for you to harbor hatred towards me. I do not hate you, Master, Chu Ning explained helplessly. It's just that, regarding the sparring among peers, I do not wish to offend anyone. After today, it seems there will be no chance for reconciliation. We are all your master's disciples. If discord arises, it would ultimately burden you, Master. I simply do not wish for that to happen. Indeed, Ji Qingqiu tightened her embrace around Chu Ning. I have confidence in your demonic form, knowing that your senior sister cannot truly harm you. I also seek to witness the advancement of your celestial demonic essence. As for my teaching, I will not show favoritism. Your interactions with one another will not be hindered by me, as it is only fair. In your presence, my dear disciple, I shall inevitably exhibit a measure of favoritism. But this can only remain between the two of us. Chu Ning nodded, letting out a deep sigh. Upon hearing the master's words, it became evident that the conflict with the master was indeed the disciple's fault. The disciple ought not to overthink matters. It is the master's oversight that failed to recognize your feelings. I have no affinity for such disputes. If you wish, you need not partake in them henceforth. The disciple does not mean that. Participation is essential, for I cannot tarnish the master's reputation. Can I? Yet, in all honesty, the disciple has no desire to engage in such internal rivalries. A contest is merely a contest. Why must it escalate to this? I shall discuss this matter with your senior sister. Her thoughts seem rather peculiar, and I find myself perplexed. After speaking, Ji Qingqiu released her grip.
Ning
Might you turn around? I wish to see you. Chu Ning hesitated not at all. The moment she turned, she was met with the tumult of emotions swirling in Ji Qingqiu's gaze. Tenderness, admiration, heartache, and a mixture of affection intertwined. She truly did not know how to approach Chu Ning's aloofness, merely acting on instinct, unwilling to let the disciple drift away. The intricacies of language and emotion eluded her. She simply knew that failing to act would lead to profound regret. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. How could the master care for him so deeply? He had dared to harbor anger towards her. How utterly foolish! Without a second thought, Chu Ning leaped into her embrace, nearly brought to tears. Master, I shall never behave this way towards you again. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently and shook her head, returning the embrace. The issue lies not with you, but with me. No, it is the disciple's fault. It is indeed the master's. Chu Ning insisted. Master, I have said it is because of me. Before she could finish her thought, Ji Qingqiu leaned in and kissed Chu Ning. The disciple was rendered speechless, her mind a blank. Wait? The master kissed me? For the first time. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, Ji Qingqiu released her hold, her gaze resting upon Chu Ning's face. There is no need for debate. Since the issue arises from me, I shall take responsibility. Can all matters in this world truly rest upon your shoulders? Is that not wearisome for you? Chu Ning felt increasingly moved. Master, the greatest fortune of my life is having you as my mentor. I cannot fathom where else I could find such a splendid master. Observing the disciple's spirits lift, Ji Qingqiu offered a slight smile. Am I not right here before you? Then, could the master grant me another kiss? To Chu Ning's astonishment, the boldness of the master's kiss left her feeling uncharacteristically bashful. It seemed that given their respective roles and strengths, the master was indeed in a position of authority, was she not? Chu Ning found the sensation rather novel and yearned to experience it once more. Ji Qingqiu's face flushed crimson at the suggestion, unable to suppress a lowering of her gaze. If you desire it, simply come forth. There is no need to put the onus on me. However, the disciple felt that the master's initiative in kissing was altogether different, especially since it was the master's first kiss with her. Ji Qingqiu's face flushed even deeper. This was not the first time. Chu Ning was taken aback. Huh? When was the last time? How could the disciple be unaware? Chapter 72. The possibility of celestial phenomena? Originally quite excited, Chu Ning became anxious. When did this happen? How come I am unaware of it? I have no recollection. I only remember giving a brief kiss. A kiss and a peck are not synonymous. Are they? Certainly not. A mouth-to-mouth kiss is what truly constitutes a kiss. In her memory, Chu Ning distinctly recalled taking the initiative to kiss her master. So whose fault is it now? Who cares whose fault it is? The master took the initiative to kiss. What error could there possibly be? All she wishes to know is when her master had secretly kissed her. Master, I have a question. Ji Qingqiu gently pressed her finger to Chu Ning's forehead, immobilizing her instantly. After gently placing Chu Ning on the bed, she finally sighed in relief. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking. Once she spoke, her disciple would press for answers, leaving her perplexed on how to respond. It was far more reassuring when her disciple remained quiet and still. A faint smile graced Ji Qingqiu's lips. Allow me to first tend to your injuries. Chu Ning, wide-eyed, stared at Ji Qingqiu, nearly on the verge of tears. She could only watch, utterly powerless, unable even to speak. Master, despite your high cultivation, This is rather unfair. How can a teacher and disciple interact in such a manner? Ji Qingqiu found herself at a loss. Truly, she did not know how to respond to Chu Ning, so she decided to immobilize her completely. Otherwise, she would become restless again. The demonic energy entered her body, swiftly mending Chu Ning's wounds at an astonishing rate, visibly repairing her bones and skin from the inside out. Ji Qingqiu also visibly relaxed. With her cultivation, healing Chu Ning's injuries posed no challenge at all. After examining her, a glimmer of admiration shone in Ji Qingqiu's eyes. The supreme demonic body, as a manifestation of the heavenly path, possesses limitless potential for growth. Presently, the vast expanse of the demon sex territory is built upon the physical forms of the demon race. Unlike the celestial saints of the three teachings, should your demonic body advance further, you can stand tall and firm with your corporeal form, though the path of cultivation will not be simple. The demonic body? With support? What difficulty can there be? Ji Qingqiu chuckled again. Previously, at the pinnacle of your second realm, you could hold your ground against formidable opponents of the third realm. Upon sensing your progression in the heavenly demon body, I could perceive that you might easily overpower third realm adversaries. With your current demonic arts and body cultivation, once you reach the pinnacle, there is no telling how far you might transcend, potentially becoming the strongest across realms. This is merely a testament to your physical prowess, unrelated to the path of the sword. Ninger, you must also diligently cultivate the sword path. Peculiar look suddenly crossed Ji Qingqiu's gaze.
Ninger,
Why do you remain silent? Are you still upset with your master, Chu Ning? Master, after such an act, how can you expect me to speak? Ji Qingqiu's face turned slightly flush with embarrassment. I had completely forgotten. In such a brief moment, it seemed Chu Ning recalled something. Remember the last time in the courtyard? Did the master not also give him a similar instruction? This time it was to immobilize him, whereas last time he simply fell asleep. No wonder he had little recollection of waking up in the master's room that day. Wait, that's not right. Could it be that it was indeed last time? When the immobilization was lifted, Chu Ning's expression was one of sorrow and indignation. Master, the disciple understands now. Was it not when I sought your guidance to refine my meridians in your abode? Ji Qingqiu clasped her hands within her sleeves, her expression remaining remarkably composed. I inquire about your swordsmanship. Your physique is robust, far surpassing your current realm. You must not delay in your sword training. Would you confirm this, master? I shall oversee your cultivation, and as for your senior sister, I will have a thorough discussion with her shortly, to inquire about her motives. After all, we are of the same sect, and such competitions need not be so extreme. The master's deliberate silence in response to the disciple's question seemed to imply acceptance. Could it be that after the master had subdued the disciple, she had also bestowed a kiss? Ji Qingqiu was on the verge of losing her composure. This disciple appears to have no thoughts devoted to cultivation whatsoever. Yet, it is understandable, having just broken through. The feeling of strength is on an entirely different level, as if one has ascended through a staircase, which is indeed quite daunting. Thus, it is excusable that the disciple's focus is not solely on cultivation. Ji Qingqiu rose silently. I have come to heal your wounds, and since you are now healed, I shall. Chu Ning smiled as she grasped Ji Qingqiu's hand. Master. Ji Qingqiu felt an ominous premonition. Surely, one cannot keep the disciple in the dark forever. Such matters require reciprocity. How could one secretly kiss the disciple after having subdued her, without her feeling a thing? Shouldn't there be something to make amends now? Ji Qingqiu's face flushed again. Her lips pressed together as she chastised. Ninger, you have changed. Previously, you were wholly devoted to your cultivation. Now, has your mind ever been on cultivation even a little? Chu Ning remained unperturbed. How could the disciple not be cultivating? Now that you have made a breakthrough, it is essential to solidify your foundation. My current demon body has already been perfected. It is merely a matter of expanding my spiritual abode with demonic energy. What need is there for consolidation? A smile danced at the corners of Chu Ning's lips. Surely, Master does not wish to flee from the situation, denying what has transpired. Is this how a modern demon lord behaves? Ji Qingqiu sighed deeply and sat back down at the edge of the bed. Chu Ning laughed as she embraced her from behind, resolutely denying the master any chance of escape. Master, you smell delightful. She found herself in a quandary. How was it that teaching the disciple had never been so troublesome before? She had merely come to heal a wound, yet now she felt ensnared herself. It seemed impossible that she would be let go today. Very well. Ninger truly has been diligently cultivating. Furthermore, in her heart, Ninger is not merely a disciple. With this in mind, she placed a restriction on the entrance of the cave dwelling. Ninger's defensive setup was rather poor. Anyone nearby could likely intrude without difficulty. Thus, there would be no further interruptions. Naturally, Chu Ning was oblivious to this action. Ji Qingxiu's emotions are restrained. Naturally, it would be impossible for her to declare in front of Chu Ning that she has set up a barrier, one that even a seductress could not breach. There is no need for concern about her intentions. In contrast, Chu Ning has consistently held the upper hand, particularly in matters of their affections. Ever since Chu Ning initiated their kiss, it has been improbable for Ji Qingxiu to maintain a dominant position. Uncertain of what to do, Chu Ning's demeanor has been rather reserved. The sky outside has yet to darken, and he certainly does not dare to be too reckless. If their master were to witness such behavior, it could very well lead to dire consequences. Master, I previously spoke of my insights into demonic arts. Surely you remember? Ji Qingxiu's eyes flickered slightly as she turned to him, a hint of confusion crossing her visage. Ninger, what do you mean by that? Have you truly made a breakthrough in demonic arts? If this were indeed true, Ji Qingxiu's worldview would likely be shattered. The depth of her disciple's comprehension of demonic arts is unparalleled. She has never imparted any knowledge of such arts. All of it has been the result of her disciple's own insights. Self-discovery, achieved to perfection just recently, he inquired whether there were any further techniques beyond the demonic arts. What other techniques could there possibly be? The legacy of the 9 forms of heavenly demons has persisted for countless years. How could anything new emerge? Now, as her disciple poses the question once more, could it be? Chu Ning smiled and replied, at the moment of my breakthrough, I comprehended a set of techniques that seem intricately linked to the demonic arts. I am uncertain if it would be of any assistance to you, Master. Ji Qingxiu's gaze sharpened, her breath quickening. The celestial phenomena are difficult to decipher. Ji Qingxiu has always believed that there is a flaw in the heavenly Tao. If this set of techniques is indeed related to the 9 forms of heavenly demons, it is highly likely that it was intentionally severed by the demon ancestor. This implies that she has the opportunity to attain the Tao of celestial phenomena. Chapter 73. Why are you so flustered when I maintain my aloof demeanor and you request a kiss? On the path to enlightenment, Ji Qingxiu has never faltered. How could she remain composed in such a situation? If it were a magical technique that extended her powers, she would have already been aware of it. Perhaps it is the final piece of the puzzle in her quest for transcendence. Yet, she remains oblivious, having never heard of it throughout her years of cultivation. In her practice, she has not sensed any hint of incompleteness in her techniques. They have always felt whole. How could she comprehend other methods? But why is Ninger able to grasp it? Could it be akin to her own understanding of the 9 styles of heavenly demons? Though Ji Qingxiu is uncertain, she is determined to seize any semblance of an opportunity to break through to the heavens. Ninger, is this truly the case? A strange emotion flickers in Ji Qingxiu's gaze, revealing a hint of anticipation. Seeing her master struggle to remain composed, Chu Ning cannot suppress a smile. Is this not a chance? Master, you must know that I have put forth tremendous effort to comprehend this technique. Shouldn't you reward your disciple in some manner? It would not befit your esteemed status otherwise. If word gets out, it would be scandalous for the great demon lord to take credit for a disciple's achievements. Ji Qingxiu lets out a wry smile. Has she truly become so mercenary, weighing every matter with such scrutiny? Chu Ning vigorously nods. When it comes to matters concerning the master, one must indeed be meticulous. Ji Qingxiu chuckles, turning to ruffle Chu Ning's hair, feigning ignorance. You may select from the sex techniques, secret realms, or weapons. Does she not understand what her disciple means? Is it not directed towards her? As expected, Chu Ning wears a displeased expression. I do not lack those things. With you by my side, I could simply take what I desire. Indeed, then what do you wish for? Master, just give me another kiss. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxiu hesitates not for a moment. When it comes to the pursuit of enlightenment, how could she dawdle? Chu Ning believes that her master would not easily acquiesce. After all, they had already lingered in this exchange for quite some time. Surely, she would devise some way to negotiate. Just as Chu Ning contemplates how to secure her desire, she suddenly feels herself pushed down with overwhelming force. Bewildered, she begins to struggle, realizing she is utterly powerless to resist. What is happening? Regaining her composure, Chu Ning finds Ji Qingxiu before her, transformed into an entirely different visage. Her expression is frigid, her gaze sharp and commanding, her voice cold. Ninger, the technique? Surrender it to me. Seeing the piercing intensity in Ji Qingxiu's eyes, Chu Ning instinctively recoils. Ah, is master angry? This expression, this gaze. Clearly, Chu Ning is somewhat alarmed. While her master usually exhibits a cool demeanor, she is typically gentle when alone with him. The Ji Qingxiu before her is devoid of any warmth. In the eyes of the world, he is the demon sovereign, exuding an aura of authority and might that starkly contrasts with his usual demeanor. Chu Ning could not suppress a gulp and cautiously inquired, "Master, what is wrong with you?" Before he could finish his words, that cold and enchanting visage suddenly drew near, sealing his lips with an unyielding force. It was not merely a kiss. It was an assertion of dominance, as if attempting to consume Chu Ning whole. The sound of their lips parting echoed like a soft pop. Ji Qingxiu's voice retained its aloofness, his expression disdainful. This sovereign does not repeat himself.
Chu Ning.
Present the technique. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to more severe measures. Chu Ning, dazed from the kiss, felt his heart race wildly. The sensation was akin to being cornered against the wall by a strikingly cold and intimidating female teacher at school, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. His master felt so unfamiliar in this moment, so domineering, entirely unlike the gentle persona he was accustomed to. "Woo-woo, I don't care who you are. Get off my master now." The once assertive Chu Ning, who had intended to confront and challenge his master, found himself at a loss for words, his face ablaze with heat. Was this the nature of their relationship? After all, Ji Qingxiu's cultivation far surpassed his own. Without hesitation, Chu Ning divulged everything. "Master, please don't act this way. I will explain." Ji Qingxiu interjected, "What do you mean? Wasn't this what Ninger desired?" Moments ago, when Ninger had made her request, Ji Qingxiu hesitated to initiate another kiss. Now, with the promise of a technique, he perceived an opportunity to leverage the situation, anticipating that his disciple would seek some form of reward. Yet why did Ninger appear so flustered? Shouldn't she be pleased? It seemed deciphering his disciple was not a simple endeavor. Perhaps he had never treated Ninger with such severity, making this experience a tad unsettling. Chu Ning hurriedly articulated his insights on the heavenly demon rotation technique. He meticulously detailed the technique, encompassing over 5,000 characters, with further elaboration on his understanding and experiences. Ji Qingxiu, with his remarkable talent, absorbed the knowledge in a single hearing, demonstrating the technique almost immediately. Unlike Chu Ning's ability to transform into a gluttonous beast or other demonic forms, this superficial means of attack held no significance for Ji Qingxiu. As Chu Ning stood beside Ji Qingxiu, he sensed a rift in the fabric of space. Within this tear, stars shimmered like a night sky, appearing and disappearing intermittently. A palpable aura of demonic energy emanated from Ji Qingxiu, and Chu Ning was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, one he had never before witnessed from his master. It felt as if he were a mere ephemeral insect, accidentally glimpsing the vastness of the universe, instinctively moved by the stark contrast of their strengths. Chu Ning could not help but gape in awe. They say his master possesses unparalleled lethality. But just how formidable is that? In this fleeting moment, Chu Ning realized he could never hope to rival Ji Qingxiu. Yet, suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Could it be that the master truly had some profound insights? Ding! Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. That sound of notification was none other than the system's alert. Hadn't the tasks already refreshed? He had yet to complete them, so how could they refresh again? Detected that the host has completed the task of imparting teachings. Chu Ning's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Apart from signing in, there existed another avenue for acquiring contribution points, did there? At last, He could perceive the glimmer of a breakthrough into the realm of celestial-grade spiritual roots. He was eager to discover just how many contribution points had been awarded. Reward contribution points, 1 point.
Chu Ning.
Are you jesting with me? After much effort to find a way to earn contribution points, you tell me it's merely 1? To achieve a breakthrough into celestial grade, I would require at least 100,000. 1 contribution point per individual? Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ning. The entire sect of the demon clan, with its disciples totaling at least 300,000 to 400,000, was it not? Absurd. Each year, they selected 10,000 from various regions, and even the lowest-ranking disciple could cultivate the demonic arts. This meant that, should Chu Ning desire, every member of the demon clan could practice the celestial demon reversal technique. 1 point per individual. That would amount to at least 300,000 to 400,000 contribution points altogether. If Chu Ning were to impart teachings on something else, he could elevate every aspect of his being to perfection, whether it be his spiritual roots, demonic techniques, or even a divine-grade sword. He could conjure as many as he wished. Chapter 74. A new method to acquire contribution points. As Ji Qingqiu immersed herself in the insights of her cultivation technique, Chu Ning discreetly observed her from the side. Well, perhaps discreetly is not the right term. As her disciple, he had every right to gaze upon his master openly. His master looked magnificent while diligently practicing. The thought of a kiss. Well, that could wait. Initially, Chu Ning genuinely believed his master was upset. The sudden shift in her expression nearly frightened him to death. If she were truly angry, it would surely be a terrifying sight. However, after receiving a kiss from her, he began to comprehend her feelings. It seemed she had simply responded to his unspoken desire, albeit with a change in demeanor. The experience was undeniably exhilarating. The imposing demon sovereign had kissed him. A silly smile crept across Chu Ning's lips as he indulged in these thoughts, reveling in his happiness. Meanwhile, Ji Qingqiu was entirely absorbed in the technique that Chu Ning had just articulated. Given her innate talent and cultivation level, mastering any technique came effortlessly to her. The method understood by Ninger was distinct from her own comprehension of the Heavenly Demon 9 Styles swordplay. The Heavenly Demon 9 Styles was merely a reflection of her understanding of demonic arts, which Ji Qingqiu had formalized through her swordsmanship. It did not constitute true innovation. In contrast, the Heavenly Demon rotating technique was utterly different. She had initially believed that demonic arts were inherently complete, capable of leading directly to the Great Path. Yet, after her practice, it felt as though she had entered an entirely new realm. The technique itself was almost seamlessly connected to the demonic arts, representing not only an enhancement but also a profound augmentation. Ji Qingqiu could faintly sense that something was shifting within her. If she could successfully merge the demonic arts with this new technique, she would undoubtedly uncover something extraordinary. Perhaps it might even offer a pathway to enlightenment. After a considerable time, Ji Qingqiu gradually regained her composure and exhaled deeply. The impact of the technique was profoundly staggering. She had never anticipated that the method discovered by Ninger would provide her with such a significant enhancement, even offering an entirely fresh perspective. Regardless of how one viewed it, the astonishment brought forth by her disciple was immense. Moreover, the future accomplishments of her disciple would undoubtedly rival her own. Noticing the look in Ji Qingqiu's eyes, Chu Ning instinctively shrank back. That earlier expression from his master was rather unsettling. Especially during that unexpected kiss, he felt utterly dazed. It was clear that she was not angry. She had merely adopted a different demeanor. It was quite thrilling. He longed for another such encounter. Given his master's overwhelming strength, it felt entirely appropriate for her to take the lead. After experiencing her gentle and captivating nature for so long, her sudden coolness was surprisingly delightful. Ji Qingqiu smiled lightly. Ninger, this technique indeed benefits me, but it will require a considerable amount of time to fully comprehend. It may very well assist me in achieving that grand path. I never imagined your innate understanding of techniques would reach such heights. Upon finishing her thought, she instinctively reached out to ruffle Chu Ning's hair. However, he did not allow her to do so and instead grasped her hand. Ji Qingqiu looked at him in confusion. What is it? Chu Ning could not help but exclaim. The transformation just now was so significant that I was unable to truly appreciate it. I must admit, I rather enjoyed that version of you, Master. Might I request another demonstration? Suddenly recalling something, Chu Ning hastily added, I promise, it will truly be the last time. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly as she held Chu Ning's hand. Must it be in such a manner? Chu Ning nodded earnestly. That is the thrill of it. That is what I find delightful. Ji Qingqiu, upon hearing this, endeavored to recollect the moment. If it had been before others, perhaps she could have managed such an expression. But in Chu Ning's presence, it seemed rather unattainable. Each time she laid eyes on her disciple, she instinctively softened, unable to resist the urge to pat her head or embrace her. It had become second nature. Earlier, she had merely channeled the exhilaration of hearing the techniques, allowing her emotions to soar, thereby accommodating her disciple's request, which naturally evoked the sensation of a distant, aloof master dominating a feeble disciple. Yet once that exhilaration subsided, it became quite challenging to maintain the faade. Ji Qingqiu attempted to regain that demeanor but, with a sigh, conceded defeat. Alas, I cannot fulfill that request at this moment. Chu Ning's expression turned to one of disappointment. We share the same master. Surely it is not beyond your capabilities? Ji Qingqiu shook her head with a gentle smile. Do you wish to be reprimanded, to be startled or intimidated, because you feel I have been too lenient? Chu Ning excitedly clarified, it is precisely the stark contrast that I find captivating. My master, who could effortlessly crush me, possesses countless ways to torment me, yet chooses to bestow upon me that kiss. He chuckled. At the time, I was somewhat dazed and failed to fully appreciate it. The more I reflect, the more I cherish that moment. Ji Qingqiu remained silent, pressing her lips together thoughtfully. Was Chu Ning's detailed recounting of that scene not a touch shameless? Yet, upon further consideration, she realized that such decorum had long been discarded between them. Concepts of propriety and honor were no longer relevant. It was intriguing that her disciple favored her imperious and majestic demeanor. Such tastes left her at a loss for words. In truth, Ji Qingqiu found it rather novel. Their dynamic had seemingly solidified. Publicly, Chu Ning was the one to break through the barriers, yet behind the scenes, it was Ji Qingqiu who had subtly encouraged Chu Ning with small rewards or hints, guiding her towards such behaviors. However, it appeared that Chu Ning had always taken the initiative. Today, though, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. The juxtaposition of a commanding, aloof sect leader and a defenseless disciple was rather amusing, was it not?
Ji Qingqiu mused.
Perhaps engaging with Chu Ning in a different manner would not be so bad. Yet, their established dynamic was one she cherished. Had she been perpetually domineering, she might not have embraced or adapted to it. How delightful it would be if another version of herself could exist. Ji Qingqiu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Perhaps, it was not an impossibility after all? Witnessing that the master seemed genuinely disinclined to exhibit the earlier demeanor, Chu Ning, although feeling a tinge of regret, embraced him and nestled close. Experiencing the master in different forms indeed brought a refreshing novelty. However, to be subjected to such treatment daily would likely require a penchant for masochism to adapt. Present, the soft, fragrant, and gentle elder sister persona was precisely what Chu Ning cherished the most. Master, I have been contemplating a matter, Chu Ning ventured. Ji Qingqiu, regaining her focus, nodded lightly. What is it? The disciple is pondering the demon will rotation technique. Since you have indicated its significant enhancement potential, why not disseminate it within the sect, allowing all disciples to partake in its wisdom? This way, it would not only benefit the disciples but also facilitate their cultivation journey. Ji Qingqiu inhaled deeply, holding Chu Ning closely, whispering softly against him, Ninger, your thoughtfulness indicates you truly regard yourself as my disciple. This technique, akin to the demonic arts, is accessible to any disciple. Now that the elders of our sect are intent on furthering their strength, your method could provide substantial support, and if you are willing, we can proceed. With a light laugh, Ji Qingqiu continued, such a technique may be classified as exceptional, on par with the 9 manifestations of the celestial demon. Since it is your insight, merely on the merit of this technique, designating you as an honorary elder would suffice. As for other rewards, Ninger, feel free to express your desires. What do you wish to pursue? Chu Ning vehemently shook his head, Fame is a double-edged sword. As a mere third-realm cultivator, I am but an ant in the cultivation world. If word spreads of a third-realm practitioner developing a technique comparable to the 9 manifestations of the celestial demon, I would undoubtedly become a target facing certain doom. Let me simply earn some contribution points. I only wish for my fellow disciples to learn more. I have no desire to be an honorary elder. I only wish to remain your disciple. Moreover, he added, the notion of a third-realm disciple developing a technique is hardly credible. It would only invite trouble. It is better to pass it on in your name, master. Ji Qingqiu solemnly shook her head. I will not engage in deceitful practices. This technique is indeed your creation. Yet, your considerations hold merit. Let us proceed as follows. Since your supreme celestial demon body and the legacy of the demon sect share a common origin, we shall impart it under the guise of a descendant of the demon ancestor. How does that sound? As long as you refrain from using my name, master, Chu Ning replied. Ji Qingqiu smiled. Very well, it shall be as such. Please impart the knowledge swiftly. The sooner, the better. Why is that? She inquired. To expedite the enhancement of our brothers' and sisters' strength. And what reward do you seek for this? Is that even a question? Without hesitation, Chu Ning raised his head to plant a gentle kiss on the master's lips. All he desired was his master. Chapter 75. My dispute with Zhou Yujin over the Great Tao. Fourth update. Outside Chu Ning's cave abode, Zhu Xian raised her head. The master and apprentice emerged, both wearing expressions of serene indifference. One need not speculate. These two had undoubtedly engaged in nothing virtuous during their time within the cave. Such matters, how could they hope to conceal them? Zhu Xian was quite astute. Ji Qingqiu spoke softly. I shall visit your senior sister first. Chu Ning smiled and nodded. Master, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Ji Qingqiu chuckled. Anything will do. Oh, anything will do? Zhu Xian rolled her eyes dramatically. The little girl, cradling a newly joined pup from the pack, gazed up at Ji Qingqiu's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. The Lord of Demons had indeed changed so much. The impression she had of the Demon Lord was far removed from this. Outsiders would have to be exceedingly courteous. Yet today, someone so audacious had not only been impolite but had even dared to raise their voice at the Demon Lord? Regardless of the reasons, Zhu Xian admired Chu Ning's courage. The Lord of Demons would have easily dispatched Chu Ning with a mere slap in the past. Indeed, does one's demeanor transform so drastically when they find a partner on the path? Chu Ning crouched beside Zhu Xian, affectionately ruffling her hair. I've been busy with cultivation and haven't had much time to play with you, but I should be less occupied from now on. Zhu Xian smirked. As long as I have the pup to keep me company, I don't need you. Chu Ning merely smiled in response. The sword spirit, born of the Xianjian, had attained sentience. Master said it was the only one among the 7 swords, seemingly linked to her master's constitution. Zhu Xian, having accompanied her master for many years, had gradually nurtured her own spirit, akin in nature to a child of similar age. Any being with intelligence would inevitably fear solitude, and Zhu Xian, being half a daughter to her master, certainly deserved to be treated as such, though Chu Ning was merely 19. Are you feeling better? Zhu Xian asked casually, feigning indifference. In truth, Chu Ning, during her cultivation, had let the pup out to alleviate its loneliness, which Zhu Xian could discern. Moreover, the current days were far superior to the previous dull moments spent in silence, all thanks to Chu Ning's presence. Thus, there was indeed a hint of genuine concern, albeit a small one, due to Chu Ning's habit of calling her daughter. Chu Ning grinned and nodded. There's nothing to worry about now. You're increasingly resembling a daughter. Zhu Xian rolled her eyes and discreetly swatted Chu Ning's hand away. For the sake of the pup, I won't hold it against you. Chu Ning looked curiously at the pup in Zhu Xian's arms. Is this pup well behaved? A bit shy, but with some affection it should be fine, just like the other two. Indeed, there will be more pups to come. As for Chongqi, I will seek it out for some inquiries. Zhu Xian tugged at Chongqi's collar and handed it over. The little girl's gaze met the creature's, perhaps realizing why Chongqi and Tao Tai willingly accepted their roles as dogs. Relying on the resurgence of the human race in the world is undoubtedly one of the reasons. However, the most significant factor is undoubtedly the woman who just flew away. What incredible power she possesses, rivaling that of their prime. Moreover, She is a companion of the human? What merits does she have? Is it her appearance? From the perspective of their beastly kind, she is rather ordinary. Yet, in her demonic form, she does possess a certain allure and charisma. Perspectives of appreciation may vary, but the common ground of judgment is undoubtedly based on strength. Such a formidable woman, and yet she remains so low-key. Perhaps being a loyal subordinate is quite acceptable. Chu Ning looked at Cheong-chi with a perplexed expression. Can't you use your ability to directly convey my thoughts? Cheong-chi grinned. I can. Chu Ning twitched his mouth but chose to overlook the foolishness of the beast, although a clear doubt lingered in his mind. When I fought with Zhou Yujin just now, you must have seen it. Since you can perceive thoughts, can you hear what Zhou Yujin is thinking? After all, this woman is quite peculiar. The last time I felt nothing unusual, thinking perhaps she simply struck a bit harder. This time, however, I distinctly sensed her hostility. It was unmistakable. This is hardly a friendly sparring session. With Cheong-chi around, he should be able to glean some insight. Cheong-chi chuckled. You and the woman from the human race who just left are companions. Am I not mistaken? With your master? Of course. Chu Ning unabashedly acknowledged it. It is indeed the case. In name, a master-student relationship, but in essence, companions, although they had yet to reach the formal status of true partners.
Chu Ning,
Initially quite excited, detected a clear mockery on Cheong-chi's face. He irritably pinched the beast's face. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? If you have the ability, why don't you find one yourself? Cheong-chi scoffed. What beauty do human women possess? In ancient times, your race was among the weakest of many, treated as mere appetizers by the formidable savage clans. Even if I were to seek a companion, how could I possibly choose a human? However, your master's uncle is quite exquisite, from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. In terms of bloodline, she is hardly inferior to me. It's a pity that my true form has perished, and I am now merely a demonic construct. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly pursue her fervently. So that's why you've become a sycophant? Cheong-chi looked puzzled. What is that? Chu Ning, disinterested in explaining, merely inquired, didn't he, your master, initially say that you only possessed simple intelligence? How have you become so clever now? Your cultivation level determines the rank of the demonic construct you manifest, thus enhancing your intelligence. While I can communicate now, I remember little of the affairs of ancient times, and I am not much different from a beast. Let it be. Just tell me